yo, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, merry go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now, I feel alive. I have arrived. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is night, come alive. Tonight is night, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing. Yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing. He Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Need it in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not be playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run and say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. I feel alive. Wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. Right now, right now. Hey, come alive. Sweating. I feel alive. I feel alive. Come alive. Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is night, come alive. Tonight is night, come alive. I feel alive.
Is you ready? Get ready, yo, you ready for destruction? Get ready, is you ready? Get ready, get ready, yo, you ready for destruction? Get ready, you ready? Get ready, get ready, yo, you ready for destruction? Get ready, right now, get ready, get ready, yo, you ready for destruction? Bottom of the barrel to the Coliseum. Warriors, yeah, I got a legion. Take your life from my per diem, you won't get to see it. Open your eyes, you don't believe it. The dust after the dawn when the storm's coming. Yeah, I want it all, you don't want nothing. What you wanna do? You got a point to prove, well, like I wanna make. Let's set your doomsday. This is the eve of your destruction. Yeah, is you ready? Right now, I'm ready. This is the eve of your destruction. Come on, what you wanna do now? Get ready, yo, you ready for destruction? Get ready, are you ready? Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, yo, you ready for destruction? Get ready, right now. Get ready, I'm ready. Get ready, yo, you ready for destruction? Get ready, cause I'm ready. Get ready, get ready, yo, you ready for destruction? Yeah. The eve of your destruction is upon you. You can't say I never warned you. I'm like the locust, the way I focus and then unload it. Down and dirty, no sugar coating, I am the coldest. Like Rome, get broke off with bare knuckles. Take souls, break spirits, my case flows. Where the hunters become prey, Lord knows. If you don't want the smoke, you better stay low. This is the evil of destruction. Right now, this is the evil of destruction. I'm ready. What you wanna do now? Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready now. Get ready, are you ready for destruction? Get ready, get ready, get ready, get ready, are you ready for destruction?
Always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready.
Man, I've been through this and I've been through that. Man, I've been through trials and errors. Done seen through tricks and I've seen through acts. I've been through times of terrors. Got courage that rise through life and times. Play life like I'm on checkers. Running new heights in life, you'd find I've come out of violent messes. Ain't the same man that I used to be. Say that I'm mad, not news to me. I make their own plan, that's mutiny. I play the rap game so beautifully. Everybody can know is that all my focus goes on being the best. People wanna see me stressed, but what they should already know is I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. Know that I'm building it up and I'm doing it solo. This is the realest of stuff, got the game in a chokehold. No situation I don't know. Mounting my back like a pogo. Man in the sea moving so slow. Ain't a rhythm where I won't go. Facts they know it's my rap so cold. Been told my flow so crazy. Act so bold, no raps and O's. Not about that, no, don't chase me. Ain't been lazy, on my way up cause this music made me. How could you blame me? One of the greats in the game. Better get used to my name, I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. No matter what comes my way, they know that I'm standing steady. They wanna push me down, wanna see me landing heavy. My time to rise, they know my grind is planned already. Hard times I've had so many, just know that I'm always ready. I remember this one. Best.
Warrior. The mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got none left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I was born, boy, I was born to rise, I was born to fly, I was born to climb, I was born to get it, I was born to shine, I was born to live it. Like a warrior, like a warrior, like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'ma keep
Came from the bottom, but ain't nothing stopping me now. Haters, I got them, don't worry about them. Putting them all in the ground. Prodigal child with a style. You'll click a whole bunch of clowns. I'm lining them up and laying them down. Who be the man that's in charge? Point him out, show me the face. Down on his knees while I'm testing his faith. Pleading his case, make no mistakes. I'm executioner, judge, and the jury. And I lack patience, so I'm in a hurry. Your position ain't one that concerns me, but you should be worried. Cause I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. Both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running.
Yeah, I'ma keep running, but I ain't no slave. I just keep running, the track has been laid. Run up the numbers to stack when I'm paid. She gon' keep coming, her back getting break. Oops, I mean broken, I'm loud and outspoken. I laugh to the bakers, no joke, I ain't joking with joking. Stop all that talking, I told him, yo, can get rolled up, I'm smoking. Getting blood money, my crypto, the token. The takeover was closed like the legs make it open. They say whenever your boy come around with the smoke, they don't want it the way that it's potent. I know this for sure, it's some more that you got that I never could mess with, cause yours is just bogus. I do no look as I pass, your hook is not magic, you couldn't take that shot if you open. I know I got both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down.
Cause I know I got
Both feet on the ground, head up in the clouds. I'm not slowing down.
I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep running, 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 running. I'ma keep coming, 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 coming. Ain't nothing gonna hold me back. Watch me go as I blow right past. I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running, I'ma keep running. I'ma keep running. I'ma keep running.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. It's disclosure. The fire out. The pace slowed. Nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I miss my opportunity, there goes the opening. Arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus grip. This old road I'm at liberty to trudge, so it's the same old souls, same old goals. Just stick to the script and sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink, but oh, the code's crept in. No momentum to stop it, I swear my prayers and repeat. All I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge to stand up in front of, convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me, to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest from the belt. There's only one thing left. light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. This day's a closure. And that's it. No more doubts. It's over for 'em. I'm promoting it, but no more routes. We're all in. Debt collector about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shook for more well conditioned. I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back, so it's breaking off. Shackles off before Mother Nature is at work, and we cooking up a storm. I'm coming. My feet gon' take me there. Ain't no feet to get the victory. The vision's clear. I'm skipping the days I let myself get riddled up with fears. Winding back the clock, I guess we button in the years. Now we light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up.
You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing your favorite song, but on radio. So when you like the sunrise, you make me feel like howling out my window. Tell everybody about my baby. I think you're quite alright. I don't go a night, don't go a day without thinking about my baby. You knock me out cold, and I'll get right back. I'm just like a radio on. But you turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. I don't go a night, don't go a day. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. Knock me out cold. And I'll get right back. I'm just like I did the radio on. You turn me on. You really turn me on. And you make me feel like jumping out my window. And I ain't got my baby right there by my side. You knock me out cold. What's that perfume that you're wearing? Girl, you smell like home. Can I take you home? All the way home. We can sing your favorite song, but on radio. Tell me you like the sunrise. 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 Tell me you like the sunrise.
from us, you get pulled like a trigger. Looking at you like a big plate of dinner. Man like you don't eat your way thinner. And how they gonna call me lazy? Power man style, yo, certified wavy. Certified snakes in the grass, all slithering, pleading, begging. But nowadays you gotta pay me that feature. Man, a different breed, a creature. Straight out the gates of hell with a legion. Looking for a whole bunch of souls to feed on. Devil in my eye when I come for the heathens. Babylon burning, all good reason. Keep that little kerning, add a little seasoning. And that's what them sheep are good for. Them good for the eating.
Better step out the way when we're coming through. We the kind of people you gon' listen to. And I can't guarantee that you won't go missing, dude. And I don't wanna tell your mama you went fishing, dude. And be another piece of drama on the evening news.
But that's just the way it goes when you gotta go harder. My whole crew just went wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole quick dripping in labels, stacking out big on the tables. Right, so wow, I didn't even know like that. I asked the crew, they said that we roll like that. So wow, better watch out, we're coming, you know I wanna get dealt with by them young and wild. Kick down doors and we come through straight to the stage where I run to. Gonna get wild. Whole quick
the ting now. What you saying, cuz? Play the track, play the track, play the track. Fuck the neighbours, blood, turn it up. What you saying, cuz? Turn it up, you get me? It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motives corrupt. Is that you? Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. Cause I eat it up. Don't get caught with your hand in the jar. Had your run, so don't come to my yard. Shut your mouth when I spit bars. I'm ready for the battle when I enter. Faced with it, I ain't never seen a wall, can't tear down. Now watch them all scatter, because they're scared now. You're done, just get your white flag out, surrender. If you're on my list and you're finished, if I'm on my vibe, can't kill it. Your cook got you sizzling in a skillet. At the end of the road, got you swinging. I'm concerned that thing that you bring it. Like a virus that needs cleaning. It's time to repent for your sinning. Got blood on your hands that you're spilling. I'm ready for the fight. I'm coming like a thief in the night. Just empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me better run. 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 If you know me, then you know I'm on crud. Sharks in the water and they all smell blood. If you test my team, then I'll drag you to the mud. Better build a boat, cause you ain't ready for the flood. I got a theory, bury bodies in your bed, then now you gotta lie. Bring it down to my level and a key like Lord of the Flies. Through stones at a glass house, no I can't play nice. Equip up the blaster, man, why are you surprised? Empty the clip and when you're done, what doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run, yeah. What doesn't kill me better run. Move, what doesn't kill me better run. Okay. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. What doesn't kill me better run. Swear down. It's a coup d'etat. Better put 'em up if your motives corrupt. Show my teeth from the start. Better lie low, better keep in the dark. Okay. From the ocean to the river, getting senile. Emergency siren say Nino. I'm the new monarchy, running now. Night, knock 'em out like sleep well. Run. What doesn't kill me better 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 run.
Woke up early, start my day with daily grace. Pray for mercy on my enemies and snakes, yeah. Lord, forgive me for these choices that I make. I got murder on my mind, I got bodies in the grave, yeah. We get your block lit, pull up with the chopsticks. Ain't no apologies for nothing. We get your pop split. We get your pop hit, pull up with the drop tip, yeah. We up in the stakes, whatever it takes to level the pot quick. You better look over your shoulder and beyond. You wanna send shots at us, you better be God. You know tough guy for real, you better be honest. Yeah, you could run, but we gon' find out. Half a ticket on your head, don't be surprised. Shooters itching, they gon' come collect the prize. Book the mission, we gon' take them for a ride. DOA, we gon' bring them back dead or
miles too. Ain't no coming down, you better run. Don't mean to be blunt, I'm already a weapon, I don't need a gun. And you don't want none, see the new #1 is up for the hunt. I'm annihilating any violators, man, I see so many I can buy a hater. Man, I'm in my prime, I'll retire later. Do it now before I'm dying later. These are words I live by. Do or die, this is not suicide, no. It's do or die, I don't run, I don't hide, no. I just do or die, nose dive in the fire. Do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run, it's dangerous. This is do or die. Go, 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 go. I don't really know how to go slow. Oh no, oh no. I don't really vibe with the bozos. I don't need a ride to show. Couple hundred miles and I'm over. I got a bucket list with a quote. I'ma live a million lives till it's over. I'ma live it to the fullest, even when I'm dodging bullets. Especially when I got a grenade in my hand and I got the pin and you know I'ma pull it. Boom! All of my foes are goons. I put them on notice too. And now they know they through. They do. These are words I live by. Do or die. This is not suicide, no. It's do or die. I don't run, I don't hide, no. I just do or die. Nose dive in the fire. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Whole nother universe. Whole nother do or die. Yeah, whole nother universe. Yeah, there we go. Run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Yeah, you better run for your life. You better run for your life. You better run. It's dangerous. This is do or die. Do or die. Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate. I'm a diamond, one of a kind. Cut 10 face like a Gemini. High shine when I'm in the light. Catch a night flight, I'm in a different climate.
Let's go.
Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Ain't no other like we. Running things so easy. Cross the country like ski. That's you, that's me, that's we, that's we. Quick kick, ponder
away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away.
You better run.
Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And that's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day, you don't wanna test me, this ain't no play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day, or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky, or you gon' turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away.
Yeah. You better run. Renegade.
Hit the ground, I'm on cold. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, evil. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, ain't no one ahead of me. I'm on the right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it.
Give me your now. It's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it.
Yeah, this fire lives in my soul. It drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go. Cause the climb's all that I know. And I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it.
Give me your now. It's all on the line. Watch me come alive. I want the world in my palms. I want it.
faster, faster. Zoom, the engine room, but you feel the boom. Gone in the wind, when you see me better move. Jetpack kid, reloaded the jet fuel. High speed cruise, so fast you can't move. Zoom, through. No, I don't mean to be rude. It's just the beginning, beginning, beginning. Do I have your attention, attention, attention? Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster, faster. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, pick up the paces. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, they say we dangerous. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, buckle up for safety. Heart steady racing and racing and racing, it's yours if you take it. It's yours if you want it, go and get it, go and get it. Be sure that you want it, cause you gotta be committed. In order to run it, you gon' have to get the sprint. First come, first serve, now listen. Eyes on the prize if you came here to witness. Turned up the turbo so they hear the engine. Go faster, faster, faster. To keep up with me, you better catch your breath. Faster, faster. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Upgrade your speed, zoom past the rest. Faster,
You need an upgrade. You ready for an update? It's time for you to level up. Listen, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. When I put my pen to the page, it's like I just entered the game. So first I'm ahead to the range, then do some work on perfecting my aim. I'm spending hours to develop and train. You don't get a medal for setting the pace unless you're ahead at the end of the race. I wanna get better by stepping my level. Attackers up until I'm dead in a grave, yeah. I never said I was brave, nah, but these other men are afraid. And they're only here for the rep and the fame. So don't be thinking me and them are the same. I step on the stage where legends are made. Forget that your claim is weapons ablaze. I'm ready to spray and let out my pain. Tell everybody not to get in my way. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up. If life's a game, it's time to play. If you wanna level up, stay wide awake. Don't fall asleep. Most talk is cheap. If you wanna level up, come walk with me. To be a master of anything, you've got to put masses of effort in. So if your mentality's negative, then you might never be classed as a veteran. But don't turn your back on your enemy, cause they wanna capture your territory. You can't let them damage your health. If your energy's loading, you have to replenish it. You might need to balance your regimen. But life's like a battle, you never win. So what really matters is legacy. Passing knowing that you had your integrity. Cause your credit's in a negative, developing a deficit. But when you're dead and buried, every penny is irrelevant. Instead of getting treasure, and it's better to be generous. And then when you're in heaven, you'll be ready for the benefits. Level up, aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Say what you want, but I'm taking a shot and I'm shaking them off when I level up. Aim for the top when I level up. Ain't gonna stop till I level up. Level up, level up, level up, level up.
walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up. Just sober up, and I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a bands. Like, do your dance, where your man's, do your dance. I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up. Just sober up, and I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance. I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, you never doing bands, never riding on the bus, never looking at your man. So he wishes he was us. And my lady has no trust. Let me tell you that's the crux. They all looking at solutions in the bottom of a cup. Yeah, she on track. She spent a couple racks, just some tats and a fifth. Make it lame, let's smash. I'm on the ass, I love her ass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Let me see a little sass before I give you the pass. Or while you rolling the back, or while you rolling the joint. I think I'm missing your back, I think you're missing the point. I haven't seen you in a minute, let me see you in a minute. I mean, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance. I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up. Just sober up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance. I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah, no one pouring out and get the boy a hug. Three blonde beauties walking out the country club. Yeah, please stop messing me up. Just sober up, but I just stole her from my dad. Now she ain't getting a bands. Do your dance, where your man's, do your dance. I'm a sad shit cancer. Yeah, do your dance, got some bands up. I'm never going to the country club. Right, I'm never going to the country club. Right, I'm never going to the country club. Like, and your man's, yeah, he wishes he was us. I'm never going to the country club. Yeah.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb that's ticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion, what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure,
Life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated. Write these poems and pages. Phases, stages. Backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh. What? Take that shot, I'm blessed and I'm all with ease. All these men when they talk that breeze. Did that big chat, did that scene, but I won't go back. No, I switch that theme. Let's get that P. Now I got that team. Now I hit that pump, that get that clean. No rest in peace till I said my piece. Now we gotta run with a different league. Changes, phases. Life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated. Write these poems and pages. Phases, stages. Backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh. What? Take that shot. Been through phases, hit them with a flow and it's so contagious. Bet I'm a vet and I roll with the greatest. Shoulda, woulda, coulda got me running my paces. Get in my space and you're gonna feel mad cause I can't stay still like I'm running around tracks. And I ain't gonna stop till I go to the max. I can't stop, don't stop, won't stop. Back big moves, take notes. Could've been huge but I say no. Me and you ain't in the same boat. Been around and about but I lay low. Stay so good I break ground when it ain't seen. Not the best, no stress cause I'm better than I been. One shot, level up to the top, no cheat. Putting in work, this life ain't free, no. That changes, life in the blink of an eye through phases. Been around the world, big tours, big stages. Hit 'em with a source and I don't stop pacing. Don't stop making, won't stop chasing. Got a big dream, won't stop till I make it. Take it, this one here's for the haters. Face it, can't stop, won't stop blazing. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics. Don't stop till we get to the top like ooh, what? Take that shot. Changes, phases, life and it goes in stages. Patient, dedicated, write these poems and pages. Phases, stages, backtrack, go back to the basics.
You wish. In the dojo. You want to head high? In the dojo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
One knock at the door and then we both know how the story ends. You can't win if your white flag's out when the war begins. Aiming so high but swinging so low. Trying to catch fire but feeling so cold. Hold it inside and hope it won't show. I'm saying it's not but inside I know.
Today's gonna be the day you notice. Cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke is.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Turn to run, now look what it's become. Outnumbered 10 to 1. Back then should've bit your tongue. Cause there's no turning back. This path once it's begun. You're already on that list. Say you don't want what you can't resist. Waving that sword when the pen won't miss. Watch it all falling apart like this.
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Today's gonna be the day you notice. Cause I'm tired of explaining what the joke
everyone to the 2024 World Championship. Woo! It is time for the Swiss stage. We are in the Riot Games Arena in beautiful Berlin, Germany. My name is Shox, and I am so happy to join everyone here.
Welcome, Shox.
Thank you. I'm so excited. The hope is still flying high. I don't know how long it's going to last, but I'm here with Goldberg, with Chad, and with Raz, and our first game is going to start pretty soon, so we're going to get through a lot of stuff, Chad.
Absolutely. I want to start with play-ins, though, and for those of you who missed it, 100 Thieves played amazingly. They were incredibly dominant. They did NA proud. It's unfortunate that they opted out of Swiss stage because they've accomplished their goals.
No, that's incorrect. They got knocked out.
I was told that we weren't fact-checking.
You know what? With how my teams have been doing in the last couple of years, I'll allow it.
But we fact-checked this time because MDK made it out, so we fact-check this one.
Thank you.
MDK did make it. You're right. Of course, these teams from the plains will be joining our other part of the crop coming out of the rest of the world, the best of the best. So even if you did get through plains, you're going to have to play a little better, I think, if you want to beat these teams. They also have the patch to contend with. We have a couple of takeaways already from plains, Raz, but which teams that we're going to see for the first time you think are going to be benefited or will suck more because of the patch?
Let's start with the sucking more part. For me, it's the sucking more because
is this,
like,
he's making sure they can see.
The balance team, they have it out for the horse because unfortunately, not only did they sting onto the turret plates and everything, so they made lane swapping a little bit worse, but also AP was an amazing AD carry mid. Like his Corki, his Tristan, and everything. So a little nerf.
Good point.
I like how you're setting expectations low.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Where you're sitting, actually.
He's getting his excuses out of the way early.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
I'm going to say, and we saw a little bit of this at play-in, but I just want to reiterate it. I think Mad Lions was actually buffed a little bit, partially from the mid lane champion pool. I think they really struggled with the AD carry meta, and they looked a lot more comfortable in this meta for me. So I'm probably put them about here. I think they might make a little bit of noise in Swiss.
Need all the help they can get.
No, I like that. I mean, we were fine. Play-ins was easy cruising for Mad Lions, but who else is going to be easy cruising here? I think it's going to be BLG. I think Riot, you know, they said, we hate Team Liquid, we love this team. It's about time they take a world championship. Buffing the mages in the mid. No, they are mega buffed.
So good already.
No, yeah, but they're even better now. Did you see Knight's champion pool? They're giving him an even better champion pool now. You have Bin who can play carries in the top lane. Like, it's unfair how good this patch is for BLG.
They did buff Jax. They did buff Jax.
They are one of the favorites, maybe even more so. I got some LCK teams. I got DK and T1 because I feel like their mid laners will benefit or should be benefiting from back to the mages in the mid lane. For Faker not been having the best time, Showmaker the same, so I think it's going to help them. There's other lanes that, you know, we're not going to talk about them now, but I want to see Faker, you know, he's never placed below top 4 in any of the worlds. He's attended 7 of them, so hopefully he gets a little bit of
yeah, that was a good throw. That was a decent throw.
Extra fire from the patch. All right, cool. So we'll see, of course, how everything develops. But I did want to take a look at what, from our fan perspective, are some of our favorite things that we're looking forward to going through the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite storylines, and this is a big overarching world storyline, is just going to be China versus Korea, the LPL versus the LCK, because I feel like last year was sneaky, almost an insane year for the LPL where they would have had world domination. They had 2 teams in the MSI finals. They had 3/4 of the semifinals, and then Faker just completely eliminated the region. Then we have Chovy who managed to win MSI. But I think if you looked at the 2 years holistically, the LPL has had more total teams do well, even if LCK has more titles. So I want to see if that gets evened out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to index even closer on that. For me, it's Chovy and Knight going up against each other. I want this story. Like, there's a million storylines at Worlds. But the thing is, we've only ever seen these two play against each other 10 times. For how good they are, the 2 best mid laners in the world right now, I need to see more. And I think when we come further into the tournament, these are the 2 players that we're going to be following. They want their world championship, and I want to see who gets it.
Lovely photo also, Goldberg.
Thank you so much.
Back to back with
it's the same shirt as well. It's the same shirt.
It is the same shirt. I'm looking forward to the Griffin reunion. That's going to be a lot of fun. There was an interesting quote from Tarzan saying, speaking to Lehens, and Lehens saying, well, you're the only one who wasn't able to win. So obviously you were the missing link, but Griffin was insane. They were the best team to never win anything,
No,
really.
Absolutely. Love the happy Shox. That's a great photo.
Thank
that
you.
looks fantastic.
Yeah. It's true. Looking forward to that. We'll see how they all end up. Of course, Raz, how about you?
And for me, it's the fact that we've already gone through play-ins and we've had a lot of unique picks. So in terms of unique picks per game, it's the most of any play-in out
Chat,
from
you need to
Worlds.
go down again.
So like, yeah, you got to duck a little bit. So yes, you can have the caveat of the fact that there are less games, but if you look at just last year, there's less games, but also just more unique picks in general. And I think the benefit of it is some of the balance changes. Also, lane swapping is meant if you've had a pretty tough lane, doesn't really matter. You can really get out of it.
How old is that photo?
That was like beginning of the year. I tricked ass that day. I really did.
Oh my gosh.
The next day I shaved that thing.
It's never coming back. I've got an honorable mention, rather, because Worlds is in Europe, and I was inspired by Goldberg's emphatic speech that you made in Munich. But when Worlds is in Europe, things go well. In 2011, Fnatic won the World Championship, and it's, you know, it is there. It is on Wikipedia. It is on the graphic, so it happened. In 2015, 2 teams made it to the semifinals. We won't say what happened after that. In 2019, all teams got out of the groups. G2 made it to the finals. Now, I know what you're thinking, 2021, it wasn't supposed to be here. So I'm just going to discount that completely.
Okay, that's
and now we're in
understandable.
2024.
A little home cooking here.
Yeah, why not?
Give them the slight edge.
It's day one. Anyone and everyone should be allowed to dream, right? What happens later, forget about that. Today's the day for cope. Today's the day of belief. Disappointment.
Tomorrow also.
Yeah. Exactly, but disappointment might come later.
2 days of Swiss have got to be 2 of the best days of any World Championship. We see 16 teams a day, both days. It's insanity.
It's crazy. And some really, really fire matchups as well. But as said, we are in the Swiss stage. We saw it already last year at Worlds. And as we take a look at our bracket, chat, there are some things that have stayed the same and some things that have changed.
Yeah, so a quick recap of how Swiss actually works, because if when you look at the big bracket, it looks complicated. Let's simplify it. You beat 3 different teams, you move on to the bracket stage. We can get to the bracket as well. This is just the schedule for the first day. Yeah. So here's the bracket. You beat 3 teams, you move on, you lose to 3 teams, you're eliminated. And as you'll see here, some of these are best of 3s. If you're ever in a best of 3, it's for advancement or elimination. Otherwise, it's going to be best of 1. And then the only change really from last year, aside from having no region on region in round 1, which we've already seen via the draw, is that rematches will not happen unless it's mathematically impossible to avoid them.
I love that.
Very likely we will see no rematches throughout the entire Swiss bracket.
Yeah, I think that's an awesome change. I think with that we were, left wanting a little bit last year's Worlds, right? So with the no rematch rule, that will be avoided.
Yeah,
like
it's true.
Exactly. They can't even benefit from it anymore.
Yeah, KT rule.
Also remember,
a little bit.
remember to lock in your pick'ems. Did you lock in your pick'ems?
I did last night.
I forgot. Like 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, literally.
Oh
10 minutes
my
ago.
God.
Oh no. Anyways, we are getting into our very first match of the Swiss stage, 2 days of best of 1s, and it's BLG up versus MDK. And we're going to start by introducing the LEC's 3rd seed, MDK. They did come from the play-ins, but we got Mirwin in the top lane, Elioya in the jungle, Frescawi in the mid lane, then Supa and Alvaro in the bot lane, who have really impressed. And moving on to their opponents, it's BLG, the 1st seed, coming out of the LPL, and huge favorites with Bin in the top lane. It'll be there in a second, but you know already. Wei, well, you may not know that because Wei actually only joined as of recent, and then Knight in the mid lane, and then Elk and On. Maybe we won't get the graphic, or maybe we'll get it later. Yeah. We'll see.
And for me, if you look at the BLG squad, it's really exciting to watch them because the 3 core of Bin, Elk, and On have been together for so damn long. It says 298 days.
No, it's about 600 days for the 3 of them.
Exactly. So for me, that's really enticing because they're a team that has made adjustments. They haven't made big shakeups. They've made adjustments so they can get over the hurdle. When they lost to Weibo Gaming in semifinals of Worlds, they were pissed off. Why couldn't you be? So of course they bring in Knight, brought on that bit of a rocket power, and then during the summer, you talked about that addition, Shocks. They brought in Wei for the consistency, and they allowed them to play through top lane, mid lane a little more frequently, because their entire goal is to be able to win the big chip.
Yeah, we've been following them, as for BLG, for a few years now internationally, and there was always that growth you could clearly see, and them making the right decisions in order to be able to grow further, Goldberg. And with Wei, that has definitely been evident in their play.
No, he was just what they needed, because they are psychopaths. They can fire on all cylinders. The problem is when you're your jungler want to fire in all cylinders as well, when they were playing with Shun, you needed someone that brought in that stability, and Wei has done that. I think the meta is fantastic for him right now in terms of setting his laners up. You can play through Knight, you can play through Bin, you can play through Elk. There is all-star players all around. This roster now has just been built for one thing, and it's to win, not just a World Championship, but against Gen G specifically, who's had that number.
Absolutely, and if you look at the year they've had, or even just the summer split they had, this is probably the best version of BLG we've ever seen.
Yeah.
Especially in terms of their dominance within the LPL. And then you look back at the last 3 international tournaments they've been a part of. 2nd place at MSI. They lost in Game 5 of the World Semifinals. And then 2nd place at MSI again. So now they're the best version of that team that was always either 2nd or 3rd at internationals. And they're one of the favorites of the whole tournament.
Absolutely. And we've got that added caveat of last year what happened. We want to make sure that doesn't happen again, even if it comes down to us to stop the LCK or stop a T1. We want to do that. It's super, super exciting. And if we talk about the jungler for BLG, we also need to talk about the jungler on the other side, El Yoya for Mad Lions, who is leading this team of rookies as a captain all the way through Worlds when nobody expected them to be here.
Absolutely. This guy, I think, as someone who's not an EU caster, doesn't follow exactly every game, he's so amazing for this region. He was a Worlds quarterfinalist in 2021. He's been the consistent factor for this Mad team throughout all their Worlds appearances. And to do what he has done, and for Mad to do what they have done with 4 rookies and Oyoye in their very first year, is incredibly impressive. And that was just to make it to the Worlds play-in. Their performance in play-in was downright impressive. So I think even though their first opponent could have happened, yeah, I think there's a chance they have a decent showing here at Worlds.
And it's the journey for him. In 2021, first coming in, his first Worlds, he was the young player surrounded by veterans. And now at this stage, when he's surrounded by rookies, we even see in content pieces, he's talking about how he sees himself and some of the younger players on his team, the trials and tribulations they go through throughout the year. And it's just nice to see him be the captain and lead the team.
It is. And Goldberg, Alvaro was really impressive in the play-ins, and I like to see that because for people who haven't followed EU that much this year, this bot lane has been confident from the get-go. And I know some people are like, oh, they said they could be better than some players. I'm not going to name it right now, but I like that fire, that grinta, and they showed it already here at Worlds.
No, absolutely. You know, if you only watch EU in winter, you probably would have thought Alvaro is the best support, but if you then actually watch spring and summer, that's where they had a dip down. But the impressive part comes down to when they finally got back to play-ins, Alvaro had this series of his life, not just against Vikings, but then again when they played against PSG. I love reading the comments in the beginning from the first series where they said LoL Esports can have all the highlights they need for Alvaro in the first series. Then the second series happened as well. The Alistar came through, and it's the best he's been playing.
Every single time things looked a little dicey, Alvaro made a play.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But they were also dicey, I'd say, because Mirwin and Frescowi were not playing at a super high level. That needs to be better for them to succeed.
That is a great point, especially versus BLG. We are excited about MDK getting through play-ins, but we gotta be honest here. They are huge underdogs. Now, there was a little bit of banter back and forth. Bin said, well, Mirren, I know you love playing these weird champions and some strange picks. Save him. You're gonna need them when you're 0-1. So you're saying he's thinking about it?
I mean, he certainly is. Now, this can come off as a bit coggy if you don't know Bin, but he's generally just the best top laner in the world right now. So if anyone gets to say this, it's him. On the other side of that coin, though, he is saying this because he's super scared of Mirwin. He's like, please don't bring these picks out. You might as well not to. Oh, it'd be a shame if you did. Just save him for later. Because he secretly doesn't want to play against him.
Yeah.
He's offering free advice. He's telling you just for your own good. He's recognizing how good Mad Lions can be. Save it for the teams you can actually beat.
Thank you, but no thank you. That's what we're saying over here. We're going to bring out the range top laners.
Let's see.
I think we're going to just lane swap.
Oh, hey, we haven't mentioned it yet. Is it just going to continue?
Well, I think it will,
absolutely,
especially in it will obviously depend on the draft. But if they go with an early Cassante pick, Mad was actually very good at lane swapping in the play-in phase, and you're going to want to test BLG. And also, you can deny farm for Bin, the best player on BLG. I don't see why they wouldn't.
And that was the best aspect of, I thought, Mad's play in the play-ins that you mentioned. I thought Alvaro's ability to be able to bully mid, get a flash off Kati. There was some specific plays that they actually saw. So I think actually being in the play-ins really helped them be on the stage, get kind of used to it a little bit more, and practice some of the lane swaps. So I think it actually helps them quite considerably.
Yeah, we'll see indeed. Is there anyone, you know what, you're going to predict Mad Lions. I'm just going to make it.
What's the % chance that they win?
That's a good way to talk about it.
Like, I know you want them to win, but how likely do you think it is?
Well, honestly, I think it comes down to the fact that it's probably just a 50-50 because either you win or you don't win.
It's true. Either you win or you don't win, and that goes for the entire World Championship. Everyone has a chance, but all jokes aside, we are in for a month of epicness, and the Swiss stage starts right now.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
An incredible back and forth game. Both teams putting everything on the line.
Such a solid Jarvan game here in the end, 2-0.
And if I had like a dark, not gonna be interesting.
Don't spoil, don't spoil. I didn't see the trailer.
Personally,
I'm excited for everything. Yeah?
I always fun with some
Big, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going.
NA fans have definitely lost hope. We are here to change that.
Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer.
2019년도에 이제 제가 신인이었어가지고 첫 월즈였는데 이번에 다시 베를린으로 복귀했을 때 꼭 우승까지 할 수 있다고 확신하고 있습니다.
上次来欧洲比赛，我拿到了世界冠军。这一次，我依然会全力以赴。
You should never underestimate us.
No one wants this more than us.
每个选手都有很多可以学习的地方，所以才能够打到现在。
今年经历了很多，我现在唯一能做的就是拿出最好的状态，让大家觉得这一路都是值得的。
형 혹시 그 월드 징크스 같은 거 있지 않나?
내가 출전하면 월즈에 LCK가 우승하는 징크스가 있긴 하지.
그러면은 사실상 형 덕분에 다 우승한 거네, 맞지? Victory color. I like it. This takes me back to 2019.
5年前在这拿了冠军，再次来到这里，什么感觉？
说实话就没什么感受，因为时间过去了太久了。如果今年我们能在这里再次完成这个目标的话，应该会感受比较深刻。
So, your first finals, rookie year, how did it feel?
I think the best part for me was seeing how happy my family was, especially because it took a lot of convincing for me to go pro, because we're like a traditional Arab family, so it was really nice. What about you?
It felt good. I felt like the first time in a long time I could be myself.
형은 프로 하면서의 목표가 뭐야?
월즈 우승이지. 월즈 우승 빼고 다 해봤으니까.
우승만 하면은 약간 목표가 끝나는? 약간 목적이 다 달성되는 그런 느낌이야.
"在去年全球总决赛输给天安之后，我个人其实也很久没有释怀吧。
2022년 월즈 어땠는데?
사실 우승하기 힘들었었던 상황이었는데 또 우승한 거니까 역배였다 보니까 이제 우승할 때 좋았던 것 같아.
2018 was really important to me. I just felt like it was winnable, and I kept saying it until we did win. We didn't win it all, but we got pretty close.
Conseguimos, irmão.
Chegamos, mano. A gente tá reacendendo a chama do povo brasileiro, essa esperança, tá ligado? Acho que é um sentimento único, mano.
我们今年一整年感觉都过得挺艰难的，你觉得今年我们可以做到吗？
我觉得可以做到吧，因为我们也付出了很多，就等待这一刻。对，
肯定得有啊。
잘해보자고. How was it back then?
In 2019.
People think of the final, the ending. And while it felt like a shame to lose in the final, for me, 2019 kind of just represents hope. The emotions of going on stage, my dad, my mom, my siblings, all of them supporting me. It felt like all of Europe was behind us. It shows me that we can do it once again.
So are you gonna die today to make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
저를 믿지 못하는 사람들에는 관심이 없어서 되게 중요한 건 월드 우승입니다.
So are you gonna die today to make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
今年 LPL 会拼尽全力。
我们是来复仇的，월드 언제 어디서 열리든 우리의 홈그라운드이고.
Welcome to the World's 2024 Swiss stage. MDK, BLG taking the stage for our first game of 8 today. 16 teams have made it to this stage. For the next 10 days, 8 will be eliminated. 8 will move on to the bracket stage. You saw in that wonderful video, everyone has a unique story. Everyone has a journey to get here. World-class talent across the board, and now we'll just have to see who is the best. I'm Dracos, joined by Vedius for the first 4 matches of the day, and I mean, they're all bangers, each and every single one of them.
It's a clash of ambition. Dreams are on the line, and for all of these pro players, this is what they've ultimately been working towards. It's Worlds 2024, it's the Swiss stage, and we're starting off with a David versus Goliath. The Titans of BLG will be going up against the underdogs of MDK, a roster that is consistently underestimated versus a roster whose expectations are at their highest.
It's so crazy when you look at the difference in how people talk about these teams. MDK, they're like, oh, shaky all year. When people talk about BLG and they're critical, it's critical in that way that a team that is so clearly the best, it's the nitpicky, it's the little things.
Yeah.
Oh, they're not quite good enough at this, they're not quite good enough at that. It's always through the lens of, will they win it all? Whereas MDK, it's, can they even make it to the next stage? So for them to have the potential to go toe-to-toe with BLG, see what they can get done in this matchup, but certainly expectations are stacked against them.
It was super fun last night watching some Champions Q games, seeing Knight and Bin going up against each other. Knight getting a cheeky solo kill up against Bin. It was clear that they were having a lot of fun last night, and I'm excited to see what they bring out today because the meta, I feel like that it's in BLG's favor. We're getting the return of Syndra, where we get to see Knight back on one of his most successful picks of all time. As we're getting ready for the draft, let's see what the priorities will be. What is the respect going to be shown towards MDK? Is there something that they are concerned about? Nidalee already taken away from Elioya and Mirwin.
Yeah, respect ban already paid over. Ziggs also going to be taken away. still strong on the current patch despite some nerfs to his passive, that overall damage to towers. Jinx taken 2. And of course, it's important to remember, MDK have already kind of shown us a little bit of their read on what the meta is on 14-18, but for so many of the teams today, the vast majority, 12 of them exactly, didn't play through plans, right? Now we need to see how they feel about it, what they have been scrimming, what they have been practicing. So there is potential to really see the meta shaken up, as much as some things feel pretty stable, like more or less the mid lane pool.
Now Skarner, Orianna, Syndra, so many power picks are available. But BLG, they're going to lock in the Vi. They want the lockdown potential. Could this potentially be an Ahri Vi, a Syndra Vi? I mean, Knight has so many champions that he can play in combination with this setup. Wei, a very versatile jungler. So much of the conversation has been about his introduction to BLG and how he's made them more of a complete team. Now, bringing out the Vi, obviously a far cry from what we saw from the playoffs and the regular season due to the meta shift. How will MDK respond? With the Skarner locked in, you imagine that's going to go towards Elyoya. We've typically seen them prioritize that early AD carry to getting the Cassandra and then looking for those early lane swaps, but that's not going to be an option for them today, as the Syndra is taken away from Knight.
And while Syndra certainly is a powerful pick in the context of the meta, a champion who is very vulnerable. When she doesn't have Flash, when she doesn't have Scatter, which has an incredibly long cooldown, a champion like Vi, level 6, makes it pretty easy to find kills and to focus around that mid lane.
Gnar
going to grab here. Mirwin, I believe, was spamming Gnar and solo queue less. One of the first times in history I've looked at Mirwin's solo queue page and it hasn't been full of random cheese picks, clearly giving some respect to practicing the more conventional save options. But there's the Ahri Vi, and I'm going to be honest, if we take nameplates off, I'm like, Frescowie might be okay. But when we turn those nameplates on, Betty, I'm shaking.
I mean, Knight's streak was broken recently, but that shouldn't take away from the fact that this man has an incredible 86% win rate on the champion, all time across his career. It is an exceptional pick for him, and it's something that, I mean, you don't have to look very far back. He was drawing target bans consistently due to the power of this champion. So it's exciting to see it here in the debut at Worlds. The response going to be the Cassandra. We already talked about it. MDK have been leaning towards this style. They're going towards the safe top side of the map, suggesting that they are looking towards a lane swap here in the first game of the Swiss stage.
Potentially, and perhaps why we see the Jinx taken away early on in the draft from BLG. Don't want to give them the strongest AD carry in a lane swap scenario, but a very strong top side in terms of tanky life bars. But maybe some difficult matchups. We'll have to see how Frescowie manages the Ahri matchup early on. Of course, post level 6 is really where it's going to get difficult for the Syndra, but early on should be able to harass, and now you're seeing 80 carry bans. A lot of utility in the bot lane right now, as some of the more premier options have been hit. Varus, Ashe taken away, or sorry, not Varus, excuse me, Ashe and Jhin taken away. See if Varus shows up, has been popular in solo queue, but of course, we were talking about earlier today, Lucian Nami also on the rise, and it'll be banned as well.
Well, I mean, the AD carry pool has been narrowed pretty significantly. You're looking at things maybe like Callista, Misfortune, Kai'Sa as a possibility. We've seen a little bit of Xayah as well. With the Poppy now banned, I like that Poppy ban, it makes a lot of sense. You're looking at now Rel being a high value champion. I wonder if MDK is looking for it. Are we gonna, ooh, I mean, shouldn't talk about the hovers. Okay, well, I mean, Tristana, another champion that's great in the lane swaps thanks to her ability to siege. So you imagine this is going to go in the hands of Super, unless they're giving us an old school G2 where they put the Syndra in the bot lane, but that's not what I'm expecting.
Nor am I. Although it would be interesting, of course, Tristana, you know, I think hit even on the playoffs patch the most regions played on, but a champion that we saw in play-ins not be nearly as effective, at least in the context of mid lane. So we'll see if bot lane looks better for her and where she's going to end up. Right now, though, On taking his time debating. On, of course, for Alvaro, you know, so many supports in the LEC, in EMEA, talk about On as this guy who is so creative, who is someone that they look up to, and now I'm curious to see what Alvaro is going to bring to the table, because Rel, in a vacuum, still one of the absolute strongest support picks overall, just provides so much, even her early laning phase is solid. So what is Alvaro planning to mitigate what On can do?
It's going to be the Alistar.
That's fair. It's fair. It's not my favorite pick. You
I mean, he did have a good performance on it in the plains, though. So, I mean, he's playing with confidence. But yeah, this draft from MDK, it's pretty traditional, front to back, very stock standards. The thing is with BLG, though, they're going for a heavy dive comp. When we think about how they team fight, I mean, they're one of the best team fighting teams in the world. Their target selection is often immaculate. And the problem you're going to have is Frescowie's going to find it difficult to survive with all this threat diving on top of him. All 5 champions of BLG want to get into your face. They want to close that gap, and they want to look to fight. Now, we're expecting that lane swap in the early levels, and the execution from MDK has been clean from what we've seen so far from them in the play-ins, but of course, the level of competition has escalated somewhat.
Yeah, somewhat, sure, yes. Some would say significantly, but yes.
As the 3rd seed from the LEC will take on the 1st seed from the LPL. We're getting ready for our first game of the Swiss stage here at Worlds 2024.
2 teams. MDK, no strangers to the stage, had the time in play-ins. BLG, the first time, we'll get to see what they can bring to the table.
I'm excited, Dracos.
Honestly, this is such an interesting switch, because if you told me that what BLG drafted was exactly how MDK wanted to play the game, yeah, I think you'd be spot on. Early game, you got picks in the mid game, it suits them so well. MDK kind of stepping out of what was their comfort zone domestically, at least, to be more about scaling, to be less about necessarily finding these early skirmishes, and see if it will indeed be the lane swap as we get into this first game of the day. Remember, win 3, you are through to the bracket stage. Lose 3, and you are out. Jet highlighted it so beautifully earlier. Of course, any elimination or qualification games will be best of 3. Otherwise, quick couple of best of 1s.
Okay, let's look at this early setup.
30 seconds
so far, a lot of pings coming down. Information trying to be garnered from both sides. You can see MDK's bot lane already hovering around the top side jungle. They need to keep track of any potential wards being invested from either side.
On already getting aggressive onto Alvaro. We'll just try to walk him down. Proccing the plasma would be decent.
Gonna force him to base, likely, as Knight also took a bit of damage for Scowie. Gonna flash, yeah.
Flash forward. Charm start coming in from Knight, forcing the flash out from Frescowie. Gonna force the back, and likely the TP as well. Devastating for MDK at level 1, and they've still got the Tristana on the top side of the map. This is a really difficult position to start a lane swap from, especially because they're on vision.
Sweeper gonna come through. Are they looking to invade this? I think that'd be very ambitious. At the very least, they're gonna try and interrupt. But look, the cross map is happening. You can see the Way's already moved to the bot side of MDK's jungle. The map is going to be split.
Another charm landing. Alvaro's here, still has his flash, is forced out. We're not even, the lane phase is just starting.
Well, I mean, so traditionally what you'll do is you'll put your supports into the mid lane, then you'll have your AD carries lane with the top laners, so then once the top laners get that XP along with the AD carries, then they can TP towards the stacked wave on the top side, as you can see that MDK is doing. The adaptation that BLG is saying is that we put our top and mid in mid lane, and that means that we can just fight you. What's an Alistar going to do at level 1 against us? They've got the traditional bot lane set up on the bot side of the map. This does mean, though, that if Bin does TP towards the top side, his support is going to be extremely far away from him, and he's going to be at risk of a dive.
But it is a clever adaptation, because so often in lane swaps where both teams know it's coming, you don't have a Gnar who's very vulnerable to those early dives. We saw it at MSI as well with things like the Twisted Fate, like the Vayne. You just run into mid lane sometimes. Harass a bit level 1, try to build a greater advantage his way, and Alvaro trading blows here. And
now, crucially, Alvaro's not level 2, which is...
Crucially, Alvaro's by himself against 4 people.
And he doesn't have flash. Oh, I mean, things are falling apart here for Mad Lions. Koi in the setup. The TP's going to come through. BLG's still going to commit to the dive.
This still seems pretty favorable. That level 1 Alistar's going to have to get a lot of work done. Q finally going to come out immediately. He goes down. Mirwin here to try to at least catch some of this XP. First Blood is there, but level 3 for Mirwin is big. That much harder to dive. As long as he has W up, it's really difficult for BLG to pull the trigger. The Pathmaker crucial. Dashing through. Vault Breaker coming in. Flashback from Mirwin. The Plasma stacks are already there. Just trying to get XP again. If he has to give his life, it's crucial that he gets the wave. At the very least, W win. Trying to get the Q3 back. Gets 1. Mirwin standing. Gets 2. BLG cooking a bit too much on the bottom side. They had the beef. They wanted the second course, but it was too damn greedy.
I was about to talk about how well BLG's target management was of the tower. They were managing the aggro so well, but then Mirwin finds the outplay. He gets himself 2 kills, and he's able to salvage what was a devastating start.
And it's the same in play-ins. The first time MDK pulled up this lane swap, it was Mirwin turning around to dive that made it look so good.
That tower shot onto Elk was crucial. Now, Wade doesn't end up taking tower aggro here. It's on, but he's trying to help his jungler get away to safety. The flash comes through from Bin as well to avoid the knockback, and Mirwin walks away with a double kill.
And crucially, he's there for all that XP. Doesn't even matter if he gets the
smirk, a small smirk. He can't be overconfident. He knows, hey guys, I pulled this off, but it's a big road to climb. Getting an early lead is one thing, but we've seen MDK find these early leads before and not be able to close out, and we're only 4 minutes in, so to call this a lead, I think would be generous.
You can tell it's day 1 of Worlds, because the second anything happens, we're like, that's the best play I've seen in Worlds, which is technically true in Swiss stage, but we can take a breath. remember that as much as obviously Mirwin is ahead individually, didn't get too much CS. The kills only giving him a small edge over the Gnar, likely still expected to fall behind here, but we have started to return at least to standard lanes. And the gold, not that significant in the favor of MDK, as Frescowy falling behind in these trades, trying to burn through that mana bar, just get the wave crashed in, calling in Elyoya to support him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Frescowy had the best play-ins when we look at the entire roster. I mean, going up a player like Knight, this is a matchup that typically favors Syndra, but Knight is just so experienced in this matchup specifically that you can see how he's able to find these nice trades and he's able to get a nice health advantage. And the fact that Frescowy doesn't have flash, he's going to be forced to go back to base. Now, Knight can look for a quick push, knowing that there's no TP available for Frescowy. Boots are going to come in from him as he makes his way back to lane as quickly as possible, but he is going to lose some farm. He may even lose most of the wave here as the Dragon now being started by BLG.
I respect the call here from BLG. Obviously, around the mid-game, you can favor a lot of their options to try to snowball a bigger lead, but by denying Drakes early, they eliminate the late-game threat, at least somewhat, from MDK. Headbutt Pole kicks things off. Elk, Ignite down, Satchel Charge stacking up. Elyoya waiting in the brush, on getting aggressive, but Alvaro's getting lower and lower. The Ignite still ticking, knockback into the wall coming in from Elyoya. The Drake already down. Now they know that Wei is on the bottom side. Shouldn't be too much more here other than pushing in the wave to crash. They do get the Ignite out of On, but nothing else, really.
Just a bit of pressure put down to allow for the MDK bot lane to go back safely. Now Frescowy in a lot of danger.
Very much. One more dash coming in for Knight. But they already get the flash. TP not quite available for Frescowy as well. That's devastating. And this is kind of the fear when you go against this combo, Vi and the Ahri together. It's just so easy to get that set up.
He really wants to stick around though so he can get the level 6. He can't really afford to lose much more farm. You can already see that discrepancy starting to be built up in mids. But with that control, Wei is going to move from Dragon straight to the Grubs. Elyoya, he's going to be a little late to the party, and with no mid control, it's going to be a very difficult contest.
Getting in, getting involved. Knight, of course, does not have ultimate because of the previous play. Wei, I think a bit of a greedy call. Already got the Drake, wanted to go for more based on the mid lane trade, but MDK are here in time. They know the Knight does not have ultimate. They're trying to get a little bit more out of him. The stun connecting from the Alistair. Elyoya trying to follow up. Elk is here as well. Mirwin, now they're dog piling in, trying to get one, but they've already lost Alvaro in the process. Wei getting pulled away. Supa gonna get the reset. Will he jump again? 3v4 stacked against MDK. Mirwin Q3 ready to go. All out, slowly ticking down. Only a few more seconds where he's gonna be able to do damage. Flash for the wall coming in from Knight. Mirwin still continuing to step forward. On taken out as well. MDK find the advantage in the skirmish.
BLG were first to get all 5 around the Grubs, and they were ready for a fight. But again, it's Mirwin. Mirwin with great play forces a flash out from Elk. Knight is forced to flash. He gets himself a kill as well. He finds himself 3-0 on 1 right now with a full level advantage over Bin on the top side. Mirwin, the star for MDK so far in this game.
Which in the context of everything that we have seen from him, both in play-ins and this year, it's not what you... Mirwin Cassante is not the champion that you think of as Supa. Gets a bit aggressive, damage down onto Elk.
He has the jump reset available. Vi is hovering around the top side of the map as the blue is being cleared. Pings are coming down onto On as well. Alvaro needs to get some vision as Elyoya makes his way up to secure the Scuttle Crab. But it's a tense affair as MDK performing better than expected here in the early game. Supa now in a bit of danger.
Has to be careful, proactively rocket jumping out, doesn't want to risk trying to go for the buffer with so much CC present on the Rel. Alvaro's still only level 3, a little bit awkward. Not going to hurt too much, however, as Elyoya grabs the Scuttle Crab. Taking a look at the gold, still very close. Only 2 grubs picked up by MDK for the threshold that both teams are going to be looking for in the next spawn in about 3 minutes. So for now, a bit of calm across the map as Knight and Frescowy still continuing to trade, but the trades still very much favoring Knight.
Always a joy to watch Knight play this Ahri. We already talked about how it is one of his all-time favorites, one of his most impressive champions, and he continues to do a good job in the mid lane. We turn our attention towards the next objective, of course, still 2 minutes away, so both teams looking to try and farm up, get as close as they can to that first core item, wanting to secure level 6s for a number of players.
Yeah.
Both On and Alvaro very starved of XP as a result of the lane swap. Wei, though, sets his sights on mid.
Frescowy going to be in trouble here, tries to get a knockback on a Knight, goes completely wide. Easy dive for BLG. Point click CC from Vi is just so damn powerful.
Just very well executed as well. They'd already gotten Frescowy's flash earlier. Remember that they got it on the level 1. They weren't able to punish it the first time around, but this time they make it look clean. Knight now will secure the level 8 and as well get his first kill of the game. So very well done from BLG's mid jungle there. Elyoya sets his sights on the top side.
Elk, no summons, but does have ulti. If they can mark up Elyoya, perhaps a way for him to escape. Backing away now, bit of additional movement speed, zoning away the flash, the ultimate. On locked up, and Elk manages to escape using the ultimate. Support taken out, MDK. Free access now to the plates on the top side.
Frescow is struggling in mid, but Elyoya making a smart choice. I'm just going to play towards where I know we have a strength. Super's getting great trades onto Elk. They have a stacked wave. They're going to deny a lot of farm. Now Mirwin is the one that has to be careful. Bin, even though he's behind in experience, knows the limitations of his champion, is getting good trades, and they're also securing plates on the bot side of the map. He has a CS advantage. Securing those plates is going to help close the gold gap between him and the top side of the map. And this is the thing about BLG. Sure, they may have lost a few early skirmishes. They might be getting picked off here and there. And while MDK have the kill lead, you can't ever afford to underestimate BLG. They're so good at moving around the map, looking for opportunities to punish their opponents. But so far, both teams being proactive on the side lanes.
Yeah, pretty even trades. MDK, small gold advantage. A lot of that because of the kills they've been able to amass, but still plates going in the favor of BLG. 20 seconds. Mountain Drake. Always a bit nerve-wracking for MDK if they do not have good vision control to walk into any of these objectives. The threat of Knight and Wei together alone is so much, but obviously once you add anyone else to the mix, it gets more and more chaotic. Elyoya, the only person on the map to complete an item thus far, will help him out a little bit, at least when he has ultimate available. Zeke's very cheap early purchase, but Wei getting set up around the Drake in the form of the Scuttle Crab, starting to clear out some of this vision, as the rest of BLG at least keeping an eye on the potential grub spawn.
I mean, it looks like MDK aren't interested. Did he just... Okay, he thought he had Hex Flash, and he just flashed. I'm pretty confident that's what just happened.
I looked away for a second. Was that real flash?
Yeah, that was that. I'm convinced Alvaro thought that he had Hex Flash, and then he just flashes into the ring. Yeah, a bit of an oopsie, but that's all right.
That's a weird bug with a 10-minute flash cooldown, guys. I don't know how to... MDK fans, don't worry about that one. A little concerning, but...
it's all right. Grubs for Dragon Spawn, but Wei's killed that dragon pretty quick. Now, BLG, they want to contest this objective.
Frescow over the wall has to be careful. Will be spotted now on Fog. One grub taken down again. 4 is what matters here. On going in. No level 6 for Alvaro is big. Knight has the ulti. The reset's coming in. Elyoya mass to kick things off. Frescow now needs to finish the kill, but Knight already dashing on safety. They're chasing down Elk as well. They just need to get these kills down. 1 taken out. 80 carry off the board. Knight running. Grubs going to the side of MDK again. BLG are in position to contest, but MDK are just getting more in the fight.
The fact that they targeted Alvaro at the start of that was very smart, because as you highlighted, Dracos, no ultimate available on this Alistar, means that this Alistar is very squishy, so they're able to eliminate him, but they did invest a decent amount of resources, and with a nice counterplay from Elyoya to find that 2-man ultimate, we saw a bit of a misplay, a bit of a scary moment from Frescow, because he doesn't use the ultimate immediately, so he has to flash over the wall before he can actually commit to that play, as Bin bounces in. No mana on Frescow. Alvaro knows that he can't really afford to make any gambles here, but he really needs some XP. As on ticks over to 6. Alvaro is still a ways away from that level up.
Differences in the smallest margins, of course. Just a little bit of XP here, giving on that level 6, allowing them to start the fight. Credit really to Elyoya and Mirwin for just getting in there. Frescow has so much CC from his allies, it allows him to connect a lot of those easy skill shots, the Dark Sphere, into this Cat of the Week. And now doing pretty well on the stacks, approaching the second ability upgrade.
And notice now that the gold shift has gone over towards Bin. He's been farming well, he's been picking up plates, and even though Mirwin finds himself with 3 kills, Bin's just been doing a good job around the map and has just been pressuring the 1v1 out very well, that he's been able to get back that gold deficit that he was in, and he finds himself in a comfortable spot. The big advantage we really see is for Super, who's getting closer to that Infinity Edge. Just a bit of a fight in mid.
Good on Super to trade back onto On at least. Now the ulti's coming in, interrupting a dash out from Knight. Alvaro also putting him out as well. Knight's got no more charges left, but if they find a kill, he'll get 1 back. Knight now killing Alvaro, finding that angle. 1 more reset to go in. Elyoya amidst the entire team. Zeke Convergence doing a little bit of work. Elk trying to finish the kills, but Supa's still alive for now. Elyoya tanky, but not tanky enough. And no! It's coming in! Lightning! Static finishing the kill. Double now for Elk. That is soul crushing for the side of MDK.
A delicate fight, well fought by BLG. They dance around the MDK players, leveraging their mobility to the fullest, and they're able to find 3 kills, 4 even after they started that pick onto Alvaro. Very well played from them. They get a bunch of plates into mid. They set their sights on the Rift Herald. We look back at this fight again, no level 6 for Alvaro, just a bit of chip damage traded back and forth, but then Wei sees his target. Nice stun from Frescow on tonight to keep him at distance, but then they lock down Alvaro. The jump is invested from Super. He can't quite get that kill onto Wei. And then as the flash comes in from Elk, a situation that should have been very scary. Knight's positioning makes it hard for Frescowi to approach, and then the last bit of damage comes down to secure that kill onto Super, and Frescowi can't do anything to turn the fight around.
That's so frustrating for Supa. If he's just a little bit further back, the static proc from killing Elyoya doesn't hit him, but oh boy, it did! Decent chunk of damage to get the job done. We take a look at the MasterCard lane economy snapshot, and it's all pointing to BLG right now after a fight like that. They're going to grab the Herald to, of course, grub buff in favor of MDK. They can pressure on the side lane here, but overall, really turning around what little advantage MDK had with that massive play in the mid lane.
Cross map is going to come through as BLG send Knight over towards the top lane, and Wei is securing the Herald. Elk is going to be pushing in mids, close to securing that tower.
Super knockback into the tower!
A bit of a misplay there from Elk. He ults behind Super, which allows Super to knock him into the tower. Getting that extra turret shot allows him to find a kill. A small moment of reprieve for Super after securing that Infinity Edge. Is tower going to be traded now on the top side of the map. Level 11 for Knight. This Ahri only continues to get stronger.
And this is such a terrifying position to be in if you're MDK. Yes, the gold is close, the itemization not too different between the teams overall, but their team is built to make picks. They're so good at finding these creative angles as a team. You highlighted it in the draft. Their target selection is so good as well, and you can see for MDK in these team fights, BLG so much more comfortable weaving in and out of the fight, playing on the edge, finding these small advantages, and MDK, not only are they going to struggle in terms of gold deficit, but their composition not quite as quick to collapse on those opportunities.
I mean, BLG are also just good at setting up their sideways. Look, they've got Knight catching top wave. He has the TP available. Bin is constantly pressuring in on this bot wave, specifically chipping away at that tower. Frescowi just doesn't feel safe, even though he has vision coverage around the bot side of the map. It's BLG that's just constantly pressuring the map. And then when they do group, MDK feel forced to oblige, so they're then losing farm on the side lanes. And you can see how this is starting to showcase in the CS discrepancies. Mirwin's down 40 CS, mid lane is down 30 CS. BLG is ultimately just playing map. Now they drop the Herald. This gives them control over mid as MDK set their sights on trying to pick Bin in the bot lane.
Bin picking up a Cinder, trying to speed his way out, at least by a bit more time. But with Herald down, they really have to get something done here for the side of MDK. Bin about to turn Mega, gets the double hop out before he goes. Not even going to get connected on by the Q3 from Mirwin, just walking away, buying so much time. Bit of a sunken cost fallacy here for the side of MDK. They've given everything to kill Bin. They will at least try to get that, but On is now here as well. Bin will finally fall, but BLG get 2 towers in the mid lane.
The cost of that is, as you rightly said, 2 big objectives in the mid lane. The top wave is going to be pushed in, completely uncontested. Knight now ticks over to level 12. He can start chipping away on this tower, but the TP flank is likely going to be his priority, and there it is.
TP behind. Spots Knight coming, but it's going to be difficult to lock that Ahri down. Knight already level 12. Alvaro level 6. Comes out a little bit late. The Unbreakable will.
Alvaro is starved of so much experience.
Frescowi, just dead. Gonna take an extra second here. Tries to get tricky with it, but Knight and Wei. I mean, we talked about it in draft, right? This is a terrifying mid-jungle duo, and it worked out exactly as expected. It is so difficult now for MDK to play the map. BLG collapsing for their 3rd Drake. And while, yes, MDK are staying even in the kill department, everything else is going in favor of BLG.
Yeah, you have to recognize what just happened on the map. Bin drew 4 people, ultimately, to the bot side of the map. That allowed BLG to pressure top, pressure mid, where they secured 2 towers. And then because the top wave was pushed in, Knight could then TP in to create a 4 versus 5. And even though they're down numbers, so many resources were invested to even try and kill Bin that not only did BLG find a pick onto an overextended Frescowi, they then converted into the Dragon as well. They literally got everything at the cost of Bin's life.
And that's credit to Bin, really, for surviving as long as he did, because very often, high-level League of Legends, it's trade for trade. Hopefully you're trading up in these circumstances, but Bin just basically made that the worst trade deal ever for MDK by taking so much time, by ensuring that there were more follow-up plays. And now, MDK incredibly far behind. Yes, it is only a 3K deficit, but Soul Point is right around the corner. If they don't have setup on that Drake, it's easy pickings for the side of BLG.
I mean, BLG are just doing a really good job of managing their side lanes. Like, you can see it in terms of the itemization that both carries for BLG and Knight and Elk have secured their 2nd. And now they set their sights on the top tier 2. They're just meticulously tearing apart what control MDK have. And even though there's deep vision on the side of MDK, their own jungle is very dark and full of terrors.
Yeah, and beautifully highlighted by our observers just to show how little MDK see right now.
And they're fine just letting this Syndra push in bot lane. They don't care. They're really not worried about it. They're happy to play the 4-1. Mirwin doing what he can to clear out the wave, but it's not going to be enough as this tower gets lower and lower.
Knight stepping up just to harass. Of course, if a charm does connect, very likely to be a kill. Mirwin and Elyoya probably the only ones tanking up to survive that initial burst. But now returning to topside, and MDK kind of forced to play wherever BLG decide to apply pressure. And again, they find the pick. MDK, bit of sleight of hand there, paying all that attention to the top side of the map. Bit of a sloppy rotation there from Frescow. He thought he could wander through, thought they saw enough people that he was safe to take a riskier path to topside, but he was not.
I mean, it's crazy to me that that's even the risky path, right? I mean, this is the thing, that the pressure that BLG put down, but it's exactly what their comp wants to do. Find these picks. We've talked so much about it. They have so much lockdown. Vi and Ari as a mid-jungle duo is so lethal if you're caught out of position. And, I mean, what was Super even allowed to do? It was just a difficult situation. Sorry, for Sky, what was he even allowed to do in that situation is BLG find themselves another pick, they find themselves another tower, and you can see now how much control BLG have over the entire map.
Yeah, and the win probability powered by AWS is looking a little one-sided, unsurprisingly. Of course, there are situations where, you know, a 4K gold lead doesn't feel insurmountable. It is 2 fully completed items for both AD carries in this context. Third, of course, much closer to completion on the side of Elk. But those are the big breakpoints, the full completed items. That said, BLG with so much more control, Supa at least getting a bit of harass here down onto On. But overall, the angles of attack here for MDK becoming more and more limited. Mirwin at least has a bit of a flank, will be spotted on that control ward. Crucially, BLG, do they want to go for the collapse here? Instant charm. Mirwin probably has to ult out to safety, but the layering of CC is flawless from BLG.
Good vision coverage just prevents Mirwin from finding the flank that he's looking for. Doesn't even get an opportunity to use the flash or the ultimate. Now the Baron is started off by BLG. They'll either use this to turn and fight, or they'll just take the objective. MDK is being pressured on both sides of the map. The bot tier 2 is falling. The Baron is getting low. Elyoya looking for a steal.
See Elyoya though, he'll have to flash to the pit if he wants to get this. TP now coming in as they already got the side lane tier 2. Baron going to fall in favor of BLG. MDK now starting a fight at a man disadvantage. This is going to be disastrous. Bin finding one with a quick angle off the side. Frescow trying to get down as much damage as he possibly can, but the carries are getting deleted. Supa down, Frescow down. All Elyoya and Alvaro can do is run. BLG just absolutely dominating.
It comes back to the target selection. Frescow and Supa, the only real damage dealers on the side of MDK, immediately locked down, focused up, and destroyed. BLG win another one-sided team fight with the Baron to boot. Keep your eyes on this. Knight just kind of chipping away at the health bars. The ultimate comes down to Frescow. Elk goes for the 1v1 against Supa, and the ultimate, I mean, Frescow tries to throw it down onto way. He basically takes no damage, at the very least trying to get something back, but Knight sidestepping and navigating his way around the stun means that he's able to get that kill. Supa is shut down. And BLG, they dominate the fight.
Certainly do. And those situations are you kind of where you know you're getting outclassed a little bit. When the Gnar is splitting, takes a tower, and then in leisurely time shows up to fight with a man advantage, the game is not going well for you. And I think for MDK, given the tools that they have, yes, if they can stall, they can get more items on Supa, things might get a little bit easier, but there's a Kai'Sa, Ahri, Vi, and if any piece of CC hits Supa, it is so hard for them to peel for their AD carry.
The most impressive thing to me about this game is it felt like the BLG just had no wasted movements, you know? Every time they reset back out onto the map, they were doing something productive and they were getting small advantages every single time. And it was just such a macro difference between them as they now set their sights for another fight.
Bin knockback, Supa, nice buffer to make it out to safety, way off to the side. Mirwin taking a lot of that initial damage. Ulti now coming in from the Vi. Frescow getting lower and lower, just trying to 1v1 Bin, but not doing a whole hell of a lot. Bin still standing. Ulti there for Frescow, but Bin is still alive! He just keeps hitting! He's walking away, that tiny Yordle adding insult to injury as BLG again just wiped the fight. MDK looking for these angles of attack. Last desperate moves, but the flash charm coming in from Knight is enough. The ace there for BLG, and it feels like they might just end it here.
It's complete domination, a 5-0 clean ace from BLG, 23.5 minutes in. They absolutely decimate MDK, and they have a statement performance here. Game 1 in the Swiss Stage of Worlds 2024.
That's a Medjai's, he bought that Medjai's third item and it already has 23 stacks. Knight is very fed. Everyone is very fed.
I mean, there's a reason a lot of people respect his Ahri. I mean, we look back at this fight, right? And it's Bin initiates the play. it's already a lost fight because Super's disengaging. So now they've lost all their damage. Now MDK is already forced to retreat. BLG set their sights onto Mirwin to get rid of the front line. Frescari TP's in and basically gets soloed out by Bin, who's followed up with Knight, and they had the damage combined to be able to secure that kill. And then it's just a matter of cleanup for BLG. They don't lose a single member. Bin is protected, the Starak's doing work. And yeah, it's a difficult one for Elyoya, as he knows how challenging this game has been. They had a promising start. A few fumbles from BLG allowed for MDK to find good advantages. Super getting picks, Mirwin having a strong lead, but once BLG got out into the side lanes, they've been unstoppable.
Certainly, and I think this is one of the things about the best teams in the world and the potential tournament favorites, a team like BLG, that makes them so terrifying is sometimes people look at League of Legends as this turn-based game, but when you're playing as a team at the caliber of BLG, they're always on the next move. It feels like you never have a chance to breathe. You always need to be planning 1 or 2 steps ahead, and if you can't keep up with that pace of game, you're rapidly going to fall behind. Mirwin grouping so much, finding kills, but it was Bin farming on a side lane, always trading up just that tiny bit, and eventually the early lead that MDK found just did not mean anything.
Now BLG set their sights on the Nexus. They've got the Soul. Frescari trying to find a stun, maybe you can convert it into something. But the pressure is continuing them out. They don't have that top wave. Bin gonna try and unlock the super minions. They do have the bot one though, and that tower's gonna fall very quickly.
Pretty effortless for BLG to play on 3 lanes right now. MDK have to commit so much just to get close. Scatter the Weak, really their only long range, you know, engage tool other than a headbutt pulverize from Alvaro. But if Alvaro goes in, they have to win that fight or it's over. Ben continues to harass. Slow, controlled finish coming in from BLG, just taking their time, knowing they don't really need to force anything.
Yeah, they're still showing respect. You know, they know that there's a world where they could throw. I mean, it would have to be quite egregious, but even so, they're leveraging the pick tool, or the poke tools they have, with the W coming out from the Kai'Sa, the charms, and Q's coming out.
Starting, Knight locked up again. Can they just delete this Ahri? But no, the interrupt is clean from On, and Knight manages to make it out for a brief moment. Now Mirwin going toe-to-toe with Elk on the backside of the fight. Kazante not strong enough. Supa back in the found, Ignite ticking, finally starting to heal, but 4 members still stand on BLG, and that is going to do it. Supa, not enough damage, not enough left in the tank. BLG getting first blood here in the Worlds 2024 Swiss stage. A final fight, but it will not matter.
MDK is able to round out the game by, at the very least, putting a blemish on the KDA of Knight, reducing it from infinity to 18.
And that's a big drop when you think about it. Taking some of those stacks away as well. Obviously, an incredible game one. We're going to send things over to the analyst desk immediately so they can talk more about what took place.
And we're so excited to do so, especially me. Wow, okay. Clear MDK, a bit out of their depth versus BLG.
So, BLG looked great.
Yeah.
And a couple things I learned. They are so good at turning it on.
Yes.
Because for the first 5 minutes, this game was looking actually pretty scary for them. And then the second thing I learned is that MDK should actually just keep lane swapping. They had a big lead from the lane swapping, but then they just outclassed.
Yeah, your mid laner does have to stay mid, and that was kind of the issue.
Yeah. Go ahead, Reg, you wanted something on the lane swaps.
I just learned the importance of how the level 6 on an Alistar, you know? At some point, you're going to need some experience, and too many back-to-back fights where he was the target and he really couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, we're setting up for the interview, but I think some takeaways can also be Knight on Ahri. I mean, you know what's going to happen.
We did as well. You and I were just sat here. That's an Ahri. Now, we saw Vi first pick. We see a Syndra. And I think I was a bit disappointed in the way that MDK answered a first pick Vi, because by going Ahri, you're just putting Fresco in a bad position. He's never going to have a good time. The 2v2 with level 6 from Ascana and Syndra is not going to give you that mid-prio. So they had to get ahead from the early game. And they did to a certain degree, but I think that level 1, where everyone's just burning their summoners, and then obviously mid-game from BLG, where they just take over, it became really unplayable at a certain point in the game.
The draft will be a big topic. And speaking of big
numbers,
big numbers,
small losses,
small losses.
But that glass bleed is winnable.
Yes, it's insane.
The glass is half full. I like it.
Because they went for the Vi and completely said, Skarner OP, Syndra OP, we don't care. We're getting the boy, the Ahri, and we're supporting it with the Vi, and we're bullying side lanes. They performed off of it, but I don't think this is going to be the standard going forward. I think they've just wanted comfort.
Yeah. I think that's the big takeaway for me here in terms of BLG's drafting. They just bullied the draft. They just said the things that they wanted to play, played them, and smashed.
They did, and Laura's now standing by with Ben in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back
to the stage for the very first Swiss stage interview with Bin. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on taking the first one. Before taking on Mad Lions, you said, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's be careful against this team. So what was your understanding of Mad Lions? And also, can you explain the first 10 minutes of the game?
首先，恭喜你们在瑞士轮取得了自己的开门红，取得了自己的首胜。但是也要问一下的是，其实你在这场比赛开始之前也有提到，面对到 Mad Lions， 整个队伍也不能掉以轻心。所以说，也想问一下你对于 Mad Lions KOI 这支队伍的理解是如何的？同时，这一场比赛的前10分钟发生了些什么呢？
其实赛前我们也想到他们会换线打我们，然后。 就是这局的话，其实前面也是跟我们想的一样吧，但是我们越下的时候出现了一些失误吧，所以被他们反杀了。前期很艰难，稍微有点温度有点上来了。
So, to be honest, before this game, we have already made this kind of prediction. Yeah, Mad Lions definitely have some lane swap inside the game. And also, it feels like they also have the drop that we have already predicted. But maybe the issue happened around the bot lane tower dive because we played so messy around there. So it's kind of put ourselves in a disadvantage. So it's kind of like warm me a bit up.
But still an amazing read on them and great recovery on that game, Bin. One thing that is always sure with you is the confidence that you have coming into the international stage. You keep on saying that you're the best top laner in the world, but I want you to give me specifics as what makes you the best top laner in the world. How makes you stand out?
其实我们很多时候想到斌哥，第一个我们想到的词语就是你的自信心。很多时候你都会说，来到这种世界大赛的舞台，你想成为你会是最强的上单。所以也想问一下，你觉得是有哪些来自自己的特质，能够让自己在众多上单之中脱颖而出呢？
我认为自信是来源于实力的吧，就是如果没有实力，再多的自信都没有用，所以主要还是要对自己的实力的认可，以及让自己变得更强。
I believe that confidence is from your own ability. Without your own ability, no matter what confidence you have, is still useless. So what I really need to do is try my best to hold this confidence and also put this as a motivation to become even more stronger in the future.
Some wise words here. And I'm going to leave you the final words here on this interview, actually. It would not be a Bin Walls interview without a special message from you in English if you want to talk to the fans.
那最后也把一点时间留给我们的斌哥，我们总感觉如果不让你说点英文的话，好像这就不是一个斌哥式的采访。所以说，有没有什么想要对所有的观众朋友们说的呢？用英语。
Thank you, I love you.
Thank you so much, Bin. Amazing interview, Wendy. Thank you so much for the help. Amazing to have you back. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for game 2.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You wish. In the dojo. You want to head high? In the dojo.
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's us to waste. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my shark tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hits you from your blind spot, hits you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I strike like a viper. Feel it calling, always up to something. Give me that power, watch it get louder. Feel it rumbling better. Start here running, go by like a spider. And I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Hiding in plain sight, there's never time to run away. Slide like a tiger, baby, I'm not here to play. Heavy is the cry. Heavy is the cry.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got one game under our belts that MDK will want to forget very quickly, and I surely hope that our
That's a
next
hike.
one, T1 versus TES, will have a different gold graph, perhaps a bit of a closer gold graph. That would be nice, but what a matchup. Immediately we get our very first LCK versus LPL bout chat.
We do, and it's T1 as well. And we remember T1 from the World Championship. We do have to say that they are definitely a different quality team now that they were then, but they do have that muscle memory, right? You never know if they're going to be able to pull it back.
Yeah, but it's kind of crazy because even when I posted on Weibo, no one has faith. Everyone's looking at T1 simply because of the fact that Worlds, guess who they took down? They took down BLG and Swiss, went to LNG, took down JDG, took to Weibo.
They did, and it is still the same rosters. Zayas in the top lane, Oner in the jungle, then Faker in the mid lane, and the bot lane of Gumayusha and Keria. They are the defending world champions, so everybody is looking at them. And moving over to Top Esports, the second seed from the LPL with 369, Tien, Cream, Jackie Love, and whoop, that is Mako.
Yep.
Should be.
Yep.
Should
It
be.
is Mako.
I don't know
Yeah.
how she
Got the
got
wrong
in there.
Christian there. That guy's the coach. He's with the team, but it's not him.
Definitely.
So
Definitely
yes.
Mako.
So that's we already talked about it. I already kind of slipped it in there, but that's the talk. That's for the Chinese fans, the LPL fans. They look at T1 and said, "You literally just aced us at Worlds to get here. It's insane. We are looking for revenge."
And Top Esports, of course, with the hangover of MSI as well. They didn't do as well as they wanted there, so they want to prove it. And an interesting tidbit here is there are 8 world champions in this matchup alone.
cool.
Every other match has maximum of 2. It's crazy, GB.
No, it absolutely is, and I think that's why you can never really count any of these two teams out, because despite having a poor season domestically from the T1 side, they're coming into this as a world championship where they've had a rough time when they came in last year, and still they won the world championship. I will say I think this one is different, because last year Faker subbed out, he came in, he had a little break. That was not the case this time. He just struggled in general, and I think coming into a world championship where the meta shifts, you can still have hope for Faker, because he is Faker. He is the GOAT. He is the guy that you're looking to rely on when you need experience on
Yeah,
the team.
never placed under top 4 at World specifically, and I think when you harken back to last year, Jad, it is because even then, T1 wasn't the team you would have picked out of the LCK to win. In fact, the odds were stacked against them even going into those final 4 matches, into those final 2 matches rather. So we know that they can turn it around. The problem is, how much do they have to turn around here? Talk to me about how worried we are, and what is it that we're worried about out of their summer performance?
Yeah, overall team cohesion does seem down. I think Zeus in particular dominates early laning phase, then dies on his own. Faker's laning phase is probably the weakest it's been in, I don't even really remember a time when it was weaker than this.
Yeah.
But like literally, their plot armor was so damn thick last year. I don't know how thick it's going to be this year.
I mean, it was thick when they went up against KT and somehow managed to get through,
Game
right?
5.
Like, that was insane. And yes, the early lanes for him, I remember the Caitlyn games, the Tristana games. His early lanes were just horrendous. So when you saw those patch notes, Syndra, Orianna, like mages entirely, maybe that changes it all for them. But you are right about team cohesion. They are a lesser sum of their parts. They are so good good individually.
Yeah.
They just needed to get together.
But I am extremely worried about them going up against top esports because I think it's not just all these things you're talking about, right? Their laning phase can be solid though, right? Keria and Gumayushi is one of the best 2v2 bot lanes when they get to play 2v2. Hasn't happened that much this year because of lane swaps. You know, a team that was very good at pioneering lane swaps in the LPL, top esports.
True.
They've been loving moving around in the early game on the map. Having Seos versus 369 is not so much going to be a lane matchup, it's going to be an understanding of playing the swaps. Seos doesn't get to show why he might be one of the best top laners because he might not even play in a top lane isolated matchup. So I think, yes, I'm actually more happy about Faker on this patch and less happy about Cream on this patch, but I still think coming into this and on paper, top esports are favorites.
And I like that you talked about the top lane matchup, and that is also our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, featuring 369 and Zeus.
In the first featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz of the Swiss stage, we have one hell of a face-off. 369 versus Zeus in the top lane, top esports versus T1. 369 has proven himself to be one of the best top laners in the world. But for top esports to step out of the shadow of BLG, they'll need to dominate at Worlds. Beating the reigning champs would set the tone for their tournament run.
Eyes on Knight. Can he get more damage down? 369 in the midst of everybody, and he's going all out into the back line. Only the support left standing.
Zeus is no stranger to this matchup and has bested 369 more than once. But with T1 barely qualifying to the world stage, do they have what it takes to replicate their 2023 success?
I think on the backside trying to buy some space, but the shockwave is clean, and in comes the curtain call. It is Zeus wreaking havoc on all of JDG.
In today's matchup, it's two titans in the top lane. Who will draw first blood in the Swiss stage of Worlds 2024?
We'll see exactly that, who will draw first blood, and it's such a loaded matchup in so many ways. Do you want to do predictions? Because I feel like this one really deserves it.
I think it merits it.
Okay.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Who's starting?
Well, I can start. And I mean, so it's T1 as Worlds, right? You always have to give them the credit because of how they've been historically. I normally hate historic analysis, but with T1, they get the pass. But I will say as well, if I'm not saying top esport wins this, I am not doing them the respect that they deserve from the domestic season they had. I mean, you normally see them as chokers. I don't think they're going to do that this time. I think they're going to win this one. It's 1-0 for top esports for me.
I'm a big believer in plot armor.
Oh my God,
And I know that's like the biggest cop-on answer, but this is decidedly different than what your summer split was. In the last like 5 World Championships, when is the favorite, the actual favorites in the tournament, ever actually won?
Yeah.
So T1 is actually primed to make that improvement run. We'll see if they do it. I think it will start here. I just can't bet against Faker at Worlds.
And I'm going to bet against Faker at Worlds. I think it's going to be top esports. Like, especially, I know the fan base, not only just like the LPL hopefuls, the Chinese fans, they're all against like top esports because they've always had these crushing defeats no matter how good their regular seasons are. Like, Tien had an incredible season.
MVP.
He did?
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, people remember you for like your worst moments, the biggest moments, the when they lost to Weibo, those type of things. And so I'm still gonna give it to TES. I'm gonna have faith. All right?
Yeah.
If you would have told me that I was the only one to predict the defending world champions.
It's crazy.
Who also did better at MSI than the team they're directly playing against now.
It's been a while.
It's been like 3 months.
That's a lot in league terms. How many packages are we going through? That's
12 years.
Yeah, but it's been a while.
Yeah. Also for TES, you know, this is the first game of Swiss. You know, when it comes to that storytelling around TES, it's also, I make log lines for every team, and for me, this one is when you want them to show up the most, they show up the least. But this is the first best of one. They shouldn't be that stressed, you know? They have another one tomorrow. They have a couple of best of threes, and we know the quality on TES. And I think if you juxtapose that directly with the performance of T1 this summer, that's how you get your answer, right, Jad?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to getting this game. Raz, do you have something to say?
Just a small thing. I mean, 7 worlds for Mako, 5 worlds for Jackie Love. Even though we have the doubt, the confidence should be there, the experience, they're such a good bot lane duo. So that's a matchup I'm looking forward to seeing them versus Keria and Guma.
Yeah, we have a little bit more time, apparently. I've been informed. So if you want to talk a little bit about those bot lanes, let's do it. I think Goldberg already brought it up. The way Guma and Keria like to play and own is sadly not the way that the game's being played right now in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, there is going to be some exploring period, but the fact that MF, like Ashe, Jhin, these champions are the types to, I guess, the expected picks for Worlds, it's not really what you're expecting, you know, T1 to really be performing on, but I still have a lot of faith. In fact, Guma is like a second jungler on the team with how many times he steals Barons and Dragons and his Varus pick, and they make it work, and how creative Carry is as a player. So I'm expecting something to come up, some sauce to be cooked up in the draft. So I would say never count them out, and I do think Guma is such a damn good player that he can work with any champion, any meta.
But at that, like, I'm hoping that it's not just draft they are cooked. I'm hoping that either for T1, what I really want to see from them, from the break that they've had, is either you've become really good at lane swaps and you've adapted to what is currently meta, or you have then found out a style that's going to break lane swaps that other teams are currently not doing, right? I was speaking to Orcs about this, and coincidentally, Emily was also talking to it with Kelsey, but it's one of those things where I'm hoping that they found a way where they can trade plates down in that bot lane and find a way to get Guma in a position where he gets so full of gold in the early game that they can then after rotate him around the map. I'm really curious to see if they're bringing a different strategy to lane swaps that might define how we're doing this in the future, or maybe I'm just overreacting and giving them more praise than maybe they should be, but I'm really hoping that they're bringing something out that's going to make them have an easier time at Worlds.
I mean, on that note, I think we will be tracking lane swaps throughout the Swiss stage. I think in game 1 we saw BLG got swapped on and they stacked a wave and they tried to dive with 4 people. I don't think T1's the type of team that should try to dive, and I think the adaptation that I want to see next is the team that gets swapped on shouldn't try and dive. They should just collect plates. I've seen these dives go wrong so many times because teams have gotten extremely good at getting level 2 on a support or level 3 on a top lane, and they're almost impossible to dive. But the plates are so much weaker than they were before the last set of nerfs and buffs, and the top lane plates are so much stronger. I think that's actually the play. Just collect your 320 gold advantage on your 80 carry and move on. I think that's actually, I don't want to see T1 swap at all.
Yeah, but it's one of those things, if you put too many members down, then there's too much gold being shared as well. So I really wonder if it's like a two-man situation with a stack wave where they put more in from just getting 2 plates with double demolish, triple demolish maybe. I don't know.
You stack it until the cannon wave is ready to crash. You crash that huge wave in, you let the top laner clear it as fast as he can, but in that time with just 2 people, you can take at least 2 plates.
It makes me sad. I'm going to tell you. It makes me sad. It makes me so sad. You know why? Because one of the X factors of T1 at Worlds last year, you know, and generally when Keria can be the one that says, I'm going to change the meta myself. I'm actually going to make you play different and make you play different things. And I just don't see the opening currently in the meta. And you know, maybe time will tell, of course, but that is like a huge X factor for T1.
Yeah, it was an X factor during MSI when swaps were happening, and T1 was the team that was getting swapped on when they were trying to pick Vayne and Camille. And thankfully for them, throughout that tournament, it got a little better, and they were able to still play those insane picks. The problem for me when I look at top lane is I think that 369 is a phenomenal weak side top laner, and a lot of times if he's put in a swap position, he's pretty much happy about it. I think for the side of Zeus, you already talked about it, GB, the fact that he is so damn talented, and he's going to get those leads early. He's first in early, like the gold difference at 8 minutes in the LCK. Like, he will get an early lead. The problem is the solo deaths that will happen immediately afterwards, especially in a long lane. So if you're first at that and you're second at the deaths, like, I think we just need to see from T1 a lot more consistency in the mid game. If it's going to be a swap, no matter what, if it's going to be a longer lane, your best player kind of has to be a little bit more consistent.
It's his 100th game, his international game. Zeus. I hear.
Yeah.
Damn.
Whoa, that's crazy.
No, I mean, the craziest thing about this whole T1 roster is Zeus is actually like the newest addition to that roster.
Yeah.
Owner, Faker, Guma, Keria, they were world semifinalists 2021.
Oh, wow, that is a long time.
Right, so they've had this ridiculous run together, and I know you're getting an update on a delay.
No,
is Faker restarting his PC again?
No, I was just asking another question. I'd love to know what it is, though, but sometimes we can't say it, you know? Sometimes we can't share, but I don't mind. I love that you said Faker. Maybe he does have to restart his PC. I think it is...
all the time. Like, he just go up on stage, he thinks something
Sorry, guys. I mean, we talked about, like, how's the GOAT doing, right? In the meta, how's it going? He didn't like those 80 carries that much. I mean, with the shift back to mages, if he can go for an Ori or a Syndra, it's more of his comfort zone. But we haven't talked about Kareem at all. He's a rookie on the world stage, or a world's rookie, we should say. We need that technicality. And it's always a hard matchup, usually versus Faker.
I think he's done a great job, talking about Kareem, in terms of adapting in the 80 carry meta mid lane. But he has been, his bread and butter has been the Akali. I think he has an exceptional Yone. He's like 60-something win percentage. And I think if he is so good at that, he should be happy with this meta. If you're going to be going up against an Orianna, a Syndra, something like that, just being able to now say, I'm picking like an assassin counter, I'm going to pull you into a side wave, I think that works well for Kareem. So that's a great note, because I think for somebody as good as he is, that had a pretty poor performance at MSI and wants to be able to prove himself on an international level, this patch is a good way to do it. And after this split where he was so good during the regular season, is a great way to prove it to the international audience.
I mean, he has the best supporting cast ever when you look at them. They have all these champions from these different eras, of course. Jackie Love from 2018, Tien from 2019, Mako from 2021, and then 369, of course, of 2023 MSI. So in terms of kind of what you have around you, you should be so comfortable, and that is where sometimes it is where it disappoints people the most, because that is all the quality you have on that roster. And then when it's about to hit midnight, you turn back into a pumpkin.
That's the point, right? Because it's one of those things where it's like, this sounds like the most consistent roster you can have. And it's not. That's like one of the things. I do hope that they're able to show the domestic performance that they had in the LPL, because if you only watch internationals, you're probably expecting
but also
that.
If you watch the LPL sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, true, but they have so many games, right? But I think for most of the part, their games this season has been defined as very, very good. I am more worried about Tien now going into a matchup now where there's maybe less of these AP junglers, but we're going to have more of these Jarvans and Bruces like Vi going into it, because he has had a habit in the past of maybe oversending it a little bit. Historically, his Viego has been good if you want to play through that, but I think this first game has to be such a statement game from both teams. For T1, because they have to cement themselves like they're not just what they saw domestically. And for Top Esports we are exactly what you saw domestically, and we can be better. So this first game is such a statement game for both of these teams.
And to the point, an expectation I had when Top Esports brought in Mako was the fact that he was going to be the babysitter wrangling people in. And sure, it hasn't happened so much, but I expect that to be the case. I just remember comms from EDG and all that where he's like, stop, no, pull back. That's a one fight already. So I'm expecting a little bit more of that.
Yeah, since we still have a little bit of time, I think we've kind of exhausted all the what-ifs, right, before we actually see this game playing out. So I want to zoom out a little bit if we can, because this game is really emblematic of what Worlds is all about. It is LPL wanting their revenge over T1, first and foremost, but also the entirety of the LCK and how we feel like the balance of power is going to develop over the Swiss stage and beyond.
I think, to me, it is the most interesting, overarching storyline of the last, I mean, like 5 or 6 years of League of Legends, like literally since the last time we've been in Europe, when G2 played against FPX in finals in 2019. Since that moment, it's only been LCK and LPL teams in the finals. And I think in the last 2 years, if it wasn't for T1, the LPL would be dominating.
They would have dominated.
Yeah. It wouldn't even be close. Like we would have had last year 2
we had DRX
LPL teams. We had just last 2 years. We would have had 2 LPL teams in MSI finals, right? And then all 4 LPL teams made it out of group stage. 3/4 of them made it into the semifinals. Yet T1, as you mentioned, aced them at Worlds.
T1 is Hodor.
And then Gen G obviously this year is a big favorite, along with BLG, is actually looking higher than T1, and they'd be like the big defenders. So honestly, for the last 3 years, it absolutely has been the LCK, because we have DRX winning, we have T1 winning, and we also have Gen G winning this MSI. But like, it's crazy to think how close it was with what T1 pulled off last year at Worlds to really flip the narrative.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, as you say, though, even with all that in mind, it never goes the way you think it's going to go based on pre-tournament expectations. Very, very rarely. We just have to bring up DRX or T1 to prove that point exactly. And that is what always excites me at Worlds. And that is also what excites me if LPL is going to make this rush for the World Championship again. Maybe it isn't BLG. Maybe it is TES. You don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Whoa,
G2.
why are you laughing like that? That was very rude towards Weibo.
No, literally every year there's a team that usurps those expectations, right? Yeah. Every time we think there's no shot that, like, for instance, Gen G is not going to make it to the finals, and then they get taken down by BLG. Like, this time I believe.
So
I believe in Gen G. Huh?
Why?
Because they're the MSI champions. They already took over.
Okay, but counterpoint to this, right? When JDG came into that World Championship, you thought as well that this was just going to be their golden road. No team looked as strong as JDG at that time. So I know it's like one of those things where we're looking at BLG, we're looking at Gen G, but you can't forget that it's been exactly like this in the past as well, MSI title or not.
But they're not on a golden road.
Exactly.
No stress.
That's fair enough. You don't have those expectations on you.
Even with the confidence that I have about Genji, I'm like, Hama Life already took them out.
Yeah.
And guess who already took down T1 when they went up against them in 2022? It was Zeka. So like, there's always going to be like a question of like who does the best on the meta and which team just gels the most and actually is able to go throughout the first stage of Worlds and learns the most. So that's why I'm like, I look at Hama Life as like they could do it.
Is that your dark horse then?
Yeah, they're my dark horse, for sure.
I think that's a pretty fair one as well.
Yeah, and also I'm a Peanut fan, so I think Peanut just had to have
Is it even a dark horse?
Is T1 too bright to be a dark horse?
Because people doubt Doran and Peanut on an international stage.
I know, but you say you don't doubt TES, so why are you doubting Peanut on the international stage?
That's why I'm like,
Isn't this his tournament?
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
I get it, though. It's happened a few times, and they talk about that as well. And that's what it is all about. We still have a little bit of a delay. In fact, I really don't know what's going on. So since we've done our due diligence, we've talked about the tournament favorites. Fine. Now we can go a bit lower. Let's talk about NA versus EU. Let's talk about Team Liquid.
Team Liquid?
Yeah.
Okay. Raz, we're going to have different opinions.
Oh my God. No, okay, go for it. Do it.
Here's the weird thing with me about Team Liquid.
Okay.
As some people are tuning in right now, and they're like,
oh my
why
God, are they talking
why
about
is he
Liquid
yapping
again?
about it
I'm ready for this.
Anyway, they are a team that can definitely make it to quarters, I think.
Yeah.
I think they definitely have that potential, but I want to set reasonable expectations
Glad
about
we're in
them.
agreement.
Because we talked about it at the top of the show, like what could change at Worlds that might change how you feel about this team coming in. And I feel like they had such a perfect read on what they were able to accomplish in summer, really being one of the best lane swap teams in the world.
Yep.
And then I feel like APA had really mastered the 80 carry pool with the way that he's able to collect gold on side lanes. But I feel like if we switch to this Ahri, Syndra, LeBlanc type mage mid, I don't think he's going to be as good on those champions as he was on the 80 carry champions in mid. And I think even if lane swapping still happens, I think its effectiveness is diminished based on the nerfs that they've actually given. So they're going to be like, if they were here, they're there, but they're still pretty good.
Okay, you know what? That's a small difference. And
that was like an inch.
Exactly, it's not that bad. And so, like overall, I do think the questions around APA's champion pool, even though at the very top of show I put that question out there, like he started his career off of what? Ziggs, Aurelion Sol. He even played Syndra, of course, at the last Worlds. Like he has mages in his pool, and I think something that Team Liquid does really well is being able to play through side lanes, and even if he's on those more diminished picks, for him, he's going to be able to support them. So I think from the TL side, I'm happy. FlyQuest side, I'm confident.
Wait, but why did TL
European side, not so confident. Say that again.
Oh, that series was actually.
We don't need your trust.
I mean, that series was super close. I think FlyQuest won that series because Inspired is super good.
Yeah, it's true.
Like Inspired has been controlling the game, and he was able to switch to the different meta, like mid-playoffs, being able to switch between a supportive style with Ivern or a hard carry style with any of the power farmers. He was incredible in that tournament.
I love watching Inspired play, and I love watching Inspired talk and do interviews, and then someone else has to come in and be like the nice guy, like he's got like good cop, bad cop.
Here's the last thing I'll say about Team Liquid or FlyQuest chances, or even TES or T1's chances. A lot of it's going to depend on the draw. Because we know what happened to KT last year, sorry, DRX, D+ last year.
Yes, D+,
with getting nothing but hard opponents throughout all of Swiss stage. So if you lose this first game, sure, maybe you're going to be able to play some lower tier loser from the first round, or maybe you actually, I wasn't naming names, but a lot of it's going to depend on the draw. So these games are actually very important.
I've got an update. Unfortunately, we are going to have to take a 5-minute break, but we will be back after that with the game.
We promise.
No, we don't.
And welcome back to Worlds 2024. We are moments away from our second game. It has been a bit of time before our last one, so thank you to everyone who stuck with us through a bit of delays here today as Vetties and myself get ready for another absolute banger. Love Swiss stage, man. It's just day one. It's like every matchup is good. Not always for the same reasons, I'll be honest, but this one,
Last year at Worlds, it was BLG, then it was LNG, and then it was JDG, and then it was Weibo. T1 have an opportunity to add another name to the list here today as they go up against Top Esports, but perhaps Top Esports could be the first of many to get their revenge, because the question coming into this game is a question of form, right?
Sure, yeah.
There's doubt on the side of Top Esports, and there's hope and enthusiasm on the side of T1. But their performances domestically were the opposite, because Top Esports had an incredible regular season with the MVP of Tian, where T1 barely limped their way into the World Championship. So I'm very excited to see what these teams are prepared for us today. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got for us in the draft. What's going to be the priority? What are we going to see in mid lane? Will we see the king return to his throne in the mid lane? Because he has been struggling.
all I know is I watched that man play piano with a big old championship ring on. So I feel, and this is the problem, right? This is the T1 aura, is that you're just like, yeah, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. You're like, but all the evidence, and you're like, I don't need that evidence.
I saw him open a large door, and that already was enough.
I saw him walk out as an emperor, throw a cape off, spin a spear around, and that might have been animated Faker, which means real Faker could probably do like 10x, whatever that was. I mean, it is valid, right? I think there is always going to be this benefit of the doubt that T1 are going to get.
Naturally, of course.
And there's always, I don't want to say always going to be skepticism for Top Esports, because I don't think that that is fair to them, but based on, you know, international performance, based on even the series that they lost to G2 at MSI, there is still that healthy dose of skepticism when it comes to what really is this team's consistent level, because we've seen high highs and we've seen low lows.
Yeah, and the reality is that if you want to use history as an example, T1 as an organization often starts slow at World Championships. True. Their very first games, even their first few, are not always their best performances, just because it seems like that they don't always adapt to the meta immediately. And I love the point that Shox made on the desk, because last year it felt like that, you know, they had a very close series versus Team Liquid. They almost lost that, right? And then they continued on and you thought, okay, they're getting better, but then they defined the meta. They were the ones that introduced and changed the bot lane meta, and were the ones that said, hey, everyone, this is what we think the best way to play the game is. And then everyone was playing catch up to T1, which no one ultimately was able to do.
Yeah, it was interesting because I believe it was Weibo first who brought out the Lux Caitlyn, and people were like, this is flavor. This isn't going to be real. But then it was T1 who brought it full circle to the point where we were back to a carrier who, even in spring, right, had been playing everything, and people were like, there's no way that meta comes back. But it did, and they found that angle. And that's the story of so many teams. We look back, how many teams has the meta suited them, or have they found that single angle? Even as far back as 2018, helps to have the two best solo laners in the world when you have a tournament that's all about your freaking solo laners, right? IG, they run so much about that, and we'll have to see if the meta does favor T1, and if they can be faster in identifying what their unique take on it is, or what the best version of it is. Because you're right, not every tournament for T1, people just remember the ending. They don't always remember some of the more awkward moments at the start. And we'll see if this is one of those moments as our teams take to the stage. Again, so much history, so many titles. The sheer amount of ELO in this walkout is baffling.
8 World Championships in a single game. The fist bumps come through. Chaos as they find their way to their seats. But it doesn't matter. We're getting ready for the draft. We're getting ready for the game. Much anticipated matchup, and the question on everybody's minds are, what form are these teams in to debut the World Championship? Let's get ready. What will the priority be? Game 1, we saw the Vi instantly locked in for BLG. We know that both these junglers are more than happy to pick that one up. But will it be the Skarner? Will that instead be the priority?
I'm betting the Vi is banned, because we saw at MSI, Vi was also an incredibly popular pick, essentially perma-banned. Just about everywhere. People were not going to let through at the time. The Vi Talias of the world, now it's feeling more like it's going to be kind of the Vi Ahri setup. It's just so reliable. And when you look at these two mid laners, I will say that neither of them feel like the centerpiece right now of their respective teams. This could be a game where we're focusing much more around the bottom side, or maybe my personal hope around the top side of the map, Zeus versus 369. But again, if we end up in a situation where, based on the first game, it's a lot of, you know, Gnar versus Cassante, can't imagine there will be too much jungle involvement there.
Yeah, I don't expect it, but let's find out. Ziggs, Syndra, Ashe, Aurora, Skarner, Vi. These are all champions that immediately come to our minds when we think about high priorities in the draft. There's likely going to be some potential target bans. As we saw in Game 1, the Nidalee taken away from Alyoya, the Jinx taken away from Super. But of course, neither of these teams will have much data on each other outside of what they saw in terms of the actual qualification to the World Championship. But without further ado, let's finally jump to this matchup, jump into the draft, and see what will be taken off the board.
Taking the time. Here we go. Thank you, Omen and HyperX. Champ select here. Orianna taken away. Some of the more stable picks off the board. Yone did not show up in our first game despite how popular it has been in Champions Queue and Solo Queue, but Tristana, Yone, conventional AD options off the board.
Okay, fine. And Skarner, both available right now. I like the respect being shown towards the mid laners. Orianna for Faker makes a lot of sense. Yeah. He recently acquired a skin on the champion. Meanwhile, on the side of T1, the Ziggs removed the Tristana as well towards Cream. He's an incredible Tristana player, and they don't want to allow him to have that. But the Aurora, first pick, we talked about it being a power pick. The beauty of this champion is the flexibility that it has as well, being played both in mid and top.
And of course, just one of the most powerful team fighting ultimates in the game. What feels like a Camille ultimate for an entire team can be so impactful. Remember, this champion has been nerfed just about every patch since it came out. And the fact that it's still high prio is a testament to how powerful the kit really is. But prioritizing the early Aurora has left open the Ashe. Again, something that was banned away in our first match of the day. Generally a champion who gets lane prio against the vast majority of matchups. And with Aurora locked in, Nico now coming out. Remember, Aurora, as you highlighted, a flex. Top lane Nico, not something we see as much, but is something that has been played historically.
Yeah, naturally, my assumption would be that this is for carrier in supports, but the beauty of the champion is it is flexible. We know Fake has played it before. Zeus is no stranger to bring out in the top lane as well. So a bit of flexibility on the side of T1, perhaps an introduction to the meta, maybe an answer to Aurora that they've prepared for us. We'll have to wait and see as the draft continues. The Jhin going to be locked in for the side of top esports over towards Jackie Love. And now they round out with a support of their own. But they want to grab that jungler because, you know, in the previous game, Skarner and Vi instantly locked in from both BLG and MDK. But so far in this game, that jungle priority has fallen to the wayside.
Debates here on what the option is going to be.
The flexibility immediately, lock in the Renekton for 369. Of course, one of his most well-known champions throughout his career, but I feel like the biggest strength that you have in Aurora is its flexibility. But top esports, and I mean, it's common in the LPL, they know the power of Renekton. They are very effective at leveraging it, so they want to guarantee that for themselves.
And pressure now on T1 to lock in whatever it is they want to play with mid lane if it's not the Nico. Because if they don't, they'll likely be banned away in the next phase. However, instead, the focus going to be on counterpicking the top side of the map. Zeus with the Jax into 369 Renekton. A classic top lane matchup, but unlike a lot of the matchups we see, this is one where the Jax eventually is going to be a tough task to deal with. Early on, we know how impactful the Renekton could be, how strong he is overall, but the later we go, the scarier and scarier that Jax becomes, especially on a side lane.
I wonder if T1 will get rid of something like a Jarvan. You look at the Ashe as a potential target, and it wouldn't surprise me if T1's even thinking about something like the Syndra. I think control mages in general do very well into Aurora because she's relatively short range and you can really bully her. The Poppy, though, going to be the van, given that, you know, Jax does struggle against this matchup for sure. And maybe T1's thinking about the Jarvan themselves, which means that that's something that they could prioritize. I would expect something like an early, I say an early, I would expect a jungle ban here. But perhaps they want to just eliminate potential support options that can pair up nicely. Something like the Rel would also make a lot of sense if they just want to eliminate that from Mako. Maybe even his Alistar is something they could be concerned about.
I'm curious where or what TES's plan is with the rest of their options, because Jhin normally pairs incredibly well with champions who want to burst out a target. And while Aurora can hit that identity when she starts to get ahead, often needs a bit more time to get stacks built up. If it's not, you know, a snowballed Aurora ultimate, it's not doing quite as much, so I wonder if the Renekton and Aurora will be enough, or if they'll try to get more damage out of the jungle position. You highlighted Skarner earlier, Sejuani already gone. Still some good tank jungle options left, but the Renata was already banned. Bot lane support pool, really the big focus. Rel would be kind of next down in priority order in terms of popular options, but giving respect over to Comfort for Owner, obviously an incredible Viego player.
Now you imagine that the mid lane is going to be locked in. You know that Aurora's going into mid. Aha! But this is the flexibility of the Nico that we were talking about. So this is their answer into the Aurora. They've locked the Nico in. They're going to be securing it in mid lane with the Rakan coming down towards the bot side of the map. What will the response be here from Top Esports? Both the Rel and Leona, I think, both make sense, both in terms of the 2v2 matchup, but also providing a form of engage. Right now, that is what Top Esports is lacking. They need a way to start those fights, and Rel makes a lot of sense. To round things out, you're then looking at that jungler, which, you know, in this meta, really surprises me that it's come so late into the draft. But what's it going to be, Tian? What are you thinking about bringing out?
It's a situation where you have AD top, you have AP mid. So in terms of overall composition, you can go either way. You wouldn't mind a little bit more magic damage on this team. Do we see a return to old junglers of patches past? But the tank option, always going to be a solid one. Skarner, of course, just generally a good pick. Doesn't always have the best upfront engage, doesn't have the same range that a champ like Sejuani does, but it will be the priority here. It is what's going to be locked in, and we saw in the previous game, a lot of those early skirmishes going in the favor of MDK. While they maybe couldn't keep up in map play, the Skarner did a lot of work, especially around those level 6 fights.
Oh, and as Wukong, I am a fan, especially against champions that don't have the best mobility, Jhin and Aurora. It also just pairs up nicely. Nice dive buddy alongside both the Jax and the Rakan. You've got a lot of engage on the side of T1. Yeah. That is a backline threat composition. Faker, man. This man on control mages is a sight to see. Because at any point, you know that he can make that play that can change a game. He's done it so many times over so many years. It's what so many people look forward to.
I'm also just excited because I love Nico on big international stages. Domestically, we joked about it in the LEC, I think everybody has, but your ability to count minions will be tested today. Is that actually a blast cone? Will be a legitimate question we ask in the context of this game, and I'm just ready to see kind of the creativity that can come with a newer champion like Aurora to the professional scene, and something like Nico, who obviously has that naturally built in. But you highlighted so much engage, and it feels like T1, very clear game plan. TES know it, T1 know it. How do TES fight back against this? Can they get those side laners ahead? Maybe find an avenue where they don't have to run face first into this powerhouse 5v5 wombo combo style composition coming out from T1.
I do think I prefer the comp from T1. I think they have side lane options. I think they've got good team fighting. The pick potential is there. But the biggest thing is the range. Like, don't get me wrong, Jhin can have some decent range later on to the game. He's got a decent amount of poke, but against an Ashe, against a Nico, face-checking, sieging a tower, this is a scary comp to do that against. So Top Esports do have some strength in the early games, specifically around the top side of the map. We'll see if they can look to leverage that as we jump onto the Rift for our second Swiss matchup of the day. Top Esports versus T1.
Crucially, the first LPL versus LCK matchup we've seen at Worlds 24 thus far. And it is just a best of one, but come on, the narrative writes itself, Eddie. You talked about it. Could T1 add a 5th LPL team to the list?
I mean, there's a lot of pride on the line for LPL. Yeah. T1 really did the LPL dirty last year with the run through the world's bracket. But again, like, if you're just an international viewer, if you only tune in for the international events, you look at the top of your screen, what do you mean LCK 4th seed?
No, we mean LCK 4.
Yes, T1 really struggled this split. They've had a really difficult road to get here, and they just barely made it. 5 games in the regional gauntlet versus KT. Their form has not looked spectacular, but it's important to emphasize this, because if they do turn things around at the World Championship, it should really go to show how incredible this team, this roster of 5 players really is.
T1 already making some proactive map movement with Guma on the top side at 130. Looks like we will be seeing a lane swap vision to try to spot out who will be coming to potentially catch that wave as the LCK classic of having your support in the mid lane, but this time, not a support, it's Faker, and now the flash in onto 369. 369 getting lower and lower, a little bit of healing from Cole. The Meek and first blood for Zeus.
A strong start as they find 369 isolated. The split map came through. Now they will be a little slow to start the push on the top side of the map, but hey, they got themselves first blood and they got it onto Zeus.
And right now in the mid lane, right, you still have the 2v2 lane set up, which is of course really the LCK special. T1 no strangers to it. Something Gen G were really proactive at kind of bringing to the forefront. Makes sense when you're mid laner Chovy to give him a little bit more attention, but the same, very true about Faker, as he remains a secret Nico. I think just happy to have a kind of better auto attack animation for as long as humanly possible.
Now, 369 is desperate to try and get level 2 as Zeus and Gumayusi hover around the top side of the map. The idea is, and you're going to be seeing a lot at this year's World Championship, is Zeus will get level 2, Rakan has level 2 as well, so once Zeus gets the level over, he can TP to catch that massive wave in bot, and now that they're both level 2, both support and top laner, they should be safe enough to weather the threat of the dive. Here's Tian though, hovering and ready. We should be seeing this TP come through from Sept, but he wants to go back to base. He wants to spend before he actually arrives in the lane.
Level 2 for Keria. This is really difficult for TES to get much done here, however, because, again, Jhin early on in those extended trades and laning phases can be powerful early on. Nice flashback from Keria to get away. Knock up, forcing the flash up from Tian in response. No dive, no real play here. Only a single plate taken down as 369 will TP up to the top side. Now, Guma, of course, because of the 85% early fortification, not really able to get a plate back in response, but well defended by Keria.
I'm a little surprised to see that Zeus actually stayed for another wave in the top lane, because I thought initially he was going to go back to base, spend his money, then TP down towards bot, but ultimately, not the end of the world. The flash did have to come out from Tian because he got tower aggro by hitting onto Keria. Now, level 3 through from Keria. The base actually going to come through from Zeus. We imagine the same thing is going to happen from Gumayusi in the near future. But I say that, look at the top lane right now. He is just bullying out 369 in the Renekton. No flash means that he can just chip away at his HP bar. Level 3 now comes through.
Just being zoned away from so much XP. Luckily, as you highlighted, does have the level 3 now. Things will get a little bit easier if he can get on top of Guma. You know, he'd be in a better position, but with Guma still having cleanse and both of them being flashless, the kill pressure that 369 brings to the table is much, much lower. And in the bottom lane, they're just now able to crash that wave. JackeyLove luckily hasn't had to burn a biscuit yet, but he's running out of mana just trying to sustain that push.
Ona continues to split mash. Split mash? Split mash in order to provide Gumayusi with all this additional safety as well. This AD carries level 4 now, happily farming away as can be.
Look, if we just kind of squint, it's like Season 1, sort of. You've just got double melee champs to the bot side.
That is old school, yeah.
There's Ashe and solo lanes for some reason. It's coming full circle. Stun there from Zeus, just trying to get close to get XP. Again, if he doesn't pick up CS here, it's not the biggest deal, as long as he stays ahead in XP overall. Obviously, Jax wants that early itemization, but in a split map, you're happy to just get what you can, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how, I believe it's T1 that's made this decision, right? Because typically you'd swap back earlier, right? You're just getting through those early levels, you're trying to put the enemy top laner behind a little bit, but T1 is saying, hey, we're actually quite comfortable with how we're playing right now, with Gumayusi getting nice pressure down onto 369, and the fact that they can't do the same to Zeus on the other side of the map. He walks away, back to base. They're going to keep these lane assignments. They're going to send Gumayusi back to top once more. Keриa's roam to mid.
And essentially, I think what this tells us is that grubs are the priority for T1. They're resetting to be in time for the 530 wave that'll spawn. If you get pressure there, you get first access to grubs. Willing to, you know, mismatch lanes a little bit longer to try to prioritize that early grub buff. We'll see if it kind of pays off for him.
Sure. Of course, Ona has maintained this split map throughout the entirety of the early game. Ultimately, all of the shenanigans haven't really resulted in a significant gold advantage outside of the fact that Zeus did get first blood. That's kind of where a lot of the lead is sitting right now. Gumayusi is a little bit behind in terms of farm, partially because he was late to the first wave. A level 5 now for the Ashe, and yep, 369 is upset that this is his lane opponent.
And look, he can't, there's nothing he can do about this. He can't come face check these grubs, so grubs are getting picked up. The response, of course, on the opposite side for TES is to go for this Drake, which makes a lot of sense, but ultimately grubs have been higher priority for the LCK just about the entire year. So not surprising to see T1 look for the top side on this side of the trade.
And now, after securing the grubs, they have numbers advantage top side, so they can start threatening those plays, start threatening a potential dive. No level 6 secured yet for 369 means that he's not going to have his ultimate available. You can see Ona making his way into the top side jungle once more as Top Esports secure the first dragon of the game. Zeus spotted on a ward.
Cream, now needs to be careful. Nice hop out to safety. Pretty easy for him to escape, but running relatively low on mana. Mako, we'll see if he wants to help him push this wave in, but all of T1 collapsing on the top side now.
Basically, Zeus saying, I know I'm at risk of a dive on the bot side of the map, so I'm not even going to bother sticking around. Instead, I'm going to group up with my team, threaten a potential dive, but also he's in a position to catch this wave. They hand 2 plates over to Gumayusi. He can now look to reset and path back towards bot if he wants to. And the XP just going to be shared between the two of them. Overall, I think T1 has managed this very patiently, very well in terms of the early game. 369 in a similar position, knows that he can't go to the top side of the map, so he's getting what experience he can. They are chipping away at this tower, leveraging the strength of the grubs. The total number of plates exchanged so far is even, but here becomes the fourth.
And I think the big thing here is that Jin is not great. Normally in these lane swap circumstances, when Jackie Loves gets so much time in isolation, you'd expect him to get more, but because he's on Jin, he doesn't really shred through those plates, and because we're past 5 minutes, the top lane fortification that might have balanced things out for the first few minutes, no longer in his favor. So first tower taken, great use of the grub buff. TES committing a lot of members here to the mid lane, but overall, T1, 2,000 gold ahead.
They didn't even get this another plate in the bot lane, by the way. Jin just couldn't.
Jin!
Yeah.
It's Jin realm. They don't do anything, man, to the tower. They don't have backup either. So you're not going to beat Jack's Ashe on a tower taking contest.
You are not. Now Gumayushi returns to the bot lane. Again, he is a little bit behind in CS, he's a little bit behind in XP, but the gold, because he secured that first tower, that's really where you're starting to see that discrepancy build up. 369 not able to leverage the strength of Renekton whatsoever. And while over in the LPL, it's been consistently a high priority pick because of its strength in lane and its versatility in the mid game, Tijuana making the champion redundant given these early lane swap shenanigans.
And the Aurora, the first pick priority here for the side of TS, really hasn't done much. Cream fine in the individual 1v1 trades, but very little of this lane has been a 1v1.
Okay, Zeus, he's just running around taking plates. He's like, I got my passive up, I'm gonna hit the tower, get a plate, and then I'm off.
They're going to kick this man out of the buffet. He's been eating plates for 3 hours, so that's clearly against the rules.
Okay, we know it's all you can eat.
It's all you can eat is more of, it's a theoretical thing.
But no one actually eats all that they can eat, okay? It's like, but there's a plate, man. I got to eat it.
Looks like he's only got 5 more minutes.
Look at this wave, man. It's perfect timing. In game 1, we talked about how BLG weren't wasting any time with their map movements.
Sure.
And I think you need to give the same credit to Zeus in this situation where he's just really trying to maximize what he can.
Knock up in, arrow to follow, cleanse out, but it's a little bit late. Immediate coming in from Jackie Love, taken down. Gumayushi now trying to run the charm to interrupt anything else coming in from Tian. Guma likely to fall here. Ulti is there. Probably just a 2 for 2 in the end, but more members used by the side of TES to make that play happen. Keria trying to escape. Owner now stepping forward in the end. Still able to find a pretty even trade.
A trade of life between the AD carries, but Gumayushi and Keria ultimately getting a 2v2 kill, which is huge for them. They get the cleanse out from Jackie Love. He isn't forced to expend the flash, and if it weren't for the presence of Tian, that play could have gone much worse. But overall, as you rightly said, 1 for 1 on the bot side of the map. Nicely though, Owner pulls the wave up into the river, which means that they now have a slow push heading towards that bot side of the map. We turn our attention back towards it again. Nice side set from Gumayushi. The knock-up comes through. He cleanses the CC, but he's still in the airborne. Nice flash out from Guma means that he's still able to get the kill. But at this point, he's just ran out of tools. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have cleanse. And Tian is able to lock him down and secure the trade back kill.
And if you fall behind in a trade against the Rakan Ashe lane, they do just have so much CC. Even if he hadn't cleansed in mid-air, there's no real immediate pressure for Keria to charm to find that lockup. So well played by T1. And now it gets a lot harder for TES to get involved in the bottom side of the map. We did see right as we went into the replay, reassignment of Jackie Love into mid lane. And now T1 quick to try to punish the side lane focus. Cream, instant ult.
Nice use of the ultimate. We've been seeing that more and more around the world. But Cream doesn't panic. Uses the ultimate, not forced to expend the flash. Of course, T1 priority on the plates. They're threatening the dive. A lot of TPs.
They are ready to dive this. 369, Renekton, how strong is it? So much CC. He lives for a little bit of time, but the wave is basically deleted. T1 happy to have the donated kill. I don't think 369 was ready for everyone on T1 to be there.
But look at the map state. Typically when you're investing this much into a play, you're worried about the cross map, but they don't have the wave pushed in top. T1 had already secured that. It's Jin in the mid lane again. You really can't trade much. And it's the plate merchant, Zeus. He's on the bot lane. He's there to get more plates for himself.
He just keeps eating. He's 1.1k gold ahead. And I did not think the major story of two international titans, TES and T1, would be about Jin trying to take towers and not being very good at it, but a reminder as to why Jin, I think in these lane swap scenarios, or in scenarios where you're playing a much more active map where you're constantly reassigning, can feel really lackluster. He just doesn't do enough.
I mean, we're not even close to 14 minutes. Top tower gone, bot tower gone. Of course, the good news for Top Esports is they deny the 6 scrubs and they set themselves up with 2 dragons. However, in terms of the gold, T1 have set themselves up beautifully for a very powerful mid-game. These first items are already coming through. The Trinity Force very nearly completed for Zeus. There's a pushed-in bot wave. He's going to be able to catch that as well. Top Esports are just being run around the map. And we talked about the composition and how I kind of favored T1's comp just because of their backline access and the number of threats that they have. This situation doesn't make things any easier for Top Esports.
I think the good news for Top Esports is JackieLove's finally completed that static. His wave clear is going to be a bit better. They should be able to play a little bit more around Prio and at least some of these lanes, but need to see what Cream can do as well. Finished Malignance. Can he find angles with the ultimate to get picks on side lane? Because we know T1 just have so many tools. If you misstep, it's so easy for them to find these picks, to find these angles. It takes a little bit more work from TES to find those picks or find those setups on fights.
Bit of a dance between the supports as they battle over the control wards. Now, the
Faker
minion
coming in. Instant Wukong ultimate. Faker now going to fall between worlds, but there's just nowhere to go. Mako trying to find the counter engage, but it might not matter. Still in the midst of everything. Tian is so damn tanky. They weren't ready for that, and Jin might not kill towers, but he kills people pretty damn good. Quadra coming in, baby. Put it in the cannon. JackieLove is Jin.
JackieLove popped off! A quadra kill for the Jin means that just like that, Top Esports have turned this game around. T1 were riding with so much momentum and confidence. They set their sights on the blue buff. The Wombo combo looked good, but the threat to JackieLove just wasn't there. From a distance, he was able to pick apart those T1 members and immediately bring them back into the game. That 3K gold lead has shrunk to a 1K one. And let's look back at this. As Faker turns into a minion, he sets up with his team. Carrier looks for the engage. The knockup initially comes through. They burst out Cream, but look at the positioning of JackieLove. The Wombo combo looks good, but JackieLove, the bouncing grenade doing work, the static shiv as well. And Tian on the front line able to soak up so much damage with the ultimate to clean things up. That's 4, he finds 4.
And incredible stuff there, because we talked about how hard it can be sometimes for TES to find fights, but when they absorb that initial blow and Tian and Mako are still standing, all of that rel CC is put to such fantastic use. You highlighted JackieLove really just got to hang out. Now the only person in our MasterCard lane economy snapshot with an individual lead. They're not out of the tough times yet.
So there's good news and bad news. The good news, JackieLove now very strong, in a position to be the carry for Top Esports. Bad news, every member of Tier 1 have now picked a target, and he will now be the one that they are all gunning for in the upcoming team fight.
And it's tricky. We've talked about this. Yes, he has Flash and Cleanse. That'll make things a little bit easier, but there is so much non-committal CC from the side of T1. It's easy for them to just look for those angles. As the fight for Rift Herald, a lot of posturing. TES with a little bit better vision control might be in a position where T1 has to conceive. You see both top laners resetting. 369 sprinting to the area, has Black Cleaver now completed. TP. Zeus finishing his Triforce at the same time. Both top laners ready to get involved. Their TP's there. Bit of a handshake here on the fist fight around this objective. Mako trying to find that angle, trying to find that engage. Guma with the red buff. Poking, chipping away, the eye procced. Cream now walking in. Between Worlds is there. Gonna be difficult for Guma to stay too long. Not having vision in that brush, a bit devastating as Mako just constantly threatening. Probably just the 50-50 on the smite. 2K on the Herald. Faker is now a blue buff, but the Herald's gone down. Tian wants to walk in and pick this one up. Should be able to do so. T1 are they willing to commit more resources to deny? Just a bit of poking and prodding, but ultimately 50-50 goes to TES, so not a lot to say.
I think the positioning from Top Esports was really good because Cream is in a position to constantly make it difficult for Owner to find that engage that he was looking for. Trying to come from the fog of war to catch Top Esports off guard. Meanwhile, 369 and Zeus were just kind of battling in the mid lane, trying to fight for access, who could get that better position ready for the upcoming team fight. But no one from T1 was really ready to pull the trigger. They don't really want to start the initiation onto Tian. They either want to find Cream or JackieLove, but they weren't presenting any openings. So with the Herald being within range of Tian and him being this tanky Skarner, he was just slowly wearing it down and able to secure that objective uncontested. The gold still in favor of T1, but Top Esports, even after all the tower shenanigans and everything that's happened in the other game, have been prioritizing these objectives very well, only losing those first 3 grubs.
Definitely. And third Drake, 20 seconds away. Fighting now for push on the bottom side. Thus far, Zeus has been able to get this, but you can see 369 happy to step up, knowing the team will be there to back him up if he needs to fight with Zeus. Taking a look at the vision control right now, TES much better control. The brush that Mako just walked through. Crucial for T1 to have that vision so they don't get picked off. Mako's so good at hiding in that fog of war and setting up these traps. As instead, TES, knowing they have the Herald, going to try and force T1 on the back foot. They don't have a wave mid, but it looks like they don't even care about it. Cream moving in, was invisible. Between Worlds not going to come out. No one there to follow, so a bit of an awkward Herald usage.
Gives them access into the river, at least a little bit, as Carrier still maintaining vision control. I think it's because Zeus able to have that push in the bot wave. Base going to come in through 369, should allow Zeus to catch this wave. But the pressure remains mid for Top Esports. They know where they have control. But we talked about the range. It's difficult to approach this composition from T1 underneath the tower, but now as 4, they make their way into the river. You've got to keep your eyes on the flank from Zeus. He is pinged out by the side of Top Esports, slowly clearing out this vision.
T1, good use. Excuse me, TES, good use of their prio to keep that vision control in their favor. But such an awkward back and forth dance. You highlighted it so well, right? Zeus playing through bottom side, getting him access to that objective, having that angle of attack, whereas TES committed to playing through mid. If T1 don't commit enough members, they'll instantly lose that tower and it gets much harder. But if TES overcommit, it's so easy for Zeus to find that flank. Faker looking to kick things off, double knock up, instantly Zeus in the midst of everything, and down goes Jackie Love, the one-fed member, gone in the blink of an eye. TN does not have enough left in the tank to finish that one. Double kill for Zeus. T1, incredible fight.
Faker truly is timeless. An incredible engage from him once more on the world stage to set up the fight for T1. Top Esports were caught unawares. Jackie Love didn't even get an opportunity to flash away. And with him taken out, all of the gold leaders gone. And just keep your eyes on Faker, mimicking the Wukong. Finds the angle, pops the ultimate, their target immediately, Jackie Love, and look at the follow-up there. All 4 members lock down the AD carry and don't give him the opportunity to play the game.
And perfect follow-up from Zeus and Owner. And credit to Faker, right? He throws himself forward like he's the fake clone, like he's the one just going for a bit of vision. But this one time, every other time, the 90 other times he sent a clone in, it was not the actual Nico.
He's literally like the Wukong. There's 4 Wukongs. He can make 4. Like, that's crazy. Owner can press the W.
That lines up with the cannon pretty well. That's all I'm going to say.
Like, oh my goodness. Crazy stuff. And T1 back in the driver's seat.
And we look at our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, right? It's all about top lane. And while 369 hasn't been the crux of TES, you can see all of the money is going to Zeus. Yes, Faker gets the setup, but it's Zeus flashing in, getting that counter-strike, finishing that kill, and now 1.7k gold lead, almost 2 items, 20 minutes into the game. This Jax is a massive threat on the sideline. 369 really can't afford to walk up.
I mean, 369 from the very start of this game has been a target for T1. They were able to find First Blood. He was denied a lot of experience and farm in the early laning phase, and he hasn't been able to find these angles of attack in any of the fights. The matchup's only going to get harder as now Sundered Sky finished for Zeus alongside the Trinity Force.
Where do you think the quadra kill was on our win probability? It's that little sliver of blue.
Tower should finally go down? Nope. But again, it just comes back to that point of, look at how difficult this composition is to siege against, right? The threat of the Ash Arrow, Faker could at any moment pop the ultimate. The threat of the Wukong flank.
Mako, though, starting, knowing the tower isn't really much to defend there. Now between worlds coming out, Jackie Love for now untouched on the backside can look to start to finish up these kills, but Zeus in the midst of everything just gave up his counter-strike. Now needs to retreat. Massive healing coming in from 369, but not nearly enough. Curtain call coming out, though, and looking to finish the job. So much damage. And again, Jackie Love clutching the fight.
As long as Jackie Love has position, there's always an opportunity for Top Esports to turn the fights around. He still didn't burn his flash in that engage, but it was Top Esports to put the pressure onto T1. They were the initiators, and they put T1 on the back foot, allowing Jackie Love to find good position and turn the fight around. 9-9 in kills. Top Esports are going to get 2 towers.
But I think the hero of the day is Mako there. So many of these engages have been all about that rel. He and Tien both with 100% kill participation in this game. Yes, Jackie Love is the one who's walking away with the money, the score line, the accolades, no doubt in my mind, but the supporting cast here has been so good for TES.
I mean, you're completely right, and think about it, every exchange that happens between the 2 teams, Cream is quick to throw out the ultimate, so we start the initiation with Mako, saying, we need this tower, let's go. Owner becomes the target, and he takes a lot of damage at the start of the fight as 369 keeps Zeus out of the fight. Jackie Love on the backline, the ultimate connects onto the front, and you think at this point it's dangerous, but look at the damage being done by Cream as well. Follow that up with the ultimate from Jackie Love, and it is a one-sided fight as T1 is forced to retreat.
And I'm going to be honest, I was not excited about Static Shift Jhin generally until this game, and now I am a believer. JackeyLove single-handedly convincing me. Aurora, on the other hand, I did believe in, and I think those numbers are starting to remind us why. This champion does a hell of a lot of damage and just makes it so easy for your follow-up CC to land, right? If you just put them in the circle, there's really nowhere for them to dodge.
And it's great to see from Cream as well. This year was the first time we got to see him on the international stage. Of course, no rookie by any means domestically, but as a player, he's really shown a lot of evolution, a lot of growth. Initially known as this kind of assassin type of player, especially known for things like Zakali, but this year especially he's come into his own, he's grown a lot, and now showcasing the Aurora, having huge impact in these fights. I hope he can maintain that performance. Getting a win against T1 would be huge for the momentum of Top Esports here at this year's World Championship.
You can't really imagine a better way for an LPL team to start this tournament, to start to rewrite everything that happened at Worlds 2023. T1 in a bit of hot water here as they try to get out of the jungle. Owner luckily still has the clone. They'll be happy to just try and get the Heartsteel proc, even though they didn't quite, and Zeus still pretty favored in that 1v1. Is Tien now trying to get something started here, spotting out Zeus. Zeus still has allies to go back to. Captive Audience hitting those big. Ulti now to fall. They want to delete this Jax.
Good Ash Arrow there, stunning up Tien to allow for Zeus to then jump away to safety. The mid wave completely abandoned as both teams hover around the bot side of the map. Dragon spawning though in 10 seconds. Will give an opportunity for Zeus to go back to base, spend what gold he can. Has the TP available, not going to spend that much, only picking up an Amp Tome and a control ward.
Yes, pinging on the Baron, starting to move up, get a bit more control up there just in case T1 try to leverage their position to start Drake.
The beautiful thing about this game is it showcased already. Oh, hang on.
Faker kicking things off, but only catching the jungle, only catching Tien. The Deadly Flourish not going to hit, luckily, so he will not get rooted. But
that's a crucial ultimate missed. JackeyLove once again not forced to expend any summoners. Dragon though secured for T1.
But the good news is he buys time for his team to take the Drake, and TES in the meantime can't go start the Baron or even really set up better positioning, but T1 need to be careful about approaching here. Twofold Hex not going to connect. Faker off to the side.
About 45 seconds until Faker's ultimate is back up. T1 have to play defensively until that moment. I mean, I feel like Top Esports should set their sights on the top tier 1, an easy objective for them to secure, but at the same time, they don't want to concede this mid tier 1. It gives so much access into the jungle. You don't really want to give it away completely for free, but it does look like Top Esports slowly shifting their attention towards that top side of the map as resets starting to come through. But they're cautious about the potential Baron. T1, they don't have any vision.
And T1 have a pretty quick Baron, all things considered. TES much slower. T1, of course, I mean, historically, they had that year where they were just a 20-minute Baron team. And I think it's something that has to be in the back of TES's mind as they go for these resets.
T1 Barons is still
they're still a thing. I think it's less, for a while it was like the thing. I think it's less emblematic. Still in the toolkit though. Something they're going to have to respect. Guma catching the mid wave. Resets now coming out. Prio in the bot lane will be responded to by TES. And the next big objective is this Baron, and T1 looking to clear out some of this vision, potentially set a trap.
Crucially, the Infinity Edge done for JackeyLove is a huge power spike. Bit of an interrupt there onto Carrier, but of course, on this Rakan, he should be able to get away to safety. That tower in the mid lane so low as Faker turns his attention towards top. Cream does have a bit of an experience advantage over Faker. If he's able to catch that top wave, he'll be a full level over him. Faker's been over-grouping a lot to set up for plays with his team. But Zeus comfortably winning this matchup now.
Flash, nice reaction from 369.
Does, of course, expend that summoner spell to get away to safety. The trade in vision, the back and forth. Neither team confident in setting up for Baron.
I'm going to be honest. The 26-minute, 0 gold difference between two teams, this is what Worlds is about.
I'm sorry, what was even more beautiful was that it was a period in time where the gold at the top of the screen was 4-4-4, 4-4-4, and I just feel like the Jhin would be proud of that moment.
I'm just saying the Jhin fans are eating good this game. Most certainly.
You got a quadra kill, 4s across the board.
Yeah.
All right. We're setting up for the Baron, and as you talked about, Top Esports are hesitant to just start it off because they have Jhin. And as we've already learned this game,
he kills very good. Everything else?
Unfortunately, you know, we're in season 14, only 4 bullets. He has to reload.
Crazy what they do.
But he is in a very powerful position.
And, I mean, 3.5
The thing is, what I will say is Top Esports, I feel, have very easy objectives on the maps to play for. On the maps. On the map. They're pinging out the bot tower right now, and I think that that is the easiest one, given how low HP it is. But also, I'm sure they'd love to secure that top tower as well. They were able to get 2 in the mid lane, but these tier 1s are crucial because it just makes it easier to move into the enemy jungle,
yeah, it certainly
right?
does.
And it allows you to get deeper push on these side lanes, which buys you more time to then regroup and then look for plays on the map.
But I think you can see that 369 doesn't want to overcommit on side. He doesn't have TP. They don't want to send Cream to go up against the Jax, and it puts them in this awkward situation where, yes, they finally get the tower, but it took a lot longer than they would have liked. Now the setup, though. Line of scrimmage drawn. Tien just looking to bully his way in. Certainly has a big enough health bar. TES taking control of the area. They have mid push. Guma going to respond. Some of this vision will get cleared out. The dance, the classic Baron back and forth. You push, you take what vision is there. Maybe you can start it, but neither side really with a big enough advantage on side to begin that objective.
It's been a very tense affair for the last 5 minutes or so. Neither team has tried to force that fight, but of course the Dragon now a minute away. This will likely be the next big objective that both teams set their sights on, and the fight there could even determine the Baron, depending on how one-sided of an affair it could be. Faker very far away from level 15. A little bit behind in terms of gold. But as we look towards the bot side of the map, there's about a 1k gold lead still for Jackie Love. Experience, though, pretty even.
Yep.
And Gumayushi still comfortable when it comes to itemization.
And again, a lot of the reason the gold is close is because Guma was able to get so many plates early on, whereas Jackie really was not. It's the kills that have balanced things out for him. As we get later, I think, you know, Mountain Drake, not always my favorite to see, but I think when you have a Wukong against so much physical damage, when he naturally already gets so much armor for free, Jackie Love has to continue to play these fights excellently, because Owner has a very easy time to just ignore so much of the damage that Jackie Love can put out. Now, admittedly, getting closer to a completed armor penetration item for Jackie Love, but this next fight might still be a struggle to burst through Owner's health bar in isolation.
TP's committed.
And red pot for Owner as well. Wants the physical vamp.
Carrier needs to be careful here. We'll get away to safety, leveraging the blast cone. Once again, Zeus with the push in bot allows T1 an avenue into the river while Top Esports may take control around mid. They're going to start the objective themselves.
T1 very split right now. TS, 5 members strong, giving respect to that clone. Last time the clone was the real thing, and they were caught off guard. This time around, they're not looking to take that risk. Carrier threatening. Zeus waiting behind, Contaxian off his support. Objective getting lower and lower, but they've already got it on the side of TES. T1 now going to go in to try to get the picks on 369, hoping that maybe they can get the Baron in the meantime, but TES are already out. Zeus now getting chipped away at. Not really much there to play, but Faker again trying to make the play happen. Instant follow-up coming in from Carrier. Zeus off to the side. They're going to look to delete 369, but Jackie Love is still standing tall. Zeus going in 1v1 versus Jackie Love, but he's all on his lonesome. And as long as that AD carry is standing, as long as that mid laner is standing, TES are winning the fight. Guma with nowhere left to go. The bullet doesn't even hit him. He's dead as it's flying. Shut down coming in. TES barreling down the mid lane.
That is a 5-for-0 ace, and Dracos, they can look to end the game right now. Another fantastic play from Top Esports, and as long as the carries were left untouched, they were able to clean up the fight. I think that's going to be it.
So much of the early game was in control of T1. It felt like they come ahead in the lane swaps, but in the fights, TES have been better. The turns, T1 the ones who overextended in TES's jungle, giving those kills to Jackie Love costs them as TES take down T1.
And in a statement game, the early game looked a little shaky, but you talked about it, Dracos, the support staff on the side of Top Esports, Tian and Mako, that jungle support combo, 100% kill participation for both of them. Cream quick to drop the ultimates down when ready. I mean, great team fighting from them.
Fantastic. As much as I love us talking about it, let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that incredible game 2.
Well, it's coming up, Jackie Love, and as a European fan, I've been on that side of things before, so I know how much it hurts. But what is particularly impressive to me is how it came off the back of a T1 that had that early game strategically
they were looking
completely
good
in the bag.
T1 was looking good for a lot of this game until They lost every fight consecutively.
No, I think the early game was actually so much better than I had anticipated coming into it. For one, I didn't expect them to opt into the lane swap, but I really liked how they operated with Seos in that. Through his demolish, they pretty much just got top lane after the first blood. A bit of a mistake for 369, but it's the way that now that there's no longer any top turret, they just push out top as much as they can. That gives Seos a lot of time to roam around. He helps in mid lane. They have that play down in bottom lane. I gotta say, like the mad movement from T1 in the early game, super crisp.
Yeah, but blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I mean, look at the rest of the game. Look at the rest of the game.
It was fun. It was a fun game to just see back-to-back team fights. Like, even just the T1 fight that happened in the river where it was like, wait a minute, is T1 just going to win this thing because they got the kill on Jackie Love? I was like, okay, this is what I'm here for.
Yeah. We're setting up for the interview. That's why you're getting
we'll have the interview in any second. Yeah, it's almost a little deflating because I was riding the T1 plot armor for a lot of the game.
Yes,
Like, they could literally never get on Jackie Love.
No.
And Raz brought up during the game like something about the Aurora and her ability to protect the AD carry. Because if you just ult, you can never really get back there, and I don't think Jackie got like hit in any of the team fights.
The fun thing with this is, even if the ult missed, Skarner would ult, drag them into the ultimate, and now they're stuck in it.
It came to me like there was the mid fight, and I'm sure we'll talk about it after, but the fact that like Rakan tried. Rakan tried to get to Jackie Love and was just blocked because of the Aurora ulti. So I was like, this is going to be annoying.
Yeah, and then in the final fight, we thought Faker got this huge ultimate off, but it was just on 3 bruisers.
Yeah.
So it didn't do anything.
It looked very cool, though. I was like, oh, here he comes.
I was out of my seat. I was ready for something.
I gotta say, there after that dragon fight, we were believing again. I mean, you've always believed, but we were like, okay, this is how it's going to be for the rest of this game.
I've been wrong a lot this world. It's
if they just 3-0'd. Like, there need to be some ups and downs. You know, you can't let them have it all the way.
No, we are still waiting for the interview to get set up. I'd love to get like. Can I tease who it's going to be with, or do we not know yet? Who deserves to be talked to? Jackie Love?
Oh my God, it has to be Jackie Love.
He got
it has to be Jackie Love. And the fans would just go crazy for him. So, it's going to be with Tien.
Yeah.
I mean, that Skarner had a lot of one fight. Also, I know we'll talk about it, the entire Worlds, but Rel Skarner is just a cheat sheet. That if you get engaged on, you end up getting, even if it's 2 or 3 people, an easy go signal for Rel. A concern that I always had for Rel as a pick is like, how are you going to find that one fight? But that's a great fight to have if you have a Skarner that's grabbing 2 to 3 people that's trying to engage into you. So I think that's a great combo that we'll see for the rest of the world.
I mean, it goes both ways, because if Skarner can't find that ultimate where he finds multiple people, Rel will drag multiple people together, and then you find the Skarner ultimate.
True.
So it's really, they go hand in hand like that.
They do, and it's Mako, of course, on Rel as well. You know, when it comes to finding engages, finding angles, finding ways in, we had a long delay and we didn't even talk about it, but it is something that's super exciting every time you watch TES specifically, and especially at Worlds. And wow, it's so crazy because we had our kind of pre-game expectations and I'm not saying pre-tournament expectations are now out the window. It was 1 best of 1, but
listen,
still.
The number 2 seed from the LPL versus the number 4 seed from the LCK. If you take history away from it, this wouldn't be a surprising result. As you mentioned, you know, wasn't that long ago or it's been a long time since MSI.
I mean, it feels like a long time ago, but I will say as well, I definitely thought that the top esports was about to choke this one. I was like, we've built them up. We talked about that domestic resolve. They're going to be a different beast this time around coming into the international stage. And then that early game happened. I'm like, damn, it's kind of happening again, isn't it? But they managed to stabilize, so we're ready.
Yeah, it's time for the Verizon post-game interview.
Just keep going.
Tien, thank you so much for joining me after this first win at the World Championship. I want to start by asking you about Skarner, because it was one of the most banned and prioritized champion in the playing stage, but you picked it rather late. What is your priority of Skarner, and how much do you think it's going to be a central pick here at Worlds?
好的，恭喜小天，你拿下了这一局的比赛。那首先问题想要问到的是关于斯卡纳这个英雄。那这个英雄呢是在 Play-in 阶段是最高 ban 率的一个英雄，但是队伍在今天 BP 选择的时候，好像是很后面才出来的这个英雄。所以你是怎么样看待这个英雄的优先级呢？或者说他的这个排位大概是一个什么S 级啊，或者这样的英雄？
首先斯卡纳这个英雄，我在 LPL 季后赛的时候就有觉得这个英雄非常强，然后。 到了这个版本的话，其他英雄被削了之后，这个英雄就更突出了。然后的话，这个英雄 自己掌握的其实还没有特别好吧，所以可能这个优先级排的在我们队里没有排到那么高。
So first of all, I think this Skarner was super power when I was in the playoffs in LPL, and right now since the other junglers has been a nerf, so Skarner's priority kind of increased a little bit. But I don't think I grasped all the knowledges of Skarner very well. That's why we got these champions later in the Bambit stage.
Interesting. Let's see how it evolves in the later stages of Worlds. Off topic, but I saw that your bot lane chose their solo queue EUW name based on a speech that you did when you got MVP. How did that make you feel?
那第二个问题想问到，其实在这两天我们关注到你们下路组在欧服的 ID， 一个是我就是我，我就是天。想问一下，这个他们因为这个是用你一个经典台词吗？你觉得对此有什么看法吗？
感觉我的队友一直在处刑我，一直在就是想看到我像2019年一样，我感觉。 欧洲的观众可能也会想看到2019年的我。
会想看到。So first of all, I think my team is kind of punish me, just like a joking, and I think they really want to see the Tian of 2019, and I'm sure that the audience here also wants to see the Tian of 2019 version.
It is a perfect transition to my last question. 2019, you won Worlds that year. How does it change the expectations you had about the upcoming run at Worlds you're going to have this year?
那在2019年的时候，小天曾经在这里举起了全球总决赛的冠军奖杯。那这样会不会是怎么样？对你在今年24年再次来到欧洲的全球总决赛会有哪些期待呢？
当我来到这里的时候，就走出机场，我感觉一切都非常的熟悉，然后空气也非常的让我有之前的19年的那种感觉。然后的话，我觉得。 现在我是在全新的队伍，然后一个全新的身份，我觉得2019年我都可以做到，2024年我觉得我们也可以做得到。
So when I came here, when I came out of the airport, I just kind of like the feeling is so familiar for me in terms of the air and a lot of things here. Just like when I played here in 2019. Now I'm in a brand new team with a brand new role. I think I can make it in 2019, and this time it's gonna be the same script.
Wishing you the same success you had back in 2019. Xie. Thank you so much for the interview. Christina, we can't see you, but thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here.
Thank you so much. Hoping for the best, hoping for the same in 2019. Speak for yourself. I'm trolling, of course.
I take second place again for the LEC.
Nah, once you've been to a couple of finals, you wouldn't get it. Then you definitely want it.
We were in a finals. Unfortunately, LEC did that to us again, didn't it?
Okay. Anyways, all trolling aside, yes, we would like Tian to have that form of 2019. In fact, when you look at TES and also how they played in this first game, including Jackie Love, it was phenomenal when it came to taking back control over this game. And I would like to take another look at Jackie Love's quadra kill in our HyperX Reflex replay. You said he's static shivving them.
It seems like that's what happened, because he literally just had static shift at the start of this play, and at the very open, it does look like T1 has a strong engage with the Wukong, but then it's really just about how they turn it around. The Aurora gets down a lot of damage despite dying, and then Jackie, as you mentioned, gets hit by half a volley in this fight before blowing him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's the bouncing grenade together with that static prop. As you already said, if you don't know, it does more damage if it executes champions instead. Yeah. And that rarely ever matters, okay, with that item, but that was one of the few fights where you got to see the full value of it.
You did, and we saw it a couple of times after that again. If we roll into our replay at 30 minutes, where T1 could have still taken the game back or taken some ground back, I want to say, but TES completely shut the door.
Yeah, it was insane to just be able to see the fights, and for me, a lot of it was Jackie Love playing decently at a distance, not being in range of any of the engage. So like Owner's ulti doesn't turn into anything. They find like Zeus, who's basically alone, and just see, look at Jackie Love. Exactly, it was a nice ult, but where's the follow-up?
Yeah.
And Jackie Love's in a great spot to just fire off, so they were able to get the kill on Carrier and the rest of them. And at this stage, I think they were already pretty far behind because of the fight that happened mid lane. So it was like a great engage, not a great follow-up.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it goes, of course, in tandem with the draft that TES decided to field. You said it already about the Aurora. What were you wowing about?
Just the difference, the big pop-up there.
I mean, the fact that Aurora did the most damage in this game is a little bit surprising. So much of that damage is hard to see because we saw all the kills from Jackie, but when everyone was so grouped up, everything Aurora is doing is AoE.
Yes.
And it really just added up throughout the game.
It did.
And this goes back to me, because like when we're looking at the whole tournament expectation of what the draft is going to be, that's a lot of people what they've been asking is like, what's the draft priority going to be? And it's the Aurora. We've seen a little bit of it in Champions Queue in Europe, but it's just how flexible it actually is between mid and top lane. You can go grasp and all these things. And then just in those fights that we saw, yeah, T1's engaging, but the moment you see the Aurora ulti, the Skarner ulti that comes immediately afterwards, that's an amazing setup for your fight.
It's true, and maybe T1 will have to take some lessons as well. They saw that Jhin on the other side. They wanted to go for the Ashe they love so much, and in team fights, it just didn't work against this composition specifically. A lot of learnings, but when we come back, Gen G is taking on Weibo. We'll be right back.
That's another good game.
Not forced to expend the flash. Of course, T1 priority on the place. They're threatening the dive. A lot of TP.
They are ready to dive this. 369 Renekton, how strong is it? So much CC. He lives for a little bit of time, but the wave is basically deleted. T1. Mako trying to find the counter engage, but it might not matter. Still in the midst of everything. Tien is so damn tanky. They weren't ready for that, and Jhin might not kill towers, but he kills people pretty damn good. Zayas off to the side. They're going to look to delete 369, but Jackie Love is still standing tall. Zayas going in 1v1 versus Jackie Love, but he's all on his lonesome.
And Dracos, they can look to end the game right now.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Flu season. I'm sick, got you sneezing. To keep on rhyming, I find new reasons. Yeah, don't diss me, that's treason. Me and my Eve just trying to find Eden. Till then, we keep rolling up trees. Young Dante keep slaying these demons. Mad love for all of my heathens. Switching the flow like Cheerio, here we go. We keep the heads moving around, there we go. Fire in my heart, with the fan, very cold. You, it's artificial, cherry coke. Throw your hands in the sky, every girl, every bloke. I'm a king, I'm a dawn, on a rock, I'm a toad. Tune into a prince when I croak. Drinking champagne, bumping Prince on the boat. Wild out, looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climb out. Right now. I feel alive. I have arrived. I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Can you do it right? Tonight is nice, come alive. Tonight is nice, come alive. Come alive. A new season. I'm through pleasing, yeah. Can't see I transform and try to hit me with that Louis Stevens. I'm about to get mean and new meaning. Mouth shut, he freezing, he Mr. Bean. And then for that screen, I've been scheming. Need it in all black when you see him. This is that. Wake up and get to that bag today. Y'all better not be playing with my cash today. I pop up like dynamite. I won't apologize. If you ain't got my check, well then run to say. You don't wanna see me wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Right now, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, but I'm climbing out. Right now. I feel alive. Alive. I have arrived. Hey, yeah, I feel alive. I feel alive. Hey, I feel alive. Can you come alive? Can you come alive? Hey, can you come alive? Can you do it right? Yeah, I feel alive. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space, I'ma climb out. Riding out, wild out. Looking for the boy, but I'm miles out. Finding myself in a hideout. In a dark space.
Welcome back to the World's 2024 Swiss stage, where we are moments away from our third game of the day, Gen G versus Weibo. And look, we're all just wondering, is Gen G still the best team in the world? Like, can we still say that? And is Weibo ready to upset those expectations? Because, again, we talked about it coming into this tournament. Weibo's a team that's pretty constantly discounted by everybody but Cadril, right? And this is a team that, despite that, last year made finals. Yes, they lost to T1, but they did the impossible in upsetting BLG. And the question is, can they start another tournament full of upsets by taking down Gen G today?
I really think the introduction of Tarzan has done wonders for the Weibo roster. Like, he is an incredible jungler. It is a pleasure to watch him play, and I think he's a large part of where a lot of their success has come from. But he's going to be going up against an old rival in Canyon. Back in 2018 with Griffin and Damwon playing up against each other, they were regarded as two of the best junglers in the world at the time. But their trajectories and accolades have been quite different since then, with Canyon hoisting trophy after trophy after trophy, and Tarzan struggling to find his footing and a home where he can find success.
Domestically, internationally, Canyon's kind of done it all, right? Whereas Tarzan, regional gauntlet, you don't get a trophy for that, but it gets you to Worlds, right? That's the thing that he's come first in. Regular seasons, he's come first, but hasn't always been able to finish, hasn't ever been able to finish it. And we'll see if he can start changing the narrative here, because while he and Canyon might be old rivalries, Chovy and Lohen's old teammates. We know Lohen's likes to roast him about it on occasion, but he's quote-unquote the reason that they weren't able to get a title on Griffin. So some, you know, playful banter between former teammates, but you know that just makes it this much more important to show up in this first game you're playing against each other, to find that win, to push yourself ahead in the Swiss stage.
I'm excited for this one because on paper, it's the reverse of what we had in the previous matchup. We've got second seed from the LCK going up against the fourth seed, but you know, many pundits, analysts, enthusiasts, haters will say that Gen G are the best team still coming out of Korea. The finals was a situation where it was like HLE was better on the day, but Gen G is still the better team. And it's understandable where that argument comes from, especially when you look at how dominant their regular season was. The expectation was that they would sweep through playoffs, but here they are as Korea's second seed. Let's see what they prepared for us in the draft. No surprise, the Ziggs going to be taken away from Paze. Oriana and Renekton removed on the side of Gen G.
So limiting some of those safe blind picks, and Ziggs obviously can just be a bit of a wild card in terms of how we can change team compositions. Aurora 2 going to hit the bench. And after that last game, it's going to sound weird to say I just realized that Aurora Ult is also a defensive tool, but I just realized Aurora Ult is also a defensive tool, which makes an already very strong champion turbo broken. So good job, TES, for reminding us all of how incredibly impactful that champion can be. And remember that we have 2 LCK versus LPL matchups today. LPL already got 1 win, so if Weibo get one here again, I don't know. I think if you're an LPL fan, you're starting to feel a little bit better.
I mean, you're already 2-0 on the day, LPL. Yeah. They're off to a fantastic start. Let's see if Gen G can turn things around for the LCK.
So
Yone going to be banned.
Smolder would be something new, something fresh.
It is. Be locked in. Something we saw a lot from domestic teams coming into their playoffs, and something that we did see come out from Chovy in the finals as well. He was given 1 game and then it was banned away a lot.
Yes.
It's a champion that Chovy doesn't have a lot of early game agency on, but because of how talented of a mid laner he is, in the late game team fights, he is an absolute monster. No surprise that Gen G want to secure that sub, but remember, it can be flexed. Something that it can be moved between mid lane, top lane, and even AD carry, even though we don't see it in the AD carry position very often these days.
And always nice to have kind of that late game insurance, not as insanely powerful as it once was. It's not as simple as you get 225 stacks and you just win the game, but still a late game powerhouse. We'll see who ends up piloting it. But Poppy, universally a pretty good pick, right? Still incredibly high win rate on support, still can be played jungle or top lane. I imagine it goes in the support position, especially as we see the Jack suffered over here, but still room for Weibo to decide, not showing too much of their hand early on, just opting for some relatively strong blind picks overall. And immediately the Maokai response. Reminder, if you just watched playoffs, you're just coming to Worlds, Maokai nerfed repeatedly. Rumble nerfed repeatedly.
This is the playoffs meta. This is what Gen.G were drafting in their playoffs domestically. Like, this is their priority. And I mean, like, if you're good at it, sure, it makes sense. The test is going to be, can Weibo's adaptation, have they showcased more? In contrast to Gen.G, just not really showcasing anything new and just sticking to what they're reliable and comfortable on.
And the question kind of always is, you know, you want to give a team the benefit of the doubt. Is this over-reliance on a previous meta? Is this a bad read? Or is this perhaps just an understanding that all of these champs are still good? Lucian, the final pick here from the side of Weibo. And again, I expect that most likely to go into the bottom side of the map. Maybe we get a Nami ban to try to limit some of those combos.
So we're looking at a Poppy jungle, most likely for Tarzan, with the Jax going into the top lane and then the Lucian down bot. Don't love the idea of Lucian Poppy as a bot lane 2 versus 2, but maybe I will be surprised. Light getting his hands on the Lucian is exciting to see for sure. I think he's really been a highlight of Weibo when we think back to Summer.
Oh yeah.
And a core part of how they've been able to find so much success. Seeing him go up against Pays is going to be an exciting one. As we move into the bans, Blitzcrank going to be removed. Weibo likely looking to try and secure... Well, they probably want to save their support for last pick, given that Poppy can always flex there, and they know that the Smolder is very likely going into the mid lane, which means that they can give something towards Xiaohu. I'm hoping we get to see a Syndra, man. Like, Xiaohu, he played that stuff top.
Yeah, he's won tournaments playing Syndra in multiple roles, right? Yeah. This is like, we have 3 incredible Syndra players at this tournament, between Knight, Xiaohu, and Showmaker, right? 3 iconic Syndras. Not that there aren't other people who can play it, so it would be a treat to see it. That said, Jhin banned away. Lucian technically still a flex in the spirit of, you know, calling out the old meta.
You have to. Xiaohu, his Lucian.
This is the problem when you show up into a game with so many veterans in a new meta, you're like...
There was a period in time where they had a different main, right?
I mean, Candy's played Rumble Jungle, so like, I don't think it's good, but you always have to throw it out there just in case.
All right, well, the Nidalee banned away from Tarzan, which is a very good ban if you've ever watched Tarzan play. Let's see what they decide to lock in, because there's always the possibility of that flex, and you called it, Dracos, the flexibility of this Lucian. The Jinx 80 carry lock-in means we're going to get to see Xiaohu's Lucian mids.
Also, the threat of a lane swap just went up exponentially the second you see that Jinx locked in. There's really no champion that can match the tower threat that the Jinx has. Aphelios historically has been the only one, but not considered good by the vast majority of pro teams.
Let's see how Gen.G round things out with the bot lane that we're expecting to come through here.
Kalista, the option.
Yep.
Renata.
Kalista, Renata.
But that's I'm going to be honest, of all things, that's a pretty damn good bottom lane. Jax and Poppy are going to have a hell of a time getting through that hostile takeover.
I mean, I will say that they did pick Kalista into Poppy, which is always a little questionable, but it just showcases the confidence that this bot lane has with this matchup. The Poppy looking to go into the support position.
I'm sorry, I mean, if we woke up today and we said we're going to cast Tarzan versus Canyon and the matchup is Ivern versus Maokai, it might have
It's a battle of the minds. It's a battle of the minds, Dracos.
Well, I don't think they're going to be the center of attention for their respective teams, but obviously Ivern plus Jinx plus the Poppy to defend. Yeah, I don't think Jinx Poppy is the strongest bot lane 2v2, but the Ivern Jinx Poppy as we get later into the game, an incredibly strong team fighting core.
Last game, we got some fantastic team fights from both Top Esports and T1, and I'm hoping that this game will give us something similar. You talked about the likelihood of a lane swap, and when it's Poppy Jinx versus Kalista Renata, I can tell you right now that Weibo is not super keen to fight that 2 versus 2, and also to try and put this Rumble in a lane swap position is only good news for Weibo. So let's see if they can execute upon it. That's really been a big test for this World Championship, as it has returned to the meta in full effect.
And a reminder that Rumble Q damage down about 20 at level 1. The passive overheat damage on his auto attacks also down. There are some top laners that say he's still playable, obviously not as oppressive as he once was. Keep that in mind as we watch. If he's not able to find those trades, if he's not able to find those leads. But of course, the lane swap, #1 thing on our minds, expected, seems likely for Weibo. You highlighted it. Let's see if they can pull it off.
All I know is that red carpet, when it's laid out, you're either walking to the grave or you're walking home, because the amount of damage that it can do is still something to be respected.
Yeah, they didn't nerf that ability. That ability is still very good. Leandry is still very good. See what the Rumble looks like in this game. We're going to do our 3rd game of the day, our 2nd LPL versus LCK showdown of the day.
And the beautiful thing about this matchup is you highlighted it. Weibo is unpredictable.
Sure.
They're a team that you genuinely don't know the level that they're going to deliver on the day. They've beaten some of the best teams in the LPL. They've lost to some of the worst. Like, they are a team that...
They're the wild card, you know?
And I think many didn't expect them to qualify, but here we are. We find ourselves in a position where, and again, like a lot of it, I think a lot of the credit needs to go to Tarzan. I loved watching his early pathing, the impact that he has. I would say that Weibo is typically a bot-focused team, a team that likes to play around that bot side of the map.
Are they? Oh, we are deep in the mind games. So for anyone, of course, lane swap, great. But it looks like Gen G proactively trying to gain control of the top side because they want this 2v2. They are so much stronger in the 2v2. The second they see Crisp has Aftershock, they know they just body that level 1. So trying to put priority on figuring out where the Jinx is going to go, where Light is going to lane, with Pays still near mid.
They've seen the Jax, so they think that the Jax is on the top side of the map, but look at where the Jinx is going. Goes back to base.
He's waiting to see who shows.
He's trying to avoid any potential wards.
Lane swap haters are like, oh god, this is the worst version of League of Legends. But the analysts are like, ooh, it's so smart. Vision, Breathe walking in, just to try to be disruptive.
I mean, this is also a very classic top lane move, right? Yeah. To interrupt, get in the way. Crisp now making his way over will be the numbers difference that Gen G is not expecting.
Canyon.
The E? No.
No. Manages to get away. Crisp might have had the angle if you step forward with a bit more confidence, but wasn't 100% certain.
But Weibo successfully get the lane swap that they were after. Breathe is taking a lot of damage, but now he makes his way over towards top lane. It's the same thing that we've seen multiple times where the support will go mid to try and get XP, you get the level 2, you then path towards bot, and you're ready for the potential dive on the stacked wave. Breathe will be able to TP to bot lane with the level 2, and you hope that you can then outplay the potential dive that is going to come through from Gen G. Meanwhile, the split map is occurring. Tarzan makes his way towards the top side of Gen G's jungle, and here we go.
And this is one of the big strengths of Ivern, of course, very easy for him to steal away camps, but also just clears, all things considered, much faster than most junglers, so usually has 20 to 30 extra seconds to go for early ganks, go for early plays, whereas, yeah, Canyon can get involved, but will fall pretty far behind if he tries to match, as Tarzan is on vision, but it's really just taking his time setting up all these camps.
Now keep your eyes on Chris. He's now making his way towards the bot side of the map. There's only the 2 members so far. Jungler not in a position. Remember that Canyon's clear did get interrupted. He started on the top side of the map, so he's a little slow, so Crisp is able to arrive. A lot of this farm being lost still, but as long as Breathe can get the XP, level 3 is going to tick over. And there it is. So now the dive becomes a lot harder. Canyon going to start off the Gromp. Let's see if they still commit to the dive.
Maybe just want to be able to crash that wave in. Keen's still pretty powerful despite Light's range advantage.
I mean, crucially, while all of this is happening, Keen is just catching the waves top. He's only in a 1 versus 1. There's no threat of a dive on his side of the map.
And remember, if you're not familiar with lane swaps, the kind of logic here, even as they've made the towers tankier, it's not about trading even. It's about getting Jinx out of what would have been a miserable, miserable 2v2. And at this point, it just becomes a game about XP and about saving what would have felt like inevitable losses if you had lane 2v2 against this Kalista Renata. Yes, it sucks to give up 3 plates, but this duo is so powerful that you probably would have lost a comparable amount of money trying to play that 2v2.
But I think that Weibo want to try and swap this back as quickly as they can now because the damage to that tower is significant. And Gen G are not going to slow down with the push. Canyon secures the blue buff. And you can see the Jinx now recalling. Of course, no TPs available.
Ping's mid lane.
Keen doing a good job of just getting farm and experience on the top side of the map. He really is the one that benefited the most from this exchange. Looks like they're going to keep the swap. They're actually going to keep sending the Jinx top. It comes back to that point you made in the previous game round. Perhaps the priority is around the grubs. If nothing else, you're getting solo experience onto Light. Maybe they believe that even in this situation, they couldn't win out on the 2 versus 2, and the threat of a dive is very real. So instead, they're going to have Light catch this wave in top. But now, keep your eyes on Pays and Lahens. They've decided, you know what, we're not letting this happen anymore. We're moving up towards the top side. If you want to go for the grubs, you're going to have to fight us first. And with the boots completed, Pays is poised to go for a fight.
Boots 2 for Kalista at this point in the game is very nice to have, but can be much more powerful. It does come down to a skirmish. And Pays fighting for a bit of that vision control is on a ward, of course. Gen G really want to establish control on the top side of the map, match what Weibo are bringing. LCK, of course, compared to the LPL, pretty consistently grubs focus. LPL maybe willing to trade more around Drake or early plates. Very often LCK teams straight to grubs at 6 minutes. We're seeing that a little bit here. Space and Lehens happy to be laning and will eventually be a 2v2 as Crips shows his presence on the top side. The only gold lead remaining for Weibo is Tarzan in the jungle. Not the biggest deal on the Ivern, but of course the faster he gets to level 6, the more impact he can have.
Now, Weibo find themselves in a 2v2 that is difficult to play. This is the thing that they've been doing their best to avoid. The gold advantage that FaZe sits on is because of the plates that were secured early. Xiaohu finding advantages in the mid lane 1 versus 1, but nothing so significant that Chovy's really in a position to be worried about. Grub's now spawning, and Gen.G in a position to secure that first objective of the game.
Excellent position to be in. Wave in a neutral state, forcing Light and Chris to push out if they want to come down. But Gen.G so quick to take these early objectives, and I think the introduction of Grub's just a big buff to Kalista because she's so good at securing and taking those neutral objectives. Now FaZe, though, really wants that farm, is not certain if this fight is going to take off or not. Canyon smiting the last one away, trying to get the hell out. Get away from Xiao, who is the culling is there, shields are there. Chovy ready to body block, but they force Canyon's flash at the very least. They get the Super Mega Death Rocket out from Light as well.
Good flash from Canyon, respecting the damage that was coming out from Xiaohu, and honestly, I'd forgotten about the Jinx, but clearly he hadn't. He recognized that, all right, I need to get out of here, but he secures the objective that he was after. 3 Grubs locked down, and Gen.G still able to leverage the strength of this bot lane 2 versus 2. The farm discrepancy, nothing too significant. Light is able to secure that level 6, as we already know. And so at the very least, Weibo relying on the scaling element that they have going into the late game. Ivern plus Jinx, a terrifying combo the longer this game goes on.
Tarzan walking up. Crisp, can't he find the angle? Good handshake to stun the duo, denying the play. Tarzan will at least clear out the vision. But good discipline from Gen.G.
Helping them get that base off. Light looking to reset, either spend some gold, maybe even swap back so they can be in a position to contest the Drake. Perhaps Weibo is happy to forego any of these early Drakes simply due to the strength of this Kalista. But Gen.G see an opportunity for more plates.
And frankly, in the mid lane, you've got a Smolder who's chilling, right? Chovy weathering the storm nicely. Early plated steel caps to mitigate any of Xiaohu's kill pressure. Part of the chaos of this map state means it's pretty hard for junglers to solely play around mid or try to support any early advantage the Lucian could have. That said, I don't know when the mid lane Smolder starts doing damage on this patch. Right now, he pokes and he stacks, at the very least.
I mean, look at it this way. You'll know.
I might not be able to tell you in advance, but I can tell you when I see it on my screen. If that's not the play-by-play life, I don't know what is. Chovy flaps out to safety, and Weibo now ready to commit a bit more resources around mid lane, trying to help Xiaohu get the push so they can look towards this Drake. But Gen.G have already reset their bottom lane, all ready to fight back at least a little bit. Nice engage now coming in. Crisp in trouble. Aftershock fading away. That Poppy is dead. Well played by Gen.G.
Crisp isolated in the river. Gen.G just moving their bot lane smartly around the map to help secure these objectives. This Kalista continues to get stronger as First Blood is secured for Gen.G.
Gen.G overall controlling all these objectives. You know the Kalista or not is going to be stronger earlier on, but you still had to navigate the map state well to be able to leverage the advantage.
I just like the way in which they save this bot lane pick for last, because it's their bridge into the late game, right? You know you have the Smolder, and maybe the early game of Rumble was impacted, and you expect these lane swaps, so he's going to be put a little bit behind. You have this bot lane which you can play through in the early game, and they're playing through it incredibly well. They were able to secure 3 plates bot, they swapped to top, they secured the Grubs, they swapped them back to bot, find a kill, get the dragon, and it's just Canyon working in tandem with his bot lane to dominate this early game, resulting in a 1k gold lead for Gen.G so far, which when you also have this Smolder sitting in mid lane farming away, you're in a pretty happy spot.
Certainly are. And we'll have to see if Xiaohu can get a bit more involved in some of these map plays once he has an item completion under his belt. We know the Lucian on one item can be very powerful. Paired with Tarzan, who's there to buff him up, could get a lot of work done. But for now, Gen.G playing at a very comfortable game pace that has continued to favor them. The gold, yes, within touching distance, but you talked about it, the late game scaling insurance. The fact that Canyon's been able to pick up this early locket means that the coming fights should be quite easy for Gen.G to navigate.
Also, my only concern for Gen.G is I would say their engage isn't the most reliable, but I guess you can make the same argument for Weibo, but like, who really starts the fights on
you both pray the other side's going to start the fight, so you can Maokai, Renata ult their face, or Poppy ult them out.
Yeah, you kind of, you deciding if it's better for you to be the first on it. Probably it's better for you to be on the first on the objective so they walk into you.
Kalista ult is literally the best engaged tool in the game, which is a very weird thing to say, but yeah.
I don't know if I agree with that statement.
I think it is. It's the most reliable piece, is Crisp. Whips his ult. See? Kalista ult, more reliable. Daisy called out. 4 grubs already picked up. Lahen's ulting over the wall. That's going to be big. Paired beautifully with the Rumble, but 2 quick flashes out from Weibo means they're going to still be standing. Crisp, isolated, but now the TP coming in from behind with Breathe. The Jax could be big here. Canyon caught out for a brief moment, but they're instantly turning back onto Breathe. Breathe ulting to get a little bit of extra tankiness, but Light still untouched for now. Chovy coming in. Mom called. First kill picked up. Rocket going a little bit wide as Chovy tries to flap out to safety. How much left on the Counter-Strike? Breathe, can he continue to chase? The answer is no, but 2 for 2, the overall kill score.
So we see in this exchange why it is better for you to be the first on the objective. How much harder it is to approach, especially into things like the Renata ultimate and the Maokai ultimate. But ultimately, those tools were used very early to secure the grubs. But once the grubs were secured, Weibo found a really nice angle for the re-engage with a good TP flank coming in from Breathe. So you'll notice at the start of this fight, tools were used to mainly try and get a pick onto Crisp, but also to zone these members away from the grubs. So there's the Renata ultimate, there's the Maokai ultimate, and in combination with the Rumble ultimate too, it's forcing them back. But that's 3 ultimates now gone, and now the re-engage comes in. Xiaohu on the right side, Breathe on the left side, and this is where Gen.G is forced to scatter and disengage. A nice ulti from Chovy is able to at the very least secure 1 kill, but the fact that they were able to get away still with 3 and all of the grubs, a great situation for Gen.G.
Yeah, 6 grubs, not normally allowed in competitive League of Legends. We see in LCK and LPL, right, teams will fight to get 4 and then are often very willing to concede the last 2 because it's so unlikely and can be very high risk to stick around for too long. But here, Gen.G really set up to just start pushing out these lanes. Chovy, again, very comfortably scaling 109 stacks, 12 minutes into the game, 125 the next big break point.
It's a good pace for stacks, for sure.
And I think that we need to kind of see more from Weibo in these fights because giving away 6 grubs, very frustrating because Kalista normally not the best champion in the game at taking towers, not always in a position to match Jinx, but when you have 6 grubs, it feels a lot closer.
Play to the Ruin King being completed for Pays puts this Kalista in a very scary spot already. Gen.G taking their time. They find themselves at a slight gold deficit, but it's nothing really to be too worried about as they continue to ramp up. We think about next objectives they can play for. They've moved their bottom lane into the mid lane to either potentially start securing some of these plates that are available in the mid lane, but also just so that it's easier to move from mid into these sides, maintain control over that prio. You can already see them doing it. Push in mid, move in towards the bot river, and now you can start threatening towards that top tower, deep vision, all sorts of options.
And Chovy conceding farm in the bottom lane to try to be first to the objective here. Both the Herald and the Drake will be spawning at the exact same time, but Gen.G again shifting their focus to the top side of the map. Now Chovy returns, just trying to keep his options open, waiting for that wave to be pushed in by Xiaohu. Xiaohu sticking around, wanting to keep Chovy in lane at least a little bit. Does have the TP advantage, crucially, so can come to the objective as Weibo now move into the river, start to take control around the pit here, 12 seconds before the objective response.
Weibo have a first to enter, I should say, the top river, get a bit of deep vision. Light's going to have access onto this mid wave, push this one out. As Pays abandoning the wave as he looks for a pick.
Where's the engage going to go? I take it back, it's not that reliable.
Well, it was a questionable statement, especially when Aurora exists. Flash from Lens.
Very well positioned to make it over the traps with the knockback still coming through as Tarzan not quite able to find the root, but Xiaohu starting the objective here. Chu doing no damage. Doesn't really hit there as Chovy just continues to stack, and Gen.G will be able to at least threaten this tower. You can see in the meantime, Canyon happy to just start up this objective. They already got 1 Drake, willing to concede the Herald, it would seem. But interestingly, you can see the gold in our lane economy snapshot. It's not a massive difference between either side, but gold slightly favoring the side of Weibo overall.
I told you, when we hyped up this jungle matchup, it was always going to be a battle of the minds. And so much high-level play.
So much thinking.
There's so much thinking.
So little fighting. Now,
good use of the Herald here, though. I like this.
Brush setup is good as well. Should just be able to break this one down.
And they TP bot.
Are they going to go for more? Or is Light just using this as an escape taxi?
I think he's just going out.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's chilling.
He knows it's not going to crash. They'll just instantly one-shot it, so instead, drives it away, and will now use it to at least push slightly more favorably.
Now, Xiaohu has moved off to a side lane himself and is putting some pressure down onto Keen on the top side. With all the vision invested on this top side of the river as well, Keen has to be careful about who is where on the map, which is why he's showcasing that respect, going back to base, TPing bots to match up into the Jax, knowing that he should have a slightly easier time. Doesn't quite yet have the Leandries. The Trinity Force completed on to Breathe. Benefiting from some of the early gold advantages he was able to get. Of course, he is sitting on a kill as well. So he's in a comfortable spot right now. But overall, a very close game with Weibo sitting on the gold lead. By and large, because of the advantages they've been able to find on the top side of the map. And crucially, Light. I mean, he's just passively been farming very well. Even though Gen.G sort of controlled the early game very well, ultimately, Weibo haven't fallen prey to any really bad fights. In fact, they've been able to find that good fight around the Herald themselves. So we talked about the scaling of the Smolder, something that is always going to be terrifying to deal with. But the strangest thing about this game is going to be about how they start fights. Because setting up around objectives is going to be crucial. Being first on the objective means that the enemy is going to be forced to walk into you, and that means you're either walking into a Poppy, who can knock you away, you're walking into the range of a Jax flank, or you're walking into a Maokai ultimate, a Renata ultimate. Like, obviously the advantage of a Maokai ultimate is it can be used to zone you off of an objective, which is always a scary situation to find yourself in. But when both sides have more disengage tools than they have actually hard engage tools, like a Leona or a Rel, for example, yeah, you're going to end up in this passive game where both teams are kind of hesitant to pull the trigger to start the fight.
In an awkward situation, you can see there observers wonderfully highlighting Breathe, debating if he wanted to leverage that canyon, or enemy cannon minion, not canyon minion. That one's in the jungle. Set up the wave as Rumble still hasn't been able to get back. Complete that Leandries, but it's a good point, right? So objective setup going to be big throughout the entirety of this game, because if you can force the enemy team to come to you, you'll be fighting in a much more favorable position. Xiaohu continuing to be that threat on the side lane. 2 items almost completed here. As 6 grubs does mean that Keen is going to be able to grab that bot lane tower at a much faster pace, get reset first. But Xiaohu, instead of trying to delete the tower immediately, just trying to deny as much CS as possible from Chovy.
An interesting game state is just cross maps continue to come through. Both these teams just kind of waiting for those spikes, waiting for those major objectives to respawn. About a minute and a half until this Infernal Dragon. Respect being shown from both sides. We're getting closer and closer to some of those big spikes. First items across the board already been completed for a while. But now the contest over the mid-wave begins.
Light and Crisp doing what they can. Obviously, as long as Tarzan's there, it's pretty easy for Light to walk up. Doesn't really matter if he takes 100, 200 damage. The Ivern shielding will be more than enough to protect him. Hasn't completed that second item. Would love to do so before the next major objective. You highlighted it. Minute on the Baron, minute on the Drake. Both teams pushing out to side. And I'm going to be honest, Betty, when we started this game, I thought we were going to have time to talk about, Chovy versus Xiaohu. It just ended up being about who played the map better. All the accolades, all the history, yeah, it's still exciting, but I think generally this game has been so much about the team across the board. Crisp caught out once or twice, a bit tragic for Weibo, but overall Weibo, despite difficulties early on with those objectives, still holding onto that gold lead, still in a pretty positive position. You can see the win probability very, very close.
I mean, yeah, it is very close. Like, the gold difference, I think, doesn't do justice really to the state of the game. Small item advantage for Breeze, but Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. This could be crucial. Gen.G have gained purchase to the river through the bot lane. The top wave continues to be pushed in. This is something Weibo's just done very well this game, just keeping control of these side lanes. The Jax continues to mount pressure in the top side of the map. Smolder is actually going to go and answer that.
And Gen.G in a bit of an awkward position here. Callisto only has 1.5 items. Light technically ahead. Yes, he has gone for 2 components, the Zeal and the Last Whisper, but feeling pretty confident in that item advantage.
There we go,
TP going in. Chovy is here. But in the meantime, Breathe is going to start pushing. Does have a TP of his own. Will show up on the bottom side of the map, waiting in the brush. Gen.G do spot him. Are they going to collapse? Or are they going to go for the 50-50? Knockback coming in. Crisp channeling that ultimate will get the jungler out of the pit. Now they can just burst it and go for it. It's not even going to be a 50-50. Rumble ult is solid. Mom called in, but it might not matter. Dragon taken. Weibo need to get out, though. Xiaohu low. Healing coming in for the redemption. Gen G, do they still want this fight? Breathe into the back line. Pays. Now going to be in trouble. Knockback coming in. Lehens now trying to send out the hostile takeover, but it's only going to connect onto the Jax. Breathe likely to fall here, but the rest of Weibo now ready to follow up. Pays getting one. No kill going over means no reset for the Jinx quite yet. They're desperate to get something else for Light. Crisp knocked down into the wall. Canyon going back through, healing up off the passive is clutch as Light, no mana, but still wants to keep hitting. Handshake not going to connect. Xiaohu finishing the first kill. Reset coming in. Genji backing away, but the Drake going to Weibo.
The health bars are blinking across both sides. The level of patience showcased from those Genji players stuck in the pit to hold on to their flashes until the very last moment was crazy. Ultimately, though, it's Weibo that do secure themselves the Dragon. They deny Soul Point away from Genji, and it's just a 1-for-1. But notice how the gold lead just continues to mount in favor of Weibo. This fight starts with a good Poppy ultimate onto Canyon, getting him out of the fight. The combination of the Maokai ultimate and the Rumble ultimate looks promising to start with, but this difference between the range, look at how Light chips away at Chovy's HP bar, the Redemption doing work for Tarzan and Xiaohu on the backside, and then Breathe working well by going in for the 1v3, but then the Renata ultimate zoning the rest of Weibo away from the exchange. But now, there's just no more HP for Genji to really look for another fight, so they're forced to play defensively, they're forced to retreat. And then unfortunately for Lehens, he didn't quite expect the damage to come out from Xiaohu, resulting in a 1-for-1.
And it's important to understand that, like, Genji have to play that fight that well, or it gets much, much worse. Light only gets the first reset, only gets the first passive proc when they're already over the wall. If that had happened sooner, that Jinx would have torn through the entire team. And it's high stakes in these fights. Whoever gets that first kill, very likely to take the entire fight. And you can see that with the Maokai being so tanky, with the supportive itemization of Tarzan, it's not as simple as get a couple good ults and the fight is over.
But just the thing to notice is the farm at the bottom of your screen. Because for a lot of this early game, it was either Genji were even or ahead in a lot of these departments because of how well they were dominating the early game. But notice how Breathe is consistently finding. He's on a side lane again. Like, he hasn't stopped.
Xiaohu's kind of Chovy-ing Chovy.
Yeah, exactly, right? That's my point. That Xiaohu is the other man on the side lane alongside Breathe, who just keep this pressure up. Meanwhile, Light is soaking up every single wave in mid. He's also being donated farm from his jungler. Like, the carries across the board are just farming incredibly well. And while Genji are trying to find plays, they're looking for picks, like Weibo are just passively picking up a lot of gold by maximizing the amount of farm that they're able to get on the map. So they now find themselves with a 3k gold lead without finding any significant team fight. They've just been playing well on the sides. They've secured all of the outer towers now, and they're in a great position. And we talked about how Weibo is a team that just surprises. Genji is a team that went the full 5 games in their finals. They are MSI champions. They are touted as one of the teams to win this whole tournament. And here's Weibo with a 3k goal lead. They are the epitome of unpredictable because they have stable players. They have great playmakers, and they're a team that are very often difficult to judge. And I feel like so far in this game, they're proving why. They have a nice lead, they're in a good position, they now just need to be able to close it out, which is a tough thing to do against Genji.
Certainly is. Genji, a very tenacious team. Rumble all going down. Hoping to just get a little bit of poke. Maybe hoping to zone them off the tower as well, but Weibo, unafraid. Xiaohu off on the side, starting to Cole. Only connecting on a Canyon, though. Maybe not ideal. It does give room for Chris to move in mid lane, but the Poppy not that tanky. You have to be careful, and keep in mind, Chovy has hit that stack threshold. The execute is online. Rocket for a bit of poke. Nice. Barrier there from Pays. 228 for Chovy on stacks. It's going to start to hurt in these fights. It's really going to be Smolder versus Jinx in terms of the overall scaling. Breathe looking for the flank. Genji just 5-man grouping. Side lanes.
Weibo's chilling, but you can see how awkward it is for both teams because of how little engage they have. They're just chipping away. They're waiting for someone to overstep, make a mistake.
Do it, you won't. No, you do it. I mean, they're just trying to bait each other into a fight, and the side lanes are relatively even, right? Bot lane is essentially dead even. Breathe finally going to go down to catch that one. Top lane not really pushing super hard, so neither side losing out on a lot of CS or gold to just hang out in the mid lane and posture. But a very awkward, you're right, because these are teams who normally you're like, oh, perfect, precise engages, but they don't have the tools.
Nope, they don't. And honestly, this benefits split pushers more than anyone else, because if you can't get engaged on in mid lane, then it doesn't matter if you're 5 versus 4, because this Jinx is going to look at you and be like, okay, cool, my Jax is taking your bot tier 2, by the way.
Lord Dominic's finished by Light. See what he finishes for the Zeal item here as well.
What they could do is they could have Jax just solo the Dragon, by the way, while keeping pressure in mid, because Genji are trying to contest this mid wave as the culling comes out from Xiaohu. Good damage.
Still have some tools as Chovy forced to ult. Canyon, do they want to start the fight here? Breathe still waiting.
Looks like Breathe deciding not to. He's hesitant about the potential engage, but...
It's such a good game, but it's such a goofy game, Betty. Because they just, you're right, they cannot engage on each other. The calling looks great, but it's just both sides trying to see fish for an angle.
You're literally waiting for an overstep, for a flash W from Canyon, for a root to land from Tarzan, for someone to overstep where they shouldn't be. Chris maybe finds a flash E into a wall, or someone starts an engage.
I mean, Genji just getting pushed out. They don't really have control of their mid lane.
Yep,
the mid wave is respawning. They'll get pushed first. Weibo in a very commanding position. Recalls are now being forced out. Luckily, Genji have decent vision around the objective, but Chris kind of shepherding them like a border collie up towards the top side of the map. His hand's getting lower and lower. Rocket hit stops the recall. Weibo in such a good position. Redemption forcing a flash. They're being herded. Weibo.
The TP's going to come out from the smolder as well.
And now they can just walk away.
I mean, they get the push in mids. The wave does get caught by Key, and they now have clean access towards the Dragon. While all of this has been happening, I do think they could have just kept Breathe there, but I guess the fact that he doesn't have the TP was the biggest thing that they were concerned about in the event that a fight did kick off. Either way, though, now, I do wonder if Weibo are overstepping here. Looks like they will be fine, yeah, okay. I was worried because with Breathe going to the top lane and Genji actually having an opportunity to reset after all that pressure, there was a world where Genji could then look for an engage. But I say that this is their window, so now they're setting up for the Baron.
And they're going for this now, knowing that someone really should probably try to pick up that farm on the bottom wave. It will cost Weibo to be here, to be present in this play. Poppy all going to be big. Canyon, nice W. Twisted advance, keeping him in the play. They just need to finish the objective. They just need to get the Baron down, and they will do so. Breathe now in no man's land. Ulti now used by the Kalista. Breathe locked up for a brief moment, trying to find the sun, trying to find the angle, flashing out to safety. Calling from Xiaohu, doing a whole hell of a lot of damage as Tarzan tries to chase. But Chovy, crucially untouched, flashing from Chris, trying to finish the job. The bailout there, but the bailout is not enough. Breathe still going. Xiaohu flashing in with full confidence, but Chovy is alive, looking for the resets. Tarzan now trying to get the hell out. Chovy looking to finish one more kill. Canyon gonna get the job done. Weibo with the man advantage, 4-3 overall. The fight calming down. Genji just want to get the hell out with their Baron buffs. Maybe grab mid lane tower on the way.
Genji recognized the amount of time that Weibo spent on the map, and they see a window to go for the Baron. They're able to secure it, but it costs them 2 members. The TP now coming back in.
Fight not done yet. Breathe chasing.
No, this fight is done. I do not think that Weibo can continue to chase this. I think that was an overzealous TP play for sure. At the very least, they're back out onto the map a little bit quicker. But the reason why I was concerned about the start of this Dragon was because they spent so much time on the map. That gave a great window for Genji to go for the Baron. They rush it down, use the Maokai ultimate, zone them away, but then they turn their attention to Breathe, and they think this could be an easy pick. He buys a lot of time, and Genji becomes split up. That allows for Weibo to capitalize on the split up members. They target the bot lane, and they're able to find 2 kills. The downside for Weibo is that Tarzan does lose his life in the river, but ultimately it's a Baron secured for Genji. Now, here's the biggest problem with what has just happened. Neither team hasn't engaged. The team that has the Baron kind of lost the fight. And
so what you're saying is we go again.
Yeah, we just kind of go again. I like what Genji's doing, though. They've abandoned bot side of the map. They're committing members top, leveraging the stacked wave that they do have, and they're going to siege onto this tower. Good use of the Baron. They're immediately now moving into the top side jungle. And they're kind of shifting that trajectory. They're no longer just sitting in mid, constantly trading back and forth. They're trying to get more elsewhere on the map.
And while Weibo did get some kills, 1,500 gold from the Baron. Tower's now starting to fall. Keep in mind, about 2 or 3 waves of CS were also deleted in bot lane in the midst of that entire Baron play. So the gold is basically equalized. Only about a 2K difference between the teams. But item completions overall, essentially dead even. Yes, Xiaohu has a little bit of a lead, but that means the fights are going to be pretty damn close.
We find ourselves once again in a tense affair. Weibo and Genji going toe-to-toe. Reminder, this is a best of 1. Round 1 of the Swiss stage. A lot on the line here.
You want to be 1-0. You want to find that advantage, get out as quick as you can. Remember, 3 in your Lose 3 and you're out. Wow. Is a great ulti kicking things off. Tarzan caught. Beautiful layering of the CC. And now Gen G set up on this next tower. Knockback from Chris, not really going to connect. Does force the ult out from Pays at the very least, but this Red Bull Baron power play only growing more and more in the favor of Gen G.
I mean, Gen G figured out the formula. Just stack enough ults and you'll force an engage eventually. Really nice use of the Rumble ultimate with the Maokai ult.
Breathe on the sideline, going to knock down this tier 2, but TP now coming in from Xiaohu as well. Wants to TP
is this
behind them.
Flanking Lucian?
Yes, sir, it is.
He's spotted out on a ward. They know he is there.
This is incredibly awkward.
Here comes Breathe as well.
Breathe here too. Gen G actually have to be careful though. Their TP's coming in, but it's going to be a little bit late. If Weibo could first draw on the fight, they might be able to get something done, but now it's Keen behind them. Light going to be the one in trouble. Hostile takeover coming in. Just barely going to clip them. Shutdown is big. Keep in mind that Smolder's been stacking this entire time. 400 for Chovy. Breathe trying to get in the mix. Wants to finish off that dragon, but he doesn't have the damage. Double kill from Chovy. Weibo sent packing.
And now the momentum has completely shifted. Gen G punished the re-engage from Weibo. Disconnected in their approach with a TP flanking Lucian. Things begin to fall apart. As Gen G, Chovy.
Xiaohu, nice backstep. Chovy trying to finish, can't get too low. One dash, one auto, but there's Pays!
He gets the shutdown onto Xiaohu, and Gen G now showcasing their dominance. 3-0-4 for Chovy, 4-0-3 for Pays.
And credit to Gen G again, discipline in these fights. They've been so good across the entire game, dropping vision, saving vision to put in those iron brushes so they can play on even footing. Not getting freaked out by this TP Lucian or getting caught up in the moment. That discipline paying dividends. As you can see, Weibo feeling under this pressure to force these plays, and as we highlighted, if you're the one forced to engage, forced to make the play, you're pretty disadvantaged in the context of this game when there's so many great disengage tools, so many threats that can blow you up.
Yeah, I mean, I think when they did that mid-tower siege, we really got to see the formula of how this comp wants to work, and it's basically just R, 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 R.
Yeah. Not the normal, like, Malphite, you know, Jarvan, whatever, but it's a little bit more range to it, but still
you know,
works very well.
You throw the Maokai ultimate, and then the Rumble ultimate slows you down as well, making it harder to get away from the Maokai ultimate, and then on top of that, Chovy's ultimate is going to fly on top. There's a lot of fire, and a lot of destruction raining from the sky.
Ivern can't shield everybody. You know, Redemption takes a little bit of time. And Chovy's, again, only continuing to stack, only getting scarier and scarier.
And here
Ulti
it comes
in
again
from Canyon. If anyone tries to walk up, things are going to get dicey fast.
There's that combination. This time they didn't commit Keen's ulti. They'll be happy with the objective, though.
Crisp eating about 400 damage just to try to walk up there. But Gen G went from feeling a bit out of sorts. That Baron got them time, and then that mid lane push, ultimately what really heavily shifted this game in their favor.
Well, yeah, getting the Baron, like, just gave them all the tools they needed to really begin their siege, right? Because empowering those minions really hurt Weibo's ability to stall out and wave clear. They secured the top tower, they secured the mid one, and now when they're sieging on these towers, especially with these Baron-empowered minions, their ultimates just become that much more powerful. So with the Baron back on the table once more, we see both teams setting up for the objective.
They also have no magic damage at all. So Canyon's having a great time.
True.
We normally see Maokai's with at least 3 or 4 deaths in the context of the game, but he's just been able to build full armor this entire game, and he doesn't need to worry about any of the tiny bits of magic damage from Tarzan or from Xiaohu's passive whatsoever. So a lot of the things in this game, these little edges favoring Gen G, whether it's the scaling of the Smolder, whether it's the range on these ultimates, or the full AD kind of composition that Weibo have brought together.
Yeah, I just noticed the Randuins on Pays as well.
That's high-value Randuins right there.
Yeah.
That's basically just an additional 25% damage reduction for everything, because basically everyone is critting at this point.
But this Baron becomes the big point of contention. Breathe doing what he can to push in the side lane. Void Staff now secured for Keen, but the little magic resist that does sit on the side of Weibo, looking to get shredded. Pays, though, struggling to contest that mid wave. The culling once again.
Decent chunk. Mid pry on the favor of Weibo for a brief moment. They're now trying to use it to collapse onto Lehens. Lens flashing out, Tarzan flashing in, hostile takeover is there, but Breeze still onto the back line. Gonna be forced to use the ulti out from Pays, buys a bit more time, reset is there. Hostile takeover didn't do much, but now Breathe in the midst of the entire team is still about to get shredded, but finally Lens will drop, light on the backside, the resets are starting to come in. Chris still standing for an extra moment here, the knockback is there, but down goes the tank. Xiaohu finding the kill, Pays, Chovy, Keen still standing. Looking to push Weibo back, a 2 for 2 thus far. The slow onto Xiaohu from the Maokai is crucial, even from the Grave Canyon having that impact, and the fight just stops there. Nobody really has the tools to follow up.
A very close affair. If Weibo was able to find more out of that collapse, they could have converted it into a Baron, but Gen.G responds in kind. They're starting the Baron without a smite of their own. They do, of course, have the Callista.
They have the Rend. TP behind. Gen.G betting, maybe not everything, but a whole hell of a lot on this play. Xiaohu now in the midst, trying to get a bit more damage now. Flash in from Pays. Keen going gold, and Xiaohu needs to get the hell away. Pays just running him down in the 1v1, but now it's Chovy and Pays, the 2v2, and we just keep going. 7 seconds on Breathe, but he doesn't have the TP. Canyon up in 5. Don't think anyone else is starting the Baron, but
oh my goodness, the interrupt, it gets interrupted, which is huge with the Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half, buying time for the rest of your team to get settled back out onto the map. Allow for Xiaohu to respawn. Just buys a little bit more time, 36 minutes in. It's an interesting affair when both teams just keep going back and forth. Pays nothing but confidence as he dived in for that 1v1 against Xiaohu.
Too.
True.
I was wondering why he took so little damage from Xiaohu, but it's just such a high value item in the context of this game. And Gen.G,
I am both the hunter and the tank. Come at me, Xiaohu.
The nightmare of anyone playing against Callista is when she has the time and money to build a defensive item. QSS as well there for Chovy.
But we go again, Dracos. The contest around the mid lane once more. Chovy's catching the bot wave. Breathe once more. Pushes out the top.
Chovy in the bottom lane. Not great flanking TPs. We'll just TP to group with the team. Weibo now coming in for a brief moment here. They have a man advantage while Keen is forced to catch that wave. Crisp trying to capitalize on it. Extra movement speed coming in. Chovy standing behind Lens as he's once again vulnerable, but Pays is there to try to save him. Angle coming in for the knockback. Poppy gonna find one. Chovy out of the fight immediately. Weibo turned back to the objective. They want to try and force down this Baron.
A bold move, but it's melting with double 80 carries.
Canyon, can he get into the pit? Ulti coming in, 5K, getting lower and lower. This Maokai wants to try and steal it away, but no. Tarzan finds the angle. However, Crisp already going down. Breathe off on the flank, hoping to find an angle into this fight. All of Weibo retreating. Gen.G might not have gotten the objective, but it looks like they're taking control thus far. Breathe instantly into the back line. Jax finding the knockup on a 2, the stun, excuse me, as we continue the fight, but off the side, it's Chovy finally getting involved again. The execute's coming in. He's just sneezing on him, but it's not enough to get the job done. Light still standing. Pays still standing. It's a hot mess. Weibo down a man, but up a Baron.
He's trying to get an execute onto someone recalling, but he's not going to be able to find anything. But the problem for Weibo is, yes, they were able to get the Baron, but they lose 3 members, and the Soul is available. Gen.G are going to make a beeline towards that objective, get the Infernal Soul for themselves. And wow, what a back and forth. The craziest thing about that last team fight, Daisy got a 3-man knockout. Like, it was I really hope we get to see a replay of that one because it was a chaotic team fight. Chovy with an ambitious flash to shut down Light, and he almost got the execute, but he died just before he was able to get enough damage.
And surely a full build Smolder with 425 stacks and Infernal Soul is enough to end the game, but this fight.
So great Rumble ultimate onto the backline, but it doesn't actually end up doing as much damage as I thought it did. Crisp ends up getting melted immediately. The Jinx positioning is great. Lens doesn't die initially. It's this flank from Breathe in. But look at that 3-man knockup coming out from Daisy. Provides good utility as Chovy finds a kill in the Baron pit. And then watch this flash in from Chovy. Tries to get the last bit of damage. Not quite enough as Breathe comes over to help. And then it ends up being a 3 for 2. This Jinx is full build now.
Yep.
I mean, nearly everyone is full build.
Nearly everyone. We're approaching that time of the game. Breathe now with the arm guard. We're taking a look across the board. Ulti cooldowns are available. A lot of flashes missing. Light no flash will be big in the fights to come. A similar story for Chovy. Feels like it might just be one final fight, perhaps an Elder. Baron buff really not going to be used for much of anything other than some side lane pressure from Breathe.
It's crazy to me. In a meta where we expected the return of mages, right? This is what happens in this AD carry meta, where there's just not that much utility.
Yeah.
Like, few stuns, like what, there's a root, there's a slow, there's a stun, like there's overall, both sides are just kind of dancing. That's why positioning is so crucial. If you overstep, you're going to get one shot. But now things become much harder for Weibo, just due to the presence of this Infernal Soul on the side of Gen G. You thought Smolder hurt before. Well, now he just hurts a lot more. And so navigating these fights is going to be that much harder.
I mean, there's so many abilities in this game that have the potential to just end this game rapidly, right? There's no cleanse on Light right now. Hostile takeover hitting either of the 80 carries here likely means they instantly kill their team. Yes, Tarzan does have access to the Mikhails, but it's going to have to be quick with it. And on the opposite side, Papillon, right? If Crisp can knock a carry out of the fight again, Weibo can very easily start to clean up, but you know, those are both slow, very telegraphed abilities. And it's just, again, I feel like we're a broken record here, but we have to say, like, this is a really hard game to play out because you have to be completely confident if you're going to pull the trigger on an engage, or you will be the reason your team loses the game.
Because the thing is, like, if Canyon flash W's in, you've got to bear in mind that there's not exactly a lot of follow-up CC that can come from that, right? So he may just find himself deep. Speaking of the CC, there's the ultis stacked on top of each other.
Yahoo going back, immediate Mikhail's getting used. Gen G breaking down to tier 2. Decent position. If they can force another fight where the Mikhails isn't available, that much more of an advantage.
I like how they're playing around these objectives, the way in which they utilize the Maokai ultimate in conjunction with the ultimates available in the party composition.
And while Maokai was nerfed, and the duration on these saplings is reduced, or at least the scaling in terms of how much duration they get off his max HP, this free vision control is still just so massive for Gen G. It means the setup around the next objective is that much easier. We are 2 minutes away. It feels like it's probably going to come down short of some sort of side lane pick. Yeah, Elder or a Baron fight. One more 5v5.
Game 3. Yeah.
5 more games after this.
I mean, we've got Fnatic versus D plus Kia after this one, which, you know, you thought that engaging was a problem in this game. I'll tell you, engaging ain't going to be a problem in that game.
No matter what comp they pick.
It don't matter. But let's round things out here. 42 minutes in. And both teams pretty much full build. The gold doesn't really matter.
GA random wins for pays is great.
Try and kill me now.
I mean, he really, like, it's... Even in the face of Armor Pen, you still take so
Wait, hang on. Joey sold his QSS, and he bought a Randuin's as well. Yeah, okay, well...
Right, it's like if you guys had figured this out 3 patches ago, we wouldn't have had to take 80s out of mid lane entirely.
Okay, so it's Gen G once again with control of a mid wave. Unsurprisingly, Breathe finds himself in a side lane pushing. The Jacks trying to get some work done. If they can continue to stall, which they're doing a good job of so far, maybe he can even put some pressure onto that tier 2, but Keen is going to go and answer.
Sums are all up. We're ready for a full 5v5, full strength from both sides. Weibo. See Rumble respond, feel confident they can step forward as a 4-man core. 20 seconds on the Baron. A minute on Elder. Elder the great equalizer. No matter what lead you think you have, team gets Elder. Pretty much just instantly start winning fights.
So tense. I mean, it is tense. Like, this game, while it is just a best of 1, determines a lot. It's going to impact the whole tournament. Whether you go 1-0, 0-1, your future opponents will be determined by that. Going 1-0 here gives you a little bit more breathing room.
Certainly.
Going 0-1 already starts to put the pressure on you. But also, with expectations so high on the side of Gen G, coming in as one of the tournament favorites, to lose here to Weibo already is going to shift a lot of perspectives.
Gen G, top of the table, I believe, in terms of the overall power rankings. Weibo around 11th. It's a team that rated not nearly as highly across the board. A lot of people skeptical as to how good they would be on the international stage. And while this game has been very back and forth, all that matters is the win.
Wait, that's huge, actually. 10 seconds until Elder, and Breathe is going to be forced to go back to base. A single trade could be massive in the context of what's about to happen.
Can he cancel the recall one more time?
Xiaohu in a similar position where...
Keen now coming in, forcing the flash out from Crisp.
Now it's Gen G who have main control over this river.
They have no way to get in here. Weibo have to force, and again, whoever has to force, very likely to lose the fight. TP flank, they know that it's coming. Breathe on the way in, Rumble equalizer not doing much, gets a bit of space for Chris. Pace starting to step up. Ulti coming in from Chovy. Hostile takeover big. Light immediately going to cleanse, though doesn't want to give too much. Pace trying to get into the back line, trying to make sure that Light doesn't have any room to work. And already the Elder is taken down, and instantly, in the blink of an eye, 44 minutes in, it's an ace for Gen G as they look to close it out here.
Mom and Dad just melt away Weibo as the Elder was enough to secure the fight. Once again, 5-0, and Gen G will assert themselves as the dominant force.
Incredible stuff, the confidence from Gen G, finding that window of opportunity. Keen, a quiet hero across the game, forcing Breathe back, giving them the ability to start that major objective. The first LPL-LCK matchup might have favored the LPL, but this one going in the favor of Gen G as they take down Weibo.
A close back and forth between Gen G and Weibo. But you know what? You've heard from us for 45 minutes. Let's quickly toss it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Betty. Of course, you need to keep your energy in check for this long day, but exactly, Gen G evened up the score again between the LCK and the LPL with their victory, and they did it by saying, we don't care about patch 14.18.
We can't read. No, we refuse to read.
Our entire top side will be, you know, the nerfed Rumble, the nerfed Maokai, the nerfed Smolder, but that doesn't always mean everything.
No, it certainly doesn't. I think the Gen G macro is still very much prevalent, despite how many issues they had in the early game in terms of finding a gold lead. They still found the 6 drops. They didn't. They found not just the first, but the second dragon as well, and it just put them in such a position where they have such a late game composition. But they were allowed to have that late game composition because there was nothing Weibo could do to accelerate the game even further. They had to sit around, get that third Drake, still lose the fight, and it was just so back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G was just patient, and it felt... I mean, it really felt demoralizing because you could just see the stacks coming up. You're like, oh God, we're actually getting to the 500 stack mark. This is the type of game we're having. How do they actually kind of come back into it? And it felt like they had to find some sort of play. But even when Smolder was topside, they was just getting covered by Canyon. So I was like, yeah, I don't know about this one, way bros.
Is this Gen G though? Like, is this really going to be Gen G at Worlds?
It might be.
No, this is maybe their, let's try this first.
I hope so. I hope this is like a, don't want to give away anything.
Yeah.
We got our new picks for later rounds of Swiss when it really matters.
Are you not pleased?
I'm actually not. Because that was tense.
That was tense. That was a lot of tense affair.
There's a lot of anticipation in that game.
Yep.
What do we always say about the LCK? They might not come in the sharpest with the best meta reads, but the later you get in the tournament, they rank up. This one, you just got to win it, Jat.
I mean, true. And at the same time, you think about how much better this would have been a month ago. Like, they would have really dominated this game a month ago if the champions were actually strong. So in that case, it's impressive. But I really don't like the meta read. I understand why you're going to play what you're comfortable with in the first day of World Swiss. But I think as, like, them and BLG and HLE are the 3 tournament favorites.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that did not look like a type of performance that's going to win Worlds. I know that's a high bar, and they did win, and we should be celebrating them.
It's a long way off, for sure.
That was, I want to see a little bit faster games.
Let's see if Keena's asked about that in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the World Swiss stage for this Verizon post-game interview here with Keen. 안녕하세요. Thank you so much for joining me. This game was messy in terms of I don't quite understand what is the meta right now, because neither of you guys had hard engage. It felt like the game was really difficult to close out. What is your take on the meta right now and this game overall?
지금 메타에 대한 해석이 굉장히 궁금한데요. 이번 경기 정말 난전이었습니다. 그리고 양 팀 모두 조금 한타를 강제할 수 있는 픽이 없어서 두 팀 모두 게임을 마무리하는데 조금 난색을 표하는 것 같았는데요. 지금 젠지의 메타 해석은 어떤가요?
아무래도 첫 경기다 보니까 좀 이제 상대가 뭘 할지 몰라가지고 좀 저희가 이제 생각했을 때 좀 좋은 챔피언들 위주로 일단 뽑아보자고 했고, 일단 메타를 좀 더 알아가는 식으로 일단 경기를 좀 더 임했던 것 같습니다.
Because it's the first day, so we are also unsure what champions, what kind of strategy the opponents are going to bring. So we wanted to focus on the picks that we're thinking that's really good. Also, I think we're still in the stage of kind of reading out the meta.
Of course, first day, absolutely understandable. Then in that sense, let's talk about Rumble, because the expectation was Rumble was not going to be a strong pick coming here at Worlds. It was picked during the playing stage. You played it today and had a lot of impacts. How would you rate the champion right now?
럼블에 대한 의견도 궁금한데, 사실 많은 분들이 럼블 이제 더 이상 나오지 못할 것이다 예측했지만 플레인 스테이지도 나왔었고 오늘도 럼블 플레이를 보여주셨는데 지금 럼블에 대한 평가는 어떠신가요?
초반에는 좀 데미지 너프가 있어서 이제 라인전이 이제 약해진 건 맞는데 나중에 템이 뜨면 뜰수록 뭐 데미지는 그 전이랑 좀 비슷한 것 같아서 조합에 맞춰서 쓰면 언제든지 꺼낼 수 있는 카드인 것 같습니다.
For sure, his early game stage is weaker. You know, his early base damage with the nerf is a little affected. So laning phase is not as strong, but also I still think that as he picks up more items, he's almost the same as the old Rumble. So looking at the comp, you think Rumble is right, you can go for it.
All right, the champion we could see more than here at Worlds. Last question for you, Kian. You're one of the tournament favorites, but I want to know about the synergy between you guys. How has Lehans been treating you recently?
이제 강력한 우승 후보로 꼽히는 젠지인데요. 우승하려면 또 팀 시너지가 굉장히 좋아야 하잖아요. 지금 리엔즈 선수랑 사이는 좀 괜찮으신가요?
리엔즈 선수가 가끔 장난기가 좀 심할 때가 있지만 그거를 이제 팀원들이 잘 보듬어주기 때문에 뭐 팀 케미는 좋은 것 같습니다.
We all know Lehans is always picking on me, but the rest of the players are doing a great job taking care of me, so the team synergy is safe.
That's amazing to hear. Thank you so much, Kian, for the interview. Jason, thank you so much for the translation. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back in just a couple minutes for Fnatic versus D+ Kia. Don't go anywhere.
Going back through, healing up off the passive is clutch. As Light, no mana, but still wants to keep hitting. Handshake not going to connect. Xiao finishing the first kill. Reset coming in. But Chovy, crucially untouched. Flashing from Chris, trying to finish the job. The bailout there, and the bailout is not enough. Breathe, still going. Xiao! Boost rate here out. Wow. Great ulti kicking things off. Tarzan, God, beautiful. Chovy trying to finish, can't get too low. One dash, one auto, but there's Pace! Pace trying to get into the backline, trying to make sure the Light's in empty room to work. And already the Elder is taken down, and instantly, in the blink of an eye, 44 minutes in, it's an ace for Gen G as they look to close it out here.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, good, good. I just feel so good, good. I just feel so good. Hit the ground, I'm on code. Run on air when I flow. You would swear that I flowed. Hottest hand in my zone. I'm going hard for my city, yeah. I put that thing on my back. Get it and gun it, I'm back on 100. I'm ready, I'm coming in for the attack. I'm on beast mode, God level, cheat code, new age, hero, good verse, Evo. I'm on the move, I'm on the move. I'm putting in work, I go berserk, got something to prove. Cause I got power, I got the energy for all of my enemies. I'm on the way, saving the day, no one ahead of me. I'm on the, right here, right now. This is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it. We doing this for the love of it. Give me a lives in my soul, it drives me to my goal. There's no distance I won't go, cause the climb's all that I know, and I face it all on my own. So my name will be known, yeah, my name will be known. Right here, right now, this is the moment we running it. This is the moment we running it.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the post-game breakdown of our previous game, Gen.G versus Weibo. GB, describe it in 5 words or less.
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, that's 6 because it's 5 2 times.
That was a really bad gag.
Yeah.
You tried.
It's when you said use 5 words, my brain already goes into, I don't know, nothing. But that game was a roller coaster, and that was tense, as we said.
They got outscaled.
Well, they didn't have any, pick potential with that draft.
It's sad. It's sad. But hey, it's time for something really, really special. We've got a double feature up in our cinema. We're going to watch, I think, 2 amazing movies that are incredibly back and forth. We're going to start with Fnatic versus D plus Kia, and then we're going into TL versus LNG. I mean, in terms of kind of storytelling, impossible passion and back and forth and chaos.
It has it all.
It should.
Absolute cinema, believe in the show.
Yeah.
And GB, you know this, like, both of these teams, you've lived it, especially from Fnatic's side.
I mean, definitely left side, we've felt that multiple times before. I mean, I already love this because the Twitter slogan the teams are going for as well. So I think this not only reflects what they want to prove here at the World Championship, but it also kind of reflects their play style. From Fnatic, it is absolute cinema. It's back and forth. It's a plot line you're not expecting. And I remember seeing the PGBs we had from the G2 series as well, if you remember back to the summer finals, not season finals, but also a little bit, but summer finals specifically with
for people that have missed it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a tragedy. This is Fnatic's 2nd seed. The LEC 2nd seed, that was a bad intro. I said it was a tragedy. This is LEC 2nd seed. Fnatic, Oscar Vinen, Razork, Humanoid, Noah, and June. And we will talk a little bit more about kind of what our issues were with Fnatic, I feel like, this year, but we will also introduce LCK's 3rd seed in D plus Kia with King and Lucid, Showmaker, Aiming, and Moham. And I think our trepidation comes from the fact that if Fnatic was 10% better in the entire year, they probably would have won one of the titles that they were in contention for. But in crucial games, they couldn't drive it home. And I feel like the same thing goes for D plus Kia in some of their games?
It's one of those things. I mean, you can see it on your screen right here that if you can't finish a game domestically, you have a lot of question marks when you start going into the international stage. Because when you play against the best of the best teams, they know how to salvage a bad early game and make sure you can win through great macro of... What are you doing with that? Great macro through mid to late game. But one of the things that you don't believe in suddenly is when there's a team that starts throwing these things. You need to be able to know how to close out a game when you're playing against the best of the best.
Yeah, and it's a frustrating one.
And that's the thing. Like, you've already talked about it from Fnatic's side, how unpredictable they can be because they can get that early game lead, but everything else is a movie. Like, for me, watching in North America, I don't know what I can get out of a Fnatic versus G2 or Fnatic versus anyone for that matter. And for DK Plus, like for me,
D plus Kia.
it's a process for me. My brain's not working properly. But for D Plus, the thing for them is the same kind of storytelling. Yeah. They have incredible individual players. For me, Lucid has been so fun to watch. And, you know, Showmaker is as much of a playmaker as you can get. But then the leads they have, you just can't expect them to hold it.
No, that's the thing, because that one has kind of been the team in the LCK as well, where it's fallen apart in that mid to late game session. They've had some oopsies as well, where they're kind of just crab walking around, looking at their opponent, then we start a fight, oh, maybe it wasn't the best.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of fans coming into this game who's going to feel like Fnatic is going to get completely dumpstered. And they're definitely coming in as underdog against D+ for sure, but it's one of those things where D+ is not a perfect team either. They're a team that also has had some issues with the meta as it currently was at the LCK domestically. I think the hope for a lot of LCK fans, though, is that they are going to be more comfortable coming into the mid lane meta that's now happening with Lucid, who's already been a great jungler surrounding Showmaker too. The 2v2 from the mid lane is going to be what I'm having my eyes on today, because I think it's going to be defining the series.
It absolutely is. I mean, I think Bot is also going to have something to say about it, but you did mention the meta, and we have to talk about Showmaker being back at Worlds and the fact that he had a pretty miserable time in the ADC meta, right? The return to kind of what he is known for could be a big boon for D+ Kia.
Yeah, I mean, he literally named his account Syndra. Like, he is ready for it, and you can already see both these teams are ready for it, walking on the stage as we speak. Hell yeah.
Let's watch the movie.
Voice. Here we are for the cinema, for the show, movie stuff. Fnatic fans already loud. Nightshare taken to the stage. They look to defend on their home turf up against DK. And no, not Donkey Kong, D+ Kia. Although they're also here to kick some tail.
feel like you've been working on that.
I looked at the lyrics to the Donkey Kong rap. I was going to quote it more, but I was like, I don't know if this is the best.
I mean, this is the game I've genuinely been the most excited about, which worries me a bit because I'm like, have I overhyped it? Because the expectation surrounding this is
would it be a movie if someone hadn't overhyped it?
Yeah,
would it be cinema?
That's true. It's a situation where you've got two teams that have incredible talent domestically.
Yes.
They've showcased they've been able to compete with the best the region has to offer, but their macro is lacking. It results in messy barons, crazy side lanes, flip-flop dives. It's all sorts of chaos. And we think back to the summer season ending for Fnatic, the fact that they didn't get a single win against G2, and they definitely probably should have won that series. In contrast to D plus Kia, who recently had a nail-biter best of 5 against T1, and it was a spectacle, for sure. It was,
most certainly.
So that's the impression that people have of both of these organizations. And so I'm excited to see, well, for the purpose of entertainment, I hope they haven't improved at all. But obviously, but obviously, we want to see these teams get better. We want to see them adapting to the meta more, with mages returning into the mid lane. Obviously, the previous game was not a great indicator of that, and we're hoping that that doesn't set any precedent for the rest of the tournament.
And look, all I'm going to say is, I feel like the best version of both of these teams has just been riding that mid jungle 2v2.
Oh yeah.
To closing out the game. And that doesn't always been the cleanest version, but like, you look at Showmaker Lucid, I feel like Lucid's just ready to go. Showmaker's ready to go. And it's a similar story for Razork and Humanoid. Yes, Fnatic have tried playing towards bot lane, they tried a lot of other things, but I feel like the most effective version of this team is still when Razork and Humanoid are working together to build these massive leads, and have to see if that's what the strategy they're going to go for today is.
Now, naturally, the big elephant in the room is the contrast between the two AD carries. With Noah having struggling performances internationally, with and aiming looking incredible across the LCK summer season. He is a large part of why D plus Kia were even as in contention for those top spots. He's had so many solo carry performances. He's had some incredible games that you have to feel like that when it comes to the AD carry matchup, aiming is a heavy favorite coming into today's best of 1.
And we'll see, you know, Fnatic is a team that has been very defined by momentum for so much of this year, right? When they're in a good mood and in a good headspace, you can tell. They play much better, with much more confidence. So the importance of this first one, and it's not a series. We have to play again tomorrow, and both these teams looking to start off 1-0. Going to face the other 1-0 teams, get a bit of a lead early on. Falling down can be devastating. All it takes is a single upset when you're in that 0-1 bracket to be putting you in best of 3 elimination territory. For now, Vi, Ziggs, Orianna all banned away. Vi, you know, against Lucid, you gotta respect it. This man likes to go and gank, and I mean, Vi the best champion to do so.
His 2 most played across his career, at least in Vi, right? And we've seen how effective Vi can be in the meta. The Aurora ban going to come through from Fnatic on the blue side. A little telling, but perhaps they don't want to prioritize it or not comfortable playing it. The respect being shown towards Razork with the Ivern taken away. How will D plus Kia round things out on their sides? Skarner still available, Ashe still available. Ezreal is something we've seen Noah lean on a lot, especially when he's looking to try and play more on the weak side, and Fnatic have more of a mid focus, depending on what this major priority is. It's going to be the Smolder removal. They saw the impact that it had in the previous game from Gen G and said, you know what, we don't want to give Humanoid that possibility. And the Yone blind pick coming in from Fnatic. Is this a potential flex pick? We don't typically see it from Oscar. We did see a few games of it from Humanoid throughout the season finals.
Yeah, and it was one of the big improvement points for Fnatic, was that for a while I felt like Humanoid wasn't the most comfortable on AD champions, had very few options compared to the rest of the league, but had a fantastic glow up on the Yone. Now going to be the prioritized first pick. Obviously a champion that everyone has high expectations of, but picking it early does mean giving over, at the very least, the Skarner, high priority. I'm going to say jungle pick, but technically a flex. Can be taken top lane as well.
Right now, D plus Kia just flowing through some of the hovers. This Yone pick is definitely interesting for them to want to first pick it. Is a surprise. The Gnar blind going to come through from D plus Kia. Now we know Oscar, he's no stranger to the Camille. It's a question of whether or not that's the direction they're thinking about. You're going to need some AP to come through somewhere for Fnatic. With Ziggs removed, it's unlikely to come from the bot lane, which means that it needs to come in from the jungle or the top lane. It's going to be the Zyra. So we talked about adaptation to the meta. Fnatic sticking to a meta that was very familiar to them domestically. The Zyra was something that we haven't seen so far at the World Championship, but Razork saying, I think it's still good. And they've built themselves a strong top side. There's the hover from Showmaker.
Showmaker.
I think this matchup is really good for the Syndra, by the way.
It's interesting because before he came to EUS solo queue and named himself Syndra, he had an interview with QUARTERFINALS Esports with Ashley where he said, actually, I think it's only good in like a couple circumstances and it's not that great. The E cooldown sucks. It's like really niche. Which kind of, but I'm not sure because that interview was so old if he has changed his mind and it's just like a jam Syndra all the time situation, or if, you know, which is the true version of Showmaker.
I mean, we have to acknowledge at some point that Orianna is definitely clearly higher on the priority list and Syndra's definitely fallen to the wayside in contrast to what our initial expectations were coming into the tournament. With the Ezreal locked in, this is still a flex pick possibility for both Showmaker and Aiming. More likely going in the direction of Aiming, but we'll have to wait and see as the Ashe ban now comes through from the side of D+Kia.
And Showmaker, a guy who was vocal about not being super comfortable in the double AD meta, AD with an AP jungle. Also didn't fit Lucid, I think, the best, a guy who likes to be on these much more proactive playmakers. So would be a shame for him to come in on a new patch, at a new tournament, and have to go right back to ADs in the mid lane. We'll see, though, what they want to go for as Ashe, Kalista, both the more lane-dominant options taken away.
Probably the ban now from, oh, Leona. So Fnatic is looking at something like a Jhin Rel, probably. Maybe they're not enthusiastic about the Jhin going up against the Skarner. I wonder if they would consider something like a Jinx, but they need a way to start fights. We've already seen what can happen if you don't have that engage, and so far D+Kia aren't really lacking on that front with both the Skarner and the Nara available. They could lock in the Ralph for themselves, but there's Showmaker's LeBlanc. We talked about it as a potential ban, and he's gonna lock it in. Exciting stuff. He was able to have pretty significant impact on it in the Game 5 against T1 to even qualify for the World Championship. It's a favorite of his and something that he is very well respected for. We'll see what he's able to do up against Humanoid on this Yone. Kai'Sa and Jhin are the two hovers right now for Fnatic. We talked about how just versatile and how much the Rel makes sense. You've got to remember, though, that's an Ezreal and a LeBlanc, a lot of mobility. Maybe a Nautilus with a little bit more lockdown would have made more sense, but instead they want this big AoE engage. They want that reliable way to start the fights, and it looks like they're going to pair that up with the Kai'Sa.
Kai'Sa, interesting. Obviously, really good matchup into the Ezreal. Can't get in, but instead, Jhin.
They're debating, flexing between the two.
I mean, it's tough because you have so much upfront damage on this team that Jhin will feel really good if he can stay far enough out of position, if he can find access into the fights. But the Kai'Sa is much safer as we get later into the game. So instead, the Kai'Sa going to be the option here. Still has good poke. Obviously, if they do want to go for the AP itemization choice. But Braum and Poppy are both really good into this composition.
They definitely are. There's a lot of dive on the side of Fnatic, and Braum can just make their lives miserable. And that's exactly what it's going to do. Paired up nicely with the Ezreal. It's a very safe defensive bot lane 2 versus 2. The idea behind picking Kai'Sa into Ezreal is that you can have a relatively easy laning phase to allow the Kai'Sa to scale up, get that early static shiv, have a little bit more wave clear. The problem points are going to be this mid lane matchup. LeBlanc versus Yone in the other game. LeBlanc is going to be able to have a lot of pressure. The side lane threat is going to get a little bit easier as Yone gets more items, especially once you're 3 on Yone. You become this monster side laner that really very few champions in the game can contest. But with this beefy frontline on the side of D+Kia in the Skarner and the Braum, this feels like a very difficult wall that Fnatic are going to struggle to break through.
Certainly, and I'm also concerned that if we end up in a situation where DK find an early mid-jungle advantage, Razork is going to be the one who suffers, because while Zyra packs a punch, most certainly very vulnerable to that Skarner LeBlanc. A single piece of CC hits her and very likely to get taken off the rift. And that said, early game. Sorry. No, I was going to say early game, I just think the thing that we have to keep our eyes on, right? We talk so much about mid-jungle, now it's time to see if that's going to be the name of the game or if teams are going to put their focus elsewhere.
And I want to remind viewers at home that even though we've talked about and our expectations are that we're looking for a chaotic game between these two teams, D+Kia is still the favorites coming into this matchup, right? The reality is that domestically, they still just smash teams that are worse than them. And this is going to be the test for Fnatic.
What are you saying?
Where on the totem pole do you fall
in
the context of the LCK? And I'm looking forward. EU versus the LCK. EU started off rough up against BLG to start off the day.
Right now, the LPL has one up on us. Will the LCK also have one up on the LEC?
Let's find out. We're jumping into game. It's game 4 of the day. Fnatic versus D+Kia. I'm excited. You should be excited as well. I'm hoping we get a lot of brawls, a lot of fighting. Both teams making their way out onto the rift, and already D+Kia making their presence known in the Fnatic bot side jungle.
And I like this. Overall, early contest on the Raptor spawn, knowing that Braum gives them the much stronger level 1. Can just get really aggressive, because what are Fnatic going to do level 1? Kai'Sa level 1? Yone level 1? Hard for them to stop DK from wandering in. No wards placed, however. Instead, just retreating to defend their own side of the map.
They started with 2 sweepers. Pings have come down from the side of Fnatic. Kingan's going to run face first into Oscar, or not. He's going to take the safe way around. A lot of pings.
Saw moments ago at the top of your screen. The global power rankings powered by AWS. Fnatic at 13th, DK at 7th coming in here.
And here comes the lane swap through from Fnatic. Going to play it safe. Already jungle and support. Well, I say that. Jungle and top lane are paired up. Razork going to start alone. Support going to go into the mid lane, as you would expect. Top lane to the top. I feel like a broken record as I've now explained this every single game, but I'm going to keep explaining because if you just tuned in, expectations definitely interesting from the players' side.
Yeah, and Razork coming in with a lot of confidence when he spoke to Ashley at Horizon earlier. A medium amount of confidence. I think it might be a really Fiesta game. I'm not sure. We need to see. We're a new Fnatic. Hopefully we don't throw leads. And then he said, hopefully one more time. Which undermined, I think, a little bit the sentiment he was trying to say. But Fnatic aware of their own chaotic team, aware of some of the struggles that they've had. And I think it is a similar story for DK, or D plus Kia on the opposite side. Is we've now got the 2v2 mid set up. Oscar and Noah trying to do damage, but again, you can see what 85% fortification looks like. Those autos do not do damage to that tower.
What's crucial here is because Jun has been pushed underneath this tower, he's been denied the level 2. He's still 1 creep off it, I think, and Moham has access here. Gonna be playing a bit of spoiler. Jun saying if I can just get to the tower, 1 minion dies, I get level 2, the TP can come in from Oscar, he can catch that wave, we're chilling.
It's really awkward though because his aftershock was procced by him hitting the blast cone, I believe, onto Moham.
And here comes the TP.
Which means if anyone hits him, he is likely dead, but Oscar is here. Fury stacked.
He's going to tick over to level 3 off of this.
He's taking his time, waits to Q until he knows he's got it.
Jun is being denied so much XP. Here comes the dive.
Mark's there, concussive blows, making this dive easy as Oscar tries to make it out safety. Knock back into the wall is big. Ishtal's edge. Oscar still standing for now, though. Kingan debating if he wants to go any bit further. The redive should just come through. Oscar needs a bit more time before he gets the Cold to meet back. Jun trying to body block, but the boomerang still there. Q flash, not going to do much of anything, and Jun now in trouble. They tried to outplay him, but they're getting taken down in the end. A clean bot side dive from D plus Kia.
Great patience from D plus Kia and good management of the aggro from the tower as well. Razork does finally arrive, but it's too late. No TP available for Oscar. Kingan gets 2 assists, 1 kill, goes over to aiming as well. And D plus Kia are just setting themselves up nicely to start off this game.
That's about as good as you can hope of a start. Not only are you the team not swapping, so it's easier for you to take plates, but you're able to make this dive happen.
Yeah, they get a lot of damage off onto Oscar to start off the play. Aiming does take tower aggro at the very end, but he's able to disengage. And then like, you see a nice little hop hit from Kingan. And combined with aiming, they're able to deal enough damage. And then Jun, he just doesn't have the cooldowns this early on into the game. Yeah, just very well played. They did their best to outplay. Oscar even committed the flash, but that's now a summoner spell down. We find ourselves back in standard lane matchups, but with D plus Kia having advantages across the board.
Noah and Jun got away from the first few levels of the lane at the very least, but I think the only silver lining of this all is aiming goes back, he buys a tier, he buys some components, but early itemization, at least forcing Ezreal away from more combat stats. So it's not too much of a discrepancy in the 1v1, although he will be able to spam a lot more Qs. Need to keep our eyes as well on mid lane. Hero and Fnatic prioritizing this Yone very highly, but obviously partially due to the lane swap in the 2v2, as well as a difficult lane matchup. We just haven't seen anything from it quite yet. He's down flash and down TP, which is going to make things pretty difficult.
Yeah, Shark's made an interesting point where Humanoid is a player who's branded as someone that rises to the occasion of his opponents, but really we haven't seen that for a while, right? And you can only hold that moniker for so long without any results to back up a statement like that.
And it's a difficult position for him to be in because that was kind of the saving grace of some inconsistencies in his performance, was that when it mattered, he did show up. And if that's no longer there, you know.
So this first game will be a big test for him as well. Like so far he started off the lane pretty well. You can see there's a stacked wave that he's going to have to catch underneath this tower as D plus Kia already going to secure that dragon. And unfortunately for Fnatic, they're a bit behind on the play. They don't have control over the mid wave, ready to set up for the grubs on the top side. They didn't commit for any type of swap. So while there's constant trades back and forth in the mid lane 1 versus 1, it's D plus Kia that maintain control over the map for now.
We'll have to see what these lanes look like once level 6s start to come through. Showmaker just getting his. Kingen pretty behind in terms of XP. Oscar going to get to a much faster level 6, but I imagine it'll be pretty difficult for him to leverage that spike unless Kingen oversteps here.
Humanoid going to commit to a base here, investing in early magic resistance to help weather the pressure as Lucid already starting off those grubs. Love the proactivity here. Remember that the Humanoid's gone back to base. Razork is alone.
I mean, Lucid, bit of a risky play overall, right? Fnatic got the reset first, his bot lane just now recalling, so the downside of kind of going for that gamble is that it's easy for Razork to walk in and take 2 away, but frankly, probably shouldn't have been able to get any of them, so an aggressive choice, but does at least pay off a little bit.
Notice, though, that while all the chaos has been happening in the early game and D plus Kia have been able to find these advantages, Razork's level 6. He has just been power farming his way through the early game, and already with that ultimate available, puts him in a very scary spot. Fnatic swap their bot lane to top, gonna unlock some plates for themselves. The idea was here, you swap and then be in a position to secure the grubs, but because Lucid already started them, they're not really able to do that. The swap is gonna be matched. And aiming, after securing that first kill, already finds himself with about a 400 gold lead, and the Sheen already secured.
Sheen gonna make a lot of these trades much more favorable. But overall, no objective on the map to play for at this stage, 7 minutes in. Both Grubs and Dragon off the board means that see what Fnatic want to do with their top side pressure and if they can sustain it. Mid lane's still very much in favor of Showmaker in terms of the overall push. We'll get a bit better for Humanoid as he gets more attack speed and more magic resist, but for now, LeBlanc still very much running the show. Oscar able to push in Kingen, but you can see Lucid there to support, ready to punish if Oscar overcommits.
And so far, nothing too crazy outside of that initial dive. D plus Kia did a really good job of, you know, reacting to the lane swap as you're supposed to. Ultimately, when you get to that point of the dive, it all comes down to execution, and they were able to out-execute that of Fnatic. And in terms of the early objectives, though, it's pretty even. Lucid now with the level 6 himself as full clears continue to come across the board. Jun is clearing out a bit of vision on the top side as Showmaker gets a very nice trade. You're seeing in this early game how favorable it is.
Gets the flash out. Q3 there for Humanoid, does manage to lock it up. Jun immediate lockdown coming in as well. Showmaker, the clone is there. He's able to get out to safety just in time. Razork throwing down the ultimate, but hand delivered. Lucid bringing Jun back under the tower to punish.
Really nice outplay from the mid jungle of D plus Kia. Ultimately, it was a bit of an overcommitment. Fnatic were a bit disconnected on the play because Razork couldn't quite get in range in time, which meant that he wasn't able to land that ultimate or that final Q onto Showmaker. They didn't have the damage, but then because Jun was pulled underneath the tower and the chains connected as well, the tower shots were enough to trade back the kill.
And what's frustrating there is that while Jun was there for the play, that was a 2v3 where Fnatic had more members, and you can see now the price of that play is that Aiming and Mohan just get to get 2 plates uncontested as Noah is forced under tower. He's going to need to reset soon, only half his life bar remaining.
2 kills now for Lucid. This gun is going to become a very serious problem with the rate that he's being accelerated. Pushing the top side for the bot lane of DK as they secure themselves a few more plates.
Lucid coming, can go through the wall. They don't really have good vision coverage. We'll know he's coming as soon as he uses the Ishtal's edge. Shouldn't Noah step up here at all. They'll be in trouble, but Razork is there to cover, crucially.
Oh, slowly but surely, DK are just building lead after lead. They're just finding these small opportunities. The lanes are going their way as well. The farm is just slowly starting to build up in their favor. And again, like, it comes back to what we talked about in the regular season. DK, because they just have strong individuals, they are just good at building leads independently. You know, early game leads are something that they're not strangers to. It's the mid game where sometimes we see some questionable decisions, so to find themselves with a lead like this shouldn't come as a surprise. Ultimately, it's going to come down to their execution once they start moving out of the laning phase, when they start setting up around these barons, playing for the neutral objectives, and how well Fnatic can respond, because truthfully, Fnatic's macro has been one of the biggest question marks to them throughout the year.
Definitely has. Can always be difficult when they fall behind. Noah has finished the static, so we'll be able to at least match a bit more the wave clear that Aiming can bring to the table with his ultimate. DK setting up for their second Drake. in a much better position to do so, but it will at least this time be a trade as Fnatic are already on the top side and focusing down those grubs for the threshold again that really matters, and they'll be able to grab it. The question is, can they actually find advantages enough in these lanes to leverage that grub buff? The good news, Noah already top lane, already pushing, will force the TP out from Showmaker, but he needs to be careful. Showmaker has the tools to chase him down.
Now, I will acknowledge that I haven't been keeping track of the top laners because rarely do you in a Renekton versus Nah matchup. Hang on, Lucid.
Lucid going in, has already locked up Humanoid. Humanoid wants to get out to safety. The ulti, though, hits a target, means he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Ignite still there, Lucid! Snipes him down with a rock.
You thought it would be aiming that finds the Q connect, but by Jun blocking that projectile, he couldn't block the projectile from Lucid. A nice angle comes in from the D+Kia jungler, and he's gonna put 3 on the board. 4-0 now, the kill score in favor of DK.
Nice snipe there to finish. And good positioning as well to make sure that Humanoid could not use that ultimate to get out for free. DK now transitioning that pressure topside. Showmaker already pushing in. And this is such a comfort zone for DK. Lucid, Showmaker, having those individual leads now, extending their reach across the map. Razork is there trying to punish, but they don't really have a whole lot of follow-up damage. Humanoid now on the way, and he needs to get that Q3 ready to go. Razork still alive, standing behind the blue buff. Showmaker trying to finish off the first kill, and he'll do so successfully. Lucid gets a quick ulti off. Blast Cone is going to take him to safety. Oscar in desperate to get in here and get something back. Noah on the chase. Razork as well. Oscar, nice stun. Not sure if he has the Slice Dice cooldown yet. Guess is correct on which one's the real Showmaker. Root is there, and Showmaker will just dash out to safety. 5 kills.
Are they really not going to get anything?
Is he going to get the execute? Jun?
He actually gets the execute. That's 0 kills for Fnatic. Wow, I can't believe that's how it played out. DK, they're able to get the kill onto Jun. They're able to spread out, and then they walk away without giving over anything to Fnatic. 3K now, the gold lead in the early game, and Fnatic are very quickly falling apart.
Aiming is just in the face of Noah and Jun 2v1ing. Completely unafraid. Humanoid will catch a wave on the bottom side. Hasn't even completed an item yet, but this is a terrifying position. Only Noah and Razork have completed an item thus far. You've got Triforce, Ludens, Heartsteel on the 3 middle members of DK. It's going to be really tough for them to contest anything, and it's a minute away from that Herald.
I mean, they are just being rooted in the early game by just Lucid's presence being everywhere on the map. He's been involved in every single kill that DK have been able to find for themselves. They have a 2.5k gold lead, and it's just evenly spread across the map. Even the Braum has a 600 gold lead.
I don't think that one's important.
That one's less important, obviously, but Kingen, he is a full level down. I wasn't keeping track of how he ended up falling so far behind, but ultimately, he's still going to have value and relevance with these fights coming up. And also, we already talked about it, Renekton up against a Braum is going to be very difficult to play, especially with how much strong Lucid is. This front line is going to be so difficult for Fnatic to find their way past.
And concussive blows, Braum's passive is just so difficult to play against for any champion that wants to dive. You can't dance around auto attacks. You will eventually get stunned no matter what you do. As Humanoid uses Soul Unbound back, Q3. They try to set up some control on the bottom side of the map, but you can see in the mid lane, Noah slowly getting pushed in, aiming with a pretty clear range advantage, which makes it easy for him to get first pushes. Jun and Razork debating if they want to go for a play here. Some resources burned on a Mohan. Is that now Noah trying to start things off with aiming, but there is Lucid waiting, trying to hand deliver. Noah flashing over to get the kill, at least gets the 1-for-1.
Wow, a heavy commitment from Noah as he does end up trading 1-for-1 in the mid lane. Had Lucid not been there, maybe it could have gone more favorably for him. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Kingen getting zoned away from his tower as Showmaker finding advantages for himself on the top side, pushing Oscar in and out of the lane. But the Herald still going to go in favor, of D+Kia.
And you can see here in the lane economy snapshot, it's pretty favored right now to the side of D+Kia. Oscar in getting something back, but again, getting impact out of this Renekton. It looks like it will be Stridebreaker. It's going to be tough. Hopefully he'll be able to stick to those targets as Okay, just continue that topside threat. You only have 1 grub, but still putting so much pressure down.
I think when it comes to expectation setting, right, we talked about how DK should come in as the favorites.
Yeah.
And we talked about how, while they can be a chaotic team, so far, this game has largely been very clean.
And look, we talked to Chronicler, and the thing Chronicler said is, if you want to understand if DK are winning the game, the most common version is mid-jungle 2v2 domination.
Yep.
And that has basically been the game so far. As take a look back at this sequence. Was a pick on side. This was during the Noah 1v1. Humanoid was at least able to grab that kill on a Moham.
A valuable and much needed kill as well, as Fnatic continue to fall further and further behind. They set their sights on the mid lane. Razork getting zoned out. Razork has to flash.
Showmaker now chasing. A little bit of damage back from Razork.
Misses the chains, which means that Razork just barely gets away with his life, but the mid tower still goes down. Humanoid secures the top tier 1, but DK, they're not going to slow down here. They still have the Herald, and they want to put some pressure down onto this tier 2, especially given that Razork zoned away right now.
But they don't have any damage. I think that's just a bit of a fake trying to get DK to back off. They'll take their time. Aiming will knock down the tower.
And now with the push in bot, they can smoothly rotate over to the Dragon. This is going to be the third one of the game. Humanoid is going to try and keep his pressure into the top lane and stop him.
Knock up there from Humanoid, well timed on the TP. Now TP's more coming in from Fnatic. It's going to be 2v2 on the top side. Oscar is here as well. They're trying to lock up Showmaker, trying to get as much damage down as possible. Oscar taking the tower, but he just gets deleted. Now Humanoid is going and trying to get Showmaker, but he can't get anything done. Moham here to interrupt. Oh, that's not good for Fnatic. Q3 back at the very least gets a kill, but they can't finish off Showmaker. The tier 2 at least will drop, and the Dragon falls. In the meantime, it's chaos.
Yes, Dracos, yes it is. This is what we've come to expect from Fnatic. They know that they're not in a position to contest the Dragon, so instead they go for the cross map. Once Showmaker TP's in to help defend that top tower, it's a 2v2, but Fnatic just overforce. They're convinced that they're able to one-shot Showmaker, but they just don't quite have the damage. Instead, Oscar loses his life. They still are able to kill Kingen because Razork and Jun are able to make their way up towards the top side. Ultimately, they get the top tower, but they still find themselves about 2.5, nearly 3k cooldown.
Well, now DK are on Soul Point.
Yes.
Which is very terrifying.
We're not even 20 minutes in.
Yeah, against LeBlanc and Ezreal, also double scary. This aiming continues to be relatively unfazed in the mid lane. Noah did find that all in, but it was still very close even without Lucid getting involved. See what the setup on the next objective is going to look like. 2 minutes. Tell that Baron. Can't imagine that either team is going to rush for it. And Oscar just shepherding in this bot lane wave. It's Fnatic trying to find somewhere to play. Humanoid once again sent out to a side lane. This Fnatic classic, but Showmaker ready to try and punish him. Blast cone over, dash in, immediate dash back, and they're just dancing around each other. Lucid there to support in case Showmaker wants to go in for another trade.
Blade is a huge spike for Yone. The thing is, Lucid is here to cover with Moham right behind him. Humanoid alone won't be enough to look for any type of play against all these players. But Lucid continuing his strong jungle coverage. Sure, he's behind in farm, but in terms of impact on the map, he has just been absolutely everywhere. Stealing away this Gromp, knows he should be safe to do so as Showmaker continues to push in that top wave. Yeah, Oscar's found a nice push in bot, but that level lead that he had earlier has completely disappeared. Is Kingen going to catch that?
And if we just take a look at the vision that Fnatic have, it's almost nothing. You can see question mark pings out a little bit on the bottom side. They know Showmaker is here, they assume Lucid is here, but they don't really have that concrete information. So Humanoid really can't push much further than this until his team is here to support and clear out some of that vision, push out some of these waves alongside him. DK just lingering, lurking in the fog, ready to try and find these picks.
Has to be careful as Lucid spots out Jun. This Dragon is going to be extremely important for Fnatic. They're going to have to find a way to gain some control. Of course, it's still 2.5 minutes away. Baron's going to be the first objective spawn, but I'd be surprised if DK try and force that one. They can set up for the bot tier 2. They have a wave on its way. Keep mid pushed in, have Showmaker go top. He doesn't have TP available at the moment, but Yone's in a similar boat. Humanoid overstaying on the top side of the map. Maybe he's going to look for a play, but I think the smarter decision is to recall, spend what gold you can.
I will say this 2-item spike for Razork can be very devastating in fights. Rylai's absolutely disgusting item on the Zyra. Certainly simplifies a lot of the CC for the side of Fnatic, makes it easier for Humanoid to follow up. Maybe that is something they can leverage to try to find a better or more favorable fight. Baron's now on the board. DK with really solid topside control, strong side laners as well.
I mean, this Ezreal is spiking so hard right now as well. That's one of the most concerning things. I think Noah's still quite a ways away from the Rage Blade.
And it's really tough to play this one out because even if you do get that Rage Blade, right, Moham is there, and you're in such a lead for the side of DK that he really can just save that Unbreakable for when Noah does decide to go in or Razork tries to burn all those cooldowns. 2 items for Yone is a big break point. Stride Breaker is an incredibly strong item on this patch. Maybe that is enough, but So far this game, DK have really just been running the show, and Fnatic have not been able to find a fight that's very favorable for them at all.
Right now, Fnatic are prioritizing enabling Humanoid to farm on a side lane, which on the one hand is fine, but Dragon's a minute away. You got to be shifting your perspective towards that objective. You cannot afford to give Soul over towards a LeBlanc and an Ezreal. Their poke damage is just too much. I'm sure Humanoid is desperate to get enough gold to complete his second item. You can see the Rage Blade now finish for Noah, which is a good upgrade.
If Humanoid can get the item, complete the Stridebreaker before the fight, they're essentially on even footing in terms of item completion. Exactly. That is what matters. Item completions, ultis, XP relatively close. This would be the closest fight that Fnatic have had access to all game, but they also need to get setup.
And they have no setup right now.
But they do have items.
True. Okay, is that the Stridebreaker completed?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Okay, so this is what they were waiting for. They're now going to be, I mean, it's the best circumstance to try and take a fight, but now they've got to make their way into the river, which is going to be no easy feat.
They were always going to be at a disadvantage. They had to choose between setup or itemization. They chose setup. So fighting through this choke point will be tricky, especially with Showmaker just lingering, constantly harassing. Fnatic moving in, Observer showing us the vision. They see really nothing. Razork needs to be ready to go over the wall. Objective getting lower and lower. Remember, this is sole point for the side of DK. Lucid still in the area. 2K getting lower. Razork gets it! A crucial steal. The rest of the team now just getting out. They got what they came for. Humanoid has to be careful. Quick ulti back to safety. They took away the Drake. They do not want any other part of this fight.
They don't want to overstay their welcome. It looks like that the title of Jungle Steel King still holds true for Razork domestically. He was always happy to take those fights. Of course, DK, they recognize what they can still do on the map. Good chip damage onto this tier 2 in the bot lane. Oscar can't afford to overextend here as the rest of D plus Kia are shifting their attention towards the top side river. They still have Smite available on Lucid, and they're just not starting the objective, but they're putting that pressure down onto Fnatic, forcing them to overstay a little bit, giving DK the opportunity to reset and get back out onto the map.
And it's good that we're early in the game for the side of Fnatic, because Oscar showing on the bot wave at the same time as Humanoid could have been really rough for that Baron contest. DK not really in a strong enough position to burn through that health bar quickly. Would take quite a lot of time, and both TPs are available for the Fnatic solo laners. So all things considered, across the board, you know, DK, yes, they're still on sole point, but not too much more advantage. Their 2K gold lead is very spread out, really aiming the only one with a significant individual lead, and this has turned into a pretty close game, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Fnatic is the lead hasn't grown bigger, right? DK haven't successfully been able to convert it into any additional objectives outside of the ones that they were able to secure in the early game. They've done some good damage onto that bot tier 2, but ultimately they are still in a better position. Their mid tower still stands strong. It's not going to be an easy siege for them, especially with the low-range champions of Yone and Kai'Sa. So they're going to need to find a fight or some type of advantage in order to really knock that tower down. You'll see the DK are always first on that mid-wave as Humanoid going for a bit of a trade here.
Getting incredibly aggressive. Quick soul unbound right as the Mega Gnar comes through. Stops Kingen from using that Gnar if they do want to fight here, but again, there's no objective to fight for. Flash out from Kingen is nice. Slow there from the Rylai's means Lucid can't really approach. They're being herded into the bottom side, and meanwhile on the top lane you've got Showmaker pushing that tower. Oscar really cannot contest this LeBlanc.
Cannot. But it's an interesting dynamic where Kingen in the extended fight can't really contest Humanoid either. The great thing about this Yone is he does scale exceptionally well. He's an absolute menace to deal with in the side lane. He's got a decent amount of HP now as well, thanks to the Stridebreaker.
Yeah, the sustain, the dash on the Q3, the ability to mitigate so much CC with the Soul Unbound makes it difficult to match. Of course, Showmaker probably has the tools to do it decently well, but Kingen certainly does not.
Showmaker's definitely never going to die to Humanoid, that's for sure, unless he fully commits everything. But I would be surprised if he did that.
Aiming now 3 items, and that is a problem for the side of Fnatic. Noah only just got the blasting wand. Fnatic, though, still ready to fist fight for this setup. Lucid will win that Smite fight. Ulti from aiming, chunking out Razork. Both sides posturing. With Humanoid playing in bottom lane, he will have a bit of time to try and hit that tier 2. However, will need to immediately TP if a fight does break out. Whereas Showmaker is much, much closer.
Both teams don't want to overextend. The first one of Worlds is incredibly valuable. LEC's second seed versus the LCK's third. Of course, I think if you'd ask many, they were not expecting D+K to be the third seed. But here we go, the Baron started off. Fnatic have no information of this being started.
Noah, of course, Void Seeker. Nice to have that long-range poke tool to give them at least a little bit of information, but you're right, DK, I think maybe undue hesitation. If they had perfect information, I think they would have realized they probably could force that down.
The thing is, Dragon spawns in a minute.
True.
So the worst case scenario is no one gets the Baron, right? But you've lost a lot of HP, and now Fnatic, because you're in the river, have better position over mid, giving them access to the Dragon, so you then can't contest it. So yeah, they fish and they said, you know what? This isn't safe enough. Instead, we're gonna go back to base, set it for the Dragon, spend what gold we can. Fnatic's in a similar position where they want to spend as much as they can.
King chunked. Does have the TP.
But the mid-wave control is just consistently in the favor of D+Kia.
I mean, it's just so hard to step up against Ezreal, right? He just gets to hit the wave for free with Mystic Shot. You always have to put yourself in jeopardy if you're Noah to step into that wave when you don't have the team to support you. As Fnatic, again, find themselves in a position where they may have to fight through this choke point. Both teams sprinting towards that mid wave to try to get push, or at least set it to a neutral state. Bot wave in favor of Fnatic gives them an angle to play through, but you can see that control ward and the brush and the minimap at the bottom of your screen does mean that Kingan always has a TP flank angle. No rage, however. Meganar won't be available too quickly as Fnatic, again, trying to take away this objective. Lucid miles away. They just need to burn this down now. Well played from Fnatic. They can secure this. DK, if they don't find the fight, that's big. Now instantly the follow-up coming in from Humanoid. Soul unbound, going to find free on the knockup. Oh! Can snap back instantaneously, and that's the power of the pick. Noah goes in right after him. A perfect 1-2 punch to find the shutdown onto aiming.
Out of nowhere, Fnatic find a massive fight. They shut down the bot lane of D+Kia, and now there's a potential Baron on the cards. The fight that they needed, they're able to find off the back of Humanoid with a great ultimate.
Fantastic engage. Jun and Humanoid together. Noah following now, though. They're trying to up the pace of the game. This is where it starts to get messy. Showmaker, can they turn this one back to the power of the Yone? And this fight is huge. Shut down there. Humanoid starting to look like a monster, trying to 2v1 the solo laners on the side of DK while his team finishes the objective. Flash back to safety. Showmaker wants to finish the job. Humanoid now in trouble, and the Baron still tearing through his team as Showmaker and Kingan. Look at them, circle them, try to find these angles. Jun coming over the wall. What is the call here? Fnatic desperate to finish this objective. Playing with fire, getting lower and lower. Baron taken by Raz. The secure is there, but now Kingan going mega. Kingan trying to finish the job. Ezreal ult in the midst of it all. But now it's Noah versus Kingan, and Noah gets the fight.
This is the chaos we were waiting for. Absolute cinema delivering as Fnatic find the Baron. But what did it cost them? All 4 other members. Yone oversteps, Humanoid tries to go for 2v1 and he just can't win that. Kingan is able to get the Meganar, connects the jungler into the wall along with the support. Oscar gets killed by the snipe. I think it was the Zyra that had enough burst to actually take out Showmaker at the very end there. And then Noah stays alive. The coaching staff is stressed. And that was a situation where I really think the Humanoid was feeling himself a little too much. And he oversteps, but the Baron is secured. And now the cold is dead even.
Yeah.
This is what we wanted.
We'll look back. That play will be very heavily decided by whether or not Fnatic win this game. If they win this game, you know, respect the Humanoid for having the gusto to go for it.
We didn't get a replay of the previous fight, but you have to give credit for Humanoid for finding that incredible ultimate at the bot side river, setting up the rest of Fnatic for a huge team fight win. But this is the beauty of both these teams. And now that we enter a state where no one has a clear advantage, itemization is largely equal across the boards. Oh, nice damage coming out from Showmaker.
Lucid on the way in.
And you've got 3 members of Fnatic just sieging onto mid, not really making much progress. Jun now in an awkward position as Humanoid continues to push in bot.
And this is kind of the range advantage we talked about, right? It's very easy for aiming and Showmaker to get down a little bit of poke. Showmaker might have to eat some damage on the way in to get it down, but still good work thus far. TP bot side, quick ulti from Humanoid, a bit of extra movement speed now coming in, knock back into the wall, Lucid. Should just be a quick kill pick up here. Nowhere for Humanoid to go. Excellent pick to just further disrupt the potential of this Baron from Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a big misplay. The rest of his team is disengaging from mid, and he walks through his bot side jungle. He pushes a wave that he shouldn't have pushed, and Humanoid needs to lock in. for the sake of Fnatic, because this Baron, even though they're able to secure it, all it ultimately does is neutralize the game. They're not able to convert it. They would have loved to be able to unlock this mid tower. It gives you so much more access into the enemy jungle. But instead, yes, that is what's happened.
All right, well, you can't say that it's not a banger. Whatever else you want to say about this game. It is a 300 gold Baron power play, Red Bull Baron power play, excuse me, which means they've lost about 1,100 gold since they got that Baron, which does make sense because everybody on their team died, except for Noah. They're now really just trying to leverage those last few seconds of Baron empowered minions to push in mid, but it doesn't work. Mid lane tier 1 is still up. Betty.
Yeah, it is.
You know what's good for Fnatic? Again, this is the silver linings for Fnatic cast.
Well, just for context, D+K is still winning.
Yeah. They're still great. All it takes is one Drake to go in their favor and this game's over.
That was close.
And again, we have a situation where it looks very likely that DK are going to be first on objective setup.
Yes.
And Fnatic are going to have to walk through a choke to try and contest. And while they've gotten the last 2 Drakes, again, every single one has the potential to be taken away by Lucid.
That's very scary observers, showing how little Fnatic can really see. And that's a dangerous position to be in, so they're going to do the smart thing and gain access through mid. Oscar takes the dangerous path, doesn't get punished too much for it. Ooh, I say that, Showmaker with great damage.
Kinging off to the side as well. If Fnatic can wait out the Mega without losing too much more HP, it's not a bad trade deal. This Humanoid keeps his eyes locked on this tower.
They finally secure it, but it's still D plus Kia that have control over the Baron. Admittedly, Braum lost a decent amount of HP. Oscar, though, continues to get chipped away from him. He needs to go back to base, TP back into the fight. He needs to go urgently. No deep wards, really. Oh, there's one in the tri-brush at the bottom. It's
just
being
soloing
pinged.
the objective. Jun has no HP.
Showmaker is doing so much work in the river, forcing Fnatic to face check. This is exactly how you want to play.
Razork is about to just get one shot by Showmaker here. Is forced to throw down the ultimate. Will not get into the pit. That is Infernal Soul. And now this fight went from bad to worse. But instantly, they find the engage. They pull the trigger, and maybe it'll be enough. Lucid with an excellent ultimate to try to disrupt the fight. They're now trying to retreat. But again, Humanoid, Noah together in the clutch. They may have lost the objective, but they find the angle. Kingen now chasing. Triple kill for Noah.
I'm baffled as to how Fnatic found that fight. It looked like that their whole team had been chunked out, that they didn't have the HP to contest. D+K still secured the soul, but it's Jun with an incredible ultimate to engage, followed up by Humanoid that's set up for the fight. So the TP comes in from Oscar. Look at the damage from Showmaker. Razork can't get into the pit. The soul is secured. Jun on no HP goes in, gets a 3-man ulti connect. Noah immediately follows up. Humanoid follows up. They force aiming out of the fight. And while Razork does fall, the chase comes through from Noah. He's able to get a snipe with the W. And he walks away with a triple kill. We talked about how coming into this game, eyes were going to be on the AD carry matchup, and Noah is showing up today.
I mean, he persevered through what was a pretty difficult early game, all things considered. Humanoid, though, still bringing in so much damage, doing so much work in those moments, and you could see aiming, while he is strong, all things considered, in terms of itemization, it's so hard for him to play fights once any piece of CC hits. Once he's marked it all by Noah, he really just runs out of space.
Fnatic now find themselves staring down a soul. Of course, they're going to be feeling a lot more confident with more items coming through, nearly full build for Noah. The Baron spawning. It's Fnatic's first time really this whole game gaining vision control over DK's side of the map. Showmaker, oh my goodness, just look at the damage.
HP.
The Baron being started by Fnatic.
This is very confident, but Humanoid and Oscar should shred through this quite quickly. Noah as well.
But Showmaker's damage is so
over
scary.
The wall. Healing now coming in. They're forcing out the early ultimate. They managed to lock up Jun. The follow-up engage is still going to be there. Humanoid still finding multiple. The Baron taken down in the meantime. Showmaker doing so much work, but all of DK is grouped up into a death ball, looking to finish these kills. Noah goes golden. Noah trying to flash out. Blast Cone just knocks him straight into the air. However, Humanoid gets picked off by Showmaker on the side. Jun taken out as well. It's a disaster for Fnatic as they're getting run down. Kingen flash forward, throws a boulder. The wall-up won't hit, but Showmaker certainly will. Razork taken out.
The Baron costs them everything. Oscar's the only member still alive. That was a massive overforce from Fnatic. And with these death timers and a wave push in mid, D+K may very well look to try and end the game right now.
Oscar has to delete this wave. They don't have Baron, but if he steps up at all, he dies.
15 seconds on Jun, 25 on Humanoids.
Tension mounting, Fnatic
I don't think he can hold this. He doesn't have
Was
the
it too
ultimate
much?
available.
Was it an overstep? The answer seems to be yes. Oscar dead, wave gone, base gone. DK a bit back and forth there for a few moments, where they'll close this game out clean.
And just like that, the game is over. D plus Kia getting the better of Fnatic at the final fight. A crazy back and forth. Some highs, some lows, but ultimately it's decided off a single fight.
I don't even know what to say about that one. Yone looks very good. Great moments, questionable moments, but that's enough from us here at the Cash Desk. Let's send it back over to the AD to break that one down.
Thank you so much. We promised you absolute cinema.
We got it.
Or, yeah, I forgot.
Believe in the show.
Believe in the show.
Or believe in the
lost
show.
faith, didn't you? You didn't believe.
We got both of it, and it was really interesting to see how the things we said that were going to make this interesting is that we have two teams who, once they are in control, cannot keep that control and steer it into a victory. And we saw that from DK, from D plus Kia, and we saw it from Fnatic, and oh, that final fight, GB.
Yeah, for sure. That final fight was definitely... It was a bit of a yikes. It felt like it already looked a bit dire, but as soon as Noah's ulting into that one, it's definitely a rough one. But I will say, I was saying at the start while watching the game, Fnatic can't throw if they don't have the lead. So for the longest time, they didn't have a lead, right? But then the problem actually became they got a lead, and then suddenly when they had a lead, they started throwing. But then DK got a lead, and then it was really whoever had the lead really didn't want it.
It was really tough, and a lot of it for me was just how often Yone was getting picked in fights. But here was the play.
No.
Noah and 5 guys. It was really tough for him to get out of this situation.
He doesn't even get a burger out of it.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
But it's... I'm gonna zag.
Okay.
Go ahead. This is not Noah's fault, guys. Are you kidding me? There's already an Infernal Soul, and like, sure, this is the final fight, and people are predisposed to say, lol, Noah.
Yeah.
But come on.
Sure,
this was super winnable for Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. If you're asking me about the game, completely agree. Noah held them in that game for so long. He found a solo kill as well on aiming in a game state where it looked super dire. They trade 1-for-1. I think Noah had an incredible early to mid game here, especially considering how whack that early game looked from Fnatic, right? But it's still the same trigger point that happens in that late game. Humanoid was out with solo.
You're only as good as your last fight. I'm sorry to say it. And you're on the world stage, so it has to be pixel perfect.
To me, it was simply about they had the lead, first of all, and then Baron, we'll talk about it afterwards.
Talk about it later. We won't. It's Showmaker standing by in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back to the stage for the first victory of D plus Kia, and I have Showmaker with me to talk about this one. Thank you so much for joining me after this game. It was a complicated one, even though you had an early lead. What happened mid-game? And also, what do you think of the damage distribution in your composition? Because it felt like you were not dealing enough damage in the end.
승리 정말 축하드리고 인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다. 하지만 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데 비록 시작은 굉장히 좋았고 초반에 이득을 많이 봤지만 사실은 경기를 끝내는데 굉장히 오래 걸렸던 것 같고 좀 경기가 굉장히 복잡하게 흘러갔습니다. 오늘 경기 어느 점이 좀 까다로웠는지 그리고 오늘 조합을 봤을 때 좀 딜량 분배라든지 좀 딜이 좀 모자랐던 것 같아요. 오늘 조합적으로는 어떻게 보시나요?
확실히 저희가 초반에 많이 리드한 것 치고는 좀 중반 단계에서 용 관련해서 실수가 좀 나와가지고 되게 힘들었던 것 같고 딜 관련해서는 저희가 사실 사거리가 더 길기 때문에 뭐 크게 생각하지는 않았던 것 같아요.
I mean, for sure, we were having a lot of lead early on, but I think we were struggling a lot in the mid-game, especially we had a lot of mistakes happening around the Dragons. But I was not too concerned about the damage because I think we were able to easily outrange them, so it was not a big deal.
All in control here. When I think of the Worlds trailer video, you were saying 2019 was my first Worlds. I'm such a different player now. What changed mostly for you, Showmaker, in all these years?
그리고 오늘 월드 티저에서 이제 19년도에 뜨는 나의 첫 월드를 치렀는데 나는 이제 정말 많이 성장했고 좀 다른 선수다라고 말씀하셨어요. 어떤 변화를 좀 경험했다고 볼 수 있을까요?
이제 수많은 대회들을 많이 하면서 좋은 성적을 낼 때도 있었고 안 좋은 성적을 낼 때도 있었는데 그런 뭐 여러 가지 경험들을 해보면서 좀 더 인간적으로나 프로 게이머적으로나 성장을 많이 한 것 같아서 그런 말씀 드렸던 것 같고 실제로 자신감도 있어서 앞으로 기대해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
throughout the numerous experience at multiple events, I was able to thrive, but also sometimes I was struggling and I was not able to success. And that experience helped me mature so much as a human and also as a professional player. So I have grown so much and I'm very confident heading into this Worlds.
So talking about this confidence, your name on the EUW server is Syndra. You are Syndra in 2 of Riot's music videos. Are you the best Syndra at World Showmaker?
지금 유럽 서버 솔랭닉도 신드라고 이제 월즈 뮤비 2편에서 신드라로 등장을 하셨잖아요. 내가 셋째 신드라다 말씀하실 수 있을까요?
Yes.
A last question that I have for you is that I remember that last time you were in Europe, you talked about the UW server as some villains inhabiting that server. I know you had an awful time. Has the server been treating you nice this time? How is solo queue for you?
지난 유럽 월즈 하실 때 이제 유럽 서버에 빌런들이 있다라고 하셨는데 이번 솔랭 경험은 좀 어떠신가요?
아직 몇 판 해보진 않았지만 네, 벌써부터 너무 많이 반겨주셔가지고 네, 너무 기쁜 것 같고 네, 수많은 유저분들 빨리 만나러 가고 싶습니다.
I didn't really get to play a lot of solo queue games so far, but there were some welcoming me already, and I'm excited to say hello to all the users out there in EUW solo queue.
Stay tuned for Showmakers Solo Queue Adventures. Thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on winning your first game. Ji-san, thank you again for the translation. And we will be back for Game 5 right after this.
Yes.
Is there. He's able to get out to safety just in time. Razor throwing down the ultimate, but hand delivered. Lucid bringing Jun back under the tower to punish. Lucid going in, has already locked up Humanoid. Humanoid wants to get out to safety. The ulti, though, hits a target, means he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Ignite still there, Lucid!
And fight after, we can fight after, guys. Yeah. Fight. Yeah, Brown. I cannot kill her.
Oscar dead, wave gone, base gone. DK a bit back and forth there for a few moments, but they'll close this game out clean.
在抵达那一刻之前，
你能做的只有等待。
如果故事再重来一次，我想这批烂物还会做出相同的选择。
等待比分失衡，企图从中看清胜负的端倪。
等待一切安静，好听清自己脑海里的声音，直到抓住那一刻。
他们可能会因为激进而失误，但是不会因为胆怯而畏惧。
You got a pretty disguise, but you're still ugly inside. I see right through all your lies. I'm not like one of your kind. I'm a misfit, I'm a rebel, don't fit your description. I never settle, fight back with resistance. Pedal
last game in 5 games, Jack. Can you do better?
In 5 words?
5 more games?
No, please.
Not Noah. Humanoid. Showmaker, good.
Yes, okay.
Very economic.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
Well,
Well
I did say that we had a double feature, and we're of course alluding to the fact that we hope that these will be 2 of the most kind of insane back and forth games of today. Now, I didn't like the first movie. Perhaps I will like Team Liquid versus LNG.
Oh,
Who
man,
knows?
I enjoyed the first movie.
I'm sure you did.
You hater.
It had everything. This one's also going to have everything. I may not like the result. We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Let's introduce our teams. We're going to start with LNG, the 3rd seed coming out of the LPL with Zika, Weiwei, Scout, Gala, and Hang. And I think the fact that Scout made it is very, very important here.
There was a lot of questions about whether Scout would be making it. There was even a post that Yagao would be able to fill in for him, but he's made it. The question will just be about how much time they've had to practice together, how much they were preparing to play without him. But this is ultimately the right thing because it is the 5 players that qualified for Worlds.
Yeah.
Exactly, and he was kind of the heart and soul of the reasons why they're even here to begin with. So it would have been tragic if they couldn't play without him, but here he is with his crazy hair and all, and his play style. So I'm going to be excited to see how he performs in this game and how the team can rally around him.
Yeah, only 6 days together, I think, at most, right, in terms of the practicing, but of course they know each other very well. Then over to Team Liquid, not the 1st seed out of the LCS, but the 2nd seed. We'll talk about why. Impact, APA, Yon, and Core JJ.
Yeah, and the story very much was this split, that they had the perfect split in the regular season. They were going into playoffs with all the confidence as the best North American team, and then a Widow minion just hit the turret, the Nexus.
But let me ask you something.
Yes.
Is Gen G less of a favorite because they didn't win?
Exactly. I like the call on this one, and a lot of it was based off this man in front of you. Well, now it's Core JJ, but it's both of them, Core JJ and Impact. Both of these guys really are the commanders in the team, really command the early game and also how they play out lane swaps and the mid game. They're an incredibly smart team, and my focus a lot of time is going to be on Impact, who is the MVP of this split, which is crazy for how long and storied his career was. When he was having his MVP interview on stage, he was talking about how that was the one award that he was really looking forward to getting, that it really meant a lot to him because he's a teacher, but he's also a constant student of the game.
And this are some highlights from the final that they did play. Very competitive best of 5. Was very likely to go to Game 5 as Team Liquid almost came back in Game 4. But ultimately, the story of their split was incredible team fighting, one of the best lane swapping teams in the world, actually, with how many innovations they made throughout the split and how they really drove the meta throughout the LCS. And then it was capped off by Impact being MVP. But he was MVP in part because the team was so cohesive in their ways of playing lane swaps, and he'd always be levels ahead of the other top laner.
We just cut away from that solo kill, but he was getting a lot of them. He was getting a lot of them.
We can't show them all. You know, we got to get to the film.
Fair enough.
Let's check in with our MasterCard fan predictions for this one, where, we'll see if the fans are realistic.
Maybe we got some believers out there.
Hold on, what are realistic?
I don't know if this is actually. I think 50-50 is realistic.
I got asked to my face by Team Liquid when I walked into the hotel the other day, what's your chance? I said 40-60.
Yeah?
So this is actually very realistic. That's a decent chance.
I'm just checking what time it is right now in Los Angeles for us to be having this kind of result.
The East Coast exists too, Raz.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, 3 hours to the LA time.
Yeah, it's noon.
Okay, there we go.
I have to. Like, this Team Liquid, yes, they lost the finals, but it was the most hype I've ever heard about an NA team. I think maybe in 10 years coming into this World Championship, right? Is that really all deflated because of that finals?
I don't think it is. I think we're hoping...
Then you should give it a 50-50.
Yeah!
At least.
It's a 50-50. If GB's not here to say it, I'm going to say it.
All right, casters,
Fingers
it's
crossed.
a 50-50.
They can do it.
Yes.
It's a 50-50.
Yes, it is. Okay, 50-50. There you go. Perfect.
Jet's just being a Debbie Downer. Where's the NA hype? We haven't even lost yet, Jet.
Need more people like Raz who just wants to throw it out there. I mean, there is a lot of hype coming around TL. As Azale, by the way, might be cursed, but today's the day we break it, I think.
No, I have cast best of 1 wins. I just
you?
have never cast a series
Good
win
context.
for NA, so we're fine. If
So
you're an
this is
NA
not a
fan, you're
series.
panicking, not a series. It's
Like,
fine. It's just the best of
winnable.
1. I've cast those wins.
And hey, to be fair, like they said on the desk as well, this is a very hyped up matchup because a lot of people had questions about LNG after watching through their summer playoffs. Obviously getting wiped out by Weibo for them to make the run. They came through as 3rd seed, But again, I think there were a lot of questions about Weibo in that series, and I think it was kind of a one-off when you consider how strong the other seeds of the LPL are and how much LNG had to actually do for us to give them faith. They only just started running in summer. Before then, they were one of the worst teams in the LPL, or at least one of the most questionable.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I do think that LNG, has their vulnerabilities. They're not a bulletproof team. They do make mistakes. Sometimes they have poor engages. Sometimes they aren't really perfectly coordinated in how they actually want to play out the game. But on the other side, TL, I think this is going to be a big test for them. There is a lot of hype around this team. I absolutely agree with Shocks. I think this is the most excited I have heard, fans and analysts and stuff be about a team really since like 2016 TSM, which did not work out at all. But it is, really exciting to see a team performing at this level. They swept Fnatic multiple times this year in BO3 series that they ran into them. They almost beat T1 twice. They were able to take games off them. So really the next step, if there is to be one moving forward, is to take a series off of an Eastern team. And I know that TL has been working incredibly hard to really develop as a squad and to try to be able to do that. So, we're going to see, are they going to be able to be competitive against LNG? It is just one game. It is just a BO1. But I think people are really going to make a lot of judgments based on this first game here at Worlds.
And let's be very real as well. In this game, I feel like we're going to be expecting a lane swap as TL. It's their bread and butter, one of the best to do it as well. Let's look through as we get the Lucian ban on the other side. Aurora gone as well. Skarner open for TL to try and work their magic with Umti.
Yeah, I mean, the big question for me is just what style is TL going to bring out? Because we have seen even some of the very best teams bring out old styles, right? When we look to the Gen G draft, when we look to play-ins day one with PSG going back to all these champions that were nerfed, even Rumble here, going to get picked for Zika. He's one of these champions that was heavily nerfed, and initially people were saying, okay, it's going to be dead. So I'm really curious to see what APA is going to bring out. There's a lot of questions on like, oh, well, can APA actually work well in this meta? He was known as a mage guy. Like, I think it's really weird when I hear people talking about, he can only play AD carries. How are they going to be able to make it work? I'm like, bro, a year ago, everyone was calling him a Ziggs Asol 2 tricks. So like, what is it? So I am going to be interested to see, is he going to be going back to that sort of style? Is he going to be trying to just play meta and play Syndra and play Ori? Is he going to be playing something completely different? But with those first 3 picks, pretty aggressive stuff here. Jan going to be grabbing the Kaisa. We have Jax here, as well as that Skarner. There is some slight potential for it to be flexed around, but the expectation definitely that it is going to be Jax top here for Impact, which is not really the TL style. Generally he is just kind of on another meatball. And TL traditionally throughout this year really did play 2 carry comps, almost exclusively. They would play APA and Jan on carries, and they would kind of just play 3 other champions to enable and set them up. So Impact going to be playing a little bit of a different matchup here, and we'll see if that does work out for them. Where LNG, they're still playing a couple patches ago. And we'll see if this does work, because this is Tristana mid for Scout. He was excellent on these types of picks. This is going to be the Rumble top as well. So a couple champions that have been pretty heavily nerfed, but they definitely can make work.
I know there's a big discussion about the scrim bubbles as well since Asia came late to Europe. Only a couple of days ago we were just talking about it, and for Korea, for China, these teams that have come alongside these leagues, we don't know what they've been scrimming. We don't know how different it is and who's been lingering in the past, as you were saying.
Who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah, that's right. It develops over the meta. That's why Swiss is so good, because as you start getting into the BO3s, you start getting a closer look as well. Now, I want to continue with draft because I feel like now it's going to show our head of what Weiwei wants to pilot running into this Skarner. Talia's the ban away, the Maokai denial from TL side as well, giving Weiwei a bit more agency, as we know historically, especially last year on Weibo, it was Weiwei's bread and butter as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, and this year for LNG, he was playing a lot of Sejuani, so he definitely can play that facilitative role. Also did play, obviously, a lot of AP junglers, as most junglers around the world did do. So it's just really kind of anyone's guess as to what the team's reads are, because clearly we're having some very different reads. Some teams are playing more kind of what's expected, this new age style, but a lot of our top teams and a lot of these Eastern teams are coming out and just saying, you know what, we're just kind of playing the old thing. We had Xiaohu on Lucian, we had Chovy, playing Smolder, we're having Scout playing the Tristana, we're having all these kind of different picks that were considered to be that old style. And we'll have to see if this continues to work. Hey, maybe other teams are going to be reverting back to it. True. And it's going to be really interesting, as Arel would be a pretty obvious pick here, a potential takeaway for CoreJJ, obviously a good pairing with the Kaisa. Nautilus has also been banned out. Those are kind of the 2 main pairings that you do generally look for with the Kaisa. And Alistar is also banned by TL, so they are pretty limited as far as that kind of support engage pool. It really is those 4 champions that are considered kind of like that top tier of engaged supports. Of course, there are other ways you can go, but it will be be interesting to see what Core wants to bring out here, as they do know what the 2v2 is now. So their one kind of edge is that they could actually pick potentially for that 2v2 lane. And it is going to be Nico. So this is one of the things that APA was bringing out quite a while ago, and did have some success with. You know, definitely wasn't succeeding in lane, but was more known for his team fights. But he has improved massively over the year. You know, if you haven't watched this guy since like Worlds last year, he had played a handful of games with TL before playoffs. You know, he was a sub in summer last year, and him and Jan have improved so much since last year's Worlds. So I know they're really looking to try to have a good performance and showcase to the world, hey, we are not those same players who were last year. We really have come here to compete.
I mean, I remember at MSI reflecting, going like the talent on this team is insane. And in fact, watching domestically for LCS, you know that's only grown, you know, with Impact and Core JJ being such stellar standouts of the LCS end of TL. Having a stronger foundation only makes this team scary. Now, we've hyped up TL. Of course, I got a Zale here, so I'm going to milk it as much as I can. But on the other side for LNG, I mean, solo laners have a bit of prowess here again. You're expecting to be facilitated by Weiwei. This feels about right with Gala and Hung playing, you know, bot-centric duty with the Jhin, with the setup duty that we talked about before. This feels like an LNG comp where, again, you look for those solo laners to be in a good spot so the LNG don't fall behind and look like headless chickens.
And I've got to say, I find Rumble, Sejuani a pretty terrifying 2v2 there, you know, for the Jax, for the Skarner. That's going to be really scary for Impact. Again, he's not really known, you know, as a guy who is kind of that carry player. He does bring them out from time to time, and he can be successful on them. His world skin is a Jax skin, but that was a long time ago, and that's not really how he's kind of, you know, won the MVP this year. That's not really how he's been at the top of the LCS for so long, and even been really competitive internationally. This is a guy that does command a lot of respect when he does go there. So I do think Weiwei and Zika could have a lot of pressure on top side. It's going to be up to UMT to try to keep Impact safe, and we'll see if this Jax can avoid falling behind, because he'd be useless very, very quickly if he does.
And let's see if TL can bring themselves up the region's merit, because 100 Thieves getting knocked out in play-ins was a big sting to North America. There are high expectations on TL. There are high expectations on FlyQuest. And even though TL didn't win the championship, I think a lot of analysts and a lot of people are saying the same thing. Like, this is still the best team coming out of LCS when you look at the whole of summer and their progression throughout and how dominant they were.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's the same discussion that people are having with Gen G, where a lot of people are still favoring Gen G over HLE, because you're looking at the entirety of the year, the entirety of the split, you know, not just one best of 5 at the end of the day, where FlyQuest did really perform incredibly well and deservedly are the champions, but people still have a lot of expectations here for TL.
Now for the other side for LNG, yes, their power rankings are higher. Thank you to AWS, but LNG were managing to come through in a 3-0 fashion versus Weibo in that regional finals. The biggest thing about LNG for me is that seeing Scout succeed is a big tick. You know, getting him ahead and getting him to a good spot. And he is such a great player, but then again, if LNG don't have that direction, that's when things get a little bit dicey, as I was saying in the lead-up.
Absolutely, and TL are looking like they're going into lane swap, so we can talk a little bit about you know, Jan and APA and their development. So this is all pro votes that they actually received. You're going back all the way to summer last year, as
he's just getting hung at the moment.
But we'll be able to farm that up. APA, in even spring this year, didn't get a single vote, not a single point in all-pro voting, and he was very heavily the favorite and won first team all-pro this split. You know, he has developed massively. Jan as well, you know, got a couple points, you know, kind of some third place votes and things like that in the past. But these players have just worked so hard and improved so fast that it has really been a big part of why this team got so much better. You know, obviously Core and Impact, they are legends. They were already kind of that basis for the team.
Good basis.
And with APA and Jan improving around them, it's been something that has allowed this team to really kind of build around that and have that as their focus for these 2 carry comps. As we are seeing Impact here, potentially going to get Dove, but Core did base early top, and he is running straight down, so we'll see if he's going to get there in time.
And got a level off it as well, of course, Level's very important in the lane swaps, as we've seen not only throughout today, but the course of Worlds. Counting on that.
This
Impact
is a 4v2,
level 2.
This is looking rough, and Weiwei's level 3 as well.
Is it going to be enough for Jax? As you said, Core is now shadowing. LNG trying to commit to this dive. Big wave coming through. 4th shot to start off the damage. Goes into turret. Zika hovering top instead. And they say no, Azale. They're like, yep, we're leaving it.
This is actually massive, as they're going to just abandon the dive. So they didn't have confidence that they could actually pull it off with Core JJ showing up. So Core making a really good move there. This is something that they've been getting so much credit for, in NA especially, but even from a lot of analysts around the world, TL is so adept at playing out these lane swaps. They really know their timings. They are someone that in the LCS was constantly innovating the way in which we played out these lane swaps and really making a lot of other teams in the LCS look kind of dizzy in these situations.
Feeds into the narrative I know you guys have been talking about mainly all year, and also I've been talking to you about particularly that Core is just so smart as well with his map placement in the early game and how they can play around his movements.
I mean, it's really funny when you talk to other pros against Cores. We're going to have to fight here.
It is a big brain one at that to start us off, but Impact gets on out, and Gala and Hung just too strong, getting some damage back on TL.
A lot of pros always talk about how there's always a point in the game where there's this one wave you need to crash, or there's one part where you need to be covered. And they're saying if you're playing against Core, you can guarantee he's in the brush. Like, he's going to be there to mess it up. He's going to be there to really put pressure on you. And he kind of has that I don't know, that aura, I guess, about him, where, you know, in the LCS, people really do struggle to play against him, and he always seems to know exactly where to be on the map here. But LNG, you know, we have to talk about them. This is obviously an incredibly stacked team. They are so strong when they are working well. I think their struggles, you know, can come at times, you know, when they're not on the same page, and, you know, how they're playing out in the team fights. I think Hung can be a little bit up and down, and how he works with Wei, you know, isn't always at the same level as those top support jungle duos in the LPL. But Scout is truly world-class. Sick is truly world-class. Gala is incredible. Like, these guys are some of the best carries around when they're on their game. They can be nearly unbeatable.
I mean, Zika is now for sure, right? I think this year's been a great development year for him as well. Rough spring, as we already mentioned, for LNG, and I know we're going into the stories, but it's a general lane swap, guys. We've seen the defense from Core JJ, Hung and unable to stop the back as he tries a Shattering Strike into Fog of War. Core just backs away, and he looks to go and match top yet again. But my point being that LNG are a surprising team. The fact that they even made it here with this last-minute run, with this pop-off from Scout, with Zika's development, and the fact that if you look at the Weibo 3-0 in regionals, Zika was a real big carry of that series. Things like his Na are incredible, and I think Zika's just matured so much as a player amidst a league where we have incredible, I said we, as on LEC now, they have incredible top laners in the league. I said I'm not caught, it's all right.
Yeah, saved it for sure.
Thank you.
LNG has opened up a little lead here, but not too big of a deal. And again, I think, you know, TL's going to be pretty happy to have avoided that early lane state. You know, talking about that rumble as Sejuani into the Jax, that's definitely problematic. And Jin, obviously a really strong early laner here as well. So definitely happy to be just down a little bit of gold here. And at the end of the day, it's just about 200 gold. It's pretty much just that plate and a little bit of farm. So not really a big deal whatsoever. And TL just going to be looking to play potentially for these grubs here. We'll see if they're going to be looking towards that, as traditionally in the LCS they have been pretty heavily preferring to go for the grubs instead of down towards Dragon.
As again said earlier before by Dracos and Vetty about the Dragon priority for LPL teams, considering the bot laners they have now. Grub spawn. Wei is up here at the right time, but you can see as well as the back comes through from the bottom lane of Yon, TL still aren't going to find themselves into a fight.
Yeah, I mean, TL has push in mid and they have push in top, so they're feeling pretty good. You could see that the clone from APA, he actually just sent it up over towards Raptors and had the recall there, which extends the clone animation, so he had a little bit of scouting. And now Core going to move in. LNG didn't actually get to trade anything on the other side of the map. We'll see if they can look for an angle here on Yon, though, as they have found him a little bit exposed. Not confident to go for it, though, because I don't actually think that Core was ever spotted leaving lane, so they're not sure if he's in that side brush, and it's going to be TL's looking for their play mid.
Pull the double whammy onto Scout. Pop Blossom down, interrupts the jump, and Tangle Barbs hits max range. He flashed in a straight line, and that's an easy rush into the wall. TL open up, blood first in mid.
Nicely done from TL, striking first. They're going to try to get Yon back, but a good killer instinct there. Pulls him to safety after the cleanse is used. The interrupt on the rocket jump, the timing there really nice from APA. Scout a little bit late on the buster shot to try to knock him back to safety. Ends up dying, loses his flash, and has no TP, so it's a bit of a costly death there for him. Unfortunately, is the one that gets the kill. It's not going to be going over on APA, but still TL going to be really happy about how this game is starting out. And let's see if they can remain calm, play their game, because this in NA was definitely their comfort zone. You know, they are a team that when they get ahead are really adept at taking over enemy space on the map, pressuring jungle camps. And this is something that last year they really started to talk about, where they really wanted to make a transformation and try to turn themselves into that top team. And they talked about, you know, you can be scared of a play going going wrong, or you can just make the correct decision and say, this is the right play to go for. Who cares if it goes wrong? We need to actually believe in our mechanics. We need to believe in our ability to play it out. So they became a team that really was contesting a lot for objectives when they're ahead. They're going to fight you for camps. They're going to fight you at every turn, and just believe that they're going to be able to pull it off, and we'll see if they can do it at this elite level here at Worlds.
It's what would give them a head start here in the Swiss stage. Again, against LNG, we said this was competitive for a big reason, and in this early game, not just that first blood, but the 3 grubs going over to TL as well. Dragon sits there, a miss for now, as top laners are still bot laners are still top, and Core consistently moving now to match Hung, who is also trying to find an angle around this mid lane.
Yeah, he's grouping up here with Weiwei. Obviously, TL made that first strike with the Leona and that Skarner combo, but APA is getting out to the side there again, just going to be constantly using that clone recall. Does extend the animation, allows you to scout, allows you to kind of check these brushes pretty safely. And Jan obviously has Core behind him, knows that is in the area, so they're feeling confident then push back up towards this top side. You're going to be seeing Core move and play with so heavily. It often means Jan is having to play, in these 1v1, 1v2 situations, and he's become pretty comfortable in those spots, but it is something that LNG could look to try to capitalize on. If they can get good vision, if they can find Core on a roam, you can sometimes punish those windows.
Like right now, as he sits on the ward, Weiwei is already up in this topside jungle as he clears Krugs. It's also sitting in the pixel brush, so you're right. This could be bad as the setup's there, but pull away.
Yeah, and Zika was actually just basing, so if TL overcommit to this, there could be a TP on that play potentially to the tower, drop an equalizer. Actually, excuse me, he did just drop the equalizer to push the wave, so not much of an opportunity to do that. But doesn't amount in anything. Zika just gets the push in with that equalizer, does go back to base, just kind of using that for tempo. And Scout and APA just farming it out. APA does have that slight farm advantage as well as the assist.
They didn't think he'd stick around. Weiwei just stayed up until he could find the play, and Core JJ is going to be the victim. Gala gets his first kill of this best of one. And Umti now looking for a response play, but it's free turret plating for Gala as he's still engaged on. Umti wants the angle, but out of range, still slowed down. But you got to ask yourself, what can he find? An Impale is exactly that, but Hung tries to get out. The Shattering Strike down. It won't matter. He disengages an LNG walk away. Now looking at grubs in 30 seconds.
Yeah, not going to be able to really get anything from that. And now with that ulti down, it's a lot harder to actually fight on the grubs. So a good punish on Core as they're going to go re-engage.
Umti doubling down himself, throws a rock, good damage onto Gala. Maybe that changes the grub play here as there's so much damage. All in from Yon. Gala has to flash. And I think it definitely changes the landscape of those grubs.
Yeah, that was actually really nice. The extended play there from Umti, delaying the recall again. They're trying to set themselves up for this grubs play. They know they didn't get a kill with the ulti, so they had to get that extra man advantage there. And now they will be able to have that. Umti is going to be able to start it up, but will take him some time. They're just spawning now, but TL at the very least are going to get 4. We'll see if LNG can even get over there to contest anything. But with APA having full push mid, with that extra extended play up on the top side, forcing out Gala's flash, this is looking like it's just going to be a 6 grub game here for TL, and they're going to be feeling really happy about that, especially when you consider the fact that Jax is in this game, someone who can play through side lanes very well later on. But even if they do just end up getting the 5, they're going to be pretty happy about that, as Hung's looking mid with Zika.
APA may be in a bit of trouble. They picked the wrong target, though. He tries to cut out first, but drawn back into the Magnet Storm as Umti tries to carry. Even though he's brought Zika back into turret range, it's not enough damage. They find the mid laner of TL, but they got 5 grubs in the end anyway. Weiwei just has to get the scraps after the play.
Definitely a mistake from APA, though. It was actually a nice backstep on that deadly flourish from the Jhin, but then you need to flash. You need to be able to just spend the summoner, survive in that situation. Does get a little bit greedy. I think thought he could fully outplay it. Then when he actually gets hit by the CC from Rel, realizes, you know what, I'm dead. I'm not going to expend the flash. So correct decision from that spot, but definitely a mistake and a good punish there from LNG, who open up a small gold advantage here. But this is one that is very, very even, and TL, we're going to see if they can make it happen in the team fights where LNG can really make some magic happen here, and Gala now has the early 2 kills.
Remember, Dragon's still sitting there 12 minutes into the game. First Dragon just ignored, and I want to talk about the other objective that was taken. I think the biggest part is the fact that they denied it from LNG. The fact that you have Rumble on the side lane, you have Scout on this Tristana. No grubs here outside of the 1 is always important to note, especially when a team can push so fast. Now, that's an engage from Core JJ. It's a Zenith Blade with a Deadly Flourish mixed on in. You add Tonic to that, you get a nice drink, but for now, TL just get the push in bot, and defense comes through as LNG hover in case there's more.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to move over to this Dragon. LNG know it's a little bit dicey if you do contest here with Gala having no flash, because Core has his flash back, Umti has his flash, so it could be scary. APA even held on to his, obviously, in mid lane, so I do think they're likely to just give this one up. But LNG at least poking around, Hung just making sure that there is space for Gala to push out the wave on bot side, and he is going to be able to at least do that. So TL, take another objective. LNG just get control of the waves, and we continue forward. It's just been kind of a very calm game. They are going to try to see if there's an angle for Hung.
Good damage, and Skarner does do damage. He has to flash away because the Impale probably gets a kill with the help of General Umti's support, as well as Yon nearby.
Yeah, little bit of pressure here from Umti. Has been pretty effective in these ganks. You know, did actually force the flash from Gala, helped get the kill in mid lane with that first blood. Now forces another flash down here on bot side. But if he does finish this recall, could be in trouble.
On the core JJ, it's a Glacial Prison, but Umti's still here. But Shattering Strike stops him mid-wall. TL is stuck in a 3v3 with health bar disadvantages. LNG still hover around. It's a good attempt, but now...
Oh, they're looking for Zika.
It's a cheeky minion. Now that's a sus guy. How did he get here, says Zika, as he's got his flash available on the wrong side of the rift, but a Pop Blossom down means it's an easy kill. Always plan ahead with your teleport is a good reminder for TL's second kill.
Nicely done by APA. Gets up towards the top side. Umti's able to cover the attack on bot side there from Weiwei. You know, Core wanted to go for the re-engage onto Hung and might have been able to kill him if that Zenith blade connected. Who knows? It would have been a pretty close fight, I think, but wasn't quite able to connect it. But they do make a play on the top side. Impact joining up there with APA, punishing Zuka, and wasn't able to really get much of an advantage at all with this early rumble. Obviously, can still be a strong team fight pick, but Impact on the Jax going to be feeling so good about his spot. Has the 5 grubs here, is going to be able to outscale this rumble pretty heavily in the 1v1.
Oh, yeah.
And that could be problematic for LNG later on if Zika gets put into a spot where he's just forced to group and Impact can kind of have his run in the side lane.
But Herald has spawned and LNG are looking their eyes towards it. It's a MasterCard lane economy snapshot. It's going to show you this early game is a little bit tilted. Gala in a good spot, but also APA in a great spot considering the early gank that came through from Umti. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Gold is quite even here. Remembering the grub's the only big advantage with the Dragon on top.
And APA is going a pretty aggressive build here. He did go Storm Surge, so we'll see if he's just going Storm Surge Ludens, which is kind of, you know, the popular build right now on this patch. But a lot of Nico players, you know, do go different builds, you know, Proto Belt, you know, things like that. So we'll see where he is going to play.
Turret going as well, by the way.
LNG are able to take that top lane turret, but TL obviously pushing mid and also are able to grab that tower very likely on the bottom side as Jan is down there.
Weiwei sends out the prison, but it's a good kite away. It's only a clone in the end from APA.
Yeah, Jan's going to get solo gold here on the bot lane tower, so it is going to be a trade with obviously first tower going to LNG, but all of the gold getting isolated on Jan is a really good thing for the TL AD carry, who they do have so much faith in at this point.
I mean, again, you talked about him being a bit more stable coming into summer as well, and I love the story, especially when you're against such veterans, when you're with such veterans, I should say. That has a chance to be an insane North American, or, you know, let's just call it like Western bottom lane.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
In the next couple of years, or even now, right?
Yeah, I know Jan has improved a lot, and we'll see. As it's going to be another flash force there by Umti, but Umti is going to be in some trouble.
He is in no man's land, but he won't get pulled out of the wall, so he drifts his way out. TL are still thinking about the engage as Zenith Blade turns it on its head. Solar Flare onto Gala on the back. Pop Blossom is no one. Gala flashes away and Hung disengages rather, resets up the equalizer, hurting as well, separating TL from one another, and Zika just lets the flamethrower unleash. LNG know they've got them on the run, and TL can't stay and can't stick around any further.
Yeah, I can't find anyone with that ultimate, as Gala was able to flash out. The earlier ultimate from Skarner also forced a flash from Zika, so they do get some summoners, but as a result, LNG dodge those big team fight ultis and are able to win out pretty massively because Scout wasn't even there. So Scout's taking the bot lane tier 1. They're going to crash the Herald into mid. They're likely going to get both of these towers, and that is going to open up a significant advantage for LNG. TL really overcommitting in that top side there to try to go for this fight. I mean, Impact even TP'd in, and he couldn't even really join. If he just stayed down towards bot side and covered, it wouldn't have been that much of a loss to just have that one kill given over for a couple of flashes. But now TL find themselves out of nowhere at a 2.5k gold lead.
Thank you,
excuse me.
It's huge, right? But I think we're talking backstage about the difference of like some of these Eastern teams, when you make one mistake against them, some of the better teams, their ability to punish is huge. And the quickness to punish as well, I think is another big factor. They move to mid, they get bot as well. 3 outer turrets now taken by LNG to move them into a 2k gold lead.
And I mean, the real question now for TL is the only thing you got from that is some flashes, right? So now you have to be able to punish Gala. Now you have to be able to punish Zika and have something come from that fight. Otherwise, it's a complete loss because LNG just played the map. You know, they're able to get these towers. They win out on the fight, so they're feeling so good about their position. And we'll see if TL can make anything happen with those slight advantages, with those summoners that they were able to force. But it's going to be tough because obviously there's no flash on APA or either. Core in a spot here could be dangerous.
He engaged onto that. He's now used his solar flare, but Hung and Zika are the ones in trouble. Omti rams him in, but he doesn't get until the Impale brings it back. Locked in place. Zika is a free target for Yon to get a kill. Lower health bars on the jungler here, but TL find a pick right before the Dragon.
Yeah, they're able to get that pick. That's pretty big. I thought was actually going to drive him to safety there for a second. That got a little bit dicey.
Sketchy.
And then as Yon was pushing forward, he had to actually walk on the equalizer to finish off the kill. So not as clean as TL would like. Scout is coming. Impact also here on the flank. LNG looking like they potentially want to keep fighting this because Zika's going to be up in 12 seconds and he has TP, so they'll have a massive HP advantage if they can make this time.
Impact has everything available though. Curtain Call is brought into the forefront as TL's top laner thinks of an angle himself, but Core JJ has to absorb the bullet onto the back line. No, it's going over to TL, the Dragon, but they're caught in the middle. The TP bringing Zika back in as you labeled before as Opti drives out of there. TL looking for the grand escape, but Impact's now lost his team. He's behind enemy lines, but not for much longer as LNG look for another chase down. Yon is solo. Core JJ in kill range as well. He'll sacrifice his life, giving another kill over for the Dragon that makes 2. LNG gets some gold back.
Honestly, not that bad though, because they're going to get the mid lane tier 1 as well. So they do get something back here, but we'll see if Scout can actually find a kill. He TP'd deep to try to look for APA, not able to find it. So TL do get the Dragon here. They are winning the objective game a little bit, but LNG maintaining that about 2,000 gold lead has closed itself down a little bit. But this was honestly really well played by LNG to just buy time because they knew that they had the HP advantage. As soon as Zika's going to be rejoining the fight, it's going to be a 1-5v5 for them, no problem. So TL just had to focus down on that Dragon, but the Jhin ult bought so much time and created so much chaos for TL, so they couldn't really just kind of fully focus on what they wanted to do, killing that Dragon and getting out. It allows them to catch up, kill Impact, and also Core on the exit here. And Impact, you know, had that strong early game, but really has not made any difference in the game thus far. You know, hasn't been able to put much pressure on the side lanes, hasn't really been able to find a way in these 5v5s. So he's got to be careful because, you know, if you do spend too much time as grouping as Jackson, you aren't able to really make a big difference, and you're not getting that gold, right? And this is one of the things that I've always kind of had as a criticism of Impact when he plays carries, because he is such a selfless player, which is great when you're playing tanks and playing that supportive style.
Oh, yeah.
But when you put yourself on a carry, you need to be greedy. You need to play for yourself, put yourself in a position to win, play for your goal, play for your lane. And sometimes I do think he overgroups. He plays towards those tank tendencies, which can really hurt him on a champion like this.
And especially in a game against Zika. Last year, we were talking about Zika's ability to be flexible, kind of a mix between 369 and Bin. And I think he's become a lot better at carries, but he's still got that selfless style as well. He's still very flexible as a player, even on things like Rumble. It's a nice comparison here as we set TL up for the potential Baron. It's a setup of picks with the deadly flourish on the other side, and it is a miss in the end.
Yeah, the Skarner ult not able to connect there. Thought he might have had an angle to get Scout, goes for it, does end up missing. So now that's kind of TL's turn, so to speak, over on the map. It's going to be LNG who are going to be able to move in, take some vision, potentially clear out some of these wards around the Baron that TL does have. We see Impact down towards that bot lane, going to be looking to push that wave up here, try to put on a little bit of pressure, but obviously TL don't have a lot of deep vision, so he does have that one pink ward that's a little bit shallow and one ward over behind the enemy wolves, which is going to keep him somewhat safe and kind of give him that confidence. He also knows, of course, that LNG are clearing out the vision over here, so APA going to look for a potential angle, but nothing there just yet. We'll see if they can try to find Hung.
He can be a ward. He can be a control ward. He's now adapted. And also APA, he's got a rocket belt as well as his flash available. And I know when Nico's in the meta, we always take account of the flash being one of the most important tools to angle yourself, as we saw earlier on. Players like Faker pulling it out and almost clutching a win.
Yeah, exactly, right? And we saw kind of both sides of it. We saw Faker have some incredible engages, but if you do swing and you miss, right, if they're able to flash out, you don't really have much after it. It is kind of that one-punch team fight.
Yeah.
So it's really tough because, yeah, you have the flash, you have the rocket belt, but you have to be so on point with your engages because if you go in for that big combo, they flash out of it, it can just be a straight-up lost team fight unless you are really creating enough chaos that the rest of your team is able to get that work done. So that's where he has to coordinate with MT, with Impact, so that even if they're flashing out of that Nico ultimate, they're flashing into the waiting arms of the Skarner, of the Jax. Otherwise, things definitely could look bad for them here because LNG has a lot of damage, a lot of consistent damage here as well as TL. They don't spot that ward, so LNG have full info on this, but they're not reacting.
Scout also just backed, and his teleport's not up and available yet.
They just were not reacting at all. They're just standing there on the bot side.
LNG,
it's gone.
There's a ward that you see the Baron.
That was bizarre.
What in the OME was that? LNG just lost Baron, and TL just snuck it.
Yeah, I mean, this is something TL did a lot in the LCS, but they had a ward that was on it. They reacted so slowly. I guess they just decided, you know what? Checkmate, you got us. Like, they thought they couldn't get there in time or something, but that was really, really weird because it was such a delayed reaction from LNG. They see them over by the Baron. They don't actually end up moving. I want to see that replay because I'm so curious. Like, I assume that ward gave them full vision, but maybe there's somehow the TL was only on the bottom side of the pit, and like, because there are some weird wards on the map where they don't give you the vision where you think they would.
I mean, Observer toggled vision and showed us, you know, LNG's viewpoint. I'm so confused.
Well, LNG do give up the Baron. TL pulling that gold back to pretty much even here, and now you have 5 grubs on Impact. You have Scout, though, playing towards Zika, which is something that he did so much in the LPL. They love to overload these side lanes with both their solo laners, look for picks. We'll see if Scout commits to this. They don't see Scout anywhere, so Impact should have an idea that this could be going on. He just needs to slow play, allow TL to grab the dragon here, don't give an angle, and that's exactly what he's doing. Now once Scout shows in mid, Impact can start to push forward once again here, and we'll see if TL can make it happen as Zika's going back to base and preparing for a potential TP.
No, TP wards are deep, though. There's only one right in front of the dragon here if TL overextend into the enemy jungle. So LNG have that angle as Zika now just receives the next wave. As you see, Scout has already walked down, and for this third dragon, I will say giving it to TL, though, opens up a lot of doors in this game.
Well, look at mid lane. This is the problem, is LNG have kind of overcommitted to this bot side. They lost control of mid lane, so TL are going to say, yeah, go for it. Great, you take the dragon. We could potentially go for this tier 2 mid. And now Impact's coming from below. They're going to look for the fight. Here comes Nico.
Remember, Yon as well can find the angle. As you said, that's only a clone. Impact has already teleported in, but it's a crushing blow. Impact finds a one-man as a Pop Blossom on 2 on the edge is good, but Hung keeps him at bay. Zika just runs through the rest of them with a good old g'day as he burns him down. Core JJ's next. You can see Hung on this rel played such a big role, and TL not getting the perfect fight we wanted that we talked about moments ago cost them dearly.
Yeah, LNG win the fight there. I want to see that one more time because it looked like APA fully whiffed on the ulti. I think he was trying to flash over the fat wall there to actually get back onto Gala, who Impact was able to force the flash out from. You know, Gala's flashing away. He thought he was going to get over the wall here. Let's watch this one more time because he's coming in from above. The idea very clearly is Impact's going to come from below, push them up into the waiting arms of the Nico here. But let's watch APA one more time as he's looking for the angle here. And yeah, that flash, I mean, he gets nothing, right? Like, absolutely nothing there.
That's what he did, yeah.
No, so an absolute fail flash there from APA. Not the debut he wanted on the world stage. This guy has improved monumentally, but obviously feeling the pressure here. Didn't have a good showing at Worlds last year.
Yep.
And that is tough because that's the kind of fight, and you can see the stress on the coach's face there. Spawn and Rainover, they know it. That could have been the game-deciding fight. Like, they were in such a good position. If you crush that fight, as they probably should have with Nico on the flank, that could be a massive gold lead. That could put them in a position to just take the whole game, and instead, it's a whiffed engage there from APA. Falls flat on his face, and LNG definitely take advantage of it.
So close. Again, you know, only by an inch it really feels like, and again, timing a big factor there. But as it hurts to watch, you can look at LNG on the other side and see what they got from it. They stopped the dragon stacking. It's not game-defining yet, but Zika picking up so many more resources now. He's also got to seek his armor guard to run him into the fight with a fully completed second item here. So here we go. TL just going to try and push through mid as LNG look for another angle or another afterthought.
And that being said, you know, at the end of the day, the gold is still very even. You know, TL is still in this game. Definitely a failed fight there, and one that TL are going to want back, APA especially. But they need to stay calm. They need to be able to just kind of realize, you know what? The game is still in our hands. We still have an ability to win this one. We'll see if they are going to be able to do it, as Scout is just playing so heavily through side lanes, creating more and more of an advantage. He's quietly opened up 1,000 gold here over APA. And Impact has not been spending as much time in those side lanes, so, you know, hasn't gotten quite as strong as he would like to get, though he is in quite a good spot here. Has the Thunder Sky, has a Triforce, likely working towards a Randuin's next against the double AD. Makes a lot of sense. You can see the Randuin's already completed there on Umti as well, as Gala has delayed his armor pen, so Last Whisper going to be coming in fourth for him. But he could struggle with some of these frontliners until that is completed.
But at least some of the flies like Yon and APA are going to be destroyed by Gala's damage, as had a bit of a lead earlier on. He was in a decent spot, but I shouldn't say. Yon has still been keeping up. 3 items for this Kai'Sa as well. And I am looking at Scout, as you mentioned. We do have some healing cut to be used against TL in this game. Specifically, not sure as Impale goes golden and Zika just avoids, but a Tangle Barbs as well. Equalizes down. Zika has his own time to spare, but he's not dead yet. He's not dead. Scout teleported in, sends him skyward, but Gala's ulti tags on the back end. APA lucky to be alive as Jean as well. These two carries are too low. TL need to scram, but he can't get away. That's Omti stuck in the ground as LNG just take him out for free.
Yeah, that's awful. There was a great equalizer from Zika to buy some time, and TL just kind of panicked and just tried to run for it there. It looked like they thought someone else is going to finish it off, surely, but no one else was able to stay and finish it off, and now Corkadai, this could be Baron potentially. Is this going to be spawning soon?
It's a permafrost. It's an easy kill. Nice Magnet Storm from Hung. Gala picks it up, and as you said, that Baron is up in 20 seconds, and there's an inner turret with a wave down on the bot side as well to think about.
Yeah, I mean, Zika played that really well. The Stasis used the Seekers there to immune the Skarner ult, buys time, did have that route timed well from APA, but they just didn't have the damage to actually fully burst him out. Yep. They commit heavily to it, and they're all kind of just roasting Eden the Equalizer to try to finish him off. They're getting so low, they realize that LNG is coming in with the reinforcements, and no one had the confidence to actually stay in and try to finish him there before they did. And hey, maybe if they stay, they all die.
Yeah.
But it didn't work out. It's a great play from Zika. LNG get even more. It doesn't look like they're going to try to set up for any sort of an early Baron push, though, so it will just be another kill and a slight gold advantage here to LNG. It's 2.5k, which obviously isn't nothing, but that's the same gold lead they had when they took 2 towers off that play like 10 minutes ago. So really it's all down to the execution, and these last couple fights, TL just has not had it.
And if they go wrong, again, we talked about Scout, what he can do inside, but for now he's joined the team. Impale didn't hit. General, what are we doing? How can you lead the troops like that? As LNG converge on his position, and he'll be taken out. 0-7 to that guy for 40 seconds while Baron's up in a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, TL really failing on some of these execution plays. They're looking very nervous, and now LNG are on the Baron. APA does have an angle here on a potential flank, but so does Hung below. Yon gonna spot him now.
Core JJ is gonna get whacked for a few to start it off. A good shattering strike. The equalizer laid perfectly to bear. Core JJ's ticking down. APA finally hits an ulti though, but the Magnet Storm is already back up. Can they get the damage down? You know the answer's no when Scout is hitting around, but Impact buys some time against these carries. He picked up a triple, but Gala and Scout are still standing, and that's all that matters as the ace blows them over.
Yeah, it's a nice try there for TL. They are obviously down a man, but in the 4v5, they do get 3 for 4 there. 3 kills going over onto Impact. Scout and Gala can't do the Baron. They know the UMT's respawning, so they're just going to run down and take the Dragon here, and the game will continue. Just about that 3,000 gold lead. Finally, APA finding a good engage on this angle, but Zika's equalizers have been so perfect, it feels like, in these fights and in these situations. The engage there from APA, really nice. Jan's able to get into the back line and try to really get some damage down, but he just gets focused down by Scout and Gala. Like, yes, you found a multi-man engage, but the 2 key carries were not touched, and that's why LNG was always going to win that fight. And you can see the frustration from MT that's very likely off of the missed ulti from before he died. He knows, you know, they are in a spot where they can win this game. They just have to execute, but they're failing to do so, and that's obviously really weighing on them.
And, you know, coming into this game, I was like, well, I feel like Omti, for me, from what I've watched, especially in that finals, was the weak portion. I feel like Inspired very much out-jungled him. But coming into this game, we have seen some really aggressive early play that's been great in his name. I think the Skarner pick has done a lot. It's just some of these last few fights haven't come through. TL haven't been able to execute all the angles that we talked about. But there's still hope here. And the hope for NA is not me glazing them. No, they're not a donut here. They're 3k down into the depths, but they're not out of this yet as TL try and set up to see if LNG start this Baron.
Yeah, still, it's about a 2,000, a little bit over 2.5k gold lead. You know, it really doesn't matter at this point. We'll see if Impact can get things done because he is really strong. It's a death cap done for APA, so if he hits that engage, he can 100 to 0 these players, and he is getting into the backline. Gala doesn't see him.
Until now, Pop Blossom there, he flushes over the wall. He reacts in time, and it feels like at the edge, he could see that little minion walking towards him as Impact in the permafrost range, but LNG have walked away.
So they force the flash, but again, this is the weakness here of champions that are so ulti reliant. You force the flash, but now you can't do anything until your ulti really is back up. So LNG are going to probably try to pressure the Baron. They know there's not that much threat from TL without the Nico ultimate here. So TL do spot it. We'll see if they can find a way to make this fight happen, missing that Nico ult.
Zika is coming in. He's just walked from mid-wave as simply a clone for now. It takes the bait of LNG as Impact walks into the pit at 4k. Weiwei thinks about flipping the game and classic LPL style in front of the pit. He does. does. Flip for the Baron, it goes to LNG. The curtain call sits over the wall and now looks for new targets as Jean has to get out of there. He's getting fried. He walks from the last 4 shot, that's good, but Zika now walking in after overheating himself, and LNG as a 5-stack. See blood. It's good burst damage here from APA off the side, and Yon helps with that, but it hasn't stopped here. LNG just want that little tick, but for Baron, they still walk out not losing anything, even though they couldn't chase TL down. That looked like free fishing.
Yeah, this is just so well done here by LNG, just recognizing, yes, you just lost your flash, but who cares? Nico doesn't have ult. Nico has no threat right now. Let's force the Baron. They do it expertly. You know, you call it a flip, but really it wasn't, because Scout just buster shots MT away as he's trying to get into the pit. The timing was very good. LNG execute really well on the play, showing their skill here on the world stage. Gala and Scout are really opening up massive advantages here, and TL at this point, you are 1 fight away from losing the game. You have got to be on point. They've got to find a way to punish these missing flashes, and as a result, they're going to try to overload the side lane here. They're going to look for Scout. Remember, he has no cleanse. If they can land the CC, they can get him.
Minions, Pop Blossom, he did his homework, but he has to flush away from Omti while the turret goes down regardless, so an attempt made again.
Yep, so at least they didn't commit flashes from TL. It's a good move towards the side lane. They do take down a tier 2 early, and they're going to be able to recall in time to likely try to defend, you know, their inhibitor. They're obviously, we're always going to lose this tower here, but Yon with Core on the side, they got to start clearing out this wave if they can. LNG could try to push the tempo here. They're going to go.
They're going to continue forward. As you said, the turret's going to turn into mincemeat. It's Core JJ locked on in. He turns it into a Zenith play because he can only engage, but Gala takes him downtown. A 4th shot into the ground as Omti tries to get it once again. It is support for now, but TL have lost too much damage on their jungler again. A Jhin ulti, easy as that, as APA almost gets clipped on the side. It's Zika who goes golden, buys time. It ticks over anyway, and that makes a double here for Gala. LNG in front of the Nexus turret at 34 minutes. Yes, it was back and forth for a while. Yes, TL had some options, but LNG remained valiant. And in their first game of Worlds here on the Swiss stage, the LPL 3rd seed as they run into Impact and burn down the rest will take their first win to lead them 1-0.
Well done by LNG. Scout and Gala standing strong here for the LPL, for LNG. Really able to take over this game. TL had their opportunities, but failed to execute on them in some key moments here. This is a game they're really going to want back. You don't get a lot of chances at the world stage to take down teams like LNG. They had one here today, but they couldn't quite execute on it. LNG just better in those key moments, recognizing when TL was weak and punishing them heavily.
Well, a lot of questions about LNG, but at least some answers in their opening day here as they take their bow for their win. We're going to throw it back to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Indeed, we will. I think I have probably 2 very frustrated LCS analysts flanking me, because congratulations to LNG for winning that game, but it did really feel like Team Liquid, you know, at many points in this game, had the possibility to blow up their gold lead, I think.
I'm depressed, Shocks.
Yeah, me too, bro.
You know, give me some of that popcorn, please.
I don't want any popcorn. I don't have an appetite right now. I mean, it was close.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You definitely want to come away with the win here, but ultimately, as we said with the format beforehand, lose to 3 unique teams to be eliminated, beat 3 unique teams to move on to the next round.
Yeah.
So as long as they don't over-tilt off this, I think there were some positive signs.
What were they?
So positive signs would be, I think they played the early game pretty well. I think they were in a pretty strong position, specifically the moment when APA failed his flash over the wall and Yon went in as if that was going to land. They make that fight work. They're on sole point, and maybe they win the game. And things went bad after that, but that's the moment I'd like them to focus on.
I gotta say, I was really nervous for LNG in the beginning. That looked like Spring Split. LNG coming into this, I see Scout kind of having an iffy one on Tristana in the mid lane, where he gets caught off guard. No buff on the Nico also with the W. Fail flashes afterwards and dies. I thought LNG were just gonna do the classic where they tilt off the face of the earth and they never come back into it.
He had to get it out of his system.
Yeah, he did.
And I apologize for those watching. I'm full cope right now. Like, full cope.
That's allowed.
They definitely tilted in that game. I'd say LNG definitely didn't. I think Scout looked fine, even if Trist, we didn't think we'd see that much Trist after we saw him playing and then it failed. But it looks like these picks that we thought were out of the meta and nerfed,
are
Rumble,
still in the
Trist,
meta.
LPL, LCK teams love them.
Yeah, and on top of that, there are a few moments, even just one moment on top side where Kaisa was able to tag. I think it was Jen Altis lost the mana, so she couldn't get the kill. So there were a lot of like tit-for-tat moments where anything could have meant for a larger advantage for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but Scout comes out on top, and he's in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back to this side of the stage for LNG's first victory here at the World Swiss stage, and I have Scout with me. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on making it to Worlds. I know the road was not easy for you. You actually found out recently that you were going to be able to make it. How much of an impact did it have on you personally, but also for the rest of the prep with the rest of the team, the fact that you came last minute here?
那首先恭喜你们拿下了本局比赛的胜利。那想问到 Scout 的选手，可能在此前呢，关于你本人能否参加世界赛，有一些遇到了一些小问题，想问一下这个方面对你个人，或者说对于整个队伍其他会不会有一点影响，以及是你们在克服了这个问题之后，现在又感觉怎么样？
就不知道有没有影响到其他队员吧，就可能对于这些的话也还好吧，然后就最终还是来到了世界赛嘛，所以要一副全力吧。
So actually, I have no idea the impact on the other teammates, but for me, it's just fine. But finally, eventually, I came here. Since I'm here for Worlds, I'm going to strive for it and go all out for it.
We're just happy that you could make it in the end. That's just what matters. And talking about LNG and your run, last year in Korea, you made it to quarterfinals, but no more. What makes you sure that this year is going to be different, especially given the fact that it's almost the same team, except Weiwei in the jungle?
那在去年的时候，在韩国你们是进到了 quarterfinals， 但是没有能够再往前一步。今年的这一个 LNG， 特别是在打野位置上有微微选手加入了，所以你觉得今年这一支 LNG 会有哪些不一样吗？
就可能跟去年比的话，可能还是差不多吧。然后我们的打法就可能也还是差不多的。然后就看我们前期打得怎么样吧。
So I think it's quite similar to the last year's LNG in terms of our play style, but it all comes down or depends on the early game.
All right, well, thinking about LNG at Worlds, I know that there's always huge expectations when it comes to LPL teams in general. Where would you guys rank yourself at Worlds right now?
那最后一个问题，其实到现在每次来到世界赛上，大家对于 LPL 的队伍都会充满期待。想问一下 Scout 的选手，你觉得 LNG 现在的整个实力水平是怎么样的？
可能就还是在 LPL 赛当中就比较强的队吧。然后每年的 LPL 都比较有希望吧。
I feel like LPL has always been prospective coming to the World Championship.
All right, well, we'll see how you guys can do. Thank you so much, Christina, for the translation. Scout, amazing to have you at Worlds once again. Thank you for the interview. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage.
Thank you so much. I can assume it was incredibly stressful. Maybe that's why, as to GV's point, they reverted a little bit to kind of spring LNG and the tendencies. Maybe they're catching up a bit, catching their groove. And despite this being a very, very close game for TL, you gotta hope that if things go the way they want, and I'm not saying they have been good the entire year in LPL, even sometimes in playoffs, you will not have seen what you've wanted. But if Scout is firing on all cylinders, if Zika has a breakout tournament, which he could be on track to show,
absolutely,
there is a lot of promise, but the competition is stiff.
It is, but I don't think LNG is the only team that's kind of shown this. We've already seen it from a lot of the Asian teams. I think as soon as we go into the second round of Swiss, we'll definitely see a much more defined meta as well, and probably also just the teams being a bit more cohesive. But yeah, LNG, I think they're very happy with the way this game played, because the early game did not look good for them. The only reason they kind of came back was because TL went for a massive overstep here in the enemy jungle.
They did, and this is also while Scout is bot lane pushing on Tristana, so it was a 5v4 where they were the ones that lost. So not only did they lose the gold, they lost a massive amount of tempo on this play.
Yeah, there was a few times in which they had actually looked for a play in the jungle, and even if they ended up losing flash for it, I mean, getting a flash off of the Jhin, they can't really make a repeat play happening afterwards. So to your point, yes, across the map, LNG is getting gold back for themselves. That's where the gold advantage was coming in there for them.
And a question to you in terms of TL, when they do fall behind a little or they don't have kind of like complete control of the game in the LCS this year, do you feel like they made macro mistakes or over-push mistakes like this, or is this out of character?
Here's what I think.
I'm ready for it.
With Team Liquid.
I'm ready for it.
At MSI,
yes,
they were worse but less nervous. Here, they are better but nervier. So they've actually improved, but they put so much pressure on themselves that they choked. Like they just, those are not moves you see from them normally, but the fact that they were in the position to throw those moments actually shows a level of improvement. So it's a matter of getting their head
your
right.
glass half full is so good.
That was a galactic.
So good.
That was insane.
Oh my God.
The reach and wraparound. But honestly,
no, but I love it.
It's great. I believe now. There it is. But yes, there were so many moments that people from the community will stick to. Of course, the fail flash from the Nico, the play that happened in the enemy side jungle, the ultimate that clearly Umpty was frustrated with. But if you look towards the LNG side, there's a lot to be excited about because that was them with the least amount of practice. Getting a game like that, and Zika, to your point, his Rumble ultis were game-changing and created a lot of space.
They were. Also, the Jhin was really good, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, LNG was able to out-team fight Team Liquid at the Dragon to take control, and this is one where Gala, I think, goes pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has a nice cleanse just to get out of it immediately, flash away from the Counter-Strike after. Unfortunate ultimate from APA, because TL has done a great job. They got Gala's cleanse, they got his flash.
He's dead.
The last thing just couldn't connect, but that's where the rest of LNG is already in position where Gala has bought them so much space. They've used so much of their abilities to try and get on the Jhin that when the rest of LNG finally comes around, it's over.
Did you just say that just because I thought it was another replay? And
I mean, totally, but I was trying to not.
He's trying to cover for us.
I'm trying to make sure that you knew exactly what I was saying.
Just buying space. It's crazy. He's doing great in his grave. That's sick. Good anyways, oof, you know it's a long day. But
we have 3 more games.
We do. And on the Cope side, 1 game sample size. Who cares?
Yeah. And listen, that wasn't even North America's #1 seed.
Exactly. FlyQuest is playing later.
And we haven't even seen EU's #1 seed. Both NA and EU are going to get wins today, Shocks.
Yes, and
I guarantee it.
LCS's #1 seed has never lost a game. Wait.
That was #3 seed.
That was the #3 seed. Yeah. But we have as well. It's all good. Yeah, we're going to take a quick break. I think we have 3 more games to come. So that's very exciting. Grab a snack as well. We have some popcorn. I'm going to commiserate a little bit with my LCS colleagues because things aren't going good for us. But we'll see you right back here in a jiffy.
We're going to win soon. Any minute now.
Before we do it, guys, take a look at the crowd, pick out some faces, make sure that you're enjoying the environment. This is actually a beautiful stage. The lights are much better here. Should be really, really comfortable playing, yeah?
Yeah. Roll's going down now, okay? I'm coming. Please jump, please. Counter cancel. No flash, no jump. Yeah. I think we got it. Roll going now, okay? No place, no jump.
LNG remain valiant, and in their first game of World here on the Swiss stage, the LPL 3rd seed as they run into Impact and burn down the rest will take their first win to lead them 1-0.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good. I just feel so good. I just feel so good. Here we go again, man, I'm on another one. Don't wait up for me, man, I'm on another run. Yeah, I hear the streets calling. I cannot ignore it. Walking on the border, feel the devil on my shoulder. Talk to me nice, I ain't got a lot left. Talk to me right. They remember when I used to walk in the light. Now I got a little walk in the bite. I've been on the verge of enough for me is too expensive. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, 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 renegade. You better run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away. You better run. Yeah, I tell the world, never label me the same. I feel nobody could relate. You can't box me in the day. I'm breaking chains, I'm in the raid. And it's just me, just me, just me. Don't box me in, it'll get interesting. Cause you don't know the pain that I'm wrestling. I'm a renegade when I ain't resting. That means all day. You don't wanna test me, this ain't all play. I could be the warm breeze on a cold day, or the one you gambling with after a parlay. Yeah, but that's just me, just me, just me. Don't push me unless you're feeling lucky, or you gonna turn this into a must-see. And I don't wanna go there, trust me. Renegade. I'm a renegade, renegade, renegade. Better run away, run away, run away. I'm a renegade.
Well, guess what? It's time for another matchup here in Swiss Day #1 as we walk you into Hanwha Live and PSG. You are so damn tall. It's crazy. I'm stepping on something as well. And you're not even wearing that like high shoes. It's difficult. Apparently Australians aren't tall. Canadians, though, the other part of the Commonwealth. I don't know what's in your food and your water, but man, it's working well. You look good.
Thank you. You too. It's good to be here casting with you. I think this is going to be hopefully a fun game. I mean, obviously on paper, I think everyone is going to say, you know, HLE, massive, massive favorites. But you never know. PSG, you know, they pulled off some miracles in the past.
They warmed up. They warmed up in the playing stage. At first, if we saw them on the day one as to what they are now, you'd be like, no way is this team going to get through.
Yeah.
But in recency, PSG did get there.
Their drafts against 100 Thieves, you know, gameplay aside, because 100 Thieves obviously didn't play well and PSG just slammed them, but their drafts against 100 Thieves, I really liked. They were just playing like standard, solid stuff. This is a good team. They're a good macro team. You know, they can play some really solid League of Legends here. I do think their draft reads, you know, as you're kind of alluding to, in the first series that they played were really poor.
Really
and even against MAD in the second series, I thought they were pretty poor as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, I do think they were kind of like scaling into play-ins, and I think this is a team that will have really benefited from actually getting to play in play-ins before coming up against an incredibly difficult opponent. Obviously, HLE is still, that all being said, is still massively favored. But, you know, PSG, maybe they can throw back to the Flash Wolves days and be some LCK killers, pull off some sort of an upset. It is a BO1, so...
Anything's possible in a BO1, you know?
But, I mean, Hanwha Life is looking so strong. I mean, they were able to overcome Gen G, and even though everyone's kind of talking about Gen G as they're the #1 seed, HLE did upset them in the finals.
And this is Gen G 2.0, don't forget.
It is.
We got Delight, Peanut, and we got Doran in the same roster, so it's just another Gen G anyway.
Absolutely, and you're paired up with a couple world champs, so not too shabby. Zeka and Viper, these guys are absolutely incredible. And I believe it was a 19 game or series losing streak that Hanwha had against Gen G before they beat them in the finals. So
it was crazy.
That was like absolutely insane. They played incredibly well. But even finals aside, this team, I think, you know, if you look at the totality of the year, I think they were the second best team in the LCK. Obviously, they did kind of get upset in spring by T1, and they didn't end up finishing top 2. But, you know, they were really, really solid. I think Peanut is playing incredibly well. I do think that Zeka, the meta, could fit him very, very well. Obviously, you know, he has become such a well-rounded player, and I think the way that I've heard a lot of people in the West talking about some of these players, I think is like very outdated. I think that, you know, people still think of Zeka, if you think back to his Worlds performance where he won Worlds, like, this guy's just like a melee-only player. Well, he was actually nasty on AD carries as well. Yes, he still brought in Yone. Yes, he still brought in, you know, those kind of specialist champions, and maybe could still bring those in here to really kind of put him over the top. And Doran as well, I just feel like I'm kind of like almost frustrated with the narrative around him. I think that he gets...
no one likes him.
Well, I just think people give him so much hate, and I feel like it's so unjust. I do think he's a really strong player. Is he been? No, but like he is a really elite level top laner in the world.
Yeah.
And yes, he has some kind of really big end games, and I think that's where people really kind of just like latch onto that, and they see a really bad game from him, and they're like, oh, this guy's trash, or this guy's garbage.
Even in the finals, you go back to the LCK finals versus Gen G, he had the Camille versus Jax game where he got absolutely bodied, but then he turns around and Doran on Jax is a completely different beast, and that shows the high highs that he can have. And yes, Doran, you know, was it MSI or Worlds, even Worlds last year? I think it was MSI, more importantly, only recency, where Doran, I'm thinking of Worlds last year, I'm getting confused again, is where Doran had a really good tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing really well, I think, for quite some time, and honestly, he's a very flexible player. You know, sometimes I hear people talking about, oh, like he's just like Mr. Weak Side and stuff. I also don't think that is true at all. I think he can play the carries. I think he can really play at that top level. So I've just kind of gotten a little sick of all the Doran flame that I've been hearing online, all the Doran slander.
You're the Doran defender.
I had to white knight him a little bit because I do think he is deserving of that. But, you know, Peanut has been so solid. Obviously, I do think people will always, when it comes to Worlds, look at Peanut and say, oh, he's a choker, he hasn't gotten it done because he hasn't won a world championship. But he's done like everything else besides that, and he has been so consistent for so long, successful across many different rosters in the LCK, playing at that elite level, and I have just been so impressed by him this year. He has been so stalwart for the team, really good at setting them up on a lot of these kind of facilitated picks. And here are the teams starting to walk out. PSG versus HLE. It's going to be a really exciting one. We're going to see the debut here of the LCK #1 seed.
Oh yeah, the people that created the upset. Everyone said it was Gen G's Golden Road, and you would have had to come in as iCapstat. We would have had to listen to the Golden Road the Grand Slam that. HLE made it so that us casters don't have to keep going on about that. They broke them, and it was crazy again. It was such a fun finals to go back and watch in a 5-game series, but you know, Zeka, as you were talking about at the very start, Zeka had an insane finals, and I think, again, Zeka's going to be more flexible than those people who only tuned in, you know, maybe all the way back to 2022 DRX.
Exactly.
And are stuck in that past where they don't see what the new Zeka is like now, who's returning to that World Finals form, or at least getting close to.
I mean, I think he's pretty much there. Like, this guy has been playing, you know, so incredibly well, and I do think, again, you know, if people are right, and it is going to end up being, you know, kind of more of those melee champions in the meta, he is really going to shine. You know, yes, I did say he can play incredibly well in the 80 carries. He did great in the LCK on that. But this guy is magic on Yone, on Akali, on Silas. Everyone knows that, you know, from his World Championship
His Corki got a lot better. Remember, his Corki was memed on domestically, and Zeka's Corki even got better.
And I mean, Delight, this guy is, you know, Mr. Engage. His Recon is absolutely next level. It is like almost a guaranteed perfect engage, it feels like every single time. So it will be exciting. You know, I do think the meta can fit them very, very well. PSG over on the other side, obviously we talked about them a little bit, but going to be really interesting to see how they can perform. You know, this is Maple's last hurrah here. Having some really legendary players kind of, you know, make that announcement. Levi and Maple, both these massive mainstays, you know, kind of players that have been dominating their region for so long. You know, we see them in the international stage so many times. I want to see if they can kind of make a really great run for themselves here on their last go at Worlds.
And so many other, you know, other teams as well that we're questioning rosters. You know, T1 comes into that argument. I know the desk is going to look at that throughout the day, or at least throughout the tournament. But let's focus in on this, because for draft, HLE are taking away that Skarner that, again, I know that a lot of Korean junglers have been spamming in solo queue and in champs queue at the moment too. Poppy against Delight is funny considering what we've seen over the playoffs, and of course that Ziggs against Viper too, and against most teams has just been the takeaway.
Yeah, Ziggs obviously, you know, is very strong in the meta. Mostly been playing bot these days, but just kind of waiting to see what HLA's read is, because we did see, you know, Gen G was kind of playing very much an old style. We've seen a lot of the Eastern teams, I think, so far, you know, that are debuting here on the Swiss stage, kind of playing what is considered to be the old meta, you know, a couple patches ago. Whether or not that is them just saying, you know what, our first match, we expect to win, so why would we show anything? You know, we're just going to kind of, you know, hide our picks, keep it close to your chest.
Actually,
You don't really know if it's going to be that. You don't really know if it's just going to be, you know what, we could be nervous first game on stage, let's play comfort picks. It could be any number of reasons, but definitely not the same kind of priority that we've been expecting on champions like Syndra, like Ori, like Yone. Those were kind of the big three that a lot of people were talking about, especially in mid lane. And top lane has been pretty much, I think, par for the course. Everyone kind of thought top lane was basically the same.
Well, Yone is open on that note as well, by the way, so HLE can just show us a priority of that. And again, we've talked about it. For someone like Zeka, that is a powerful pick to leave open against HLE.
Yeah, that's terrifying, because I think this pick is just terrifying in its own right, and Zeka is so good on it. This definitely could be problematic for them. 70% win rate on it in the LCK. This split was really looking good on this pick. Sejuani, it feels like a pretty smart takeaway here. It's obviously such a strong pairing with the Yone, and it is something that is definitely comfort for Pina as well. It was his most played in the LCK by quite a bit, if I recall correctly. Going to be interested to see what the pairings for PSG are, though, as they're going to go Jackson. I mean, we saw some Akali and stuff from Maple, so they could even go double melee solo laners here potentially if they wanted to.
We've also seen some Renekton mid too as well, something that a lot of Yone mains hate running into.
Hasn't really worked, but we did see it.
We have seen it.
Wish we hadn't. But
well, let's see if they can surprise us. On the other side, HLE thinking about a jungle pick, and again, while the Amumu is real, we haven't seen it just yet as Maokai back for Peanut. Okay, old reliable here for the pairing of Doran on something like the Cassante. Also seems right for what we've seen from HLE. Just slapping Doran on something like the Cassante. The Renekton already mentioned before as well. Potential for the Gnar here, as that also gets locked in.
Yeah, so Gnar's going to come in here. This is a pretty comfortable matchup. I always look at this as slightly Gnar favored early, and obviously Jax can outscale, but I think it's pretty skill-based, and a lot of the best Gnar players, really just don't give good windows for the Jax to be able to kill. I would actually love Sylas here. There are incredible ultimates to steal with the Maokai and the Gnar, and it is a secondary, melee solo laner there for the Sejuani, but I'm not sure if he's going to be comfortable in that matchup against the Yone. So he is going back to the Akali that I mentioned earlier. He had some really strong games on Akali in play-ins. In that final series against 100 Thieves, he was just kind of playing more standard mage stuff. But even in a loss, he was looking incredible on Akali, and he had like basically 3 or 4 back-to-back-to-back games in play-ins where he was just straight smurfing on this pick.
Oh yeah, I mean, he could get up to 2 items, and then he ran the fights. So for Maple, again, he's going to try and run that back, and Azale, you already pointed it and acknowledged before, it's double solo laners in melee, which means it's going to buff Junja as well here for the early skirmishes. On the other side, the pick potential getting taken away as PSG take that Ashe off the board. No 80 carry yet here for HLE or PSG, so expect maybe those pulls to get mighty pinched here as we go into the second phase.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of prio on Jhin thus far, so that is going to get banned out. Jhin just really is great, especially when you have someone else alongside it that is going to bring that consistent damage. I don't like Jhin if you're playing like Jhin LeBlanc as your only threats and things like that, but Jhin is such a facilitator, is able to follow up on engages, can open up and really create chaos on a lot of these fights, create windows for your other carries to really put on pressure. Ezreal getting banned out, that is another Viper special here. This guy obviously so good on the Ezreal. He's really good on pretty much every champion. He is one of the best 80 carries in the world, absolutely, but definitely can shine, I feel like, most on those real hyper carries, when he is playing something like the Zeri, like the Kai'Sa.
The EDG days, right?
It's like, that, I just have that special place in my heart, man, for Viper on those big carries.
He was crazy, he is crazy. I like that you mentioned it again. Got high hopes for Viper here as we don't take an 80 carry off here for HLE in the end. It's the Nautilus, it's the Engage, they give away the Kai'Sa here, and all of a sudden we keep seeing more dive out of PSG, built for this game of Swiss.
Yeah, the Nautilus ban here is interesting. It does kind of lead me to believe that maybe you want to play a high mobility carry here for Viper. Something that makes it a little bit more difficult to lock down here. This would be something that's really strong against what PSG have shown. This is hard engage, and they're going to draft an engage support as well, pretty much guaranteed. Zai answers that beautifully. I absolutely love it, and Rakan is up. And Delight is incredibly good at it.
You talked about it at the start of draft. I was just going to say it's just going to be the pairing.
I feel like it definitely could be.
And they say whatever, take Rel, we'll just put Delight on Comfort. We'll put Delight on that same champion that he's so well known for.
I mean, he is so well known for it. I just feel like it is just screaming out to call out at that point. And he is going to answer. We are going to get the Delight Rakan. I don't know, man. I am pretty nervous for PSG. Just even looking at some of the, like, if you're playing, nameplates off, then it could go either way. But when you realize it's like Seka got Yone, Delight is on the Rakan.
Peanut on Maokai as well.
Peanut is
like
on Maokai.
solid.
This is super comfort. Viper is going to be incredibly difficult to dive, and you're kind of like full committed to this hard this dive, right? Alistar is just even more of that, but it's not like you could pivot out of that and say, let's draft something else now. Like you are going triple melee topside with a Kai'Sa. It's full dive. You're committed.
Now, as we round out the comps, there is one stat I need to share with everyone at home, and Vetti's brought this up to me last night. He's like, hang on a minute. He's like, wait, Peanut this entire year only lost 1 game on Maokai out of 18 games. And it was in the grand final that he lost the game against Gen G. But again, shout out to Vetti for bringing that to my attention. He is 17-1 on the pick in 2024, which is an insane stat here when, I mean, you are talking about one of the best junglers in the LCK, and yes, Humble Life do win a lot. But still, it's just crazy to throw that in there as they debut on the Swiss stage.
But to put it in perspective, their teammate, game score over the whole year, they had a 70% win rate, which is obviously incredibly good.
Yep.
But Maokai, 94.4%. So it is still, very heavily above the average that their team does win. Sometimes win rates can be kind of fraudulent. People are like, yeah, this guy's insane at this champ. He has a 60% win rate. It's like, well, your team has a 70% win rate.
So what does that mean?
But it's going to be an exciting one here. Got the Viper EDG sign in the crowd.
Oh, he remembers. I mean, it's a good throwback.
Who could forget?
It was such a crazy team. No one expected them to win Worlds. Humble Life this time, a lot of people are putting them in the top 3, top 4 to win Worlds. And as they debut here against PSG, I mean, PSG is the play-ins run real. Can they use that momentum and take a win off tournament favorites? It would set up their tournament, it would set up the Swiss stage, and it would throw expectations out the window. As again today, we've had some pretty close matchups with LCK versus other members of the East, and here against PSG, we get to find out if that's going to be the case again.
Yeah, we have had some really close matchups. I mean, Fnatic, they had opportunities in their game.
Sure.
Weibo got way closer against Genji than I think people were exciting. TL obviously had their windows against LNG.
Yep. T1 lost out to Top Esports before.
Yep. So we've had some really close, really competitive games. Honestly, we've gotten way more good games than I was kind of expecting.
It's good, isn't it?
Coming into this first day. I thought there was going to be a lot more lopsided matches, and we'll see if that does continue here for the last couple that we have scheduled.
Well, that should be good, because I know after this, Fly versus Gam. I just saw Gam Man walking along in the audience, so he's definitely getting ready for that. And Azael, let's hope you're not another curse. For now, though, I take it away. I'm not going to throw that into your face.
Don't you put that out there.
I know, I'm sorry. I felt guilty as soon as I said it.
Every time NA loses, I get like 50 tweets. Like, get off the cast,
Yo, the DMs must be nuts. I feel sorry for it.
They're in good fun, to be fair, but there's an edge of truth to it. They're like, well, it's been a lot of losses. Maybe we shouldn't have.
Now, I was going to say that this looks like the most standard start, but of course, Betty and Woody are going to go against that, and they're going to swap sides.
You know what the sad part is? You're right. It is the most standard start at Worlds. So, like, every single game, it feels like it's just a lane swap today. Which, I mean, lane swaps can be interesting. They can be strategically cool, especially if there is some sort of adaptation that's going on.
True.
But when you come to Worlds, you want to see the best players in the world laning against each other.
Yeah.
You just want to see the 1v1s. You want to see the 2v2s. You want to see those outplays. And lane swaps, unfortunately, do deny us a bit of that. We'll have to see, though, if PSG can get too much from this. Obviously, Alistar, kind of famously awful level 1, so a lot of players here, just electing to lane swap when they do have Alistar, even if it's just a quick push towards level 2, and that's exactly what they're doing. This is kind of a similar situation that we saw Core and Impact in last game, where obviously Woody's going to be going down bot lane to try to cover Aja here on the Jax. Of course, we know that HLE isn't looking to dive. They're just going to farm and play. They're just chilling and continuing to move around the map here, as Dorance is going to TP back towards top, catch that wave, and Peanut is just power farming here on the Maokai. So HLE is already up, good 400 gold, and they're just saying, you know what, if you're going to give us that advantage, we're just going to take that gold lead and we're going to just run with it.
I mean, again, the difference is that, like, this time as well, there's no setup for the dive, right? The support still moves to the same position, but junglers are pathing towards top, and Doran was able to get some experience through mid, but now receives the wave. Betty's push too only looked like a couple of waves there, not that big build or stack up that we saw even in the last game, Azael, where It was about denying as much experience and gold as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, honestly, you know, Betty elects not to do that massive stack wave because Woody is basing, right? So they're pushing to get level 2 fast as Woody's going to look mid and does force a flash. Nice. So as soon as they want to try to go for that fast level 2, that means you can't really slow stack it, right? You have to just, you're kind of opting into a different strategy where you have to fast push a little bit more, get the fast level 2 for Woody so he can get back down to bot to cover a potential dive. Obviously, that didn't end up happening, but he is able to find something there as Dorian hops in.
Minion blocks away as Dorian wasn't able to get his drill thrown out, but you notice bot side, some heavy trades coming through. Ardra at half HP, but Viper and Delight just keep walking on up, getting some heavy trades once again, and looking for more plating.
Well, this is the thing, right? You know, they're just farming plates. They're saying, great, like, you're going for this. Peanut's just going to cover Dorian. There's no way you're ever diving this. Just like absolutely zero chance it would work in a 3v2. So, you know, it's great cover here from HLE, and they're saying, yeah, sure, do the lane swap. Who cares? We're going to have Viper way ahead in gold. We're going to get, you know, a gold lead as well on Dorian. We're just in a much better spot in this situation. Maple didn't want that.
He took a turret shot as well. He does level up, so some health gained back on in, but still, that could have been more disastrous here as Zeka takes him with him.
I mean, this is just looking so miserable for Aja, because every time, generally when you play Jax in these kind of 1vx situations, the way that you get any farm is every time Counter-Strike's up, you walk forward, you use the Counter-Strike, and you actually just use that to protect yourself from the AD carry, and then pick up a minion or two. And now what we're seeing Delight is doing, which this is honestly just kind of a masterclass from here, is every time Aja walks up with Counter-Strike, he's actually, you know, just knocking him up and jumping back. Like, he's denying his ability to actually get to those minions to get any farm. He's constantly CCing him, harassing him, and then, yeah, sure, even if you land a Counter-Strike on him, Viper's putting the feathers through you, so that you have to watch out for the pullback. So Aja just basically, every time he steps forward, is being forced to immediately leap strike backwards to a minion, and that's why he wasn't able to really get any farm until just now when they based, and he can finally push out that wave. But look at what Doran's done, right? You know, Doran is a little bit behind in XP, but he has an additional 14 minions, you know, it's over 2 full waves, and has not really been pressured in that same way. So Viper and Delight just doing a great job with it. As Delight, again, moving towards topside. Anytime there's any opportunity, they're saying, you know what, Doran, would you be vulnerable on these waves? Yes, I would. Okay, someone is there to cover. First it was Peanut, and now since the wave had bounced, Doran needs to push it out. That's why there's someone here again. And this is just simple stuff, but it makes such a big difference. You know, if there isn't someone there to cover you on this push, you could easily int it in this situation, but because HLE have them covered entirely, it just looks like there's nothing happening.
Such clean assignments and such clean map play here from HLE, and as Delight moves up top to also cover Doran as Junja was spotted in the area. He just moves away after the waves pushed up. Doran can walk back if he needs, but cancels it back for the meantime. Grubs are also up and available. And I also noticed that Doran is about to hit level 6. A couple more minions, and he will be able to impact this as PSG start them off at the very least.
Yeah, going to be able to start up these grubs here, and at the very least, they will get one right away. Maple does move first, but is still missing a little bit of health, and Zeka did just buy, so we'll see if they want to try to get in for one, but it doesn't look like they're going to go for it.
Junja's almost level 6. He won't get it off this last grub. No, he will not indeed. Just got the massive boost from the first. So 3 grubs go over to PSG, despite what was happening, but when your bot lane is still up at the top side, I mean, I guess it's least to be expected.
And it's still an 800 gold lead for HLE with really nothing happening, right? You know, we barely had any fighting. Aja gets a nice little trade there as he finally knows Delight, of course, was up on that top side. He showed he was kind of harassing Junja over on those grubs, and Aja is going to try to just sit back, making sure he is not exposing himself to any sort of a gank from Peanut, because they know that control ward is there over by Try, so he doesn't really have any vision in the enemy jungle, and that's why he has to play so safe, even though potentially he could put some pressure on and farm these minions. He just can't afford to expose himself because he doesn't know if he's going to get wrapped around on.
I like the vision talk because the river right now is controlled, at least towards mid lane, as Zeka and Maple, we get a quick snapshot of what's going on there. There's a good control ward, there's a river ward up in topside as well. So HLE just doing their due diligence as Delight once again makes himself known towards mid. Peanut now has level 6 as well, sees Junja in the jungle, just does a bramble smash to get on out while he also covers for Viper again. I mean, just covering these lanes seems like the early game talk here. As once again in a lane swap, it feels like every game we talk about who's covering who and how important it is at the time.
Absolutely. And I mean, especially if you have really a lot of confidence that you can win out in the later stages. Why not?
Oh, on to Zeka. Remember, his flash was burned early. It's still not up. Great timing from PSG. First blood taken away as Zeka can't get his fate sealed. Instead, he gets his fate put in the dirt as first blood over to PSG.
Nicely done. Woody just finds the engage and no hesitation from him. Woody impressed me so much when I was watching the PCS. This guy is mechanically very, very good. He has that killer instinct. He has that edge that you need as an engaged player to find that small window and just no hesitation. You have to immediately have confidence. You have to go for it. He absolutely rinsed 100 Thieves with some of those engages, finding flanks, especially in that last game with River on the Lilia. It just felt like anytime River showed himself, Woody is flashing on his head, Woody is finding the kill on him, and setting up his team for success helps to eliminate almost all that gold lead that HLE had been slowly growing.
And from the bottom lane especially, Viper was the one with a bit of a lead. Betty picks up the kill, and now he's in the driver's seat here already. He's got the Rectrix, he's got the recurve bow, and as Betty looks to push in this wave with Peanut, not spotted on a ward, but will be on the Pixel Brush, he walks away in a very good spot in this early game. So nice setup from PSG. They also picked up Grubs before. Dragon sits there, but Grubs in 1 minute 30. And some of the early game mitigation is nice to see, considering that we're hyping up PSG as not this walkover if they play like they did from the end of play-in stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if they play like they did at MSI, this team went 5 games against BLG, right? Like, this is a team that is having a very good year. I think people sometimes talk strangely about the PCS. It's like they almost pretend that they have always been like they were, in like 2015 and stuff back in the Flash Wolf days. And it's not really true. I mean, last year alone, they failed to make it out of play-ins at MSI and Worlds. And that's not to criticize. That's to say, we need to call attention to the improvement and to how good of a year they're having. This is a standout year. They did so well at MSI. Doran in trouble here. Junja's behind him.
He's flashed over the wall, but going to be met. The counter-strike and the stun in place. No Mega Nah. And they take him before he evolves. Now for Peanut, he's left here without his top laner. He needs some assistance, but following over the wall, Arja gets the flash out of him, but Junja matches, presses W, gets the kill, but for HLE they need a response. They pull the feathers in, and for Viper, it's good damage down. He takes down Junja, gets a 1 for 2, but remember, PSG took the fight there and won it out.
And we are dead even. It's just a great read and great play from Arja and Junja. Junja just gets behind Doran, and he's sitting in a position knowing that's exactly where the Jax is going to put him. That is really good stuff from the top side duo here from PSG. They play an abnormal amount towards Aja, so these guys really are an experienced duo as a top and jungle pairing there. They love to play towards top lane. Like, it is crazy how much more they do than the average team, at least in the PCS.
Yeah, I mean, Junja not only in play-ins, we saw some of that attention, but we also saw that when you play through Ardra in the PCS, he can be a reliable carry now. His development this year is insane. When I remember casting the guy back in the day, and I said it in play-ins, he got outclassed by people like Rest in the league. People like, the rest of the PCS players. I was going to say YSKM, probably not the right player, if those fans remember. Now for PSG, they're starting to take this Grubs in the top side. On a ward is Junja. He's already gotten 4. But this might just be a 6 grub game picked up by PSG, because Hummer Life got beaten out before.
Yeah, it's looking really good. I mean, off of that pressure that they got on top side, they get the kills. They now have 6 grubs here. And the gold, 200 gold for HLE. Now 300, but I mean, it's just between that 200-300 mark. Honestly, who cares? The gold lead pretty much is nothing. They just need to make sure that Aja isn't going to get picked on here, as Peanut is moving down towards that bottom side. You can see on the minimap. And Aja obviously way down on farm. He didn't get the kill in those skirmishes on the top side. Peanut knows he hasn't been spotted yet. Aja is playing with respect to this, but again, that means he's just going to be losing even more farm. He desperately wants that cannon. This could be his life.
He gets sunned up, altered back, and as Al says, yeah, that means the death knell's there. Bramble smashed the wrong way, but for Peanut still getting the engage with the counter-strike set up by the Glacial Prison means that PSG can try and turn this, and with Maple in, they will indeed. A fate sealed in onto Hummer Life is good, and Zeka brings the fight back. Maple jumps in under turret again, but this time he might want to go further. Flash, perfect execution there. Hummer Life lucky to be alive with another trade.
Yeah, it was really good setup there from HLE, though. They know that Aja's really going to be desperate for that cannon. He has been getting zoned off so much farm. It is just so juicy. Can't pass it up. So he goes in for that cannon, but PSG had the TP from Maple to cover. They quickly come in on that, and they punish the missing flash from Peanut, because remember, they have that timer from him running away. He got killed up by Junja on that top side, so Maple arrives, they get that kill. It is just a 1-for-1 trade, but it's, again, that proactive play, that cover that you need to have there from PSG. They are not rolling over here against HLE by any means, and they're setting themselves up to have a real chance in the 5v5, in the skirmishes, and that's where they have to really prove that they're going to be able to deal with the engage from Delight, that they're going to be able to find some way to problem solve the issue that is going to be Viper here on this Xayah.
Well, at least Jax is going to have impact, and Junja again has had impact in this early game. We already talked about him shadowing Arja. I think the big thing is people forget that coming into Worlds, he was first in CS per minute as a jungler. And this guy's on Sejuani, ganking, and still up here onto Peanut as bot side turret goes down while we're glazing PSG a bit. Humble Life do get themselves first turret blood, which leads them into a gold lead. But as Dragon stares them in the face, I mean, PSG are still nearby if this turns into an all-out brawl.
Yep, PSG are going to have to stay aggressive. They're going to have to keep looking for these plays, and they can, in theory, play through side lanes, but at a certain point, you're going to have to deal with the 5v5, and I think it is going to be so problematic because while PSG are winning out on some of these skirmishes, they still have not really had to deal with Viper, have not really had to deal with Delight, and Viper is just going to be so well set up to be safe in these fights, with the Xayah ultimate, with the cleanse, with the amount of peel between the Maokai, the Gnar, as well as this Rakan. It's so tough for them to get to him. So PSG is going to be in this difficult situation where not only do you have to execute really, really well in the 5v5, you have to find the multiple angles on these flanks because it has to be someone getting in. Jax gets in on top of Viper and he pops the ult, and then all of a sudden Maple's there too from somewhere else, and that's the kind of stuff you're going to be able to need to take him off, because if you're just running straight at him, you have absolutely no chance in ever getting to him.
That's what I like for PSG is that we get the MasterCard lane economy snapshot to show you that, yes, jungle's ahead once again, but everyone from HLE, despite the circumstances, is ahead in gold. I love, again, that PSG tried to pull this comp out in their debut on Swiss, and are like, we can do it. We can operate it. And while picks early have come into fruition, now, as you say, it gets more difficult into the 5v5s, into the later objective setups. Look at the Herald that's just spawned here as Delight and Viper sit around mid, try to force out, but the extra range there for Delight means that they can walk away while PSG try to get themselves into River.
Exactly, and PSG just, again, going to be playing towards these topside objectives. They're going to be looking for that Herald, looking for the Scuttle. They already got all 6 grubs here. So we'll see if this is going to be a contest from HLE. Of course, the Essence Reaver's done, the Blade of the Rune King's done, Triforce, Locket, all these key items have now come through for HLE. So I think that they're not just going to be giving this up, and Peanut going to be moving in and pulling aggro now on that Herald. They have Mega Gnar ready, so here we go.
On a ward, so they'll know the exact health bar here. PSG still angling for the fight. Betty took a bit of damage, which might hurt a bit, but at 4K, it goes down. HLE draw PSG in, but Arja wants a 1v1 off the back end. 1500 on the health bar. Junja for the steal. The ulti sent out. He runs in into Herald. It's not taken, but now for the quickness. HLE take the fight and take the brute force. Get the damage down. The fate sealed as well. 5 members left standing as the feathers fly out. You said it, Azael. You said how hard it's going to be. Doran whacks him back for the kick flip ulti. Arja sent packing, and a double over to Doran with a beautiful Gnar ulti. Make it 3. HLE with their hands again, just like finals. Debut big on Swiss.
Yeah, they just have the outplay in that 5v5. They have the Herald as well. They get 3 kills on the Gnar. They're going to push top for that tower. They're going to take the mid lane tier 1, and they're going to get a charge on the second tower here as well. They may not finish this off, but this just exploded the game here for HLE. They are in an incredible spot now. Look at the Gnar gold lead as he gets the solo gold on that. He's nearly 2K ahead. Now Zeka is 1.6K ahead. Sure, you killed Viper, but at what cost?
I mean, it just all exploded at once. Maple's going to make a teleport play. He flashes for the 5-point strike, but HLE, imagine he's about to go to Mega Gnar, gets a stun, ulti again. Maple's against the wall as Zeka starts free firing, and Junja can't save the situation. It's a turnabout play, and Junja needs to run the hell away. Just when you think PSG were finding angles in this game, after that fight, after that pick, it's a 4.5K gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they played really well through the early stages, but it's always going to be that question. Can you out-team fight a team like HLE? They had given themselves an opportunity to do so, but they are so good in these skirmishes, so adept at playing out the fights. And again, you have to commit so much to killing Viper off that it means Zeka's going crazy, Doran's going crazy. The rest of the team was not even threatened at all. You had to send everything and the kitchen sink to kill off this Xayah, and it ends up costing you the fight, ends up costing you multiple towers. And some people might meme on that play from Maple, but he knows after that fight and all the towers they lost, they're in a terrible spot. So he TPs before Doran buys to try to get the bounty. And honestly, I kind of respect it because you are just in a terrible spot from this position.
I mean, again, it's just talking about Doran, where he was last year at Worlds, and the expectations we have as this kind of player. And when we come back to it, like, he still hits high highs. He gets memed on sometimes, but he still has high highs. And here in this opening game on the NAR, some beautiful teamfight positioning and play. This guy's leading the charge.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think this is kind of something that just honestly happens, you know, not just with Doran, but it's just a nature of the game, and especially international, you know, where people obviously haven't necessarily seen a lot of games of these players, you know, all year long. They see one moment or one thing, and that's kind of what you latch onto, and that becomes, you know, the reputation or the narrative or whatever for players. But I do think it is kind of sad sometimes because it can erase, you know, all of the good work and all the things that these players are doing so well. And so I just always like to kind of call it out a little bit when I see it.
I mean, it's valid. And in this game, HLE, again, I said it before, working with their hands, like, it just felt like you watched the finals and you watched some of the best HLE games of this split, of playoffs itself. And it's always this team just finding the margins. I'll never forget game one as long as I live of them versus Gen G, of that fight top with Zeka and Viper. Absolutely hand-stiffing again, to use the word, in that first game against Gen G.
Yeah,
I mean,
with you. They can absolutely pull it off. They are spectacular at that highest level. Some incredible mechanics on this team. And now PSG are in for a world of hurt. You know, we'll see if they can find any sort of a way to really make some magic happen here. You're gonna have to look for some sort of a pick. You know, you basically at this point are depending upon, you know, getting an instant kill at the start of the fight on one of the key members. It basically has to be Zeka or Viper dying as soon as the fight starts, or you're just not gonna win the fight. So it is gonna be up to Junja, up to Woody, up to these guys that are on those playmakers to find that perfect initial engage on a key member. And it's going to be up to HLE to deny that. And your job gets so much harder when you're playing against the Peanut Maokai because he's going to be throwing saplings in every brush. He's going to be throwing down things like this. The ulti is just to secure Viper that tier 2 mid. So he grabs that, gets the local gold on it, and there's no way that PSG can actually move to contest.
As they take the turret, we move to 5K. Baron's up in 3 seconds is something that can be forced. And again, you've got Yone, you've got Nara, and you've also got Zaya. HLE. One mistake can lead into this objective that'll go down quite quickly. The side lanes now for Doran, too, are looking even better and better. He's heading towards the Sterix Gauge, it looks like, for a second item. And he should be there relatively soon. He's also got a 60 CS lead over Arjo. Now, I know there were lane swaps. I know that Doran got to play out his solo lane for a little bit longer without much stress. But it's still just kind of showing you how this guy knows how to push a lead, as HLE all individually have shown us that in this game too.
Absolutely, and also just, I mean, yeah, some of it's from the lane swap, but credit to HLE on how they actually handled that. Every time there was any sort of window of opportunity for PSG to punish Gnar, there's someone there covering him. Peanut's there covering him. Delight's there covering him, you know, helping him push out the wave. They just did that so incredibly well. And on the other side, Delight and Viper pressured Aj on every single wave. He just couldn't farm. So, you know, you're expanding this advantage more and more and more. And HLE did an incredible job with that. And now that's paying dividends because guess what? Now in the 1v1, Aja doesn't really stand too much of a chance here against Doran. You know, he's just in such a better spot. So it means that Aja's going to miss even more and more farm. And HLE can just look to extend this lead.
You expect the same as Zeka, who's 2 items up versus 1.5 for Maple. As damage even to Junja here. He goes over the wall. Maple tags him. They might take this all in. They hit everything onto Zeka. He's caught a fish in headlights, it looks like. As the shutdown's there. Now for HLE, the rest of the fight won't go as smoothly, but a good Maokai ult from Peanut stops PSG from the chase as they get the pick that gives them a numbers advantage.
Yeah, that's actually huge. They got the shutdown, and they got both summoners and ulti off Viper. That is massive there for PSG. It's exactly the kind of play that they do need to continually make here against HLE. They are staying competitive. They really are making it difficult here for HLE to just run away with this game. But HLE are just going to say, you know what? You're missing all your tools. We're just going to start Baron.
Zek has TP, 10 seconds. He can just join in. They are on a ward, though, but another scrying ward to see the ultimate information as Doran goes over the wall into a 1v3. He goes into Mega Gnar, keeping them at bay. His ulti great. He flashes back over, but Baron's getting low. Maple tries to jump in, but a smite is the way to go. Arja tries to spin to win, but now Zeka teleported back in and finds backline access. PSG are running for their lives. They've got no health left, no regards, and with Betty down as well, HLE take the Baron, take the kill, take the the blood that we were looking for, and PSG are now got their heads in the air.
Yeah, Zeka TV's back in, gets some revenge for the pick on him. HLE playing that out really well. Again, realizing that there is a lack of resources here. You know, missing summoners, missing ultimates. They can force the play on the Baron. They're able to secure it. Zeka TV's back in. PSG try to make something happen as multiple members there going into the pit, trying to see if they can find a way to steal it, but they can't make it happen. And now PSG just back out on the map. Really all they can do is just continually look for these fights. Might be a long chase here from Woody. He's going to try to see if he could find someone on that long run back, but doesn't find an angle as they all do group together, so they're just going to have to head mid and look for that. We can watch this one more time. As yes, over the wall here, Doran is in some trouble, but Flash is back in the pit, and Maple takes the E, but look at that counter engage from Delight. Instantaneously charms him out of the E there. I think he maybe even disjointed the shuriken flip damage as he interrupted him coming over the wall, so he couldn't get that finish. Aja goes in to try to bail him out, to try to make something happen. They realize, again, this is desperation hours here when you are in that spot. But it's a perfect counter engage there from Delight. They're going to look for Viper.
They're okay. Delight Bond here. 007 is once again showing up on this pick. We talked about it, and I think a lot of people have been talking about Delight. I could flash back to the final Blitzcrank game. He's got a lot of picks that really resonate with me here as HLE are in the river, and PSG want to take another fight. I mean, they're falling so far behind as Zeka re-engages, looks for the angle himself, gets a 4-man knockup, sets him into the corner. The Fate Seal on 3 rather as Delight comes in with a perfect quickness. It's beautiful to watch as everything used on Archer. Maple tries to get in the thick of it, but he can't get anything more than a kill. Over the wall he finds himself, but a feather through the heart seals the deal. A triple over to Viper, and Hum Alive are not taking any prisoners in their debut.
Man, it's just PSG going into the bounce house there. HLE, CC him up against the wall. The knockups from Zeka, the stuns from Doran, the knockups and CC from Delight just set up so incredibly well there for Viper. It's just a really well-executed team fight there as Doran was able to push out Betty. He couldn't really be involved in it. Maple goes in, tries to salvage something, does get a kill onto Zeka. But again, there's no pressure on Viper when everything is being set at Zeka there, and Viper is just able to crush them in the fight.
It's an 11k gold lead just about at 25 minutes into the game. It started with that fight in top. It continues to happen when PSG want to scuffle down and get dirty with it. We watch one of those fights again, and HLE pivot around.
And HLE just bought so much time. This is the key thing here. They pull back, and then as that Soul Unbound is about to expire, he goes back in with the Fate is Sealed, multiple members there, then Delight, charms up 3, gets all the knockups. You can see all of this CC coming in onto PSG, and on the other side, Betty had already been pushed out there by Doran. Viper not threatened at all, and no way Maple was going to be able to take the portal out to safety. It's a good try, but you can see now IE done for Viper. He's already on 3 items, plus has the Hex Drinker. This guy is going to be a nightmare.
You called it a bounce house before. Just going back and watching the replay, like 5-6 people all moshed up together. It's a lot of fun watching this game, but to the reality of it again, with no objectives up for a while, with HLE just finding themselves on these waves, the pressure continues to mount, and PSG playing the defensive game now while people like Zeka hold himself on the side wave, and PSG is scattered thin here, looking where to defend.
Yeah, I mean, it's an over 10,000 gold lead at this point. HLE haven't even lost a single tower at this point in the game. They are pushing through multiple lanes here. You can see Doran down towards the bot side. He's going to get that wave moving, and they're just going to take over vision on this top side jungle, bounce between the lanes, continually take away enemy jungle camps, and just extend this gold lead even further. They're going to really choke out PSG, make them look for plays, make them face check in positions where they're not really set up for the fight. Man, it's always so demoralizing when you're like, well, maybe we can get a pick, and then you look over and there's a Locket, and then you look over and there's a McHale's, and then you look over and there's another Locket, and there's just all of these tools that, because really when you're this far behind, your only hope is finding that miracle pick, right? And well, now Sejuani can't really do anything if the light's even in the area.
And how much damage are these carries going to do? Let me have a look at their items too. Oh, there's a more as well, or at least a
double IE.
Hex Drinker, yeah. Oh, there's a 3-item Yone, who's level 16. Whoops.
Don't like that.
No, not at all. And, you know, again, I think there's been a lot of stars of this show in this first game. Special mention to Delight here in this game. As you said, 2 items strong here on this Rakan.
Yeah, he's the real carry, that's true.
He is the carry. I mean, bro, he's been clean.
Always is on the Rakan.
It's just a sure thing, isn't it?
And you're
11 out of 13.
You were from the future. You called out the mod when it was extra, but you knew he was about to buy that mod. There you go.
I thought he's that far ahead. A mistake turned into a correct answer. Yeah, so 4 items to 3. Yep, sells it. Everyone with a massive gold lead, and we're waiting for this Baron for threaten. You can see Humble Life are just around topside now. Their vision shifts. Doran with TP available gets that bot wave into receivership for Arja to look at, while Peanut just says, hello, Junja. Did you think this was your jungle with the teleport now flying through and a flank at that? PSG want to fight their way out of the mud, but the quickness is there waiting for Arja. A beautiful blade caller as well. The feathers fly out a second time. Blades be damned as Woody gets the great multi-man, but his team is dead. And this cow is about to go into the grinder as well. I think that beef will sell for $5.99 a kilo as Junja runs for his life with Zeka on his tail. Doran as well, hops over the wall, takes him down, and HLE now dealing with the top lane of Fed to the ground. Betty as well is like, wait, now he's going Mega Gnar. It gets more dangerous, but HLE are ignoring that because they're going to end the game.
Yeah, they're going to end the game. HLE have had enough. 13,000 gold lead, 28 minutes in. They're looking for the Nexus.
It's a good run. It was scrappy. It was fun from PSG, but Humble Life for the LCK first seed. There is no stopping the hand stiff when Humble Life play like this, and with this star-studded roster, they look for more kills just to pad the stabs. A fair Nexus in the end too, but that'll be taken down as HLE debut in successful fashion.
A strong game there for HLE. Really played out the early minutes well, and in those skirmishes, they absolutely smurfed. So, Raz, tell me what went wrong.
Go on, Raz.
It's not my job.
He does not.
No, I can only tell you what went right.
Yeah, exactly. Also, I don't like being told what to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, you're just not going to do your job. It's fine.
we went over this in the LCS. You cannot get him to do anything.
All right, fine. Okay, let me start with HLE first seed out of the LCK. A lot of pressure, bit of a dicey start, Jat, but in the end, small feat.
#1 seed from the LCK. This is what it looks like. At the very start of the game, I was really hoping to be able to drop some fire memes if PSG beat them and say, like, you know, 100 Thieves lost to this, but I didn't get to do it because HLE actually did show up. There's a big storyline this tournament for me about Peanut and whether or not he's going to be able to show up because he's had a lot of chances at the World Championship.
Yeah.
It's never gone his way, but he has another powerhouse team now who had, honestly, one of the best game ones we've seen of any team at Worlds today.
That's a good point. And talk about like having a lot of chances and not capitalizing on it. Some of people only get one chance and they immediately capitalize on it. Zeka, he's also our, I don't know if I can say that, our Oppo player of the game.
Yes.
But this is the best min-maxer I've ever seen in my life.
He is just one of the most clutch players
That's crazy.
in League of Legends. Like, he shows up when it matters. The ramp up he had going into summer and just his playoffs performance in general was incredible. You thought that when he won the World Championship, that was the best of Zeka you were going to get.
It was for 2 years.
And it certainly was. You're right about that. But hey, World Championship is back. So is Zeka, and he's looking phenomenal.
Something that I loved about how Hanwha Life play around Zeka is they know how to get gold on top of him. This game, he was the one that was finding the plays. The chase down that was happening bot lane, he gets a kill there. We already saw the Rip Turtle play, he got a kill there. A lot of the times he is operating these fights so well, and he's finding the opportunity. That was really sick.
Man, I find Zeka and Peanut being teammates to be amazing.
Yeah?
Because Zeka, he played great in his latest LCK final, but he's the guy who like shows up at Worlds, super average in the LCK. Peanut, like one of the LCK jungle goats at Worlds, super mid.
Yeah.
So now you combine these two together and they're gonna make the perfect pair.
Yeah, they're going to balance each other out. It's a great feat, and Zeka is standing by in our Verizon post-game interview.
We're back on stage for Hanwha Life Esports' first win here at Worlds. Zeka, thank you so much for joining me after this game. Shox was actually just talking about the synergy between you and Peanut. Can you tell me more about the relationship you guys have?
네, 승리 정말 축하드리고 인터뷰 너무 감사드립니다. 방금 막 샥즈님이 이제 피넛 제카 시너지가 너무 좋다라고 말씀해 주셨는데 실제로 두 분의 좀 팀워크가 어떤지 좀 자세히 알려주실 수 있을까요?
일단은 이제 왕호 형이랑 하기 전부터 뭔가 잘 맞을 것 같다는 생각을 했었고 올해 1년 동안 하면서 계속 둘 다 한 맞춰지면서 서머 때 또 좋은 성적 내고 롤드컵까지 올 수 있었던 것 같아요.
Honestly, even before I teamed up with them, I had this thought, maybe we can be a really good mid-jungle duo. And then throughout this year, we were able to grow so much together, and then we managed to win the summer season, and we're now at Worlds, so I'm excited.
Fantastic, and I keep on hearing that he's the lucky charm for the LCK, as we saw in the opening teaser. Does it feel like this to you? Is it actually Peanut who is the lucky charm for the LCK, and Hanwha Life maybe as well?
그리고 또 이제 오늘 티저 영상에서 확인할 수 있었듯이 피넛 선수가 좀 LCK 월즈 우승의 행운의 약간 부적이다라는 그런 또 징크스 같은 게 있잖아요. 이에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금하네요.
일단 왕호 형이 이제 롤드컵 출전했을 때마다 LCK 팀이 우승한다고 했는데 이번에도 이제 왕호 형이 출전하기도 했고 저희도 이제 LCK 팀으로 출전해서 꼭 왕호 형이 웃게 만들도록 해보겠습니다. 네.
Every time when we had Peanut making it to Worlds, we had an LCK team winning Worlds, and as an LCK team, I hope I can make Peanut smile in the end.
Well, this and the white jersey, obviously, you're set up for success. But talking about you, Zeka, you showed up in 2022, won Worlds against all expectations, coming as the underdog. This time it's a completely different story. You're the LCK winner. There's a lot of expectations for Hanwha Life Esports. How much does it change your perception of Worlds and how you're going to attack this championship?
사실 22년도 월즈를 돌아보면 그 당시엔 약간 언더독으로서 이제 참가했다가 우승이라는 대기록을 쓰셨는데 이번에는 LCK 1번 시드 챔피언으로서 월즈에 오게 됐습니다. 이런 점이 좀 중압감을 더해주는지 그리고 월즈에 대한 인식 자체를 조금 다르게 만드나요?
아무래도 이제 2년 전에 4시드로 왔을 때랑은 좀 다른 느낌이긴 하고 뭐 중압감도 있고 부담감도 있지만 이제 1시드로서 당연히 가져야 될 책임감이라 생각해서 그냥 잘할 생각밖에 안 하는 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, obviously, compared to 2022, I'm feeling a lot more pressure and maybe more stress because we are representing LCK as the first seed, but I think it's a responsibility that every first seed team has to take.
All right, we'll see how you deal with pressure this time around. Fantastic job and a debut for you at Worlds. 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you so much, Jason, for the translation. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be back for the 7th game of this evening. It's going to be FlyQuest making their debut against Gami Sports. Stay tuned.
Yeah. I've been on a mission, I've been tunnel vision. You can't stop the vision that I'm on. Been in competition with my opposition for the top position on the rung. I just got ignition, now the clock is ticking, and I got it ringing the alarm. I'm in top condition, in the top division. This is dominance, pressure is on. If I'm ever second, it's second to none. I'll never quit while there's breath in my lungs. I am relentless, I'll rest when I'm done. Hunger inside of me, I'm on the hunt. I'm on that boss level energy. I'm in my villain mode, eyes on my enemy. Handle my weaponry, I put in work like there's 10 of me. I put in work like there's 10 of me. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I'm ready to go. One in the chamber, I'm in the zone. Focus like laser, I want the throne. It's in my nature, I roll alone. I like the danger. I go renegade, I won't ever break. I don't play around, I don't hesitate. I just level up, I just elevate. I'm underrated, but I'm undefeated. I'm imitated, but never repeated. Hunger inside of me, I gotta feed it, so I stay relentless until I succeeded. I'm sending a warning to my rivals. This ain't a war wage for survival. Homie, I came here for the title. I can feel it in my veins. Raw pound unchained. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine for the taking. I can feel it in my veins. Yeah, I came here to reign. This world is mine for the taking. This world is mine right now. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. I am omnipotent. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I am a god. My energy's infinite. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. I am a god. My powers unlimited. I am a god. I feel like I'm limitless. My powers unlimited. I feel like I'm limitless. I am a god. Heavy is the cry. Heavy is the
Welcome back, everybody. We're not laughing at EU and NA's lack of wins so far. We're not. Rash just told a very funny joke right before we went on air. Oh my god, and we can't replicate it at all. I'm very, very sorry.
Yeah, it's good.
And it's getting a little silly. It's silly hours. We still have 2 best of 1s to go. It's very serious. It's the World Championship, guys. But it's 2 possible chances back-to-back for EU and NA, respectively, to win. We've got FlyQuest versus Gam up next, and then we've got G2 versus Pain. So not all is lost yet, but we're going to start with this one. And with Gam, they are our VCS's first seed. Now, you may remember them from the Plains because they came through completely unscathed. 2-0 SHG and Rainbow 7.
Best performing team in play-ins. Yeah. I think for sure, with the ability to win every game. Kiaya was the one that was most impressive to me. He had back-to-back Aurora wins in his first series, and I forget what he played in the second series as of now, but it must have been good.
There was a lot of Aurora in my eyes. But
what was the other champion?
GB, do you remember?
Why? No, well, let's, why are we doing this? I feel like we should just move on. Like, I agree with it was great performance.
He was great.
From Kiai. What I was more impressed with Gam in general was actually the fact of how controlled they were with their gameplay, because it was not your ordinary VCS gameplay that came out where they're just going mega hard with tempo and taking every fight they can. It was macro gameplay, and it was through Levi specifically. One of my favorite games from Levi was his Shyvana game, just because of how controlled and how efficient his pathing was. And yes, I did say
know
Shyvana.
You love Shyvana.
Yeah.
Great champion. They're up versus the LCS first seed. You heard that right. It's FlyQuest. You know, and
Rumble.
What?
He's on it.
Rumble?
Aurora Rumble. I knew it.
Oh, Rumble. Yeah. That makes sense. But talk to me about how FlyQuest ended up as your #1 seed.
A lot of it was just how good they were at team fighting and how much they leveled up around this guy right here. Quad became the best mid laner in the LCS by the playoffs. And a lot of it was how they funneled resources to him on side lanes. I think they were really smart around it. And how good they were around what was like Ivern Renekton comps, or specifically how they were playing team fights around the space that Whippo was providing. So it felt like they all clicked in by the time they were in the finals versus Team Liquid.
They were really committed to their identity. But their identity did shift from the last time that I think a lot of people saw FlyQuest when they lost at MSI Play-ins to PSG. So they would pick Renekton every single time it was up, if it was there. And I think they played so much more around their true carries, Quad and Masu. And then Inspired was also very willing to play supportive junglers. So they really did manage to pivot their style in playoffs, and that's ultimately what led them to a championship.
Yeah, I know we don't have the camera on us right now. I thought you were about to point in the minion in the fridge, Raz, when you were talking about who the MVP was. But they put a guy in there as well.
How did that happen?
Wait, they smuggled one here. They might actually win a game. The minion came.
No, it absolutely did. And I mean, what a crazy ending to a final as well. I still think, like, when I look at most people and talking out of North American teams, they still feel like Team Liquid seemed like the stronger team, but FlyQuest is the first seed as well coming into it. And I think they have the level of play to showcase at their best what it means to be an NA team.
Team Liquid lost their last game, so my best friend is FlyQuest now. And Inspired, Inspired, I mean, best Western jungler coming into the tournament, question mark?
Yes, undoubtedly, and he's such a complete player, as you can see. At the beginning of the split, he was playing such a carry-centric style. You can see the Nidalee, Karthus, Talia, and all these things. But then by the end, to the point that Jat was making, their carries were Quad and Masu. And he made the joke of him being like a kitten because he was playing Ivern and he was going bot lane a lot. He was basically saying, oh, I'm playing supportive styles. He was letting those two carries really go for it. So it really is, as flexible as a player he is, we already know how smart and vocal as he is in the game. The team has really rallied around it, and they've been consistent themselves.
One thing I will say with Inspired, though, and I think we saw this rear its ugly head at MSI, is if other players on his team are struggling, I think that can throw Inspired off his game. But if his lanes are stable and he's trusting them, then he really gets to shine because he'll be extremely efficient in pathing and he knows like how to win the game through team fighting. But as the opponents of his laners get stronger, sometimes that can get iffy.
And two players that I would say from both sides that I'm looking forward to. From Gam's side, Emo. Because he was a player that actually really was delightful for me with his Yone play. They're probably going to ban it away from him. He was too good on that. From FlyQuest side, Busio, who's definitely want to showcase a much better performance than he did at MSI. His MSI performance was abysmal. But I think during the regular season, he was really quite good. And then by the playoffs, it was nice. And I think he's going to have a much better performance here today.
All right. Now, I wanted to take a look at how, well, the VCS, but GAM specifically has been doing against NA because we have a couple of memories. So we're going to pull up that record. GAM 3, NA 4 in terms of match record, best ofs, and then GAM 5-9. So it's better in best of ones.
Oh, no, it certainly is. But I also think, like, sure, historically we can talk about these things, but this GAM that's been showing up this time seems so much more controlled than the GAM we saw earlier. I understand how some teams will kind of just get sucked into that chaos that they bring, but that's not really going to be the case this time around. And I'm keeping my eyes on the top side of the map for GAM, just because Kiaya has been phenomenal. I'm personally really looking forward to the matchup against Whippo. He's been talking a big game. I want to see what he's bringing out against Kiaya.
We gotta bring
Inspired
it up.
versus Levi. Levi, the best Vietnamese jungler as well. What the rest of the map from GAM is going to bring, I think that is yet to be decided. I think they've been really good match players in terms of just leveling up. But I generally think that...
I don't care! Whippo versus Kiaya.
Yes.
I'm so excited because, come on.
And the review afterwards.
The review afterwards. I mean, you know, he's giving all of the notes and the pointers to everyone, and it's just like, I feel like it's putting a lot of pressure on yourself.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. And this GAM is going to make it a messy game, so almost certainly we're going to get a review, like, no matter what, because they're going to team fight. GAM is going to come in, they're going to play Shyvana, Aurora, they're going to make these fights messy, and it's just going to be FlyQuest that has to try and keep it on the rails.
I mean, I'd love to, like, get him to do review live on the desk.
If he's down, if we could pull that off, it would be incredible.
We'll see. I heard we have an additional minute to cover here, but yeah, I mean, I think what's fair to say is that FlyQuest should not be underestimating GAM here. You were really taken aback that FlyQuest picked red. They're actually the first or the only team today to do so if they had a choice.
Yeah, we realized that. So throughout the entire Swiss stage, the team from the higher pool gets to choose sides. And of the 8 teams that got to choose, as you said, FlyQuest is the only team to choose red. Also similar to what they did in playoffs. We had entire best of 5s where they'd be on red side every single game because they'd pick red and their opponents would pick blue just over and over again. So they're very committed to this side. I wish I knew exactly why they do it, because it's not like they're utilizing a huge top lane counter pick. As you said, Whippo's literally just been playing Renekton whenever it's open, and will probably continue to do that at Worlds, but they're very comfortable on this side.
They're committed to the bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
They are.
It's always funny because blue side will get picked so much more because you can kind of plan the draft a little bit more in the first 3 picks. But then on red side, you're like, but you can probably get not only just the top lane counter, but the support counter. There's a lot of things there. I want to see what their draft. That's going to be the most important question.
And just so we're sure, going to the casters, you're holding the FlyQuest one, and you...
I want to practice.
And he's holding the GAM one. Just so we know
it's not free, but
what
like,
people think. Let's go.
That one. No, this one. This one.
Give it back. Why are you on that side? We already established that Raz doesn't do what you tell him. I told him to break it. Who told you to tell him what?
You keep throwing at me. What are you doing?
These guys are just wrestling among themselves. Last time they were on Coach Go, too.
You guys have lost it. You guys have lost it down there. Hey, Raz.
We need some adults over on the analyst steps to separate the children.
Yeah, we're apparently the adults, I guess. I'm Asterix as Azale, and we've got Gam versus Fly. Now, it is good having a resident NA caster. And let me say, you're a play-by-play caster, you're an analyst, and you're also a desk analyst. You can do it all.
Well, thank you,
so you've got the full layout of this FlyQuest lineup that made the upset in the finals versus TL, and are now your first seed.
Yeah, TL, who's heard of that? This is our first seed. You know, this is where we're pinning all our hopes here to try to get that NA win today.
At least,
FlyQuest, you know, has really developed a lot. You know, they talked about it obviously on the desk, but I was just so impressed by how much this team leveled up in playoffs, and also the shift in playstyle in playoffs was also really important as well. Similarly to how, you know, I was talking about TL, this is a team that if you look back to spring and you only watch them in spring or going in MSI, everyone just talked about how it's just all about Inspired playing towards Whippo, and like that's kind of their thing, and they're going to win if they can do that well. Well, it shifted massively. You know, obviously Raz was talking about Quad and highlighting him, but it was also about Masu and just having a lot of faith in these young carries in Quad and Masu, you know, to be able to really get it done. And going into playoffs, Inspired really moved away from what was his heavy farming style, and he was spamming Ivern and Amumu and champions like this to just enable his team.
You know what I really liked as well about both NA teams, both TL and FlyQuest? I've noticed from MSI as well, that trajectory just kept going up. There was more and more development, and I know, you know, we talked about it with APA before. We talked about it with Yon as well, and how they facilitate where they get into the team. With FlyQuest too, you know, having more versatility, more of a foundation gives you more hope for this team as they go up against GAM. And a lot of people are saying this should be a win if you want to believe in North America, or at least FlyQuest here at this World.
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those situations where this is the result of you getting first place, right? They got an easier draw. You're playing against a team from play-ins. You're not having to play against an LPL or an LCK team. Does that mean it's a free win? No. Does that mean it's an easy win? No. You have to take it seriously. You have to still play well to be able to take down these teams. GAM, they played very well in play-ins. They went 4-0, did not drop a game. The only team to actually not drop a game getting through play-ins. So, you know, we don't know exactly how high they can go. And Kiaya, they talked about this on the desk as well, you know, really was impressive. To me, he was such a standout. He shut down Summit absolutely after Summit, you know, was getting some monster lane advantages. And my big question for FlyQuest coming into Worlds was kind of like, which Whippo is going to show up? Because Whippo during the regular season, you know, really wasn't making the kind of impact that you would expect from him.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes.
But then in playoffs, really did step up, and especially, you know, in the finals weekend, he's bringing out the Olaf, he's bringing out the Garen, he's bringing out all these picks and really making things happen. And this is kind of right back to where FlyQuest left off in playoffs, going to the Ivern. This is something that became pretty much permabanned against them after they were doing a lot of double AD carries with Ivern. I don't know if that's exactly what they'll go to here, but, you know, at the time, Quad was playing like Smolder and Zeri and things like this, and they just pair that with Ivern, and they'd say, you know what, we're just going to scale and we're just going to out-team fight you.
Well, with that locked in, again, we get confident also with the Kalista that sets up for a more aggressive bot lane. Talk about confidence in your laners. This also shows a little bit more of that here with Fly putting emphasis on that 2v2.
Exactly. I mean, Masu, Rookie of the Year, this guy, I cannot say enough good things about him and his development. His rise has been meteoric. In 2022, this guy was an amateur. In 2023, he won Most Valuable Prospect in Academy. In 2024, he's at Worlds, he won a title, and he's Rookie of the Year.
Can't believe he went from that to like MSI and Worlds in the same year, in his debut year. It's crazy.
It's really incredible. You can't really ask for more than that. Busio, obviously, you know, has really had that kind of incredible career as well, you know, as far as his trajectory. You know, he was a Most Valuable Prospect as well the year before in the NACL. It's a very young bot lane. You know, they're trying to obviously kind of smooth things out, you know, really get everything working, and they have been able to do that quite a lot towards summer. They became a very well-respected 2v2 as far as their laning phase in the LCS, where, you know, in spring, teams were really not giving them that respect when you talk to other bot laners and other pros in the league. So we'll see if they can make it work here with the Kalista. Obviously, aggressive pick, but Masu has the confidence to play this sort of stuff. And over on the other side, we have some great denial picks here with a Poppy. When you're talking about Kalista, you're talking about Leona. It can really shut you down pretty heavily.
I mean, seeing that Jhin get locked in for Gam as well is a good feel, considering that for Easy Love it was his most played. 100% win rate. I mean, Gam won every single game, so take that with a grain of salt. But again, our most successful playing team is what they're being called, as they get a lot of comfort here to open up, and they deny some of those other power picks, like the Jacks here in this second rotation.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Shyvana, if you're wondering why was that banned, well, this is actually a really big pick for Levi.
Oh, yeah.
You know, not just in play-ins, but actually regionally as well. It was his most played champion, you know, throughout Summer Split. So he really is very adept at these heavy farming styles. And when that was banned out from him in play-ins, he went towards the Wukong, so he is going a bit of a different style. He's playing heavy towards the engage, and they're banning out the Jax, they're banning out Cassante, they're banning out Renekton. These are a lot of these picks for Bwipo that are comfort. We'll be curious to see where he does elect to go, as Kiaya has his Rumble removed. Was very good for him. And it's going to be quad on the Orianna. So this was kind of my big question is, you know, we hadn't seen any of the LEC or LCS teams go back to, like, you know, Tristana mid and double AD carry and this sort of stuff. So I was curious with the Ivern if they were going to go back that route, but instead it is going to be the Orianna. So there's a lot of protection for Masu here and quite high damage. So great scaling over on the FlyQuest side, obviously from their mid laner. And going to be curious to see how Gam rounds out their comp. You know, with the Jhin, you generally want to have Dive alongside the Vi and the Poppy, and the Akali is going to give them just that.
A lot of backline access, a lot of ability to stop Masu playing the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you go Camille, this is absolutely just like a full send comp. Almost, you know, full physical. Of course, Akali obviously is going to be magic, but if you went towards, you know, a tank, that could be problematic. Vladimir would be really interesting, but I'm going to start talking about hovers because it is going to be Gnar. It is all dive pretty much here. So it's going to be Poppy support, Akali mid, Gnar top, alongside that Vi. There's a 0% chance that Bwipo, this is going to get locked. Bwipo, a 0% chance.
0% chance.
This is just a hover from Busio. I truly will never believe that that's going to get locked in. This is what's going to get locked in.
Okay.
So he will tell you, as much as, you know, he is getting some flack, you know, some people love it, some people hate it. Bwipo will tell you whatever he thinks. Whether he's right, whether he's wrong, doesn't really matter. He's going to give you his honest opinion on anything. This guy, I remember the first time I met him was actually at a Rift Rivals event when it was, you know, LCS versus LEC. And first time I had met him, never talked to him in my life, he just started telling me their whole draft plan. I'm like, you shouldn't be telling me this. Like, don't tell me this. I'm not going to leak it, but someone might. And he's just, you know, he's really open. He's really talkative. He's great, you know, as far as that goes. And he's been creating, I think, so much content around Worlds. But
he's been great. He's been like the little villain, right? But as much as, you know, some people don't like it and some people don't like how outspoken he is, again, as you said, great content, but also sets up this nice narrative that if Bwipo starts winning as well, Bro can walk the walk that he talks.
Exactly, it's great. But the other part of it is that as much as people are like, he's getting an ego, he will tell you and has said constantly, he thinks he's the worst player on his team. And he's saying, you know, it's a privilege to play on a team where you are the worst player on your team. And you need to be working hard to live up to that, to be able to keep pace with your teammates and to be able to make sure you're doing your job. And this is what he's talked about time and time again, if you watch his stream, is that he is going to do his job. He is going to play to set up his teammates for success. And that is the role that he sees for himself now on this team. And so as much as people want to talk about ego, to me, that is about as like humble as it gets.
I mean, again, it's a great narrative coming in because FlyQuest in their debut have got a lot to show up here for North America. The earlier loss for TL stings a little bit when it was so winnable against LNG. Now this one people are saying should be FlyQuest, but Gam came through play-ins so unconditionally well, undefeated. Is it Gam time or Fly time? We're about to find out here in our second last game of day number 1 here for Swiss. And as you said before, Gam have built a comp that wants to send it and try and send it on top of Masu.
And what I will say is their engage needs to be perfect, because if you fail your engage against Ivern and Redemption comes down and multiple shields come down and Daisy is interrupting you and all these things are happening, you are going to lose the fight for sure. So your engage needs to be picture perfect, but this is a 2-threat comp over on FlyQuest. So if you can nail that engage, instantly kill Quater, instantly kill Masu, all of a sudden FlyQuest is going to be sorely lacking in damage, whereas over on the other side, there's really 4 threats from Gam. You know, Gnar is not a true carry, but they are some real damage dealers on that team. So, you know, it is kind of that high risk, high reward for FlyQuest. If you can perfectly protect those carries, have that counter engage, it could go really well. But if you don't, it could fall flat on its face.
Now, just an update on the other pick that should be highly contested here is, again, we're just looking at the star of Gam. Well, you can see his world appearance. This guy's got 10 of the VCS of the 11 championships of GAM. I mean, on the Vi here, he's a big playmaker for this game.
And he as well, you know, I talked about this with Maple. He is in his last Worlds appearance. I mean, he's talked about that retirement, you know, and he has been so incredible. So many people think back to, you know, him playing like the Nocturne, the power farming Nocturne, and being able to pull off
Luckily, we got to see it in this Worlds too, right?
Exactly, like the surprise plays that he has been able to pull off. He has brought some incredible moments to Worlds. This guy truly is world class, and he's so exciting, so fun to watch. A great personality as well. So FlyQuest are into the lane swap here. Sion obviously very adept at that. Whippo going to be taking a lot of damage, but did start W level 1, so was able to soak that and wanted to walk forward to get the experience. It was not about farm. Just wanted to make sure he was soaking enough experience, because even if you dive the Sion, he can farm a lot of this with his zombie passive. And we'll see if Busio is going to do the same thing we've been seeing a lot today from Core and, and from HLE as well, where he gets level 2 and then bases the cover, but it doesn't look like he's going for it. So GAM, I think for sure, are going to try to dive this, and it's going to be up to Inspired to try to cover here with Levi waiting in the brush.
Now, while I was wrong about the Nocturne for Levi, of course that was Audi on the other side. I might not be wrong about how well this dive goes, because this wave is getting bigger and bigger. Whippo has the attention of Inspired, spotted out by Levi. Where is the attention going? Kiaya also walking down here to make sure this try works out. You're right.
This is really risky. They're going to go for it, but Inspired can keep him.
Oh, it's clean, but the shielding's huge. It comes through clutch, but over the top, Easy Love gets the range shot. A beautiful finisher, and GAM, layering of CC was still clean.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Even with those shields, you know, I thought it might have turned around a little bit, but they weren't able to survive long enough. But this is the benefit of Sion. Yeah, you died, but he didn't really miss any experience. He farmed a lot of the wave before he died, and then he just immediately TP's back, and he's like, well, you can't do it again. So, you know, that is kind of that difficulty. But thankfully for GAM, that kill went exactly where you would want it. It went to Easy Love. That dive would have been way less beneficial if it went to, like, you know, the Poppy support or something like that.
True.
And we'll see as Poppy's here.
Ilya tries to bring Busio back into rage. Some good damage done. Emo in trouble though. Quad, wait, he's got so much to do. He's run low on mana here, but forces Emo out as he gets a low health bar.
Yeah, Quad has become a very strong laner. You know, one of the things that FlyQuest talk a lot about, again, is that this is a guy who is too selfless, and they really kind of wanted to instill into him that, no, you are going to carry the game. You need to be greedy. You need to play for yourself. And so that is something that FlyQuest has really been working on, and that Quad has really been working on, is to try to really set himself up for success, to not always feel like he needs to, you know, not call for resources. You know, and that's part of what kind of is having Inspired on these supportive styles. You know, when you think of Inspired, you think of power farming. People are calling him, you know, the full clear CEO and stuff, and like all of these kind of memes. But, you know, he is willing to play all of the styles, and I think that's what makes him such an impressive jungler, is that this guy's won MVP in multiple leagues, and he really can play such a high level for pretty much every champion.
And I mean, again, having so much versatility as a jungler is such a good thing here, especially heading towards those summer championships where I feel like Inspired gapped Umti in that final. It's not even a feel that happened, right?
He absolutely crushed him. And I mean, he is someone that,
deep for Busio, but he's okay here with the shield up.
Yeah, nice little bit of chunk there. And now with that chunk, you start to get nervous about, you know, can I walk forward on this wave? You know, Masu is just kind of thinning it out a little bit. They're going to allow it to keep pushing out towards FlyQuest. And going to just hold this and make sure to keep denying as much as possible from Kiaya. Whereas on the other side, guess what? Jin cannot pressure a Sion in a 1v1. So Whippo's going to keep farming, and Whippo is getting way ahead as far as that CS is concerned.
We saw it before, you know, in what we call the T1 early game masterclass, where Jackie Love on this Jin couldn't really pressure sides, couldn't really get away with open map because the Jin was slow at pushing, slow at taking down some of these tanks as well. As you just highlighted there. It's a nice touch considering as the push comes out, Whippo's okay for now. He's picked up quite a lot of CS in this lane as well. 400 gold lead, while Kiaya, as you said, constant pressure added there while he has to reset and go bot.
Exactly. It's a smart play here from FlyQuest, just utilizing the Sion, utilizing that passive, picking up as much farm as possible. As Levi does get eyes on Inspired, but he'll just use the Smite and then go back towards his Krug to pick that up and be able to be there to cover any sort of thing top. As they are pushing the Poppy out, we can see Jin's moving towards top. Whippo is going to move forward and try to proxy this wave and keep Kiaya away from it. You can see on the mini-map, they're just kind of like jostling for position. While that is happening, this is all lost farm here. So Whippo even spending the ult, he has a 2-level advantage.
And he's doing a lot of damage, waiting for the decimating smash. He finds that, he gets a grass stack, presses E. If he goes into zombie, he'll also kill Kiaya. He's just waiting for the cooldowns, and it's just such classic Sion play. The flash away as Whippo just tries to survive. He's got no mana mana, no TP to come back, and he's already burnt the ulti.
It's just really smart play from Bwipo here. It's great stuff. He forces the flash. He knows he has a level advantage. He's zoning Kiaya away. So even though Kiaya survives, it cost him his flash. It means he lost multiple minions to that. And on the top side, they're utilizing the prowl that they have with Kalista to get all 3 of his grubs. So this is really good stuff here on the map from FlyQuest. They are down a first blood, which is worth 400 gold, and they are up 1,000 gold here, not even 7 minutes in.
I mean, again, remember that because of all the health that he's gained off that W as well from killing the minions with the minion advantage we talked about before, makes those dives worse and worse and worse as the game goes on, and obviously it gets tankier and tankier and tankier, even in this early game. Well, Gam, at the very least, you can say they've started this dragon, they'll take this dragon. Fly were the ones who picked up 2 of the grubs before, so that's the trade we're looking at for now.
But we also know that there's 2 parts of the game. We've seen a number of teams, play really well on the map movement. You think back to the TL game early. Their early stages were great. I do think they were outplaying, LNG as far as their lane assignments and as far as how they were moving around the map. But you have to be able to execute in those 5v5s, and here they go.
Okay, well, they set it up, and Poppy tries to stop them with the steadfast presence, but it matters not. Masu picks up the kill, and Busio flashes away. He survives. EasyLove now has a lot of spears in him, gets rendered out, and Masu uses the rest of his mana to say back off.
Yeah, great play there from Masu, just utilizing the ulti. Bwipo's up here to go top, and they're going to just rotate their bot back towards bot lane. Bwipo almost has the ulti, and if that comes up and EasyLove's still here, it could get a little bit dicey, to be honest. So EasyLove does need to pay some respect.
He's got the thumbs up. I'm waiting for it too, as Daisy says bye-bye. Inspire just hovers over the bot wave. Bwipo, I think we're mega close to that, and as you said, EasyLove has to back before he gets taken out.
But their tempo is so bad because he's basing so much later, and Kiaya has no TP, so Kiaya bases now, goes top, and guess what's happening? Again, you're losing the wave to the tower. So, their map movements are a bit slow. Obviously, this is partially because Fly have the push, but I also think Gam on some of these resets are being a little bit greedy, a little bit late to the punch. That's an entire wave that is gone, and that is nearly a 2,000 gold lead now for FlyQuest here, and this is not even 9 minutes in.
This is what, I guess, the best part of the lane swap is. You can see so many minute differences, but when it exploits like this, as Bwipo looks for the decimating smash damage, you just see what a team that is experiencing this, I guess going up against TL, has given them a lot of experience, especially in the domestic league, what FlyQuest can do with an early game that's exposed like this.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll see if they can make it happen when it does come down to those team fights, but thus far, it is a map kingdom here for FlyQuest. They are playing the map really, really well. They're excelling in that macro game. And we'll see if they can kind of continue developing with this, as Bwipo, obviously, eventually you are going to be pretty far on the back foot against this Gnar, but you're hoping at that point that you're just so tanky that the Gnar really can't pressure you out, and that you just have more value in the 5v5.
Oh, you're not worried about the early game in that regard, are you? Because you're almost 1k gold up here on this Gnar, 20 CS up. I love it, the first Scion coming out here at Worlds. And this innovation leads me to believe that, again, Bwipo's in fine form, as we talked about a little bit before. And Bro is not taking any damage with the Chain Best, with the Kindle Gem already picked up. Things looking good here for the FlyQuest early game that we talked about. You mentioned 2K. I'm also looking at those grubs spawning in 1 minute and thinking, well, with that gold lead, you can probably use that to their advantage. A Shockwave comes through. Emo in a bit of trouble. He's got Flash available. And there's a dissonance that comes through. Emo almost got solo killed again.
Yeah, I mean, Quad has just been putting on a lot of pressure. I mean, Quad is basically a kill's worth of gold ahead of his opponent without actually getting that kill. He's just constantly pushing in, constantly harassing him, not allowing Emo to get any free CS at any point in this game. And he's even going to get a plate off this pretty much guaranteed. So is in a great spot. That's going to be now going on a 600 gold lead for Quad without a kill, without really any jungle intervention either, and that's definitely setting himself up for success. He already has that early tier. He's stacking it up. You can see tier 2 boots kind of almost across the board here for FlyQuest, and the first item already done now for Bwipo, as he's got the Unending Spare. So FlyQuest, again, just moving around the map, really pressuring well, and now that Busio has 6, it does get a little bit scarier here if you do show up in a side lane, because not only is there that long range engage, throwing them in with that Kalista ultimate, there's Leona ult, there's so much CC there to follow.
You notice as well, teleport was burned by Kiaya to move towards mid. That's because those grubs talking about contested are what Gam really seeking after. They're the only ones here. Fly just said whatever. They leave Bwipo in a side lane, and Inspired starts traveling down to see if there's anything he can do. So at least Gam getting the objective here when they're so far behind.
Yeah, they will be able to get the objective, and this is going to be 4 grubs for them. So they are going to get the Void Might spawn. That is very, very nice. Busio gets eyes on this, and we'll be going back up towards top to cover it. You can tell he's a little bit nervous. Oh, is someone coming? So he's going to pull it back and make sure that he can secure this. Just, I think, was probably waiting to make sure that there's no chance of any sort of contest. We, of course, know that Inspired was not there, but Inspired now has the redemption done. FlyQuest starting to complete these items. They're not going to feel pressure with this style of comp. I know that they have an incredible amount of confidence that when they are playing these style of compositions with the Ivern, that they will outscale, that they will win 5v5, but they do get spotted moving in here, and Levi's coming top lane, so could be a play.
He's a bit far away for now, but he has Flash and ulti available, as you said, and the Jhin traps also help out with the vision game too. The FlyQuest notice him, or at least you'd think
wasn't
so?
spotted.
No, it wasn't.
No, definitely didn't have vision on him there, but they are going to check. And they are definitely aware of the possibility, so Levi will get spotted.
So the next question is, what happens with this Dragon down bot? Because you can see that Inspired is there. Now that Levi's spotted out top, are they going to commit for the dive? Are they going to continue for this play and try and maximize it? Or does Levi now need to sprint towards bot and try and make something happen?
I think it would be too hard of a play to really make happen, honestly. But at the same time, I don't think FlyQuest are going to be that quick to be starting up the Dragon. They don't really have a lot of damage here with the Ivern.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, if they send their bot lane down there, then maybe they're going to be looking towards it. But there's really not been too much prio on the Dragons thus far. They're happy to just continue farming. They feel they have a scaling advantage, and they're going to keep playing towards that. As Bwipo going to be able to grab a plate for that time that was spent top from Levi. Bwipo knows, you know what? I'm not pressured. If there's no jungler here, you're not killing me 1v1. So walks up, claims the plate, and they're just going to keep pushing towards these first item completions where they'll feel very strong. You know, you can see item now done here for Quad. They're just waiting on the Blade of the Rune King for Masu, and that's where I think we're going to see FlyQuest start to come alive a little bit more and start feeling confident that they can look towards some of these fights. But really, the pressure is way more on Gam when you're playing this style of comp. Like, you're effectively 4 melee. Yeah, there's mini-Gnar for range, but you're effectively 4 melee and full dive. Like, you need to make things happen way more, I think, than FlyQuest does.
As you said, full commit, and I think that's just showing Gam, like, kind of like what we're talking about with PSG, pulling out what you'd argue is a riskier composition, right? It has good thematics, but against a team like Fly, against a Swiss team, is showing a bit of a risk. Good shuriken flip as Emo has to get on out because Quad is continuing to use the range while Gam just take care of Daisy. Now finally looking towards the bottom side with setup on Scuttle, potentially set up around the Dragon as well while Fly looked top.
Yeah, nice little trick there. Didn't make too much of a difference, but he did actually leash Daisy by outranging it, sending it the opposite direction from him, so denies that kill goal from him. So one of the tricks you'll see both Ivern and Andy players do is you can actually walk the opposite way. You can also do a Shaco alt clone.
True.
So there's one of those little things that just kind of showcases mastery on the champ and is going to move topside, just play for some camps, but Gam are coming. They want to fight here.
Leo gets a setup. It's a steadfast presence set up by the Keeper's Verdict, and Fly getting out with the redemption comes in handy. The engage is deep from Busio to try and get on out, but now he's got Quad. A one-man shockwave onto Emo means perfect execution out. No one dies as a setup, and Summoners are burned in the process.
Yeah, Levi looking to try to pressure Quad here, at least to keep him away from some of those minions. The invade not working out there for Fly at the end of the day. It is going to be the flash for Inspired for a little bit of time there from the Gam squad, but the redemption keeping them safe along with Quad moving over to try to cover. They couldn't really chase past into Quad. They would have been really difficult to pull that off. But again, the gold lead just slowly but surely extending more and more. We're now up about 2.5, 2.6K, and this tower is getting incredibly close to dying. Easy Love is just going to get ignored. Jhin does not hurt tanks, and he's going to be problematic. I mean, sure, like, if you gave tons and tons of time to Gnar in a side lane, eventually he could deal with him. But, like, you cannot win a team fight where Gnar just sits there and autos Sion 300 times.
True.
So who's supposed to kill this guy, right? Like, he's going to be walking at Jhin in almost every team fight, and Jhin just kind of has to walk away.
I mean, again, with all the resources Bwipo's getting, I mean, armor stacking is going to come through soon, right? He's sitting on MR, but, like, you've got, you know, got the Akali, but the rest is AD. So for Bwipo, so easy in this game to itemize, right? Oh, sorry, the unending despair is armor start.
Yeah, and he might be going towards, we'll see, you know, when you watch him play this a lot, he'll go towards Titanic, he'll sometimes go towards like Sterix and play these more kind of damagey bruiser styles, which, you know, can work really, really well because Sion gets so much free HP with that W passive that you were talking about. And you can see, you know, the number below his flash TP, that's how much health he's already gotten. So, you know, going on 700 free health already. So can definitely make him a threat, you know, even just with that one armor item and a ton of HP. It's tough to focus him down in the 5v5. So if he builds a little bit of damage, he then has that actual kill threat and that real difficulty where you can't ignore him and you can't really kill him. So then it becomes, okay, well, what now?
I mean, the health stacking is at 715, by the way, just from that W.
Yeah. And this tower top is likely going to die too. So FlyQuest just
Clean
slowly
play.
but surely moving around the map, chipping away at these advantages. It's not a lot of fighting, it's not a lot of kills, but it doesn't need to be.
It's frustrating for Gam. Like, it doesn't need to be for Fly, but you can see Gam are getting edgy, and they're like, we need to find a pick onto Busia. No, denied. Masu's nearby. Pupo's now moved into position as well. It's all around this Herald that's just sitting there, glanting an eye to see who starts it off, but Gam don't want to do it because Fly are around, and they still keep finding a pick, but no overextensions here, as Fly still playing it so patiently, as you said.
Exactly, and it's so frustrating, as you say, playing against this style, and it can sometimes make you overcommit into a dive or overcommit into a play where you say, we just have to do something, and that is where Ivern will kill you. If you do not have the perfect execution on that dive, if you go into the back line, Redemption comes down, the shield comes down from Ivern, Daisy's there peeling, Barrier gets popped, Orianna's shield comes through, all of a sudden you're not even close to killing them, and you're all dead.
God. MasterCard lane economy snapshot in the meanwhile, 1800 gold mid. In top. Mid's about 1k, and everything else is daisies and peaches here for Fly. Yeah, it is so frustrating. It's been a slow game. You guys sitting at home going, well, when the action going to happen? But, you know, for Fly, they're picking up these 1 items, the 2 items coming across and starting to build towards as well. They have the gold lead. They'll have the item advantage. They'll have the fight advantage here as third dragon comes up, and obviously that's going to be something they'll deny. But I think they'll be happy taking the fight at that point to deny it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what FlyQuest is going to look towards, and then the question is, well, what can GAM do about it? You know, can GAM really make a play happen? Because as much as they are building this slow incremental lead, if all of a sudden GAM pull off that perfect fight, insta-kill Quad or insta-kill Masu at that dragon, put themselves a soul point, well, now there's a very easy win condition that you can look towards as Bupo pops the ulti and is not going to be able to make his way back to the tower just yet.
He walks slowly, but you're right, it goes down in the end, so GAM gets some more gold on the map right before this dragon. Bupo not having the ulti before that objective might mean something here, as he just catches a wave, and you can see the rest of Fly move down to try and position and get themselves in river a little bit before this spawns.
Yeah, but Masu needs to go back to base. He's sitting on 1,800 gold, so he must you know, feel like he needs a certain power spike that he's waiting for to actually complete, you know, at least a major component. Inspired did just go back to base. He's already on 2 items now. Of course, they are cheap ones on the Ivern, but that's part of the advantage of this champ. Like, he's already on Moonstone plus Redemption. That's full build for Ivern.
Yeah, no, we're done. We're done. Yeah, it's annoying as well. The longer these fights go, the more that Moonstone gets value, and part of the ploy of Ivern, you're right, it's just so cheap.
And Masu, you know, he's now the only one that hasn't actually spent. Bupo went back and spent, got his tier 2 boots. Everyone else on FlyQuest has found that time to base. Masu maybe won't feel that he needs to, but I mean, he is sitting on 2k, so as much as there is a gold lead for FlyQuest, a lot of it are in his pockets right now.
Herald might be start off the corner of that spot from Levi on the top side.
Gonna be a trade, looks like.
But he needs to do it quick smart, because another 30 or 40 seconds, that's going to despawn anyway, as Bupo just walks into Emo and cares not. He gets grasp. He's got the ulti in 3 seconds, or rather 7, if my eyes could count properly. And he just sends him away. He won't pop anything while Fly deny the dragon stack, and looks like Levi will stay true to the Herald.
I mean, it's kind of like, as Emo, what are you supposed to do? Sion walks at you. Are you going to E into him? Like,
let's fight.
you're going to maybe break his shield. You know, it gets very, very difficult. They just have no sustained damage. It's hard to, like, think of a comp that's worse at killing tanks than what GAM have drafted. Of course, their goal is not to kill the tanks, it's to go past the tanks and just be able to kill off the carries. But that is very tough with Ivern, with Ori, you know, with some of these defensive items. You can see second item now complete for Quad. And I think Masu's probably going to have a second item nearly done by the time he goes back. He's going to be working towards that Rage Blade very likely here. And they're going to be sitting in a really good spot.
But I have to say, I mean, I've seen many comps out of Fly, and especially, you know, looking back in the finals, looking back in the series versus 100 Thieves as well, this feels like a very patient FlyQuest. This feels like a very, not reserved, but like well thought out style of FlyQuest in the first 20 minutes of this game.
Well, and I can tell you from talking to some of these guys, from talking to the coaches, like, this is just a draft where I think they thought they won in draft if they play slow. So they are going to try to not rush it. They're going to try to not get nervous. They're saying, you know what, our win condition is farm and do nothing, and GAM has to disrupt us. So if they feel that they're in that spot, especially playing towards Mountain Soul, which is horrible for GAM, you know, that is really rough. They're going to be happy to just play it slow.
Solar Flare, they can't kill Busio yet. He gets ignited down, but here he comes! Unstoppable onslaught, forced the flash from Elio, and Bupo just gets in the way. He's trying to block some of these shots in the end, but they did all their damage on a Leona. At half HP, it matters not. There's a Moonstone Renewer Ivern, and there you go. That's GAM's engage. That's how hard this game is.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really tough. You know, again, it's one of those situations where you're saying, well, why are you engaging on Leona? Because Leona was the only one showing, and they haven't found anything, right? So you're getting frustrated. You're feeling the game is slipping away.
Yep.
And it's one of those situations where we've all been in these games if you play League, where you feel like you're losing, and there hasn't even been a fight yet. Like, nothing has happened, but you feel like you're losing the game. So it really does put pressure on them to try to make some sort of a pick. They go for Busio, but he has Locket. There's an Ivern Shield. There's a Redemption. And, you know, that's kind of it.
You know, I'm going to try this because I don't normally make American references, but this game is like, for GAM, it's like going to Walmart and there's no cheese, but it's taco night. And you need cheese. You can't have taco without cheese, right? That's what this game feels like. I'm assuming Walmart sells cheese. I don't know what that shop is.
How is that an American reference just because there's Walmart?
Because there's Walmart in it. I took it away. I didn't use Woolworths. I didn't use Coles, which is what we got back home. I didn't use Reva.
You know what we do in LA for taco night? We go out and get some street tacos.
Oh, much better. Well, the van's not there. GAM don't have the van. So what do they do? What do they do?
I guess, wait, well, if you don't have a van, how are you going to Walmart?
That's right. How are you going to Walmart? We come back to the setup point, and then we question, what are GAM going to do in this game?
Where will they get their cheese?
If you don't follow the reference, then let's go back to the start. They try to go to Walmart. And for GAM, as they defend this mid lane turret, again, maybe the doors are closed, and with Daisy out, it's a 6 versus 5, but the whole of GAM, even as they move in, are getting forced off. The Keeper's Verdict is out. It hits backline. It's good, and GAM finally pull the trigger, but Bwipo with a 3-man knockup, set up with a decimating smash, still gets them all. They find backline access, but Mazu takes so long to die, and he still survives. It's just hopeless, man. FlyQuest with the draft div, I think it's safe to say.
Masu played that so well in the fight, though. They initially try to go in for Inspired, look to try to burst him out. They can't do it. And then they full send it onto Masu, but perfectly timing the flash, dancing around in the fight, dodging skill shots, is able to survive. And just like that, you get the fight you wanted. It's not the fight that GAM wanted, though, as FlyQuest are going to crush the fight, going to take the Baron, and get a stranglehold on this game.
This is looking clinical. This is looking well thought out. And for FlyQuest, steps away from bringing the first win of the Swiss stage to North America. It is a masterclass at this point as they move to a 6K gold lead with the Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, they are looking really, really strong. The Sterix is complete for Bwipo, so 2 items across the board now here as we can watch this one more time. GAM, you know what? They say, all right, enough is enough. They're pushing, they're sieging in our face. Bwipo is tanking the tower, so they just full go with it. They try to get in the backline and burst out Inspired, but he flashes, he shields himself, he drops a Redemption. You can see Kiaya is just full targeting onto Masu here, but Masu kites back. He flashes out of the Mega Gnar, dodging the Jhin ulti at the same time. Good patience on his summoners. He did not panic when he was getting low there, played it out really well. And you can see the intensity on their faces. Yeah, the game is going well, but they know it is not over till it's over.
True.
And the coaching staff looking pretty stressed there, I'm not going to lie.
After the start today, after the TL
Masu's
game,
damage, by the way.
It's huge, isn't it? I mean, you saw at the end the Deadly Flourish. He dodged out of that. His Decimating Smash won't have enough damage, but Bwipo cleans it up anyway.
And Bwipo as well. You know, he turned in almost 4K damage himself. That's what I'm talking about. When you can't kill this tank in this situation, you can build a little bit of damage like the Sterix, as it synergizes so incredibly well with his HP stacking passive. Gives him so much bonus AD on this champ that it kind of gets a little bit crazy. I mean, he's getting 61 bonus AD from the Sterix alone. Like, that is an enormous amount.
I mean, thoughts about Overlord's Blood Mail. Let's talk about that in a second. Ulti used at point-blank range. Levi in trouble as they keep trying to dive this turret. He almost dies. 1 hit away. That play from GAM, though, was 2 turrets in the top side. So, you know, while we are talking about Fly in the Baron play, for now, things are stabilized as Fly try to trade out through bot, as we saw on our mini-map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's smart play from GAM because if you can't defend, then you cross map, right?
Yeah, of course.
Their wave clear is absolutely abysmal. Like, how are you supposed to actually stop the Baron push here with 4 melee champs basically and a Jhin? It's just not really going to happen. So they try to look for a play on the other side. Bwipo defends as well as he can, almost gets a kill. FlyQuest gets some gold down on the bot side, and this Baron power play is still going up despite the fact that they did grab a couple of those towers on that top side of the map from GAM. So Fly's just going to keep playing it out slow and steady. They've gotten their 2nd Mountain Dragon. They can work towards this Mountain Soul. Mountain Soul with 4 Mountain Dragons. Well, if you thought the Sion was tanky now,
just wait.
Doesn't get better.
Yeah, buckle up. I mean, again, that Kalista with
Build
3 items.
the minefield here for the Jin traps. Time to sell your items and go AP. See if someone will step on them.
And then Bwipo will just run it down mid with the ulti, and it doesn't matter anyway.
Well, FlyQuest pushing out the map. They're just going to play 1-4. No need to get too overcomplicated here. Bwipo cannot be killed. It's just not going to happen. Or if he is, you're sending 5 people and they're ending the game.
Yep.
So FlyQuest are just going to stay around. They're taking over vision in the enemy jungle, making sure there's no possibility of a flank. Inspired just needs to make sure that he's not getting one shot at the start of the fight, and he can just support these teams. Has the Dawn Core done now as well, so he gets even more supportive here. The shields are getting larger and larger, and this TP is going to come in, but is it in time?
It is in time only, just. Bwipo demolishes it, almost takes it down, but Fly is still sticking around. Bwipo just stands in front, and you can see the Grubs are even doing their own work as Daisy gets a nice knock up. Bwipo again, point-blank range for the unstoppable onslaught, and Quad takes him down. Elio to the ground, and a double already picked up, and at 27 minutes, this looks like it could be the final onslaught here as GAM run out of energy. I don't know how good the energy was at the start of the game, but this has been a massacre.
Yeah, FlyQuest starting off Worlds with a bang here. Looking incredibly strong here against GAM. Gave him no chance, it felt like, start to finish. Great draft, patient play, and they're looking to clean it up.
Well, as they run towards the next turret, Emo just shuriken flips out. He's got nowhere to go. And Bwipo stands up. He's taking the turret. Now he TPs to the minion. They want to end it in this final push as the Nexus exposed and North America have turned up FlyQuest with a dominating performance against our favorites from the play-in stage.
The only death here on FlyQuest was that initial dive off the lane swap where Bwipo was even able to just farm up the wave, TP right back. GAM just got no momentum at all in this game here. They had such a strong camp over on the FlyQuest side. Knew that they could just kind of play it slow, scale it up. They played the map better than their opponents. They laned better than their opponents. And in those team fights, they were able to execute when it mattered most. It's exactly what you want to see from your top seed here, going up against a strong team like GAM. You can't underestimate them. You need to play with that respect. But this was a really good start to the FlyQuest Worlds performance here, especially after MSI. They really want to show up, have a strong tournament.
True.
And thus far, they're doing great.
A clean performance that we can't really fault, and for GAM, you know, it does feel like we talked about the draft a lot. We criticized that because there were no options here, and it did feel like there were a couple of plays that looked good, but again, the other side of the map was always burning down. Bwipo on that Scion. Yeah, that was a fun
not
pick.
burning down.
It was not burning down at all. I mean, he had a clean game. He did exactly what he needed to in sides. Even did his walk afterwards. I mean, that guy's in fine form for day one.
Yeah, he was looking really good. I mean, he got so much done. I think the way that he actually played that game out was so incredibly smart. Obviously, the sign was a great pick, but how much pressure he was actually putting on Kiaya, forcing the flash when he was coming back to wave, was really, really nice as well. FlyQuest, it's good to get that first win at Worlds out of the way here. You know, we've seen a lot of teams sometimes, you know, look a little bit nervous at the start, and being able to have a strong, confident win like that is going to set you up for success in this second round, where it's going to be a lot of beasts in the 1-0 bracket. So there's no easy draws for FlyQuest, so they have got to make sure they are absolutely on point coming into this next match if they want to have a shot at it.
But hell, with a performance like that, I mean, again, momentum is a very real thing. I think a lot of people cop it out and say it's just a quote that people use because they don't know why teams are playing so well. But overall, from that game, I have a lot more faith in FlyQuest. I have a lot more faith that it's not just like, oh yeah, Bwipo's just going to play, you know, Olaf or something like Renekton as he constantly does. It could be messy. I think Bwipo's got a lot of strength to him as we throw it over to Law, standing by with the Frozen post-game interview on stage.
FlyQuest are the first Western team to grab a victory here at Worlds, and I have Bwipo with me. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the studio, even if it's
nice.
a new layout. Yeah, you like it here?
Yeah, it's nice. It's upgraded.
All right.
It feels really nice.
All right. We'll talk about you coming back in Europe a bit later, but I feel like it's time for a review, Bwipo. We're gonna review lane swap because I feel like it's been the main thing that we've seen today. It doesn't usually go well, but you're the first ones to actually make it successful. So let's review the lane swap from a GAM perspective, because you ended up in a pretty good situation. Soaking SP actually being leveled up at the end of the lane swap. The dive that happened, I don't really know what happened there, so you're the review master. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean, honestly, I was shocked that I ended up dying here. Holy, they deal some damage. But fortunate for me, I have 2 health bars. So maybe that was a neat little trick.
Anything that could have been executed better on their side, maybe?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, honestly. I think they dove me. I think just the way they drafted, the best thing they can do is, I don't know, flip it, maybe?
Right.
Like, I don't know, hope they don't get swapped on.
The game was pretty slow paced in terms of kills, actually. I was wondering what was going on here. Is this something you expected with the compositions that you had on both sides?
Oh yeah, I mean, the enemy team drafted Vi, Gnar, Akali, and Jhin. I locked in Sion, so I knew that it was going to take Jhin like, what, 29 bullets to kill me? He's only got 4.
Yeah, he only got 4. It takes a long time. And you guys got the victory in the end. As I was saying, you're back in the LEC studio. I don't know how long it's been since the last time you were here, but how good does it feel to be back in Europe, competing for Worlds as the first seed for NA?
Yeah.
What do you think, Bwipo?
I feel fantastic, honestly. Europe has been nothing but kind to me. I really am grateful for all the fans, all of you here. Thank you very much. And I feel really hopeful. You know, the last time I was the first seed competing at Worlds, I made a final.
What is the hope here for FlyQuest? I keep on hearing good things about you. I don't want to talk about scrims too much, but I hear things are going well for you guys.
I think a final is a bit too overzealous, but I do think we'll make it out of Swiss. I have great confidence in my team. I think all of our players are exceptionally talented and work very hard, and I have nothing but great expectations, and I think we can live up to them.
And I cannot wait to see more from you and FlyQuest. Bwipo, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats
Thank you very much.
On the first victory here. That's all for us on this side of the stage. Last game of the first day coming up, Pain Gaming versus G2 Esports. Stay tuned.
See you guys soon. Vamos! 在瑞士人见。我们瑞士人见。See you in the Swiss day. 我们瑞士人见。
I've been living behind all the scenes, 'cause it's easier when they don't believe. Keep it quiet, keep it hush, keep denying, but the fire that's inside is igniting. Keep control, I'm like a bomb sticking. Hit, explode, I won't be so forgiving. Cross me twice, no, I won't let it go. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. Words unspoken, I'm not afraid to say it now. Set in motion what I've kept underground. Don't crack under pressure, I'm built like a rough machine. And if you don't know what I mean, I can strike like a viper. Feel it coming, always up to something. Give me that power. Watch it get louder. Feel it round, better start here running. I'll bite like a spider, and I'll strike like a viper, like a viper. Rosy cheeks on a pretty face. Promise I'm nice, but that goes 2 ways. I can scream, I can howl, it's performing. Don't wanna let it out, just take this as a warning. Me and my shark tooth digging in honey. I'm all self-made, not just lucky. Cool girl with a temper. Hit you from your blind spot, hit you where it's gonna hurt most. This has been a long time coming, building up my courage slowly. Ready if I have to fight, got no doubt.
T1, you're an LCS champion. We've got Inspired here with us. They didn't buckle under the pressure. Inspired, how happy are you with your first win at Worlds?
I'm pretty happy. We're a little bit nervous going into the game because we have 3 players that are playing for the first time at Worlds. So it's a good start for us, I think. The nerves for the second game will probably be lower. We are kind of getting used to the stage. I played here already, but when I was playing here, it was completely different. Like the experience right now was like, I don't know, just like night and day. It was so much different, the stage, and like the fact that the crowd is in front of me, and like, I don't know, I liked it. So overall, it was a good experience today.
Yeah, I didn't look nervous, I want to say.
Not at all. In fact, you guys been here just like boot camping a little bit. Have you been able to like soak in Berlin just a little bit, as you said?
Well,
you
he
were
knows
here
it. What are you talking about?
Not really. I think mostly we're just practicing and preparing for the games. So.
Yeah, Raz. They're not gonna you think they're going to be tourists?
Just checking around.
Jesus.
A little nostalgic.
Anyways, we're going to get into our last game of the day, and they finally got their win. The question is, will EU finally get their win as well? You might say, of course they will, Shocks. It's versus the CB LoL and Pain. And I got a tale to tell you. It's a tale that includes an Alliance and a Kaboom and an EDG and an INTZ. So I'm just going to say.
I can feel the trauma rising up.
This is our first seed out of the CB LoL. And absolutely huge DB that they made it through the play-ins. They set aside Rainbow 7, who of course set aside Hunter Thieves. So they took the assist.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of the way they got out of play-ins, right? It's not just the fact that they were taking games of other minor regions. They're taking games of PSG as well. I mean, yeah, they didn't win the series, but they showcased that they have potential of taking games of opponents that on paper should be better than you. And I think they've really leveled up coming into this, well, play-ins and then now Tournament of Worlds as well, just because they have been able to play through their bot lane in a way that didn't get disrupted. Like, they were actually able to do what they did domestically, and I think that's what really stands out to me about this Pain roster.
Their star was for sure Chitan in the bot lane. He was just completely rolling, I would say, the Rainbow Seven's bot lane, and I think that's going to be the target going into today's games.
And we've heard some things, some whispers of some, I don't know if it was like 5-mans or scrims inspired. Have you heard the same things about Pain?
I mean, I saw them beating BLG and LNG players, I think, yesterday in the Champions Queue. So I was already like pretty impressed. And also, I played with their ADC in Champions Queue, and he also seemed pretty good to me. Like, he's aggressive in lane. He plays all these aggressive champions. Like, I also saw him play Lucian Nami, which I think they didn't really play at Worlds yet. So.
Leaked.
I mean, they beat PSG with it. They beat PSG with it.
I mean, it was in the also Champions Queue. So.
Yeah. I'm trolling.
And. Yeah, so I think it's going to be a lot of fighting in the bot side because everyone knows Hansawa Miki X playstyle. They are just going to trade you, and seems like the other team also have the same playstyle. So I think it's going to be very bloody down there.
I agree with you. Hopefully we get a really exciting last game. And G2 is, of course, the LEC's first seed once again. We know them very well. They've been together for 652 days. And I was kind of thinking a little bit about this. Remember T1? Last year, I'm not comparing G2 to T1. Hold your horses. Hold your horses.
Okay, T1. Tweet about it.
When we were talking about how long that team had been together and how they really wanted that victories, of course, T1 got much closer than G2 did. But I have a similar feeling. For me, this G2, right now, it is put up or shut up. You know, you have worked now for 2 years towards this goal to be good internationally. You have put all your thoughts and your preparation into it, as we hear from everyone in the coaching staff. We really need to see that big performance.
No, absolutely, especially because they've had the failings they've had in international. We always say that once you go to an international, you fail, but at least they learn from it. But at some point, you have to have learned everything you can learn as a roster, where you bring that point of you actually being able to try and contest for it. And I agree with you. I'm not saying they're going to be T1 coming into this tournament, but I think a lot of people were a bit disappointed when we saw them last time, because the early game did not look the greatest. But luckily, their macro has always been good. And going into this World Championship, you're hoping they have fixed some of those early game issues.
Yeah, and I think we have the big view here, of course, you know, when they go up and other opponents. Not saying they should underestimate Pain at all, because, you know, it happens. But Inspired, have you been able to scrim G2? What is your impression of them, if you've been able to watch, or do you just not care because you're in LCS now?
I mean, I did watch them for the whole season, and they did look the most clutch out of all the teams. playoffs. Like, no matter what was happening in the regular season or in playoffs, at the beginning of the playoffs, I was like thinking, G2 is gonna win anyway. Like, they're just way too clutch for other teams. And in practice, they were not looking that great, sadly.
But that's a good thing because they keep because they keep winning scrims.
They used to be the world champions of scrims. So if now it's opposite, maybe it's their time to shine.
That's a W mentality right there.
That's a W mentality. I mean, it is true. Maybe Rama will post it and it'll be all losses, but they've gotten to the semifinals, and that's fine with me.
I'm waiting for that post.
Yeah, okay.
We're still
I'm reading in between the lines. FlyQuest is absolutely destroying G2 in scrims.
There it is. And it's actually kind of crazy because it felt like a very similar story for MSI, where it was like spring, I was like, oh, it's getting a little iffy for G2 consistently in domestic play. But then they went to MSI and they had that boot camp and they performed on next to some of the best. So I think it's going to look good. This is when the pressure is on, and they do well under pressure.
This is what they came for. This is what they asked for, right?
Exactly.
Let's see. Thank you so much, Inspired, for joining us.
Thank you.
And good luck tomorrow. And now it's time for G2 versus Pain.
All right, let's see if EU can do the same. It looked good for Fly. It was clean for Fly. But PNG, a very different team, also came through play-ins, but a lot messier or maybe a lot more strenuous. But, CBLOL made it this far. Now we have to see how much more damage they can do, because if they can beat G2, then my lord, this team will be the biggest question mark for whoever they go up against next.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be really exciting. I mean, just for the CBLOL fans, and there are so many passionate CBLOL fans, to see them at the Swiss stage. It has been 8 long years since the CBLOL team has been here, and it's been 9 years since Pain made the group stage here as well. And G2, of course, the hometown favorites. They're getting a big cheer from the crowd. The G2 chants are coming out already. They want to see Europe kicking it off, their #1 seed here. They want to see domination because already Mad and Fnatic both fell. You want to have your #1 team representing well.
And the #1 team that, by the way, if anyone didn't watch LEC this year, are #1 by a large margin. Winter, spring, summer, season finals, all 4 shields were taken by G2, and every time there was a challenger like Mad or Fnatic that came up against them, G2 still, even with doubts, even with expectations being a little bit mid, was still able to clutch it out and be the better team. This is Europe's best hope at making a big run and making it out of Swiss.
Exactly. I mean, and we heard Inspire talking about it, and I really did kind of resonate with him calling them just clutch, right? Because at the end of the day, we saw G2 looking vulnerable in a lot of series, way more than I'm used to seeing. I mean, they lost the best of 5 to Fnatic, they lost the best of 5 to Mad, they almost got swept by BDS and then reverse swept, but you still always feel like when you're watching G2, yeah, but they're going to pull it out. Yeah, but they're going to come back. Yeah, but they're going to win in the end. And a lot of that magic really is just Caps. Let's be honest. This guy has been running the LEC for so many years. Last time Fnatic won a trophy, it was with Caps. And ever since he's been on G2, they have picked up trophy after trophy after trophy after trophy. And they are looking to get back to those big international performances that they had, back in the kind of 2019 era.
I know it's going to hurt a lot of people, but he's the best player of the West. Now you can get out.
I don't think that's hurting anyone. I think everyone agrees.
But, well, they should at the very least. But I don't know. I don't want to offend anyone. Anyway,
you can offend. If they're offended by that, they need to watch back some more Caps
he's the best player of the West. You know what? I shouldn't have held anything back. At least for now, though, we get a couple of those mid lane bans taken away from said man. But this time, Jinquiero's Akali was also pinched out of the pool, considering we saw that a few times actually in the play-in stage.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see exactly what Pain comes out with. Chiton is a player who's been getting a lot of hype, a lot of excitement, has been doing very well in Champs Q. A lot of people are pretty impressed with him. And let's be honest, he's just a really fun player to watch. When you watch him in the CBLOL, and also how he played, he was able to bring this to the play-in stage. He is so aggressive. He'll look for 1v1 kills. If your supports are both roaming, he's going to try to fight you. He's going to try to go for those kills. He's going to look for the 2v2 outplays. And he's going to let you know about it if he does outplay you. They're jumping up on stage, they're popping off, and they're making those big moments here as G2 are going to get Yone, which has been looking so good so far.
And again, Broken Blade plays this top, so definitely going to be a flex here. And the question of Aurora is going to be the same on the side of Pain Gaming as Carioca on something to set up. The Maokai here, a really solid pick. feel like Karaoke's been someone to play Sedge, Maokai's, you know, this is the guy that sets up some of these bigger carries, as we saw something like the Sedge, the Maokai, and the Skarner picked up a few times here in the play-in stage.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, it has really kind of maintained. Maokai has taken so many nerfs throughout the year, but it just doesn't really go away because it sets up incredibly well for your team. It controls vision very, very well with saplings, and it makes it very difficult to deal with. And Yike bringing out the brand, it was his most played in summer. Definitely did like a lot of those power farming AP junglers. This is another one of those picks, though, that people were kind of thinking had actually, you know, fallen out of meta. And when I look back at play-ins, there was a couple plays of it, you know, just the 3 picks, you know, wasn't super popular, and hasn't been picked so far today, but, you know, is always a massive threat when you come up to the 5v5. Brand, if he gets one full combo out, gets that ulti bouncing everywhere, it is just such a nightmare to deal with.
Well, Rel picked up for Mickey X as well, his most played. So we're talking about comfort here for G2, and especially when Mickey feels like such an important part to G2. I love seeing him on the snap engage. I love seeing him on the priority support here. While Smolder's picked up on the other side by Pain Gaming, so we potentially have our solo laners. Big question mark as to whether that goes bot, but right now it's looking like mid and top are locked.
Yeah, it's definitely the assumption that it would be mid or top, and it is just a possibility of where they're going to go, right? Like, are they going to flex this around? Because Smolder can be played top as well, you know, depending on the matchup, especially if it is, you know, a less threatening matchup. Like if Broken Blade were to pick a tank or something, you can kind of just like go grab Smolder and farm stacks off them, which can be quite effective. We'll see if Yike can really outpace Karaoke, because, you know, this brand, if you do get really ahead of the Maokai, obviously Maokai does have a decent clear, but did take some nerfs to that. You know, both these champions have taken some nerfs. You know, you can start to really outpace the Maokai, especially because no one is really going AP Maokai these days. It feels like full supportive style, and you can kind of get ahead of him, you know, really just try to power farm and be a monster in those 5v5s.
Now, while AD carries getting banned, focus towards the next picks, because here, everyone at home probably saying, like, Chitan's Ezreal has been looked at in Champs Queue, has been looking really good in the lead up to Swiss stage. Maybe that's one of the takeaways here is Hansama Draven, an absolute classic to be taken away here with already set up for a big 2v2 thanks to that heavy engage.
Yeah, I mean, he has been so well known for that pick for a very long time.
Oh, yeah.
One of his pocket picks that he always can bring out and really threaten you with. Ashe obviously going to be banned away here by G2, starting to limit that AD carry pool. They did already ban out Lucian, that was kind of talked about on the desk earlier on, and now Kalista. So banning out some of these kind of aggressive picks here for Chitan, both the Lucian and the Kalista can be problematic. I don't really love the Xayah here, honestly, because I don't think G2 have hard committed to like a full dive comp. You know, you could even just go something that's a little bit lower commitment in mid and, you know, put the Yone top or something that is a little bit more kind of pokey from the AD carry. So I do think Xayah can really struggle into range, and I'm just kind of curious if G2 are going to full commit to a dive comp, or if they are going to draft a little bit more range here.
Hansama does exactly that.
Okay.
We get the brothers on the same team.
It's the Wind Bros.
But I'm just going to leave this out there. Again, you can still flex this around, but you're kind of assuming that Broken Blade's going to take his Yone top, caps Yasuo mid. I mean, against Smolder, it's kind of the Corki effect, right? We saw a lot of Yasuo into Corki to deny the range and poke.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how G2 do pull this off. They obviously have the Rel for setup, but you can also kind of set each other up here. You know, there is the knockup from the Yone for that Yasuo as well. This is going to be really exciting here. Broken Blade has brought out the Yasuo in the past as well. He used to bring it out, you know, as kind of a Gnar counter pick, and he's very good on it.
Yeah, that's a really good point you just brought up, Azael. He's pulled it out actually more, too, to that note as well. Caps only once here in the course of 2024, so it does look like it will be BB taking that up into the top side to deal with the Aurora. I love that you also mentioned something like the Gnar, you know, utilizing range in the matchup as well. Aurora very good at poking out, clearing waves. Maybe this will be a new tech here for BB, as we know G2 are very good at applying new tech when you least expect it.
I mean, when you think of G2 at their best, it's always when they are creative. It's always when they're unleashing with these drafts. You know, they were just so well known for having so much confidence. You think to like Pyke solo lanes, and you think to all this creativity and flexibility that they showcased over so many years. Even back when Perks was playing AD for the team and they're bringing Mages bot, they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. Now, that's G2 at their best, and this is going to be a really exciting start here. I do worry for the early levels here of the Yasuo against their Aurora, I wonder how confident he's going to be to just kind of dash in and trade, because Yasuo can just start E in some of these matchups and just kind of just run up and start meleeing you. I don't know exactly how this matchup does go, but generally Aurora has a really good time against a lot of the melee matchups, and melees do need to kind of survive with Resolve, with Second Wind, with D-Shield, and you're kind of looking to get some levels in before you can really start winning these trades. Then you're trying to chunk out the Aurora and be able to put her low enough health that you can threaten something like that all in. If you can't do that and you just kind of try to sit back and farm, it becomes very, very oppressive because she can poke and prod under the tower, and it can become a bit of a nightmare.
Well, Weiser versus BB just got more and more interesting as we get into our last game of the opening day of Swiss here at Worlds 24. And my eyes light up because I see G2 trying to be innovative yet again. As Azael just said, this is the bread and butter of this team. This is what's made them so interesting. And I think at Worlds and even at MSI, right, their adaptation to what they see in the meta, they're like, okay, we're going to try and pull this out and see if it sticks, is always what makes this team unreliable in such a good sense for the enemy team.
Yeah, unpredictable is what I would say.
That's a better word.
Not unreliable, unpredictable is what I would say for sure. I mean, because G2, especially if they come out and if they look really dominant with this kind of draft, then no matter who draws them for the next game, whether or not G2 is planning on bringing it out again, you have to worry about it. And that is the trick against these kind of teams that can bring out flex picks and bring out these really interesting skill matchups, is all of a sudden that's in the back of your head like, ooh, should we pick this? What if they play Yasuo top? Does that actually ruin our draft? You know, it's always going to be kind of weighing on you. So the G2, now they have to execute. They've gone with a cool draft. You cooked it up. If you can really make it work and crush Pain here, then people are going to stand up and take notice of these picks.
Well, on the other side, for Karaoke, remember, he's got the Maokai again. He's got a facilitating jungler again. And for PNG, their biggest surprise coming through play-ins, their way to beat R7 with some of these carries that came through. I think Weiser on Jax has had a really good setup at the start of Worlds. Jitan has been an insane 80 carry. And here on the Zyra again, he's got scaling. He's got teamfight presence once more.
And while, you know, we do have to really credit, you know, Pain for being able to make it here, and you know, that definitely is a massive accomplishment. At the same time, let's be honest, their series against R7 was incredibly sloppy.
It was.
And G2 is such a good team on the map that even when they fall behind, and they didn't really have a good early game, to be honest, in the LEC. When you think back to even some of the Fnatic series, it's like 3 times in a row they beat Fnatic, giving up monster early game leads. They are so good on the map. They really know how to spread you out and take advantages in the macro game. And I think Pain is really going to struggle against that. So, you know, even if Pain can set themselves up well, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to, you know, result in a victory here, because G2 really can run the map, know exactly how to play out these situations, and are very clever, very clutch. So, you know, I think Pain is pretty reliant on creating advantages here, but they do have some good scaling, and we'll see how many stacks this Smolder can get in that 1v1. And yes, it's a melee matchup, but Yone is pretty evasive and can be a little bit annoying sometimes to be able to trade with.
Oh yeah, and when his all-in comes through, it is absolutely complete. On the note of G2, by the way, I mean, such a great point that their early game always felt like a weakness, and over the course of this year they were talking about working on their mid-game, and their mid-game became so concrete that that's what the nuisance is, that's what the annoyance is when you talk about the likes of Fnatic going head-to-head with them. There's some good trades come down here on the bot side. Now Hunt Summit was engaged on before, but they just pull back and get some damage down as Kuri and Titan just walk it back themselves. Caps walks into Jinkiero, but some autos come through. It's an even trade.
Yeah, and you can see how much faster Yike cleared. Karaoke is just now finally killing his Gromp, whereas the first Scuttle is already dead from Yike. So he's more than a full camp ahead because he walked all the way there. Karaoke is going to cross map though, and going to be able to get the top side one because Weiser has push. Jinkato pushed in Caps mid, and is getting a decent amount of stacks there. Already has 18 already, so that is quite nice. Yes, there is a big focus on just perfect CS and being able to farm stacks off that, but if you can scrap, it accelerates your stacking so incredibly fast on this champion. So when you are playing into melee matchups, it can really accelerate you to the point where you're hitting these breakpoints faster, and then all of a sudden that's making you farm even faster. You hit 25 faster. Now you have the AoE. It's easier to get all the range minions. Then you're hitting, you know, 125, and all of a sudden you're getting, you know, more and more splash through that's giving you more stacks. It can really kind of ramp up and accelerate.
Complicates things as well. Karaoke hasn't made his back yet as he still continues to try and clear out. He's not sitting on the same margin as Broken Blade just walks up into top and runs into Weiser. this matchup so far, it feels like there was a small CS advantage for Wiser before as Broken Blade gets his push in, and of course there will be, considering 32-31 with his full wave into Wiser, means this Aurora has a small CS lead.
Yep, but BB doing well. Really, you just have to survive generally in these matchups. It usually does get better for you as the melee into the range, as you are starting to be able to get some attack speed. You know, obviously your Q cooldown goes down a lot. You can start to push. You can start to be able to actually take trades more effectively. And Broken Blade is playing Grasp. If you haven't seen that, Fleet got nerfed for range, but a lot of people really started trying Grasp, and it kind of just became very, very popular across a lot of champions. You know, we saw it even from Zeka earlier on Yone. It's played on range champions, it's being played on melee champions. People are just honestly really liking Grasp kind of across the board, and you can see that over on the Pain side, as it is Grasp Smolder and Grasp Aurora as well.
It's like when Lethal Tempo started getting explored with, and everyone's like, oh, I can run this on this champion as well. It's like, it's possible anyway. Feels like how Demolish has been for a while as a subset of a rune anyway.
Plus, I swear, just the runes like that just give you dopamine because the number just keeps going up and you're just getting health every time you proc it.
Yeah. It's a massive dopamine proc, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels so good to proc Grasp, and the sound is kind of satisfying as well.
It really is. And
but I've killed myself way too many times.
Trying to get a stack?
Yeah, I'm like, ooh, I can take this trade here.
That's like how you felt about Dark Harvest. You're like, oh man, but I can get a stack here. It's worth it.
Jungler might be in the bush. I couldn't proc Grasp.
It feels so good as Grubs start off at G2. They move up to top first, so they're going to pick this up in the course of 3. And you already just talked about the power of Yike. This just comes into fruition yet again. 3 picked up, and Curry, even though he's here to try and roam around, Mickey just forces him out.
Yep, going to be able to push him back. Yike just power farming thus far. And in a great spot already, 3 grubs, outpacing what the Maokai is able to do. And again, Maokai just going to be going for this trade on bot side, which has become the standard. But G2 walk through mid, get the push there, and now it looked like they just pull off the dragon, they give up, they're going to try to turn on
Yike's
Yike.
walking blind, he just gets altered from another world, but he's still not dead. The Fate Shield saves his life. First blood goes over as Dinkiero and makes himself known to get the trade kill. Caps doesn't have anything more in the bank. He flashed away, and G2 get the first blood, but they're quickly traded upon.
Yeah, they do get that first blood, but it does cost them the flash off Caps, the flash off Yike, and Yike does die. But critically, Yike using that XP advantage because he was 6.
Yeah.
And if you don't insta-kill a Brand who's level 6, gets 1 combo of spells out, and you are going to really pay for it. So was able to do just that, and it does mean that Pain gave up the attempt at a dragon, right? Because they pulled off that dragon, so there's no objective trade. It's just a 1-for-1 in kills, and G2 end up getting the grubs before that, so they are feeling very good, I think, about that overall.
And Yike's got a lot more to clear as well. Look at the camps on the other side, still respawning for Karaoke. You mentioned the levels. Karaoke only just ticked over to 6. Yike will be halfway through as he clears his top side, and as PNG continue keeping their bot in the top to keep that trade in action.
Yeah, I mean, Grubs obviously does give you the bonus XP, but Karaoke also invested time hitting Dragon, didn't end up getting anything from that. So that's time he could have been spending doing something else, farming additional camps, getting that experience. So, Yike already has the components there for the Leandries, going to be looking really powerful when he does complete that first item. And Hans just up on top side here with Mickey pushing that in. You can see obviously the top laners have swapped down to bot. There is a slight CS lead for Wiser, but nothing really to worry about. And Caps now has tier 2 boots, has Vamp Scepter, so he's not really going to be getting poked out. For Jinkato, again, it's just about really farming the stacks, and he's doing a pretty good job of it, up to about 60, but it's nothing insane at this point, and we'll see if he can continue to accelerate that.
I feel like a lot of Smolders just get away with the lane. As also known as we get around this dragon, Mickey is almost level 6. As this is a nice quote. I know you set this up as well because we're talking about G2's expectations on a player who has been alongside this roster, as they said, for over 650 days. Like, this could be another great chance for EU.
Absolutely, and I mean, they're putting that pressure on themselves. This is not something they're saying like retroactively after they already did well. I also saw something very similar from Broken Blade, where they're basically saying, we've been together for a couple years now, and basically, if not now, when? We have got to do it now. We've got to have those international performances, and we'll see if they can find it now.
We'll play like this. I mean, quickness comes through. Remember, Mickey's not level 6 yet. There is no Magnet Storm available. He was 1 minion off, but as the curtain call sets up with the Seer and the flash away from Karaoke, there's no kill in response. Pain get 1 and get away.
And I will say this is one of the bad habits that we did see from Mickey. Mickey at times this year did get a little bit, let's say, loose with it on some of his engages.
Mickey XDD,
And, did end up giving over a lot of kills. So this time gives a bit of a freebie over to Pain, but G2 still in the driver's seat. You know, they are going to be scaling well. It's just such a big question about how will you engage, how will you be able to pull this off on the G2 side. Of course, Mickey X can be setting them up, but Caps can also potentially set up Broken Blade. He can also set himself up. The counter engage, though, is pretty difficult to deal with because if you're sending in both the Yasuo and the Yone, well, all of a sudden Rakan can be there with the counter engage. You can be getting hit by Aurora. There can be the roots from Maokai. There's lots of lockdown. And your main target, you know, Chitan is very difficult to actually get because of the Xayah ult. So you're going to have to be looking more towards Jinkato, who does have the safety, of course, of the flap.
And counter engage is huge when you talk about Aurora in the mix as well. I mean, zone control from this champion is nuts, and there's a reason it starts getting banned more and more. When I see it left open, I think, what is your response for this? G2 cooked with the Yasuo. Okay, for the laning phase, or at least beyond that, as you said, it needs to stay safe. But my concern is always when we get to these skirmishes, these fights, and what Aurora so far at Worlds has shown us. That champion is broken, and that champion, when able to zone out 2 or 3 people, changes the whole course of a team fight.
Absolutely, but Windwall also going to be really strong here. You can't just throw out the Maokai ult because Windwall could actually block that. You know, that's going to be really strong also against double AD carries. As G2 looking to set up a dive, Weiser is very low. Karyoka trying to come in.
That Steel Tempest needs a hit for the last breath, but Karyoka gets caught out in the mix as well. This time the Max Storm is up and available, so G2 have more to work with, but there we go. The ulti we talked about quickly disengaged from G2. Know that now they have the turning play. The last breath is going to be the last hit for Weiser in this fight, as they'll just take everything in the kitchen sink. A good punish from G2.
Yeah, really well done there by G2. Great map movement. They wrap around behind him, and even though Karyoka tries to come cover the dive, Weiser's just too low to really contribute too much to the fight. So, you know, he gets caught out. Weiser can't really do much back. G2 playing the map. As I said, they're so good at playing the map. Yeah. And they just set this fight up really well. BB trades heavily onto Weiser. Karyoka gets caught. And if you get stunned, you are getting full comboed by the brand, and that is going to destroy you as a tank. So even though Weiser comes over, drops the ulti, they try to get this opportunity to peel. Just really, there's no recourse.
And Zale, the recourse doesn't come through also because the ult at level 1 is only 1.25 seconds, right? Yeah. It's so quick. And there's not much you can do to build around it as G2. Obviously finding the play there and Payne getting pushed behind. You brought it up earlier in the game, how quick Yike was to the setup here as Broken Blade has to flash away, went in a bit too deep. As now it becomes a 1v2, but Yike is 30 CS up. Yike is 1.5k up, and I know in Champs Queue, this guy has been cooking on more than just Brand. Yike has been having a good setup to run into this Worlds as it is.
Brand is just such a nightmare when it gets this far ahead. You know, you get a quick 2 items, you get level 11, all of a sudden it's just like, yeah, okay, great. We dealt with the Yasuo, we dealt with the Yone, but some random Brand bounces just killed our whole team. Like, you know, it just,
what happened?
It can happen to you. It can get very, very annoying. And G2 has such a clear, easy to execute comp. Like, well, I shouldn't say it's easy to execute, but clear idea of how they want to execute the comp,
buttons,
right? Exactly. I mean, you open up with the Jhin ult, you're flying forward with the Rel, there's a Brand ult bouncing around, you know, Yone and Yasuo are going in, Windwall is protecting them from the AD carries. It's a very clear idea of what they want to do. Of course, if you do misstep on the Yone or the Yasuo, it can be very difficult and can get turned around on you, but oh, the Cap's getting a little bit spicy here.
Looking for the setup. It's a Fate sealed. Karyoka just disengages. He took phase rush into the battle, so Caps will ult for the trade.
Yeah, he wanted to try to steal away that camp because Karyoka early smited on the Krugs. So Cap's trying to get a little bit spicy with it. Does get jumped on as Jinkato and Curry trying to move down here. But G2, again, they're just going to play the map. They're going to run you in circles here. Tower's gone.
6 grubs. It shreds. I mean, in the early game again, and I feel like we've had 3 of these games today where there's been nice back and forth trading. The PSG one hits the mind, but the map state and the way that G2 have played it here is obviously so far superior. 4K gold lead at coming up to 14 minutes. When it has been a bit back and forth in kills, it ain't the same way with the way that they're playing the map state.
Exactly. I mean, G2 are just really showing their class on their macro and how they play the map. I mean, great. Payne are fighting pretty well, but it doesn't matter if you're just getting destroyed on the map movements. You know, you're losing the grubs, you're losing these towers left, right, and center. They're now 4,000 gold behind here. They're only up to 1 kill, but they are very far down. 11 turret plates went the way of G2. And so now that advantage is getting bigger. Double Blade the Rune King is completed for Broken Blade and Caps. They're twinning on the items, have the exact same ones completed there. And Hans has done one. We already know Yike has been completed on one for a while, so Pain are going to get the Dragon, but can they get out?
The question is that with the curtain call, MasterCard, we don't have time because we're going to fight this one out. It's set up central for Broken Blade to get the last breath, and Karaoke is going to be abandoned by Pain. G2 give another kill, or rather their first kill, over to the top lane.
Yep, going to be able to grab that one, and G2 going to be feeling really good about it. Again, Maokai, your ult is really hard to use if you can't actually force out the wind wall first. There's almost no value from it, so Broken Blade just wind walls that, they walk right through it. You can even do some builds where you cook with like Flicker Blade, where you have a really low wind wall CD, which some Yasuos are actually really liking against comps like this where it gets a ton of value.
Oh my God.
And look at the trades. I mean, that's with Broken Blade taking a tower shot that he doesn't care about because he can just lifesteal up off of the wave. And Jin Kato only at the 130 or so stacks. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not enough
still
to
going to be
overcome.
running?
Exactly.
At this point, it's the biggest question. Is the game still going to be going?
Oh, they're going to commit to this.
From Pain. You mentioned, Azale, that the commitment is there, but I'm a little bit worried. At least the ult comes through and Yike is caught out. The most fed member of G2 is down. A Pyroclasm thrown out on his deathbed, but Broken Blade and Mickey are running afar. There's going to be no last breath here after the setup from the Steel Tempest, and G2's jungler is dead.
But look at mid, right? This is the problem again. You're overcommitting. You're sending 5 members down. If they got all 3 and they got the bot lane tower, great. But you're getting 1, you're TPing, you're spending ults, you're spending Flash Ignite on Curry, you're losing your mid lane tier 1, you're losing minions top, you're losing your Krugs now as well, as Caps is going to farm those away. So sure, you got a kill, but you fell more behind in gold off the play at the end of the day.
GG's early game here is a really nice setup. Coming in, we criticized it, and of course anyone who watched LEC all year would say that it was probably their weak point. Here against PNG, it has been a nice snapshot, to the setup of their tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely looking really good. I mean, G2, let's be honest, come into this big favorites. This is the LEC #1 seed.
Favorites to win it all.
There you go.
Okay.
Win it all against Pain Gaming, yes.
Okay, thank you, Azale.
I mean, you know, this is a team that, you know, their expectations, even from the own players, are saying, you know, we want to win the whole thing. We want to win Worlds, right? Yeah. And Pain, you know, they haven't even been able to make it to the Swiss stage in quite a long time. They did do it this time, and that is obviously incredible for them. But G2 is definitely at a different level than the teams they did fight in the play-in stage. So they need to really step it up here. And they have got to really not only execute on these fights, which I think they're doing fine, they're playing fine in the skirmishes, but they've got to make sure that they're answering the map movements here from G2, or you can keep winning every fight, but you're going to lose the game.
Yeah, slowly but surely, right? Goldbleed will keep track of. Top of your screen, you can all see it at home, but at least Pain have been able to get the Dragons. That's one thing in the back court. 2 minutes 10 till the third. They can start pressuring here. There's a mixture of fans in the audience today, and I love it. I mean, G2 fans always get a massive crowd, but Pain off the side still, their fans are loud and proud, and you can see why. To make it this far, I mean, it's been such a long ride for them. Yeah. And again, it was so well earned. It was a messy game, but against LLA, you know, they were the team that stood fast a lot better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they did show up when it mattered most and have rightfully earned their spot here. And we'll see how much further they can go. And if they can try to claw this one back against G2, you saw that gold difference. And it's just been kind of up and to the right. As, that's just a couple spells
ulti
there.
Okay, between 2 worlds and setup as Wiser has done a good ulti, but the setup from Mickey might be better. A last breath to send a world all the way to another universe. A curtain call to call it a night. And G2 are always willing to take the fight.
Yeah, Pain trying to look for the engage there. It's a good initial look, but again, the wind wall just gets insane value against what they are doing. And at the end of the day, they can't even finish off Broken Blade. He's able to flash out, and look at Jin Kato not having fun over there against Caps.
Flashes away, and Caps almost gets a solo kill. A grasp to just tickle his fancy on the side, while in a turret on the bot side, dead. Caps with another wave, gets top, and that's dead too. Mid wave is pushing in, and everything is going G2's way in this debut.
I mean, it's already been just a map masterclass here. You know, how they want to play the map. They're moving around. They're taking all of these camps away. They're taking the towers away. They're playing the map so well. So when you start winning the fights too, well, then there's not a lot going for Pain. And G2 showcasing that they can do just that.
I know I'm looking at Hopium, but NA and EU's first seed debut has been really good.
Yes.
And I know a lot of the time the debut looks good because I feel like, again, you know, they come through with good meta reads. I think, you know, G2 and Fly have obviously been a bit more adaptive as well. in their drafts. But it's been good all the same.
It has definitely been good. But you look at some of these teams that won today, there's not a lot of easy draws. And it does always become that funny situation where FlyQuest is sitting there and they're like, well, if G2 wins, I'd really like to draw G2. And G2 is sitting there and saying, well, I'd really like to draw FlyQuest. And both teams kind of end up wanting to play against each other. Because, you know, do you want to play against BLG? Do you want to play against Gen G? Do you want to play against HLE?
What a choice.
You know, it's really rough out there in those 1-0 matches. So if G2 are able to close this one up, it's going to get a lot tougher for them. You know, both FlyQuest and G2 were recipients of teams from play-ins because they were #1 seed. So that's kind of the benefit that they got. And it does mean you get a game it's going to kind of ease you into the competition a little bit more. But then it's a very steep jump in competition because as Swiss Stage works, if you're 1-0, you only play another 1-0 team, and those are all beasts.
And there's no rematches. Remember, unless it's mathematically impossible that you have to have the rematch, but we're assuming that choice won't come up, that chance won't come up, and no rematches is also very big, depending on how Pain goes, depending on teams like how GAM goes as well. If things go rough, it ends up being a 1-1, then you won't face them again. But for this game, it's still not over. I mean, Pain is 7k gold down. Let's be real. This game is looking real rough with Dragon stacking now stopped, thanks to G2 getting the Ocean Dragon. So Pain needs some kind of wombo, some kind of dream in this game, some kind of smolder stacking miracle as he gets the execution that they can fall back and find some gold back in this final game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough because even if he gets the stacks right now, then you really are still waiting for rapid fire, and there's just so much threat over on the G2 side that it's like, okay, if you're even on gold or you're a little bit ahead on gold for Pain, then it's very tough to execute for G2 because they have to be so perfect to be able to pull it off. But when you're, you know, closing in on an 8,000 gold lead this early on, and they're probably going to get the Baron here as well, well then you are really in a lot of trouble over on the Pain side.
Karaoke spotted on a ward, and Trouble might be the middle name of G2 as they look for a turn. They fake take it, or rather fake start it and walk away.
But look at Caps. This is the problem. It's again the map. Pain overcommit everyone to one side. They're always overloading because they feel that they're behind, so they're saying, okay, we're behind, we need to group and get a man advantage. And G2's saying, great, we're not going to fight you. And they're just going to take things in the side lane. So it becomes this kind of catch-22 where Pain feels we can't win an even man fight, but we can't actually be able to get a fight, you know, so it's like really, really difficult because they just send 5 members to one side. G2 takes more of an advantage in the side lane, they get nothing from it. And it's just kind of rinse and repeat this entire game as G2 are constantly willing to go to those side lanes, and Pain just can't match.
It's push and pull, and especially with 2 items as well. For G2, they are shredding these waves so quick. Their brother's building the same as well, by the way. So Broken Blade with the Stride Breaker second. A lot of chase, a lot of sticking potential here for the solo laners of G2 as they just return back to it. As you said, we just do it again. Look at where Caps is back. With the teleport available, he goes to bot. PNG now have to be here to be around the Baron, but G2 aren't going to start it. They're just going to go la la la.
Exactly. I mean, you just keep putting pressure on it, right? If you clear all the vision and Pain aren't respecting the Baron, you start hitting the Baron. You don't have to commit to it. If they ignore it, you take it for free. But if you then get found out, you can just keep it leashed until they respond, right? If Wiser TPs or they overcommit, you can have to look for a turn, or you can just take that win of getting the teleport out, of getting some small little thing. As look at Wiser, he does not like that 1v1. That's an ult traded, and he was getting obliterated.
At least the ult was traded, but as he teleports in, or if he does, Wiser not having that's going to be a bigger deal. Nice seer set up with the Blaze, and Karaoke takes a bit of HP as well. Ignite burnt by Mickey as G2 still hover around this enemy jungle looking for that next pick.
Oh, they're actually looking for it right now.
There's an execute there, so they're going to take the quickness. At least it's the Hail Mary, and this time around again, the Nature's Grass gets a target. Mum flies through as well, but how far ahead are they? Broken Blade with a last breath takes out 2 before himself. Jinkiero flashes out. He's trying to kite around. Some big plays from this mid Smolder, and a shutdown to boot. Jinkiero's alive for now until Caps rocks on up and takes him down. 2 left of G2 is the best you can hope for when Pain was so far behind.
Yeah, Pain honestly doing a pretty good job there. It is a 3 for 4, but at the end of the day, G2 stands strong. Their jungler is alive, their mid laner is alive, and that means the Baron is not long for this world. But Wiser trying to stop them.
There's so much damage though. Can he escape the wrath of Caps? G2's hopes and dreams with another one. And G2 sitting there confidently is a great Great start.
At the very least, though, he does push them off the Baron, and Curry's able to get vision of that. Cool stat that I was curious because I didn't remember ever seeing Yone and Yasuo together, in a game. The stats team did check and confirm. It's the first time Yone and Yasuo has ever been played together internationally in League of Legends.
Wow.
So definitely cooking here on the G2 side. Not that we needed that stat to confirm it, but it is cool to see they're the first team to ever actually bring it out internationally.
I mean, for the comp, it's worked seamlessly. They've been in
Worked
side
really
lanes
well
for the majority of the game, and then they just join in, all in, and the all-ins have been hitting.
And you can see Jinkato working towards that rapid fire. That is where things start to get a lot more problematic for the other side, as you can kind of just become this poke champ. You just kind of straight back and forth, wait for rapid fire procs, and then you use that obviously on your Q. You're putting it on that true damage burn, and you're kind of poking and prodding, trying to push your opponents lower and lower and get them into a rough spot here. Chitan does have a very high DPS build here. Obviously the IE and the S-Reaver are done, but you look over on the other side, and 3 items are really starting to come through for pretty much everyone. Yike even has a Banshee's Veil, which means it's even harder to get any sort of a pick, which you kind of be depending upon. And Hans is super strong on 3, Caps is super strong on 3, so G2 obviously still massively in the lead here. About 9K is their advantage. But Pain getting a little bit of hope, I would say, after a fairly even fight over on that top side, even though Caps wasn't there at the start.
It was in the same position where G2, it got a little bit messy, and Pain would take that every day of the week. You mentioned the gold lead again, 9,000 a lot to work with, and yeah, Caps, here comes the push. Look, Broken Blades in the top lane as well. And Pain are just struggling for vision to try and claw some out of G2's hands.
I mean, it's just so hard. G2 just has to sit here and wait for Caps to do his work. Neither of the soul laners from Pain can do anything about the Yone. We saw that Weiser couldn't touch him at all, and definitely Jinkato cannot win that 1v1 unless Caps make a serious mistake, or really a series of serious mistakes. So now G2 start this up again, and Caps is just going to go forward, keep pressuring. He's going to be able to get that inhibitor no problem, and now Pain are going to have to decide, do we challenge here?
What do we do? Because Caps will just run and end the game. Nature's Grass starts it off, and as you said, the wind wall is such a pain. Mickey gets the engage. Caps still hangs around. The wave disappears while Mickey goes down, but a pyroclasm that sets the fight alight. And now for G2, the question is whether they're all right. Caps is holding both waves at once, and with range in the making as well, G2 are just keeping them at bay.
Yeah, Chitan is able to get that 1 kill onto Mickey, so not bad by Pain. But you are always going to lose that inhibitor on the bot side, so now that is going to make holding the Baron even more difficult.
Chitan, his ulti was burned, and Broken Blade just closes the gap. An easy one, thanks to Hans Summer with the support. Wise is still here as well in G2. Let's dance around Baron, Mumbo number 5.
Yeah, nicely done there by G2. Broken Blade just commits the flash. Hans opens up, and then when the curtain call is coming through, you basically are forced to be juking back and forth from the side there. But Pain not going to give this one up. The question is, can they actually get a fight here before Caps just ends the game? Because Caps is not coming.
He's not.
If someone doesn't base, you have to decide, are you going to hard engage here right now, or are you going to answer Caps?
2 people backing away to deal with him. He just walks on up with 6 grubs. Half health on the Nexus turrets. Baron's still going down, by the way, and this time it might be for real. Karaoke needs a miracle steal while they commit to Caps, and he's just going to leave it. It'll go down. No contest, and Caps gets out on the side of your screen. The Red Bull Baron power play. This is how G2 will take the game to a win.
Yeah, they're looking really strong. Caps just so dominant in the side lanes there. Pain make the call. Okay, we can't contest Baron. We're going to overload the side lanes. Send both of our solos back instead of just one, and we're going to look to try to get a pick with the Aurora ult. But Caps just ults out of it, no problem. Almost knocked down a Nexus tower as well, and was never even close to being in danger to going down there. So again, G2 just pulling them apart, not allowing Pain to really find anything here. They have no answer for either of the Win Bros here on G2. So
Win Bros.
It's so tough, man. You're just getting pulled apart.
It's really nice to see. You know, since joining.
Which is your favorite Win Bro?
I think it's Yone now.
Yeah?
I played too much Yone top. I watched Zayas too much, and I fell into the degeneracy, you know? You know, it was really funny to me coming
It is
into
also
today.
much easier and I think much more overpowered.
Yeah. You reckon it's easy? It's
I
definitely...
think it's way easier than Yasuo.
Yeah, it's easy to int on Yasuo, isn't it? But you can still int very easily on Yone if you know
You
how.
can, but you can just press E, and then you can always go back.
Yeah.
The problem is with Yasuo, I can't go back.
Yeah, that's right. Where's the minion?
I can go in, but I can't.
True.
Usually I'm dead after that.
Actually, maybe it is easier. So I need to change to Yasuo. Okay, point taken here. At the end of Swiss, I hope we see some more. At the very least, like, we've talked up innovation from G2. Is what we expected. We know they have so much more in their pocket, by the way. This is only the beginning as Nature's Grasp again. Wind wall, Azael, walk me through it. There it is. Between two worlds as well, zones them down. Mum does a bit, but Mickey's engaged. Gives a nice last breath to Pain Gaming. That's because they can't breathe anymore as Broken Blade ran all the way in to give Mickey a death. The Fate Sealed won't connect, but G2 are now playing coy. PNG stuck in their base while the bottom wave is going to start crashing in.
Yeah, it's going to get so difficult for them with all of these waves pushing in. Pain do still have their two main carries alive here, though, so a little bit of wave clear is available to them, but you said it. Super's coming in bot, the Baron up wave in mid, in top. They just can't be everywhere at once. They can't clear this out fast enough. And even the wind wall protecting the Baron up cannon is pretty annoying. As you can see, even more damage being dealt to this Nexus tower. Carioca trying to hold mid there. They're trying to get as much gold as possible into these carries, but look at Caps. He went dead, man.
Oh, yeah.
So he's really cooking. Wants the additional move speed there on it. And it's going to be extremely annoying to deal with.
One tank in the game, right? Who's going to do the damage? Well, Smolder. Well, thankfully, the majority of that is still AD. And with the Xayah as well, Caps can just run on in. That's the bliss of Yone, isn't it? You can build things like Jack Show, you can build Deadmans, Randuins. He's got so many builds out there, the versatility is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, he now has the move speed from the Deadmans, plus your E gives you that 10% move speed when you do E in. So it has even additional mobility. He has double lifesteal items. There's quite a bit of HP on the Stridebreaker. So you're not going to 100-0 him. You're not going to outduel him. And it just gets really, really difficult for them. G2 playing it slow and steady, but definitely have been in full control of this one for a very long time.
That's why I was excited before. Fly the same last game, G2 the same this game. Although very different games and very different compositions, it just feels like the first seed of both EU and NA have come into today so well prepped and like no overforcing. We like to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's some of the most fun parts of Worlds is you can have two teams that are obviously very good teams, but play completely differently, right? And I think that showcases the depth of the game, of League. And then you get to go to Worlds, you get to see these teams match up potentially and kind of have this clash of styles, right? You know, which style is better, which draft is better, which player is better. Like, these are the fun things about Worlds, getting to have some of those questions answered. And it's just great to watch.
It really is, especially when they're performing well. G2 moments away from moving up to the 1-0. And us again, don't forget, Swiss draw comes in right after our broadcast today.
It's the best part of the day.
It is. You sit there and you're like, what's going to happen next? Ever since we brought this format in, I have been such a big fan. Like, the draws also make it so much more fun.
It actually makes the end of the day one of the highlights of the day, right? Like, it makes it really exciting as you are praying for specific draws. You're hoping to dodge opponents. You're hoping for specific matchups. And especially if you drop game one, then you are really hoping to get a good matchup in the second one.
Mickey all-inning on this. Now, Chitan has his ulti and flash available, but they just wanted to pull it out. Ignite is so strong, and the fourth shot would be even stronger. Curry needs to protect Chitan. They get him anyway! Hans Sama from the Secret Service, or what?
Hans just bends the bullet, snipes out Chitan, leaving no doubt about who the better AD is.
Oh, the last breath as well. What a way to end the show as Jinkietto finds Mickey. It might not be over for Pain for now, but the Fate Sealed into the back gets wiser. Caps with a beautiful knock-up. The Fate indeed sealed in another way as Hans, in style, helps out with that last kill. It looks to be a TP to end here as Caps, or rather, Broken Blade, walks towards the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, G2 have been splitting the map all game, but there's no more map left for Pain to play in.
It's a clean entrance for EU's first seed as the Wind Bros, to put it as Azael said, open us up with a 1-0 start. The end of Swiss Day 1 could not be more clean.
EU, NA both getting a win on the board here to close things out. Both the #1 seeds will advance, and now they can be really happy about that. They can breathe a sigh of relief here. First step on the road here is done for G2. and they can look forward now to the draw, to finding out who their next opponent is. And again, there are so many sharks in the 1-0 waters, man. There are so many ridiculously tough teams, but those are the kind of teams that G2 wants to take down. And those are the kind of teams that you must be able to take down if you want to achieve the goals that they have set for themselves. When you're talking about, if not when, if not now, when, you're talking about winning worlds, you're talking about having that international success, you have got to be able to beat those big dogs, and they're going to have their opportunity.
There's so many big rosters at this tournament, and it's great to see that, we can include G2 as one of them. And again, I've got EU bias. I don't deny that, especially being on the home stage here, right where we cast
G2
every
are
single
a
week.
fun team, man.
They are really fun.
It's okay to love that team.
It's nice because, again, they pull out drafts like this and you go, well, we just had a Yasuo top in their debut game in Swiss, and it looked clean, and the draft had, a lot of merit to it as well.
Yeah.
They weren't just cooking for the sake of it. They weren't disrespecting their opponent. They pulled out something out of the hat.
And again, they showcased how well they can play the map, right? And I think that is what it was really all about. Pain won some fights. Yeah, Pain got some kills. But G2 were always running away with the advantages on the map. They overload one side. G2 is not panicking. They're taking towers. They're slowly chipping away at you. That is about as close to a true split push victory as you can get these days in League. I mean, Caps was literally hitting the Nexus towers, right? Like, he was just crushing the game through side lanes, and that is a rarity in modern League of Legends. And I think you really have to have a great understanding of how to play the matchups, of how to play the map, how far is too far, knowing your limits exactly, so you're not just getting picked off in side lanes and inting, and G2 really showcased that well.
I mean, again, it's really nice to see as well Caps in solid form, not only through the map state, but the fact that Caps as well was playing a clean game. Well, a clean enough game, right? I feel like in the end they were kind of playing around and seeing what could stick, as well as, Broken Blade.
Didn't die.
Another good performance.
That's clean.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm thinking of the other win, bro.
One death.
Yeah, one death.
Shame on you, Broken Blade.
Shame
What
on
were you doing?
And
Come on.
I should talk out Mickey, because Mickey, again, sees a play. He's like, yeah, I'll take that. Why not?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, he was setting them up for success, had a great engage in those final moments to be able to set up for some of these ultis here from Broken Blade.
Well, I've been told that we've got a Verizon post-game interview on the stage with the man himself.
Yay, welcome back to the stage for the last interview of this Swiss Day 1 Top Father. Thank you so much for joining me. Great game, stable, everything. How do you reflect on what happened? What grade would you give yourself if you had from 0 to 10 from the game you played today?
I mean, I would say a 10.
Okay.
Nice victory, nice. But there's a 10 with improvement still in sight.
Always improvements.
But I had a lot of fun playing this game, playing the brothers, Yasuo.
I know.
It was very fun. Me and Caps, especially later stages. I also think Yike played amazing today. So.
Yeah, great job from everyone, honestly. Did you know who was going to play Yone and who was going to play Yasuo, or did you just flip it?
I mean, you never know in G2 who plays what. But in this case, I was like, oh, probably I'll play a little bit of Yasuo today. So it was nice, it was fun, it was very fun actually. I didn't expect myself to play Yasuo for the first game. So.
All right. Any other things that you have planned in terms of pick, any spicy picks? I know in-houses have been fun, but I know that in-houses, more often than not, they don't look like scrims. But anything weird that you prepped for Worlds, does the meta allow it? I know you can't say champions' names, but...
I mean, there's always something I prepare to win. Also to be creative, I think that is the beauty of my career, my playstyle. I really like to pull off something that is unusual and also make it work. So yeah, maybe, but I can't promise anything, of course, and I also can't leak, right?
Let's not disclose anything. We'll keep this for later. I want to follow up on the honestly amazing interview you had with Dom and the rest of the crew, letting a lot of stuff that we didn't know about G2 actually, about the summer that you guys had, about the fact that you were not on the same page, that some players were feeling a bit low. When you think about this and what happened at Worlds last year, and the fact that you don't want to have this run ever again, you want to have the best, you want to make the best out of the situation you have. What have you guys been working on to be on the same page, to peak at the same moment, and to come ready for Worlds this year?
I mean, for us, the biggest thing was matching against the Eastern teams when it comes to mid-game. I feel like when you look at Worlds, a lot of the times, a lot of teams get advantages in early game against the Eastern teams, but then they like lose out in the mid-game. You know, the team fights are less clutch and the macro is less good. And I feel like this year we've really been improving that. So I'm really excited to playing them again. I think in MSI we showed a good performance, and we want to be even better this year. Yeah.
Something that we hear about G2, of course, Worlds being back in Europe. You think about the 2019 lineup. You were not part of it, but you have two players who were part of this lineup. And the fact that everyone keeps on thinking about what happened in 2019, the fact that there's hope for Worlds, there's hope for Europe, and there's hope for G2 this year, what is the weight of this legacy? What is, how heavy is this legacy of this G2 2019 lineup when you come into Worlds this year?
G2 2019, I wasn't part of that story. And G2 2024 is a story that I want to create where we win Worlds. So yeah, that is basically how I think, how I believe, what I want to make happen. And I think everyone in the team is aligned on this. This is our goal, and this is what we want to achieve.
Make them believe. That's what World says. Vivi, thank you so much for this interview. Amazing, as always. Last question for you. We're going to have the draw show in just a few minutes. Who would you like to face tomorrow, if you could choose? We have Bilibili Gaming, Top Esports, Gen.G, D+, Kia, LNG, Hanwha, FlyQuest.
I would like to draw FlyQuest, a little neighbors EU.
Love some rivalry. Thank you so much, Vivi. Good luck tomorrow. Good luck for the draw as well. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the draw in just a few minutes.
Break. Is there? Me?
We're the break.
No?
I think. We just keep talking.
Special guest, Dylan's here with us.
Hello.
So Broken Blade said, in terms of the draw show, he'd like to play FlyQuest, but remember, you can't replay anyone. So wouldn't it be better to beat, I don't know, Gen.G in a best of one, then you don't have to play them in a best of 3?
Oh. Yeah, but I also feel like you get a full series win of points off of just a best of one, so I feel like the value is pretty good. I wouldn't mind playing FlyQuest. Also, the EUNA thing is always a special one.
That's compelling. I need it.
But I don't know. It's a very high variance draw, so it's very different based on who you get.
Yeah, it's crazy. How happy are you today with the performance of the brothers?
I like the double brothers, Yasuo Yon, double samurai comp, very G2-esque. We played it like a bunch of times throughout the years, actually.
Yeah.
But usually it's the other version. Usually it was actually Caps on Yasuo and BB on Yon. So this was our first time with Caps BB version of G2 where we did this one.
And you know, we already asked you off air, but what do you prefer?
For this meta right now, I think both of them are probably more practiced and better at these particular champions. I'll say that.
How'd you
so
like
you mean
Mac?
the way it was today?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a thumbs up. That's a thumbs up.
Right.
How'd you like the team's macro? Because this is like, as Elle mentioned it, it's like the truest kind of form of a split push win as you guys were just knocking on their nexus throughout the game.
Yeah, so anyone who's watched us a lot in Europe probably has known we play a lot with Caps on side lane this year. He played a lot of split push champs. He's always pressuring to end the game, pressuring on inhibitors. We've grown quite accustomed to playing that way, so a Fed Yon is like one of the best to do that. So yeah, it really fits our playstyle. Worked out really well this game. Hopefully we can replicate it in future games.
Talking about replicating, you know, there's always that question when you play a comp like this and when you approach it in a certain way and you say it. I'm sure that everyone who you're going to play knows that he likes to play this way. Is there a pitfall of you going into a game and knowing this is exactly how I want to play, and then maybe in the mid game it falls apart and you're up versus a team who is maybe even better at macro or perhaps a team fighting?
So like, I think sometimes the side lane comps are a bit weaker in teamfight. If you have a Fed Maokai playing front to back in a pure 5v5, the brother's probably not as strong as when he's threatening to end the game. So I think that's one potential weakness. Also, you need to be very crisp on your movement, right? As soon as, if Caps gets caught and dies on side and they just TP to Nash and take it, that can be another way you can lose. So it definitely, you need to be used to playing this way, but we like it. Seems to work for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are very fun comps to watch as well. Probably very fun comps to play as well. And I'm wondering, not so much from a gameplay perspective, but more from a mentality perspective, how are the boys doing coming into this world? Because usually G2, they play quite well when they're having fun. So what's the environment like, having it in the studio and just everything being day-to-day for you guys?
So it being here in Europe, I think helps a bit. When you have to travel all the way across the world and be in a different environment, that always just makes things a bit harder. So it felt really good coming here to the studio and being prepared. Scrims have been good, mostly good, like a bit of a mixed bag, but we're learning a lot, right? As you can see, there's a lot of lane swaps, there's a lot of very different big meta shakeups, so there's just a lot of different stuff going on.
Do you think that helps you guys more? Because there's been times where you guys have been winning a lot, and I've seen quotes in interview as like, well, it felt like sometimes they learned more from us than we learned from them. Do you feel like this time around it's a bit different, or how is it?
Like, a lot of people say that. From my perspective, I'd always just rather win everything.
Fair enough.
That would probably make me feel the best. But yeah, no, absolutely. There is that feeling of, oh, this is what's been working for us. This is what has not. So we can kind of try and have these strategies.
Have you ever felt like there was I wouldn't say a problem, but like a motivation thing? Because like during the regular season, when you guys are winning a lot, and it feels like you guys are guaranteed for international play, you know, early games can feel a little sloppy, or some of the gameplay can feel a little sloppy. But then, I guess an example would be MSI, where you guys looked incredible. Do you feel as though when the pressure is on, that you guys really come online and feel like you guys come together, or is that, you know, what do you experience?
No, of course. Like when you're at Worlds, you're at MSI, you're playing the top teams in the world. Even when you're preparing for like a big stadium, like for the EU LEC finals, we just get that energy and try that much harder, a bit more practice, a bit more everything, for sure.
And of course, one of the big questions is you have last year's Worlds, which I know was kind of like, I feel like probably the most disappointing thing that could ever happen in this 600+ day run with this particular iteration of the team. But I feel like sometimes we hear this from teams, right? They say it wasn't our day, you know? And I feel like that's something, is that something you can completely eradicate, you feel like? Or how do you feel you've made progress in that regard, knowing that, no, we are actually at a point where we feel pretty unshakable that if we are the team that does go into a best of as the favorites, that we should be able to close it out?
Yeah, well, I think already this year we won every split in Europe instead of dropping one. We were a lot more consistent when it really mattered in Europe as well. But it's competition, right? There's always that element of, we go into Worlds last year, beat LCK, beat LPL back-to-back, and then our condition became very poor when we lost. But it works the other way as well, right? We can show up to a day and play really, really well and take games or series off the best teams. Yeah. So it's fun. That's like the whole reason we're here in the first place.
It's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
You're right. No, it's true. It's so exciting. It was so great last year at the end, particularly. No, just kidding, of course. No, super excited. Any predictions for the draw show? I think we're super close, like 30 seconds. Any matchup you really want to see?
Ooh, I mean, EU versus NA matchup play, like a FlyQuest versus G2, please.
What about like the 0-1 matchups? It's possible. TL Fnatic, it's already possible.
Oh my God, that's true
I've
too.
seen that a bit too many times already, and I know how that one
Please,
goes.
please.
I think a lot of people will look at who T1 draws. I think that'll be a big one.
That's a good point.
Oh, true.
That 1 and 0 pool is so completely stacked, actually. So
it's getting ready.
Great. It's getting ready. So we're going to be giving it over to the World's 2024 Swiss stage. Stage 2, draw show. Let's go.
Hello and welcome everyone to the World's 2024 Swiss stage draw show. I'm joined by Riot Games tournament official Malu. Thank you so much for joining me on stage. And for tonight's draw, our 16 teams will be divided based on today's results. The first set of teams consists on those that went 1-0 today, and the second set of teams are those that went 0-1. Now, for the round 2 of the Swiss stage, there are no restrictions on matchups, which means that 2 teams from the same region can face off. Our 1-0 team consists of Bilibili Gaming, Top Esports, Genji, D+ Kia, LNG, Hanwha Life Esports, FlyQuest, and G2 Esports. Now, Malu, if you would please draw the first team. G2 Esports. And they will be facing against Hanwha Life Esports. All right, now to the second matchup. Malu, please, if you would draw the second team. D plus Kia. And they will be facing FlyQuest. And now for the third matchup, Malu. Genji. Now let's draw Genji's opponent. Top Esports. All right, now for the fourth matchup. Bilibili Gaming. And they will be facing there's nothing in the bowl. But there's only one team left, and the only team left is NNG. All right, now for the 0 and 1 teams that we have. Mad Lions Koi, T1, Weibo Gaming, Fnatic, Team Liquid, Honda, PSG Talent, GAM Esports, and Pain Gaming. Now, Malu, would you please draw the first team? GAM Esports. And they will be facing off against All right, we're gonna take a quick break in the draw here and send it back to the desk for a bit. We'll be back soon.
Set. I'm thinking the draw is going to be reset. I don't know. Dylan is hoping it's the whole draw. It's not a funny matter, actually.
Yeah,
I'm waiting for an update because we'd really get a little bit more information. But for sure, obviously, the second part, you know what? I'm not going to speak because I don't want to give any misinformation.
No, let's just.
I'm going to assume the first ones were correct.
We'll just go over it anyways.
Yeah,
just
the
to
first
talk
one
about
stands, unfortunately.
So what I wrote, so what I wrote down is G2 versus HLE. You can actually kind of talk about it immediately if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously one of the harder teams we could have faced. One LCK, very good. Zeka played Yon today.
Beast?
Very good.
Oh, true, the Yon
Oh my God,
matchup.
Zeka versus
Caps is insane.
Caps Yon was also very good. So yeah, no, I think we can take a game off of anyone, especially in this setting. But yeah, it's definitely one of the harder
That's such a hype matchup, actually, with
I
that
think
context.
that's really cool. There was an interview with Zeka as well, where the player he really wanted to play against was actually Caps as well, because he's been here for so long. And I think in terms of player profile, these are two incredibly clutch mid laners when it matters, right? And I think with a champion pool that also sometimes require a bit more mechanics, I think just from a mid lane perspective, this is such an incredible fun matchup to watch. And maybe not for you right now, but I feel like as a viewer and a fan, like that is really sick seeing two of the best mid laners go at it.
Yeah. We will be redrawing our 0-1 team, so we're just getting that set up as our 1 and 0 by, literally luck of the draw. The last ball was just the last remaining matchup. That does mean that we get BLG LNG for a team kill, but it's not for elimination.
The other matchups, yes, BLG LNG, Genji Tess, D+ versus Fly.
What do you think about that?
The D+ versus Fly?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm pretty happy about that overall. Actually, I'm pretty happy. Just from FlyQuest's perspective, I think D+'s games, especially domestically, were a bit messy. Like their early games are quite good, but a lot of the times when they get into mid games, they can get a little bit too hyphy.
It happened today.
Exactly. So like, oh my God, they had the lead and then completely threw it, and then it didn't matter anyways because it got thrown back into them. So I think one thing that FlyQuest is genuinely good at is being able to maintain the advantages that they have. And they're great team fighting teams. And I think Inspired and Whippo, they showcased it today, that they are able to, at least in the mid game, have a really strong kind of like, their calls are great. They play the map really well. So I think that's the best one we could have gotten other than like an LNG.
Yeah, I think that's a good read. I think Showmaker was phenomenal today, though.
Yeah.
I mean, even in all the throws, he really kept everything. I mean, I don't want to say he won the game for DK, but he kept a lot of pressure up specifically to right that chip.
It's like, historically as well, he's just always been one of the pioneers for LeBlanc mid as well. I think he really...
LeBlanc, okay, Froggen.
LeBlanc.
That's bullying. I am Danish. Get where you want to be. Yes. Shout out my boy Froggen. But no, I think historically in competitive, he's been incredibly gifted on LeBlanc. He's always found windows to make it matter in team fights. I think there's a clear difference between a guy who knows what he needs to do on LeBlanc when you're in a mid to late game scenario and set up around objectives, and a guy who doesn't. And Showmaker is just clearly one of the best when it comes to this.
Like I think it would be interesting to see how that works draft-wise though, and match prep-wise as well, because FlyQuest, they had some tricks today, the whole Scion Ivor and lane swap stuff. And if you're gonna play mages or assassins like LeBlanc, like Showmaker has been playing a lot recently, I don't know how that's going to work mid-late game versus the idea, at least, that FlyQuest put together today. So I think from a prep perspective, that's a very interesting matchup.
What's your favorite matchup of the four? Of course, your matchup, D+ versus Fly, Gen.G TS, BLG LNG.
Yeah, so I have to go prepare for one of those four matchups. So it's probably more the one I'm thinking about.
Yeah.
I think my favorite probably actually would be Dom on Fly, I would say. I think that's the most interesting one.
Are you Canadian or are you American?
I am Canadian.
Oh,
yeah, okay,
what part of Canada?
I'm in Toronto.
Okay, I'm Calgary, Alberta.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Is the draw ready? In 10 seconds. Perfect.
Okay, perfect
so we're going to kick it back over and redraw, or draw rather, for our 0-1 teams. Take it away, Laura.
And we are back on stage now. League officials have validated the upper bracket, and we're going to reset completely for the lower bracket and the 0-1 teams. Sorry about that. Malu, if you would please draw the first team. T1. And they will be playing against Pain Gaming. Now for the second matchup, the first team is PSG Talon. And they will be facing against Mad Lions Koi. Now for the third matchup, the first team is Weibo Gaming. And their opponents will be Team Liquid Honda. And now for the next matchup. Fnatic. And their opponent will be GAM Esports. These are the matchups for round 2 of the Worlds 2024 Swiss stage. We will return tomorrow on October 4 at 2 p.m. CEST. Remember that league officials will confirm the order of the matches tonight. What you see here is not the final schedule, so be sure to follow us on lolesports.com for more info on the schedule. That's all for us here. Have a good night and see you tomorrow.
Still here.
We could all say
good night to you as well. No, okay, just to explain, this is going out to everyone, right? So it's not because we're still here that everyone's still here. You know, perhaps another broadcast. We're not center of the universe, especially not as EU at Worlds. Let's talk about the second draw. T1 Pain, that is, wow, pain.
That is pain. It's literal pain.
They're being put through the ringer. PSG MDK rematch.
That's pretty cool.
How do you guys feel about that?
Especially because MDK won that, so that's also a revenge matchup for PSG coming into this one.
TL got, I think, the hardest out of the two, like out of the draw. They could have gotten T1 or Weibo, I think, are kind of the trickiest ones, if we're honest.
Yeah.
They got a tricky one. And the Fnatic Gam, and you reminded us, GV, that Dylan was actually present for the original Fnatic Gam situation. What happened there?
That was in 2017. Nobody in the world lane swapped. Not like these days. They lane swapped. We were unprepared, let's just put it that way. And Nocturne, for some reason, was level 6 at 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know if that record has ever been broken, but with my support, he killed him and he carried the whole game.
Crazy. So, yeah, we'll see. I think Fnatic, Fnatic, their confidence is probably shook after today. And we know that when it wavers, it crashes, man.
Yeah.
Because that game versus D+, I don't know if you caught it. It was so back and forth. They got put behind early. They got back in the lead. And once they did, they just lost their composure, unfortunately.
I actually thought Fnatic played okay. I thought they found a lot of clutch fights, some clutch Yonotes by Humanoid. I thought their draft ideas were decent, like if not pretty good. Yeah, but when you're facing very good teams, you make a mistake late game, game just ends. But I think they can bounce back and win tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, and I like the fact that we could kind of see Fnatic out-team fight them out of a bad situation because, yeah, their early game didn't go that way. And we've kind of seen that a couple times before now. They still have struggled with that a little bit. But I think it's really clutch to see that they find a way where they're not just getting tilted in the match. They actually have a way of getting back in the game. Did they throw a last team fight here and there? Was that a bad decision? Yes, obviously. But in terms of what they brought, I still think they got foundation to build on.
Yeah, I'm a doomer. Don't listen to me.
And I think the bans today against Gam were also quite good because the one thing we were constantly harping on was like, no, I'm talking about Gam. But like the Gam drafts were actually very good. The good bans, like for instance, Aurora bans and the Shyvana bans, because that was what they were actually kind of abusing quite heavily in play-ins. So I was like very happy that that was completely taken out. So I have a lot of faith in Fnatic. Team Liquid, kind of sad that they're going up against Weibo. As you kind of mentioned, like those are the two teams you don't want to go up against, both Weibo Gaming or T1, and we got that team. Overall, I think Weibo Gaming has an incredibly good bot lane, and I think that's kind of what I'm looking at. Thankfully, I think Jan and CoreJJ can be able to handle that quite well. And honestly, I have a lot of faith in the coaching staff of the team. I think there's like a few moments within the game that Team Liquid had that they can just brush up, and it'll be a lot better. So I'm looking forward to that matchup. That'll be a really solid one.
Similar vibes from the Fnatic game, I feel like, right? When maybe you kind of rewatching it and you're like, oh, it's so sad they didn't close that, but you got to look at the things that did go well.
Yes.
And we're going to hang on to that positive energy. That's it for us here. Good luck tomorrow. Dylan versus HLE. Super hype matchup. As said, we'll know the order of the matchups later, I think in an hour or something. But we will be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. CEST, 8 a.m. Eastern US. Thank you so much for watching. See you then.
See you guys.
Bye.
Oh my guy, this guy is like the top one in the stats in the playing. This guy needs to be so good.
I think he doesn't even know your name, Sepa.
Ask him. Go there and ask him.
Zayas off to the side. They're going to look to delete 369, but Jackie Love is still standing tall. Zayas going in 1v1 versus Jackie Love, but he's all on his lonesome.
And Dracos, they can look to end the game right now. Whoa, nice, Suniman.
Lose 3 and you're out. Great ulti kicking things out. Tarzan caught. Beautiful. Chovy trying to finish. Can't get too low. One dash, one auto, but there's pace. Lucid going in, has already locked up Humanoid. Humanoid wants to get up to safety. The ulti, though, hits the target, means he doesn't really have anywhere else to go. Ignite still there, Lucid!
And fight after, we can fight after, guys.
Yep.
Fight.
Ja, brown. Bra. LV. One speed. LV's going down now, okay? I'm coming. His jump is the cancer. No flash or jump. Yeah, I think we got it. No place, no jump.
The LPL third seed as they run into impact and burn down the rest.
I'm right-clicking the tower. They went in.
They went on me.
I'm going on Vi. I've got a really big ult. They're gonna
Please tell Aurora. Yeah. Zyra can from base. Nice.
Pull it out. Ignite is so strong, and the fourth shot would be even stronger. Corey needs to protect Jutan. They get him out. Oh! Han Sama from the Secret Service, or what?
This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd. Fire in the sunrise. Ashes raining down. Try to hold it in, but it keeps bleeding out. This is what you asked for. Heavy is the crowd.
Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. It's disclosure. The fire out. The pace slowed. Nothing left on the desk now in caseloads. I miss my opportunity, there goes the opening. Arms reach and slip to loss of dopamine. I lose hope more than any other focus. Grip this old road, I'm at liberty to trudge. So it's the same old souls, same old goals. Just stick to the script and sick of what's been written and sold. This isn't it, I can't let this empty sink. But oh, the code's cryptic. No momentum to stop it, I swear my prayers and repeat. All I need is one, is a solid. I'm on my knees as I plead, screaming my speech and a promise. One more chance, like who's gonna really take it from me? I get my hands up to any challenge to stand up in front and convincing myself before I sit on the shelf. It's in my destiny, the best of me to reach for this belt. I swear they're testing me, but they don't want the rest from the belt. There's only one thing left. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Light 'em up. We're gonna light 'em up. Time's up. The dream's over. The door closed. And that's it. No more doubts. It's over for 'em. I'm promoting it with no more routes. We're all in. They're collect about to snatch it out the hands. This been written like the past, but somehow still about the now future. I'm indebted to my roots, made me shook for more well conditioned. I've been leveled to the floor and bounced back, so it's breaking off shackles off before Mother Nature is a